Why are they like so low quality ish type videos?
Oh,
Oh,
I think it's
I think it's
because
because
I
I
downloaded
downloaded
multiple
multiple
versions of
versions of
videos,
videos,
and he
and
told
he
me he
told
didn't
me
care about the
he cared about the
quality.
quality.
All he
All
wanted
he wanted
was
was
content just
content
to be
just
put
to
up
be
on
put
it.
up on it.
He said, if
He
we
said,
want,
if
we
we
can
want,
make
we can make
HD videos.
How's that coin doing?
You know,
You know,
once I
once I
did the
did
project
the
form, I
project
haven't
form, I
checked it.
haven't checked it.
But that's what
But
you want to do for your coin.
some mainstream social media platforms, I can just create accounts and leave them like that. I mean, I can just get an Instagram and like a YouTube account,
Right?
a fucking TikTok,
Right?
right? And Twitter is already there, so maybe a Snapchat and Reddit. Yeah, Reddit. Yeah, why not?
That's a, Reddit's a
That's
very
Reddit's a very
powerful
powerful
social media
social media
platform,
platform,
particularly when it comes
particularly
to
when it comes
forums.
to
It's like
forums,
the
like
internet
the internet
forum.
forum. Yes, you're right. Yeah.
So
So
do
do
you
you
see
see
how
how
nicely
nicely
that
that
is
is
displayed to people
displayed
and
to
they can
people
go
and
and
they
check
can
it
go
out
and check it
and
out? And yeah, I saw that. Yeah, it's pretty handy to be honest. Yeah, I can just paste that link on my fucking Twitter and people just can go there and check all of my social media platforms out there. Only
exactly.
if they're interested. Yeah. But in crypto, what I think is that people only get into like
Now
their
let's
Twitter.
let's
And
talk
let's
about your
talk about
coin.
your point. Uh
Okay.
huh.
Uh, you're not going to
You're
get
not
very
going to get
far with
very
the
far with
coin
the coin
with that
with
name.
that. That is a thing I know for certain. Yeah,
That's
because I'm already started to get hate for it. I mean, despite telling everyone that is just dark humor coin, and I don't actually intend the purpose of supporting that motherfucker.
yeah, but I mean,
Yeah, but I mean,
look, I'm a
look,
funny
I'm a funny
person.
person.
You're a funny
You're a funny
person. It's
person.
not that
It's not
funny.
that funny. Uh huh.
I mean,
I mean,
there are some
there are
things
some
that are
things
funny
that
in
are
life.
funny in life.
At least
At least
currently,
currently,
that's
that's
to the
to the
majority of
majority
people
of
not
people
very
not
funny.
very funny.
Some
To
people,
some
yeah.
people, yeah.
But if
But
you're
if you're
investing your
investing
money,
your money,
you want to make
you
sure
want to
that
make
it's
sure that it's
invested in
invested in
quality.
quality.
And
And
if you're
if
investing
you're
in
investing in
something,
something,
if it has Hitler at all associated with it, you may run into some issues. So what I would
what I would
recommend
recommend
is you talk to
is
your
talk to
investor
your
group
investor group
and you ask them
and
if
ask
it's
them if
okay
it's
to
okay
change the
to
name.
change the name. The name. But
Word.
I already worked on like
Dude, but you can't
Twitter
even get your
certificate
stuff
and
published.
made this group, but I have like 44 members all waiting for
That's
it, and
nothing.
all of a sudden, it's like,
That's nothing. So you
nothing.
just have
So
to
you just
tell
have to
them,
tell them,
you explain to them,
explain to them,
guys, you have
guys,
to
you have
understand
to
something.
understand.
I
I
started this
started
coin
this coin,
and I
and
thought
I thought
I would be
I would
able
be able
to
to
have this
have this
coin
coin
get a
get a
website and get
website
social
and get
media.
social
It
media.
turns out
It
I'm
turns out
unable
I'm
to do
unable to
so.
do so.
And
And
because of that,
because of that,
what
what
I
I
recommend we
recommend
do
we do
is we
is we
pivot and
pivot
we change
and
the
we change
name.
the name.
All
All
44 of you
44
still
of you
stay
still
here.
stay here.
Everything's going to be
Everything's going to
fine.
be fine.
But I just have to
But I just
change
have
the
to
name.
change the name.
So how
So
do you change
how
the
do you
name?
change the name?
Dude, use your
Use
fucking
your
head.
fucking head.
Here's how I would
How
do
I
it.
would do it.
You ready for
You
this?
ready for this?
You ready for a good
Ready for a
idea?
good idea? Yeah, I don't know, man. But
Dog, this is how
this
you
is
do
how
it.
you do
Listen
it.
to me. You ready for
You
this?
ready for this? What
You spell
you
it
spell it?
H,
A,
you spell it
spell
capital
capital
H,
H,
lowercase
lowercase
l,
L,
capital
capital
T,
T,
capital
capital
L,
L,
capital E,
capital E,
capital R.
capital R.
I want you to
And what does that do?
go to your
Go to your
computer
computer
and type
and
this
type
capital H,
capital H,
lowercase
lowercase
l,
L, lowercase L,
capital T,
capital T,
capital L,
capital L,
capital E,
capital E,
capital R.
capital R.
What does it look like?
You said
Ca-
capital H and a lowercase L,
right.
capital T.
Yes. Capital T,
And then
capital L, capital E,
capital
capital
L
R.
and then a capital R.
What does that look like?
Yeah, that looks like it.
But it's not. So when they do their search for prohibited terms, it won't show up.
For the domain, maybe I can do the same.
Correct.
For the domain and for the name, everything. Yeah, you just gave me an idea. Yeah, maybe I will just try that.
I'm a smart person, dog. You're hanging with the best.
Hey, so what time it is where you
It's 7:28.
live in? Haven't slept today?
Usually what I do is I'll be up for like 8 hours, then I'll sleep for 2 hours, then I'll be up for 8 hours, then I'll sleep for two, and then I'll sleep for like eight.
Huh? Check out this sticker pack that I just made
On
for this Hitler coin.
Telegram,
Yeah, I just sent you the link on the Discord.
okay.
DM'd you. Check out this sticker pack.
Does it have pictures of Hitler?
Yeah.
Yes? No, I don't want pictures of Hitler on my phone.
So that link that I sent you, right?
I saw that you sent the link, but I'm not going to click it because I don't want pictures of Hitler on my phone.
Okay.
And you have to understand, there are going to be a lot of people who feel that way. They're going to want nothing to do with your coin.
You're right. I had a fight with some lady from Four Stars regarding this fucking coin.
What'd they say? Right. You have to understand, it's not funny.
Then I made it my
So all you have to do is change it to something that's cool. I could give you 1,000
maybe I
things
can try
that are,
launching bar coin. You know
dog,
what SPR is?
help me. What are we saying? SPQR?
That Roman coin.
I was just going to say, isn't that the thing for the Roman Empire?
What?
That's the thing for the Roman Empire.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. For the Roman.
So what do you want to do with that coin?
Maybe instead of launching Hitler, I was thinking that I should launch SPR. I mean, that's not offensive, right? But first, I will launch. Nah, man, I want to launch my shit.
So,
Regardless.
so
Oh,
let's think about it. What
what?
you would want to
I
perhaps
just want to
launch
how this
a
goes.
Roman coin? Are you thinking of starting a Roman coin?
Yeah, a Roman coin. How would that do?
I don't look, dude. There's a ton of things you could do that are better than Hitler. So, do you want something that's popular? I mean, you could do like Trump survived the assassination coin. You could do a Hawk Tuah coin. You could do anything that's like somewhat.
Not coin is already a thing, right?
I think probably by now.
Because I want something original.
Okay.
Okay.
Um. Well, I don't even think a Hitler coin is original. I think a lot of people have had that.
Yeah, it is not original. Yeah, that's for sure. But for that aesthetic vibe and that premium feel I'm about to give to these fucking members that are in my website right now and my fucking Telegram, I mean, they would fucking like it.
Okay, so
I
then
can show you how that
just
like
change the name from HITLER to HLTLER.
yeah, okay. So where do I send you that the back so that you can look onto it?
Dude, I don't want Hitler stuff on my
You
phone.
want your Telegram?
Yeah, I see it. You gotta understand. I don't like Hitler. I don't want Hitler stuff on my phone.
Okay, no, I understand you.
Do you know like that Hitler's not generally considered a good person?
He is not a good person. Yeah, that's I know that.
So
So
that's why people don't want to identify with him. So if I were you, I would find something
would
that's
work out. Yeah, you are right.
find something that is exciting to the world. There are a lot of things like MILFs, GILFs. Why don't you launch a GILF coin? GILF.
Bitcoin,
GILF. Grandmother, I like to fuck.
Bitcoin. Oh man, I'm fucking confused now.
Why are you confused?
That fucking.
Okay, so you may have had 44 people who liked your idea, but you had a lot of people who didn't like your idea. And if you want mass appeal of a coin, you're definitely not going to get it through a Hitler coin.
What if I like use that fucking date in some way that would benefit this fucking coin? Like, imagine this shit getting so much hate that it starts to receive free advertisement out of it.
You're just
People
going to
just
get
like
canceled. You're
not.
not going to get advertisement. You're just going to get canceled, and they're going to call you anti Semitic, and they're going to call you a hate monger.
Mm,
I mean, you don't want to be known as anti Jew.
no, I, yeah, definitely. No, I don't want an anti-Jew. Yeah.
So then you got to find a different coin name.
Yeah, you're right.
So what about GILF? GILF.
But what does that mean?
Grandmother, I'd like to fuck. It's like a MILF, but her mom. Do you know what a MILF is?
MILF. Okay, okay. A MILF, yeah.
So her mother
You want to
is a grandmother.
kill.
See, I think MILF coin is probably taken, but I don't think GILF coin's taken.
So I can just like draw a fucking badass granny or some shit like that.
Exactly. A really hot older lady.
some animations made out of it.
Definitely.
A granny who likes to fuck.
It's very popular.
The boomer audience. I want the Gen Z involved in it as well.
Now, a guilt coin could get you free advertising. Because you could go to a bunch of stuff that's like older. I mean, a DILF is not an 80-year-old woman necessarily. A DILF could be a 45-year-old woman.
I didn't hear you.
Plus, it's funny.
The microphone has
It's funny.
far away from
DILF is funny. Plus, it's funny. DILF is funny.
But I think it's
It is funny.
not funny actually. That granny coin.
I think it's funny.
Or that Hitler coin. What are you talking about here?
Dude, the Hitler coin's not going to work. At least not now. Maybe in 200 years it might work, but it's not going to work right now.
Right.
So, what you have to do is just change the fucking name. It's not a big deal. Quit bitching about it and just do it.
Yeah, I'll try having a chat with
Look,
my
let me tell you this. You're very smart. I can already tell you that. Having known you for like, I don't know, 8 hours or something. You're very smart. What's hurting you is the name of your coin. If you name it something that has more widespread appeal, call it the World Peace Coin. Very few people disagree with world peace.
Yeah.
Arnold, what do you think of the World Peace
Alright.
Coin? That's a good idea. That has
Yeah, World Peace Coin. Yeah,
that has
that
global
can work.
appeal.
Yeah.
That has global appeal. Everyone in the world wants that who's not evil. Plus,
World Peace Coin. Yeah.
plus,
Name it WP.
yeah,
Hitler.
dude, Hitler's just not
That,
gonna work.
that is a fucking
You have to understand though, nobody wants that. Give people something they want. They want world peace. They don't want Hitler. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. If you go to someone and you just want to be like, even like, let's say you created a Hitler TikTok account. If they let you have that, nobody's gonna want to follow you. What they're gonna do is they're gonna report you for being hateful, and then you're gonna lose your account. With a world peace coin, everybody's gonna want to be your friend. So all you have to do is change your website.
like you. Yeah, you're probably right.
Dog,
Maybe I think.
I'm definitely right on this one, big dog.
Idea.
So then all you have to
Yeah,
do,
you are. I mean,
all you have to do at this point is
already like
change your website.
10 guys that want
Dude, that's fine. You just have to tell them, look, I tried. I can't get the website. I can't get social media. Nobody wants to be a part of this. But a lot of people want to be a part of world peace. So we're pivoting and use that term. We're pivoting. When you say to someone you're pivoting, then they have a better understanding of what you have to do. I think so, dog. I wish I wasn't. I wish it was easy, and but this one, there's no saving it. Not with that name.
At all, baby. Hate that guy.
Yeah, they want nothing to do with
Feel
him.
like being a Jew, right?
Right. So you don't want to associate yourself with that. I
Get
understand
a
where you
lot
were
of hate,
going with
right?
it. I understand where you were going with it. Thinking like, oh, it's the complete opposite of everything that's good in the world. So maybe people will want to invest in that. But it's just too soon for that kind of thinking. Nobody wants that at this point. So what,
Also, I don't like this fucking like they are too fucking hard-hearted.
dog, they're in a Hitler community. Of course they're going to be fucked up.
They're also like standing with Heil Hitler and
Yeah, nobody wants
like
that. So then make it a world peace community. And the
I
44 people who are in there,
I hope that
if they want to rejoin, they can. If not, okay. They're not going to be the you're not going to be the one who looks like an asshole in the end. They will.
also I was thinking of launching a fucking cartel coin. No one has ever done it yet. Coin with narrative like Pablo Escobar.
Okay, that works. I could
There a Pablo Escobar coin yet? I don't think so. I think there is one like a Pepe and Pablo involved, and his name is fucking Pablo, but nothing aesthetic like using stock images of Pablo Escobar himself. I made a banner for that project as well. Hold up, let me just find it and do that and fucking that. Just not that. Right.
Okay, so have the Escobar coin. That's cool.
Maybe that works. I don't know if that works, but can be
Dude,
that.
why not world peace?
Yeah, world peace can work, but I need I need guys that are in the right mind for it.
Well, you have the
One
perfect
of the guys
one. You have the
I know
perfect
are
one.
fucking.
You have Rabbi. And what does that mean? I'm here. All I do is talk about world peace and invite people to discussions on world peace. I stream my life for world peace. So it's a great thing that we would link up. If you start a world peace coin, I can tell people, hey, do you know about the world peace coin? And they're like, huh? What are you talking about? I mean, do you see this on my head and on my shirt? This is all a cryptocurrency. This is all Harry Potter Obama Sonic Tanino. Look how I represent this coin. I can do the same just by mentioning your coin. It's free advertising. I'm not saying it's huge, but it's something. Look, look, I'm going to put it to you this way. Do you know anyone in India?
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
you're from India. I love India. Okay, so India is the most populous country in the world. India is the next generation, the next tier, the next wave of developed countries. And essentially, over the course of the next century, it's going to go from a developing country to perhaps, in many ways, a first world country or developed country very quickly. And so, if you can connect people to an idea, whether it's India, but globally, particularly with India, I think that that's a very powerful coin in the future. India is very underestimated and will be very, very powerful. I know everyone talks about China, but they underestimate the power of
About
India.
launching home coin. You know what's home?
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Wait, like when you meditate?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. When you
Om.
meditate, how
That's a really good one. What's the Om coin?
home coin. So I was thinking that I can like just set up an AI that generates some meditating music or something like that, or maybe some fucking side fancy shit where people like just fucking get high and shit and just hop in on repeat to this listen to this fucking some fucking side trance.
Okay,
And
Om coin.
home
I
coin
like it.
will have the utility in it. I mean, I can just fucking some home
How do you
merch
spell
and shit. I mean,
how do you spell it? OHAM or OHM?
it's OM actually, OM.
Okay,
So
so
you Americans
at least
probably
according to
like OM,
yeah, that's true.
but it,
OM.
but yeah, but in, if we're writing that in write as OM and we spell it as home.
Dog, you just got to
But there's
connect
a
with this.
symbol for it.
Just this coin and this sound just resonating through your coin and your Discord and your Telegram. Om chanting at 417 hertz with what are those fucking they have those like chanting bowls or humming bowls or singing bowls.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know about them. Yeah. Where you like um what do you say? Do we have like something like a fucking stick or something that we swing across that pole and that creates that fucking noise?
Dude, okay, so this is a good idea. If you just had a website that was like whatever, let's just say ohm.com or whatever it is, and you go to that website and all it is playing that fucking om. That's all it needs to be. And when people are like, well, I want it to be more shit. Okay, that's fine. Go do your own fucking coin. This is the Ohm coin, and all we do is we want peace, and we want fucking resonation, and we want to treat our bodies like a temple. That's it. If you want other shit, go find it somewhere else. And then you have like this place of peace and tranquility.
Home coin can work, but I don't know, man. It's like cryptos are that popular here. I mean, we have like 30% taxes in here,
That's why I'm
so I
saying
have to send
if
my money to like
if you
crypto
if
and
you
then
yeah, that's a pain
rewire
in the
that
ass.
money to my.
It's a pain in the ass. What I'm saying though is that you need to be able to sell the idea to a Chinese person, to a Jew, to an Indian person, to an African person. It has to work on all levels. And two that we've mentioned, a world peace coin and an ohm coin, those both work.
Right, yeah.
So you have to explain to the 44 people, hey guys, guess what? We chose a really niche idea that was funny amongst some of us, but we're not going anywhere with this. We need global adoption, and thus we've pivoted, and now the coin is the Ohm coin, or the coin is the World Peace coin. And if you want to continue on this journey, more than welcome to. All of your funds are safe. We just had to pivot. And
Yeah, you're right.
if somebody's like, well, I want it to be the Hitler coin, then you can say, look, I understand. You can have the name the Hitler coin, take it, do with it anything you want, and hopefully you have more fortune when you are trying to get social media and you're trying to get media attention than I do than I did because I didn't get anywhere with it. It was very difficult. In fact, it would affect you. You could tell them it would affect me physically. I would go to bed, and the first thing that I would do when I would wake up is look at my website and that it was down. it was starting to affect me, and I didn't want that. I want my website up. I want people to be proud of the project. I want people to be able to talk about the project.
Right.
Okay. I mean, it's a good idea.
And I was working in this shit for like 2 months straight, and
Yeah, but you weren't getting
it's so
anywhere.
hard to
I
become.
can't even go to your website. So you were just digging a hole, not getting anywhere. Now you're going to be making traction. Now you are going to be like a railroad where you are going to have lockstep. You're going to make progress. So how do you do this? The first thing that you would do is see if world peace is available. I'm sure it's not, but then you try to find something that's similar, like world peace coin, world peace crypto. And then once you find that, you go to namechecker.com, NAMECHEKR, and then you put in your idea for a name for this coin, like World Peace Crypto or World Peace Coin. And then you put it in there and you see if it's available on Instagram, on TikTok, on YouTube, on Facebook. And this one website checks 30 different websites for you at once. So you don't have to go in and wonder if your
Oh
username is
shit, bro! There's already a world peace coin.
right. I know there is.
I won't get one,
It's pretty good too.
but their trading volume is pretty low. Only
Well,
190.
well, then see if you can outdo it. Try an ohm coin.
No, I don't. Well, it did some great numbers. No, but now it's time. Or maybe I can just launch a fucking brain rot coin like Hitler, Obama, Sonic, Canino.
Again, if you have the name Hitler in it, nobody's going to want to have anything to do with it.
No, I mean I won't have the name Hitler. I'm just saying that what if I launch a fucking brain rot coin like this Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Canino coin?
Here's what's tough about that. At least in the United States, only like 50% of people like Obama. The other 50% don't. The people, when you say Harry Potter, some people don't like Harry Potter. So, Sonic, there are people who don't like Sega and they only like Super Mario Brothers and stuff. I'm not saying you're going to be able to please everyone, but with every meme that you put in there, it's more and more people that you could disenfranchise.
I mean their memes don't even make sense. I mean that's the whole point of it.
Right, but it's really hard. It's really hard re- to to replace to be able to do
I
this
get your
twice.
point. I read your mind.
It took a lot of work, and even this isn't the first iteration of Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10. Dog, why wouldn't you just do the Ohm coin?
Yeah, fucking with it. I can definitely talk to my guys.
Why don't you do the World Peace coin?
I don't know about the world, but
Why?
I suppose I saw the track of that world coin which already exists.
What's the ticker for World Peace coin?
You know about the Zelda Inu coin?
Zelda Inu?
Yeah, do you know about that? It's
N-
on your mainnet.
no, talk to me about it.
So they launched this coin where like they're helping dogs and stuff get out from their shelters and like giving them families and shit. I mean that coin was for a noble cause and it went to like 6 million market cap and now that's fucking dying as well. It seems like people don't want to get involved in this shit. This is 2024. I don't so people don't care about this. stuff like that anymore. People just want to make money, and money flows where fucking, you know what I'm saying,
Yeah.
um, where the hype goes. Helping dogs, I mean, it is a fucking noble thing, I suppose that. But I don't see, like, people getting all hyped and shit over it, being in there for long term. People who are holding that shit are fucking down like 10x's from their all-time high. They are still in for that cause of dogs, but the ones that were in for the profit, which was like the 95% of their holders, they all exited. Now that coin is fucking dying. I saw that coin like 3 days ago and it was at 1.5 million. Now it's at 600k. The entire market is pumping and that coin is still fucking dumping.
So you like Coin more than World Peace Coin?
And I don't like meme coin as well. I want to launch a fucking brain rot shitty ass meme coin. That's what I want to launch.
Okay, so why don't you do both? If you want to, okay, so you want to launch a meme coin. Do you want this to be a meme coin that pisses off the most amount of people?
Yeah, something like that.
Why? Why do you want to make people mad?
I mean, not a meme coin based on Hitler. Now I'm thinking of putting on that idea as a whole. But I'm thinking of launching a meme coin that is actually funny and I can keep on just delivering memes on it so that people never get bored of my shit.
What about a United Nations coin?
United Nations.
Yeah, United Nations, UN coin.
I don't know about that either.
It's a
What do
fabulous
you think?
idea. It's a fabulous idea. It has global appeal. Essentially, every country's a member of this. So you'd be able to go to any person in any country and be like, hey, eventually this is going to get really big, and we might be able to make it a global cryptocurrency and give it to the United Nations.
Maybe that can work.
See if there's a United Nations coin.
So I don't find any for it.
Oh, then that's a good idea.
How old are you, sir?
How old am I?
Yes.
38. How old are you?
Can you guess?
Mm, 25.
Oh, I'm 22.
Okay,
But yeah,
that's
you were
close.
close.
Pretty close, yeah. UN coin's a good idea, dog.
What if? Yeah, it is. Actually, yes. I just have to convince my team for it. And
Get them in here.
they
I'll convince them of it. Get them in here. I'll convince them of it. And
okay.
I can make them aware. Look, I have 3 years of my life on camera, and we have the birth of this coin on camera, our conversations about it. So come on in, and we're going to keep promoting this coin. that it is essentially uniting the world as the United Nations is supposed to do.
Maybe I don't fucking launch a coin at all. That can be a thing as well.
Definitely, you don't have to, and just invest.
Yeah,
If
maybe I
you,
can just stay away from that place entirely. I mean, the thing you are doing right now, I totally bug with it.
excellent. All right, well, you can connect yourself to it. I'm telling you, all I do is talk about world peace when I talk to people generally. So you just be like, well, I'm going to launch a UN coin. And when people ask about it, I can say that essentially it's connected to the largest amount of video data ever, in addition to all of the people who we have invested in it and the events that we have. Look, I can tell you this. I've watched a lot of coins succeed and I've watched a lot of coins fail. The reason why coins succeed, in my opinion, is based on one thing and one thing only: community. When I say community, it has to do with the memes that are generated, it has to do with community morale, it has to do with the people involved. If you can get some whales in there, that's a strong community. But it all starts at community. So people could have all these great ideas and do anything that they want, but if there isn't a place for people to do that, if there isn't a central location, a repository, a library of this information, the coins don't do very well. I can tell you that Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu does very well because it has a great community. It's got Twitter spaces, it's got video, it's got Telegram calls, it's got video calls.
All sorts of things.
And that's what you'd want to do with your community. So you've got 44 guys right now. So what I would tell you
Did you got it?
is to tell the 44 guys, hey guys, join my Discord or join my Telegram or join Rabbi's Discord. We're gonna start. I mean, I can give you access if you want to start building things in here. You certainly can. But basically, what you want to do is get those people on board to help you build a community around whatever idea you have. And it's hard to build a community around Hitler, but it's really easy to build a community around world peace or the United Nations or OM.
Right? See, I was trying to do it. As it was fine, well, that's stuff. And also, not quite mobile of not something like that. I don't know what the right word for it, but I mean, it's not good at all. So now I'm fucking good. Yeah, so maybe I will just fucking leave this place at all entirely and not fucking bang my head over it. I will just let the team launch it. And I will just get in on Telegram. Actually, I'm pretty good with Telegram. I'm like setting up bots, creating a shit.
If you want to build a good community, you have to be everywhere. So you have to have a Telegram, you have to have a Discord, but you have to have one central place. So if it's going to be Telegram, have it be Telegram. I would recommend you make it a Discord just because there's more things to do in Discord, but you also have a Telegram and you can filter people to your Discord as well. I mean, I would say that cryptocurrencies are more Telegram based, so you definitely want to have a Telegram, but also if you want to build a strong community, you're going to want other social media as well, Discord being one of them.
Yeah, Discord is what I was forward as well of for that Hitler book. Now as I'm not launching, I will just fucking delete that Telegram and just go anonymous for a while. They will all forget about it. Like tomorrow ever existed. And just think, well, yes, I mean, like, I mean, what I was thinking is that they all would just join in and they are fucking sending messages like kill all the Jews and I fucking hate Jews. Man, I mean, I'm getting kind of scared as well hanging around with these guys.
Well, there you
Well, there
go.
you go.
So then
So then
you don't want to be
you don't want
scared
to
hanging around anybody.
yeah, dude. I mean, like I launched this thing. People like get in and just like throwing some dog food like joke, something like that. People just hang around and chat around for their life and shit. And now whenever it's like a new member hops in and he just drops in a hive and the community in there just fucking stops them and they tell him to say fucking Heil Hitler whenever they join in.
Of course
Because
they are.
saying hi is
Right. And nobody wants that.
yeah, dude, I mean maybe I can just fucking delete that Telegram and keep that for good.
Just do it and
So
start a new one.
the thing that I think that I want is what to go as is not that uh well, alright. I guess I should just head out for some I will be back.
Please do. Aside from that little hiccup earlier, I'm always live. I'm here. And think about what we talked about. And I think that you will probably have the opportunity perhaps to get a new start and a new coin.
Yeah, definitely. I'll be back. Just to clear my head, let's play that game again.
Hey, that sounds like a plan, my friend. You take care.
Yeah, okay, okay.
Excellent. We'll talk soon, Arnold. Peace, brother. That's Arnold, everybody. Arnold is amazing. Yo, how are you? Dude, I'm well. I was just talking with somebody from Harry Potter. How are you? Oh, you said you're well. Good. Excellent. Good to see you, GB. Hey, I appreciate you telling me that you don't do Discord. I get it. I'm not going to force it down your throat. Oh, you're phenomenal. I sincerely appreciate it. Thank you, GB. Excellent. Yeah, I wasn't streaming in here, just for like a week or two, but I am streaming in here again. The reason why I just needed that device. I needed its camera, so uh, I was still in here with another device, but it just wasn't streaming the camera. Yo, what up, everybody? How's everybody living? We got GB in here, we got Uncle Charles, we got Bitcoin Martin, and of course, Bitcoin Alex. Dude, Alex. Dude, Bitcoin Alex is in my Discord. How you doing, Alex? Excellent. I taught I taught Bitcoin Alex about ChatGPT yesterday. Yep, it's pretty amazing. GB, do you know who Joey Diaz is? Oh hell yeah, dog. Now that they uh they put the Joe Rogan podcast and the Joey and Church of What's Happening Now on YouTube. You can watch basically every single episode. It's really cool. Ditto, man. I'm watching them right now. Word. Where you didn't give a shit about stuff. Oh, dude, that shit is hilarious. Lee is just like an average person who literally is taking on superhuman amounts of edibles every single day to the point where like he can't see anymore. He can't move his lips. And Joey Diaz, I mean, I don't do a good Joey Diaz, but it's like, yo, yo, cocksucker, hey, hey, have you need another edible. You need a star of death. You need a star of death. And like Lee's like, I can't, cocksucker. You need another star of death. And he's like, I can't. Quit being such a momo. And it's absolutely hilarious. But like I'm saying about people, and like you know, tells it like it is. Lee, Lee, what are you doing? What are you doing? Lee's just like in outer space, like, and Joey will be like, Lee, you're being a lightweight. What are you doing? Hey, cocksucker, being a lightweight. And Lee will just be like, I can't eat anymore. Joey will be like, we just started. We're just gonna. You just ate the edibles. We got LSD to do. We got shrooms. And Lee will be like, I can't do any shrooms right now. And Joey will be like, cocksucker, cocksucker, take a stem. Cocksucker, eat a stem. Eat a stem, cocksucker. It's quite funny. Welcome. That's right. What other what other podcasts do you like? Yeah, right, right. So that was started basically after Shane Gillis was axed from SNL. Oh, that's right. That's right. I heard him talk about this. It was absolutely hilarious. I actually watched this yesterday, where he's with Joe Rogan and he tells the story. Have you heard him tell the story about SNL? It's absolutely hilarious, right? He's doing his Lorne Michaels, and he's like, Lorne Michaels, like, is there anything we need to know about you? And he's like, oh yeah, well I've got this podcast. And Lorne is like, all right, well, what about it? And he's like, oh, I say these words on it. And Lorne's like, oh, that shouldn't be a big deal. And then like literally 3 hours after they announce him, somebody goes in, and as Shane Gillis put it, he's like, we had one podcast that was a video podcast. Everything else was audio, and all these people had to do was go to the one that was video. They had to go 3 minutes into it, and they had. He's like, there's no hiding it, and he's like, and that wasn't even the worst stuff. That wasn't even close to the worst stuff because people were like, oh, they really had to dig into his background to really get all of this. He's like, absolutely not. It's literally the one video podcast that we did. It's 3 minutes into it. They catch me saying something, and I'm done. There's nothing more I can do. But he gets some kind of. I think he's getting the last laugh because he's becoming bigger than a lot of people. I mean, he's arguably out there, particularly with his Trump thing, and now he does his EA college football. He plays the video game. He's becoming bigger and bigger. Right. Um, he's moved to Austin. Is that correct? So now he does. Do you watch Kill Tony? Right. Did you watch it? Do you like Kill Tony? Excellent. Well, yeah. I mean that little crew keeps getting bigger and bigger, stronger and stronger, and they keep saying that they're gonna get Joey Diaz down there. And I mean, Joey Diaz to me, look, I read this. I actually posted on Joey Diaz a couple days ago, and normally my shit gets taken down, but this actually stayed. It's a petition for Lucy Snorbush to accept Joey Diaz's Facebook friend request. Joey Diaz has this story about Lucy Snorbush, who he ended up climbing up into her bedroom and eating her box, and then fucking running out like a thief in the night. And she really liked it apparently, and he invited her as a friend on Facebook, and she didn't accept. So that's now the petition that I've got going. Anyway, I was reading somebody their take on Joey Diaz after Joey Diaz was on the Theo Von this past weekend with Theo Von. So, and I can't disagree with anything that this person said. They were like, okay, so let me get this straight. This Joey Diaz guy is like a big druggie. He left his family at age like he left his daughter at age like 9, and he's still trying to develop a relationship with her, but she obviously doesn't want one. So then he had to have another baby to like undo all the bad that he had done. And all he does is basically talk about like he just rips on people, and he just talks about like doing drugs. Like there's nothing else in his fucking repertoire that I gotta say that's it. That's all he fucking has, but I love it. I absolutely love it. It's like it's just old bar stories or fucking just like it's it's like working class blue collar talk. Um, I guess it's like New York, it's New Jersey, but he's got Lee in there, the Flying Jew from Boston, so that adds a little bit to it. And they have a guest, and it's like, all right, what are we doing today? And I watch these things. I've literally been watching these things for like I don't know, 14 days straight or something, and I do get sick of them. I will say I do get sick of them. I mean, you can only hear him talk about like some stories so often, but just have in the background, not too bad. I don't mind it at all. And I do the Joe Rogan experience in the background too. Um, but there's something about the Church of What's Happening Now that's like grimier. You never know what's gonna happen. Uh, the I'm not saying that I don't like Joe Rogan. Obviously, I'm a huge Joe Rogan fan too. But I just find that sometimes I don't know. Joe Rogan's guest on is they're interesting. I don't want to say anything really bad about Joe Rogan because I fucking really. But what happens to me is I watch them and then um I like I don't want to say I've watched every single one of them because I certainly haven't. I've watched a lot of the recent ones, so I want something that's fresh or at least fresh to me. GB, have you seen my robots? Yeah, you've seen them like 1,000 times. I remember every single time I see you, I say, "Have you seen my robots?" You're like, "Yeah, you've shown me 3 times." Excellent. Well, these robots are getting me more and more well known. Take care, GB. I love you, man. You're a wonderful person. Thank you so much. Take care, buddy. We'll talk again. God willing. Shout out to GB, everybody. Everybody loves GB. GB is the man. He's one of the coolest Canadians of all time. How you living, pimp? Yo, dog. How are you? Absolutely, 24/7, baby. Uh, change rooms. Absolutely. That's kind of what we're going for. It's like a tent. It's like a circus tent. Absolutely. I'm going to send you an invitation. I have transitioned to Discord. Do you know what Discord is? Amazing. Okay. So I'm going to send you an invite, Word Master. You'll see. I have over 500 VCs in this Discord. It's discord.me/rabbi. And you've got a link to it right now. How's work swap doing? No. Do you need help? I can help you. Okay. Yes. Yes. So you need to speak to someone? I can I can help you with that. Yeah, I'll get you somebody. Just one moment. Just one moment. Absolutely. 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 What up, Arnold? Just one moment. Let me get you someone. I might be able to get you some help. All right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to this chat and say, can someone on the admin team please assist in the VC when possible? Question mark. Yeah, I'll get you. Hey, Jackson, thank you so much for coming. Hey, Workmaster has some questions and they needed an admin's help. Hey, thank you so much, Jackson. Hey, tell us anything you want, so long as it's in VC and it's not written. Tell me anything you want. Good idea. Most certainly. Thank you for your help, Alex. No, I don't even have the ability. I listen to every single person for the last year. Yeah, I've had some characters, but honestly, most people have been really great. And whenever anybody has a question, really with anything having to do with the coin, I do exactly what I just did, which is I say, can someone from the admin team please come to the VC and help this person? And everybody's always really have helpful to do. Exactly. And I figure, I mean, look, if you're trying to promote something aside from Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email, the chances are that you're going to be able to post it are slim to none. However, I'll still do everything I can to help you and see what we can do. And you had some really great suggestions. I think if that person goes with them, that he'll get some of the traction for which he's looking. That's exactly right. Thank you, sir. Take care, Alex. I am.
It's a beautiful shirt. Hope it fits, and it's the shipping was super fast. The site's beautiful. It looks. I'm just excited to wear it. I've never had jeans these guys. Well, it's hard to find the perfect pair of jeans. I mean, you don't break the bank. You need something that lasts. Well, with jeans, the bag costs $200 or $300 easily, and those bargain brands that just fall apart or look terrible. DSTLD, pronounced distilled, offers luxury grade denim at affordable price jeans that would normally cost you hundreds, dog. DSTLD is starting at just $75. They utilize the same fabrics factories and wash houses as the best known brands and designers while skipping the markups and the middleman. The result? Pure unadulterated denim without the retail runaround. Just go to DSTLD.com. Again, DSTLD.com. Again, and see where the minimalist design meets maximum comfort. The guarantee, they fit. They'll ship them to you for free and give you free returns until you find the perfect pair. All right? Right there. DSTLD has been featured in Forbes, Time, GQ, Vogue. DSTLD is the only place in the U.S. you can get quality denim for this price. Period. Go to DSTLD.com/Joey right now and get 10% off your first pair. You're going to love it. They look great on Lee. He's going to be a sexy savage. Again, that's DSTLD. Again, DSTLD.com/Joey for 10% off your order right now. 5 letters. Write them down. DSTLD. That's the company. /Joey. Get 10% off. Who's better than you? All right. Again, it's Valentine's Day. You don't want to fuck around. I mean, you know. Anyway, Indochino. You want to look good. You wear these fucked up suits. You go to fucking one of these stores. The jacket is the wrong color. The pants don't look. Let me explain something to you. You go on the website, you make an appointment, you go to the store. For me, I went to a place in Beverly Hills. They measure you. They measure your chest. They measure everything. Your feet, everything. They show you the lining of the coat. They show you the coat, the material. You're ready to go. Within 3 weeks, you get a call. You go back down there and you pick it up. It's that simple. The suits are tremendous. The quality is unparalleled. And I gotta tell you something. Even if a fat dude like me, the suit looks pretty good, all right? Every man looks better in a suit, right? You go out to Vegas next week for March 3rd fight, you're gonna have a tremendous fucking suit on. Why? Because you're George Masvidal. What are you, fucking nuts or what? 20 to life, no parole. In the altitude. Indochino is making it easy to get a perfectly tailored suit at an incredible price. You can choose from hundreds of top quality fabrics and personalize your suit just the way you want it, whether it works, and whether it's for work, a wedding, or another special occasion. Indochino has suited up hundreds of thousands of men and is now the largest made-to-measure menswear brand in the world. How it works, you visit the showroom or shop online at Indochino.com right now. You pick your fabric, you choose your customizations from the panels, the jacket linings, you submit your measurements, you place your order, wait for it to arrive, and in a few weeks, ba-boom, you got a new suit, you're looking good, you're feeling good, and who's better than you? Low self-esteem is gone. You can look in the mirror and go, who's the baddest motherfucker I know? Me! So do yourself a favor. This week, my listeners can get any premium Indochino suit for $3.89 at Indochino.com/church at checkout. Again, that's 50% off the regular price. The made-to-measure premium suits are going to look good, guys. Plus, shipping free. That's Indochino.com. Promo code CHURCH, CHURCH, for any premium suit for $389 and free shipping. Incredible deal for the suit that will fit you better than anything off the rack could ever do. Also, it's Valentine's Day. I'm giving you one more shot. Don't fight the crowd with a big night out. Don't worry about making reservations. Turn your home into a luxury spa with private massage with Zeal. All right, here's an idea. Make Valentine's easy. Get a couples massage and a licensed massage therapist with Zeals. Here's an easy way to win over Valentine's Day. Bring her over, have a nice meal, and afterward, your masseuse comes over. Just go to Zeal.com or Zeal's phone or Android app. That's Zeal. Spelled ZEEL.com and select from top local licensed pre-screen massage therapist. All right? Choose your favorite technique, gender preference, time, and location. Zeal will send over one of the 8,000 licensed massage therapists with a massage table, music, and supplies to give you a 5-star massage. Do me a favor, for Valentine's Day, to help you get started, our listeners will get $25 off their first massage by using promo code CHURCH at checkout, CHURCH. That's Zeal, spelled ZEEL.com, and then make sure to click add promo code at checkout to use code CHURCH. Right now, go to Zeal.com or to Zeal's iPhone or Android app and enter promo code CHURCH at checkout to get $25 off your first in-home massage on demand, all right? I love you guys. I want to thank Indochino. I want to thank DSTLD, Zeal, and I also want to thank my little brother, George Miles Duval, for coming on the show. Shit happens, you know, I love you, but I'm very proud of you. I'm very proud you came on tonight, and I'm very fucking excited to find out who your next victim is. You know what I'm saying? That's how I roll.
So fucking pumped, man. I can't wait. It's the person who will learn me. I get my answers. I gotta have something to look forward to. My eyes, everything, only about actually, whatever it is, it's a good night.
God bless you, my brother. We hit it, cocksuckers. I'll see you guys Wednesday night. Don't forget about me. Stay black. I'll see you next weekend at the House of Comedy at the Mall of America. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. One show Thursday through Saturday. See you motherfuckers then. I love you. Have a great week. Here we go, cocksuckers. Monday night, February 13th. Tomorrow night at this time, you'll either be getting your balls licked or you'll be masturbating on some chocolate. You take your pick. Uncle Joey here. If you're under 18, hang up now, bitches. Uncle Joey's going off tonight, motherfuckers. I got my favorite fucking Jewish person here.
Hello, freak bitch.
Joe Rogan podcast, chicken ears. That Joe Rogan experience. Stream by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Like, yeah, a comic called I think. Every show done in Estonia is produced by these comics, so no one gets a piece of it besides comedians. Yeah, so they've like totally collectivized comedy in Estonia.
Oh, so they sort of developed their own scene.
Yeah, the comics.
So there was no comedy club that was available. They kind of created something.
Well, Estonia's been a country since like 1994.
Yeah,
You know, so it's like all brand new, and I think free speech was just like, you know, last year or whatever. They brought me over. But the crowds, bro. I did a show in college town there, and I was like, I watched the first two comics. Ari, very funny, not getting big laughs. So I went out there and tried to like tackle this crowd. And at one point I was like, "Where do you work, man?" And she went, "No." That was the amount that they wanted to connect, and like they don't laugh audibly. And but afterwards, I'm out there selling merch, and they're all like, "It was a pleasure. Time of my life, thank you." Like, okay, well, in America, you make me smile at least if we're having the time of our life. It was like someone's gonna throw a rock at them if they made any noise.
Wow.
Yeah.
they're probably shocked.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, you can imagine. But Ari's like, the Ari Madden who we're talking about, who is very, very funny, is such a joyful guy.
Silly.
Yeah. Like, how did he come out of there?
Well, I think he's just happy to be out of it.
Turned him who he is.
Yeah. It's like in The Great Escape when he sees like nothing to his smile.
Yeah. It's interesting. Someone who's really talented that comes out of a place that doesn't have any.
So they create their own culture there, and they got to figure out how to. And I think they're going to stand up in like different languages.
What are they?
I think Estonian.
Well, they have their own
I
language.
think so.
But they're one of the countries.
Right. So they were a country, and then Russia came in, and they weren't a country, and then Russia left, and then they were a country, and then Russia came back, I think, and then they were a country after that. So they just have this like history of having a boot on their neck for years. So I think he can do Estonian, and I think he can do Russian and English.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
He can like kill you with his bare hands. He looks great with his shirt off.
Yeah, he was MMA fighter. Yeah, he fight.
He was fighting Estonians. They're just scary people.
That's how you go 0-3. You're too nice. You're too nice to be bad.
They quit doing act outs.
Yeah, he was with a legit gym too. A legit gym. It was a street blast gym. Conor McGregor's gym.
Well, yeah, he's legit.
Yeah.
I'm happy for him. I signed his like visa letter.
Oh yeah.
Him and James McCann, I'm both on them. So if either of them fuck up, I'm gonna be in big trouble.
I don't know McCann.
James McCann is Shane's boy from Australia.
Oh, I do. That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
I'm sorry. No,
Yeah.
I do know. That's right. There's so many fucking names now. So I've met more people in the last year and a half since the club's been open than I have probably ever in my life. I try to keep an eye and pay attention to all these new faces, new comics.
Oh yeah.
But it's pretty amazing.
Well, you make yourself available to them too, which is cool. I admire that about you. Because you could just like be a man in a tower and like, do this thing. But no, he's like out there.
Yeah, I'm one of us. That's the only reason why the club works.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, you can't. That would be gross. I very little say in how things can go on. I hire good people, and I said, let's just make sure that we have some core tenets in terms of like the pay structure, entirely, opposite of the club.
Yeah.
But the money goes to the comic.
Yes.
Which it should. Like, if you're a comic and you don't have it set up like that, what the fuck are you doing? That's what we always knew we were getting robbed, right?
And we were like, hey, thank you for robbing me. Thank you for the opportunity.
I'm a club owner now, so I'm like, I know we're getting robbed, so I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna. But it's funny how club owners get mad at it.
Dude, I mean, I'm finally selling tickets now after like, fighting it out for like 20 years. And the independent clubs will give you every penny that they can give to you. Yeah. Whereas like the corporate-owned clubs, like, they have the exact spreadsheet.
Oh, they're brutal. Yeah, they're so brutal. They're so brutal. This is like, I don't want to say who it was. Oh my God, I just got a hot buzz in my eye. I was eating ghost peppers today. I forgot that just wiped my eye.
Didn't touch your dick.
I did touch my dick.
That's the worst.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
I've done it. Oh, I did a jalapeno, and then I touched my dick, and then my wife came home, and I had to dip in my penis in a saucer of milk. She was like, what are you up to? I'm just like crying with my dick and cream.
That old Eddie Murphy bit about putting aftershave on his balls.
Oh, yeah.
You're right. I think that'll help. Damn it.
Capsaicin's a hell of a drug, man. That'll wake you up. It's like those smelling salts you have in the green room.
Oh, yeah.
I fucked around. Dude, I dipped my toes in waters. I feel like
the ones we have in the green room are bullshit.
Hey, I'll take your word for it.
Come on.
Blast one.
One blast. Check that
Sure.
this way. Maybe not flip my eyes.
Just gonna clear up something. You psycho.
Definitely gonna forget about your.
What a glowing endorsement of this product.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, dude. Yeah, I went to eat too. Oh, I felt it in my lungs.
Oh man, it really hits like the reptile part of your brain.
Yeah,
Exactly. I can't believe I did that. Let's podcast. Bruce, I'll be right back. I did it to impress Ron White in the green room. He's done it too. They get quite a bit, but none of these guys know about that one. That's the real one. Yeah, that's Juju Mufu, bodybuilder dude. He's got this brand that tells him it's called That's the real one. That one is above and beyond anything I've ever tried. It's like multiple magnitudes. Are there individual like capsules in here you're supposed to break? Oh my god, this looks like crystal meth. Yeah, it's just my right nostril fire. No, we're good. That's what Joey did. He's like, I gotta clean up my left one. Clean up the left one too. He's had a lot of stuff up that nose. Yeah, I'm amazed he can smell anything. It's fucking... I'm amazed he doesn't have holes on that thing. Whew. Yeah, thank you for having me back. My pleasure. My pleasure. So what's the road been like? You're all over the place, man. I follow you on Instagram. You're in all these crazy countries. Did you just decide to like see the world? Like, is that what the plan was? And it's a pretty good cheat code to travel, experience the authentic version of the place. How people from that place while you're there. Right. So yeah, I did like every state in America. I was like 30, and then well, you know, go abroad. Stand up ability to the rest of the world, but it's like you feel like you're grounded in the place. All I can really do is like really get like, we're out there. I do shows like that when I go to Estonia or Bratislava. Everyone's so happy to have you. Was there any place that like was fun where like they laughed really loud and they have the jokes? Every place like a little joint. It's different because some of those the more east you go into Europe, the more they watch it like theater. But I remember I was in Hungary, in Budapest, and that show was awesome. And it shouldn't have been. Like the host went up and ate it. He was getting all sweaty up there, and he had to like take off his sweatshirt because he was bombing so hard. God bless him, you know. But he comes off stage and he brings me on, and he's like, "Hot up there, bro." And then I went out there and I was, you know, just made fun of him, and the crowd was like, "Very good," you know. And then I killed over there, man. Yeah, I didn't think it was gonna be good because they were all stern-faced Europeans. You don't walk out there and like see like people who look like they've smiled before, but I got him. I took Hinchcliffe to Stockholm once. Yeah, Stockholm's fun. Yeah, I had a great time, but he had never been to Europe before, and I had performed in Ireland, I performed in England, I performed in a bunch of different places. And we did 2 shows, and the first show he's like, "Dude, they did not like me." I go, "You got laughs." He goes, "Yeah, but they died off." I go, "No, that's what they do here. They pay attention. Like they pay attention in between each joke. Yeah, like, they don't just keep laughing, talking, noise. Like they're also not eating hot wings, right? You know, yeah. No one's like arguing about splitting the check or anything. That was another thing. Sure, no food. Yeah, he is food. We're connected to 2 restaurants. There's a restaurant, pizza place to the left, Mexican place to the right. Yeah, we're good. Everyone's fine. Yeah, you don't have to eat. Take an hour and a half or 2 hours out of your day and not eat. You guys also don't have to worry about being like an Applebee's where there's occasionally comedy, right, which is a lot of these clubs out there. Not a lot of them. They still exist. That model of like, hey, the host, by the way, when you do everyone's birthdays, after that, make sure you plug the the queso dip. Yeah, try the windows. Yeah, I did a lot of those. Oh, me too. But those are important for learning how to captivate someone. You know, for a comic, it's like learning how to run uphill. If you can't compete with a quesadilla, you should probably hang it up. You know, it's a good way to maximize profit, but it's not a good way to put on a show. When I see comedy clubs have food, why do you have food? This is a dumb thing. Also, when we got the Ritz, when we first looked at the place, it had a kitchen. Mitzi's Bar used to be a kitchen for the hour of draft house. Yeah. So we went in there, just like cell phones running around. And I was like, okay, this is what happens. Yeah. Roaches in the kitchen. We can't have roaches. Definitely don't say those. Yeah. I thought you guys were going to put it like a pizza place. When I first toured it with you way back in the day, we were talking about the next we're full of pizza. Because I mean, they're printing money right there. They are. You guys raised the property value. should have bought it when everybody was dying. The whole pandemic. But not, it's going to work as good as it worked. The whole plan was like to just see what happens and build. Like from the opening night, it was just guns blazing. And then Dave Chappelle came like a couple of days after we opened. He's the first guy that ever performed on, well, actually Shane opened for him. So Shane was the first guy that ever performed on Lower Room. Wow. Dave did that one. I just sold it off Twitter. I said we're having a special intimate show tonight at 11:30. Sold out. No one had any idea who it was. And then when they found out it was Dave, it was fucking pandemonium.
That was in Little Boy?
That was in Little Boy, yeah. So he did the first set in the big room, and he did a set after me. So they had no idea then either. And again, the club had just opened. And everybody's cheering, like, thank you. Actually, show's not over. One more comedian, ladies and gentlemen. One of the greatest of all time. And they would, yeah, it was awesome. Awesome. So we like from the beginning, it was guns blazing. Then so many people started moving. And I'm like, wow, okay. And then now we're at a point where I'm like, I think we need another club.
Yeah, carrying capacity might have been reached over there.
It's not every night. So I'm like, I feel like we could get a club like down the street and have an A and a B club. Just it's all for all these young people. It's all about numbers. Like how many you need. Obviously, you need to analyze your material. You need to write, but it's about getting on stage. That's one of the primary components that needs to be a part of this equation. Like you have to go on stage a lot. Yeah. And in a good environment. You need the bad environments too. You need shitty.
And you're going to get plenty of those.
There's a lot of that right here.
I was just at this club this weekend. The Comedy Vault in Batavia, great club, but the AC was broken.
Oh, no.
So it's just like, and they were packed shows. And people were just in there, like dropping out. By the time I got up there, people were not stoked to still be in that room.
Yeah.
And I'm just dripping sweat. I look like a ham in a window.
Dude, Creek in the Cave is like that when I first moved here. There's no way. It's garbage. And be drenched with sweat on stage, like so t-shirt.
Yeah. And now it's like 60 degrees in that room at all times.
Yeah, fixed it. Yeah. That's the way to do it. I mean, like Letterman always used to have his like super, super cold. And like the idea that like warm makes people sleepy, but when they're a little uncomfortable, they're awake.
You should just put these at every table, man. Make it mandatory when they sit down.
We have people throw it up in the middle of the show. Most people like don't want that.
You guys do check drop? I don't remember.
No.
That's the easiest thing a comedy club can do. Get rid of check drop.
Yeah, we were doing it in the beginning, and they were like arguing that we had to do it. It was a different person running things.
Yeah.
But I was like, no, we don't. Like other clubs don't do it either. Well, it's gonna take more time. It takes more time.
And the show's better.
Yeah, the show's better. The most important thing is that the show is like the best show we can put on. Right? That's what we're selling. We're not selling check drop. So like you'd be on stage in the last 10 minutes of your set, you'd throw us mumbling and
One time a guy yelled out, "Bitch, who said you could order hot wings?" I heard that when I was on stage, and I couldn't. He buried me from the back of the room. I couldn't recover from that.
That's hilarious. Yeah. Bitch, who said you could order a hot wing?
Yeah, the Denver Improv.
I've never been to that one.
Of course not.
Comedy Works are so good though.
Dude, the Improv came and they said, Wendy, you had it too good for too long. We're going to put Comedy Works out of business. And Wendy's response was to open a second comedy club. And now she has two A-provs out there, like, barely surviving across from, like, a Toby Keith. I love this bar.
What I was going to say is there was a club that I, when Fear Factor had ended, they decided that I wasn't, even though I'd sold out, like, every show, or, like, every time I'd been there for years, they decided that I wasn't a draw anymore, so they tried to decrease my amount by 25%. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? They're like, we don't think you're a draw anymore. But I sold out a year ago when I was here. Like, what are you saying? And so I didn't work for them for like a year and a half. It is one of those big clubs, big companies. It has a lot of clubs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I think I know what you're saying.
For like more than a year and a half. I think it was like 2 years that I didn't work for them. Like, fuck you.
Yeah.
And then when everything was like really going great for me, then they finally came back and but I'm like, you guys are retarded. Like, this is so stupid.
What are you doing?
Why are you doing that to me? National headliners, you guys are legitimate. Right. Alienate one of them, just 25% more money. You're gonna sell out every ticket. They're not papering the room for
They
Joe
sold
Rogan.
out in advance already, like to the point where I was already having to like tell them I don't want to do radio. Like, I don't want to do fucking radio. It's already sold out. Like, oh, we have a relationship with the radio station. They like it when you come in. I'm like, I don't like it when I come in. I don't have to. I want to wake up at fucking 5 o'clock in the morning on Friday.
When I'm the least funny I've ever been at 6 a.m.
And then I have to go back to sleep and wake up for the show. I'm all disoriented and fucked up.
Makes the shows worse.
Terrible.
I'm on there selling a product that is going to be impaired because I'm on this radio show.
Also, like, this is around 2007, and by that time, the ship had already sailed with radio. It was kind of already gone. It was then becoming more internet-based promotion.
Right.
And then by time, I mean, I guess now some people still have to do radio shows. And I talk to these guys, and some of them like go on and say, "Hey, how many people heard me on the radio today?" Like, cricket. Like a waste of your time.
Total waste. But I think that it is like built into whatever relationship the radio station has with the club. And just quite recently, I've had to not do radio any longer. It feels good.
Nice.
Well, dude, Kill Tony is a fucking kingmaker. I had no idea.
Isn't it incredible?
I was in Bratislava. There's people in Kill Tony t-shirts.
It's nuts.
Yeah.
It's nuts. Have you been to one of the arena shows?
No, I haven't.
Holy shit. That's when you realize. When you go to an arena show and they all sing along with like the Hans Kim song and they all know like everybody's like thing, and when William Montgomery comes out they fucking go crazy and stand up. We like Black Keys are huge Kill Tony fans and they love William Montgomery. So when they were in town, they were doing my podcast, they were like, "Oh, can we see William?" Right? So I called William, I'm like, "Black Keys love you. They want to see you." He's like, "Wow, that's amazing. Oh, yeah.
That's so positive, Joe. That'd be great. Nice. Ooh. Yeah, he's like a caricature of a human being.
But that's really him.
Yeah.
Have you ever hugged him?
He started in Denver.
Oh,
So I've known William forever. Yeah.
His hugs are like he wants to stab you. Like he's hugging you, like he's thinking about stabbing you, but he's controlling himself. Like, what kind of a hug is this, man? The most intense hug.
It's like shaking. It's like you're calling a baby.
Yeah, he's crazy. When I met him first, he was like full on alcohol.
Oh, yeah.
That's wild. I don't know if he's gonna make it. But then when he came here, he sobered up by the time he moved to Austin. Then once we got him off the notes, it's like, man, that guy just flourished. He just became this thing.
He's present now.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he would have the notes, and then he would do Kill Tony, and when he would do Kill Tony, he would read off the notes, but then with the banter, the notes would be down, and he'd start looking at the audience in like with a menacing way, looking at certain people, fucking yelling at them. Like, I go, that's your key. That's you, your whole set. I'm like, this notes is a crutch. You know the jokes. Just remember them. And you get better at remembering them.
So now that you're not polluting your brain with booze and cocaine.
Yeah, your memory's better.
Right.
There you go, buddy.
He used to just sit in Denver. We had a neck brace on. We would like wear it 4 times to open mics. And it was going well. And then another comedian started doing a neck brace thing.
No way.
It was crazy. I remember being in comedy websites and like, she's doing the neck brace thing. It was a girl. She's nice. It was a girl.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. Did she actually have something wrong with that?
I think she,
Oh, gosh.
I don't want to say she faked it, but I don't think it was as necessary as she made it out to be.
That's
Yeah.
weird.
Huh?
You know what's weird? People that wear glasses that don't have it.
I hate them. They're stealing valor.
I was thinking about that.
Yeah.
Yeah? You have to have.
I am so blind without these.
What is it with people with clear lenses? Like, what is that about?
It shapes their face. It's an accessory. So they'll have like a big fat face, so they'll wear big glasses, or they have like a mouse face, so they wear little glasses. I really
Very odd.
Yeah.
Very odd choice.
It's like having a prosthetic leg attached. You have both.
Yeah, I remember I had those on. It was a comic. And I go, why do you wear one? And he goes, girls think you're smarter. I go, really?
You're the dumbest girls.
Girls! Yeah, I think you're smarter because you can't see good.
The glasses are doing it. Just shake keys at one of them. That'll probably work too.
Well, I guess the stereotype at one point in time was that you ruined your eyes by spending too much time looking at a close surface, a close object, which is what happens. Which is why cell phones are very bad for your eyes. So, like, the idea was this guy reads so much that his eyes suck.
He crippled his eyes.
Yeah.
His lust for knowledge.
Okay, so answer me this question. Why do I think it's hot when I see girls in glasses? Because I do.
Yeah, you do, man.
Why?
Because they do this.
Oh, that's why they take the glasses off.
Flick their hair back. That chick is the best.
No, first of all, I just saw an interview with her. She got on stage at the Zach Bryan show, and she sang with him. You know, at the end he sings Revival, and he has people come on stage and sing with him. It's a great fucking show. He puts on a big show. They brought her out there, and she yells out, "Tua!" to the whole crowd. Like, what the fuck? Would have ever thought that would happen?
I don't know. She just looks like the classic, like, you know, American hate.
Yeah.
It's like I had a chance with her, and she seems fun, and she loves sucking dick. Of course.
Great
Of course,
personality.
she captured the zeitgeist.
Yeah. It's funny. You know, like even the way she says it, you get me.
Yeah.
Like when she says it,
Yeah, we understand.
Yeah, we get you. She's only 21.
Yeah.
I was watching an interview with her. She's only 21. She wasn't a school teacher. All the shit people say she got fired. She's too young to be a teacher. She's 21. And, you know, she wasn't a bartender. All that stuff's bullshit. Just a young girl who was just on the streets. Nashville? And, went viral.
Yeah.
When the most weird, but I love that we live in a time where that happened. It's such a strange time.
I'm sure she'll be stealing club weekends from me in no time.
Here's something that should go viral. Jamie, pull up that guy that I tweeted, because people think I was making fun of this guy, which I kind of am, but also it is a catchy tune. You know, there's a lot of people, let me just say this. There's a lot of people that I feel lean into certain things because they think it's smart. You know, like when that Sam Smith guy dresses up like Satan. Start that from the beginning. This fucking guy is on stage at a pride thing, but here's what's important.
How do you get this footage of me, Jim?
I have a hot take. Here's what's important. The fucking dude is talented. Yeah, it's ridiculous that he's got a G-string on, and he's fat, he's wearing a biker helmet on, and he's got queer tattooed across his belly. But listen to him rap. Listen to this. How do I sound?
Action Bronson put the weight back on.
Good, right? It's entertaining. Like one of them, let me fill your hole. I'm pretty sure. That's the only thing that I can get out of all that. Like a little dance. But it's just the flow. His flow. I mean, everybody's freaking out about it. Oh, you know, the world. Listen, that's a grown man out there swinging dick for other grown men.
Yeah.
And they're having a good time.
They're having a consensual
Yeah. He's having a good time. People like it. But my point is, like, that's that guy. He's got queer tattooed across his stomach. He's not fucking cosplaying.
It's not performing.
Yeah, that's who he is.
Sure.
But he's fucking talented. Like that rap, like the flow is good. Like it's fucking good.
Also,
Man.
if you go to a show, don't you want that guy leading the band?
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
that's a blast. That's Fat G. Allen will suck you off.
Yeah, I'd love that guy to open up a show. He should open up Fully Loaded. That's what he should do.
In the deli roll.
Bert's fucking buddies and they'll love the Bert's crowd. Have that guy go out there first.
And then Bert would come out in the exact same outfit.
Yeah.
With a machine tattooed on his belly.
Yes. With a fucking biker hat on. Yes. Yeah.
I'm all for that stuff.
Dude, I love freaks. I love freaks of all. I mean, here's the thing. Like a lot of people are upset about the Pride Parade because they're like, oh, they're doing the Pride Parade. They're doing it in front of all these children. Hey. Bring your kids to a fucking Pride Parade. I know you want your kids to be tolerant. It's simply Bible. It's Chris Condi, queer conscious rapper. What? No, it's just that's big and awesome. Oh, hey, fella.
Whoa, he has a song called American Faggot.
Well,
That's loud as hell.
Yeah. That just sounded. That probably was in Austin then.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Looked like it was at a farmer's market based on the crowd.
So, like, there's this thing that people are saying about, like, the Pride Parade. Because all these people are walking around naked at the San Francisco Pride Parade. And they're interviewing these people and they have their dicks out.
Yeah.
Listen, if you don't want your kids to see gay guys being sexual, that's what Pride Parade is. It's not like a bunch of 40-year-old gay engineers holding hands, like married guys who are just holding hands, like, hey, we're proud.
Yeah.
It's different than anything else. Like any other kind of pride thing, it's not just like we just happen to be gay. It's overtly sexual. Oh, it's guys with fucking ball gags and dog leashes.
Kissing on each other.
Yeah, it's nuts. Like, I'm not against it at all, but you can't complain that that's happening because you brought your kids.
You can't take your kids to the cage fight and complain about violence.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Don't take your kids to Pride and complain about the gays.
Yeah. They're having a blast.
They have a good time.
Yeah.
I used to do a bit about how, like, I would always think, am I exaggerating about, like the gay neighborhood, like in LA, they have Boys Town and Seven, and it's so crazy. Like, I was always saying to myself, like, maybe I'm exaggerating. I need to drive through again. So every now and then I would take the right turn and go down Santa Monica Boulevard and head towards the ocean. And it's 5 blocks of no one saying no. It's just wild madness. It's dudes in cowboy hats and G-strings on poles, guys making out in the middle of the street and humping each other. It's crazy.
Having the time of their life.
Having the time of their life. And no yin and no pregnant.
I'm all for it. Yeah. You wrestle, but everyone wins.
Well, also, those guys have their own thing. The difference between gays and lesbians, unfortunately, never developed. I have a theory. I think that straight men find out that lesbians move next door and they're, I'm an ally, and they come to neighborhood. Whereas, like, straight men never move into a gay neighborhood. Rarely. Yeah. You can't, like, straight gun a gay neighborhood. No. But they figured out a way to make, like, a whole area all gay. Yeah. Like, only gay guys can do that.
It's admirable.
It's great. It's great. It's wild. But it's just wild that they can pull it off in almost every city.
Also, they can go into places, then they gentrify these places on the margins of the city, and the next thing you know, all the houses are worth so much money because they invest so much in their properties.
They invest so much in their property, make it more safe, and they keep a lot of people from moving there.
Oh, yeah.
I can tolerate a lot of techno and dudes walking around on Molly.
Yeah, for sure.
Fucking live there.
They're also operating Molly, typically. Yeah. They're very generous people. Yeah.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I lived in San Francisco. So I lived in San Francisco from age 7 to 11.
Yeah.
So I lived in a fully gay neighborhood. And
In the city of San Francisco.
yeah, but it was like we were in Ashford. We were right off of Lombard Street. So we were in there in like the mix, the whole thing. Like I could walk to Fisherman's Wharf from my house.
Yeah.
And so my neighbors were gay, and my aunt used to. She would smoke pot with these gay guys, and they would get naked and play the bongos. And they're like, oh, she's over there playing the bongos with the gay guys. I was like, okay. Like, it was so normal to me that it wasn't until I moved to Florida that I realized that people were homophobic. Right? But that was when I was 11. Like, I had no idea that people had a problem with gay people.
I mean, it was just normal for you as a boy to understand that your aunt had these friends, and it wasn't made strange, or they weren't othered, you know?
They were just normal guys who just happened to be gay. And they were everywhere, too. So it's like it became a normal because you just saw them everywhere. There was guys holding hands everywhere. This was San Francisco in the 1970s.
Yeah. That's like kind of what you want, right?
I want people to, I want people to be themselves.
Liberty and freedom.
Yeah, that's real freedom. You want America to be this fucking land of the free, home of the brave? You know how fucking brave you have to be holding hands with a dude and walk down a major street? What are the possibilities of running into homophobes? It's pretty fucking high.
For sure.
Pretty sure. Like, if you're gonna walk down any major metropolitan, for any, like, 3 or 4 block stretch, the odds of you running into a homophobe are very high. Someone's gonna be violently angry that you love another man.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that the young people now, they want to be homophobic, but I think that most, like, 18 to 23-year-old dudes have probably sucked a dick or had their dick sucked by a fella.
Really?
I don't know. I'd venture to
What
guess
do you think
that
is
they're...
happening today? Well, they missed pumping into the classroom. Like the gay bomb they tried in Iraq. Do you know about that story?
No.
Oh my God, you don't know that? Oh my God. What? The United States spent millions of dollars trying to develop a gay bomb.
Wow.
And so it's based on this hormone, this chemical, and they would detonate it above a city. And apparently it made men so randy that they wind up fucking each other, and it would demoralize them. This was the supposed idea.
No way.
Yeah, this is how goofy our fucking government is. Not knowing anything about the Spartans, who were gay as fuck, who were like one of the greatest armies ever known. They were so gay. And not just that, but when you fought next to someone and they were your friend, that was one thing. But if it was your lover, you would protect them to the death.
So smart.
Yeah, man. Well, they just also, I think people were just gay then. I think people back before they realized that you probably shouldn't fuck kids, they just fucked everything. You know? Yeah. And then the kids started writing down, once my uncle fucked me, my whole life was downhill. And you read that, like, oh, they probably stopped fucking kids. And they took forever before they figured that out. If you think about like Aristotle, Plato, Socrates, go back in time, all those guys had like young boy lovers.
Yeah. It was just accepted, and it was like part of passing your philosophy forward. Just as you would take an apprentice, and he'd also fuck his thighs from behind, but then he would tell the world your story. It's totally normal.
He was fucking writing everything that he was dictating.
Yeah. Yeah. But there was like that thing with like the philosophers. Some of them thought it was low-minded to actually have sex with the children fucked, so they would just hang their thighs from behind, and that was like cool. Yeah.
They just pretty fucked their thighs.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a good move.
It's real soft part of it.
Yeah, you don't get that hurt from it. You know, it's like, I wish that didn't happen, but at least he didn't fuck my butthole.
I'm still tight as a drum.
Yeah, it didn't make me walk around and like, what the fuck did he do to me?
Yeah, I don't have to use a diaper now.
I just feel weird. Like, oh, that guy just jizzed all over my thighs.
Yeah, but whatever. What are you gonna do? At least they know about geometry now.
No, they didn't know any better. Isn't that crazy? Like, well, just think about how much murder took place back then. Like, if you got to be our age back then, let's just say you got to be 30. How many people do you think get murdered? Probably dozens.
Yeah.
You probably saw people get murdered all the time.
They were very small things.
Over almost nothing. Yeah, disrespect. I mean, look, when this country was founded, one of our presidents, I forget which one, engaged in a duel while he was president.
Jackson.
Yeah.
Like his whole thing.
He just liked to shoot at people.
Yeah.
10 paces. Just the dumbest fucking thing to think. If you hate someone, you don't like them, why don't you guys agree to fight or something?
Right.
Why you gotta doing so dumb?
The pistols that. Yeah.
Many people think Andrew Jackson fought hundreds of duels. He did have a temper. He was challenged. Challenged others several times, but only one duel resulted in shots fired. In 1806, where he killed Charles Dickinson.
Good. He was a terrible shot.
How far away did he shoot from? Those guns suck too. I mean, they're shooting with muskets.
Right. And shot like a marble.
And shot the whole leg. Not very accurate either.
And you probably didn't die at the time. You take one of those, you're fine.
Take one in the shoulder. Especially if they're not accurate.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of guys are crippled from them.
Oh, for sure, because it would crack your bone.
Yeah.
It would like hit the bone and bend it in half.
And they never knew how to fix bones.
You just have to chop it off.
Yeah. They probably didn't know how to get blood out.
No, that's a good point. I bet lead poisoning.
There, just there.
Yeah. You should have the door guys duel with serious type guns, you know.
Right. They just kickball. Did you ever see this? That Mel Gibson trip where the guy gets hit.
Oh yeah. Remember Napoleon, where that horse gets exploded with a cannonball in the first 3 minutes?
Napoleon, but I heard about that.
The first 3 minutes is all you have to see.
Really?
Because you see a horse take a cannonball in the chest, and the rest of it is like him flipping for someone.
Oh, yeah. I heard it tucked him out.
It wasn't the best of it. It was pretty. It was like a lush film.
What a waste of watching. That guy's so good. He scared the shit out of me, the Joker. Oh my God. And then the riots happened like a year later.
I know.
Oh my God.
Predicted
How much was
programming.
they responsible for this?
I want to sidetrack. Back then were not exactly what we think they might have.
Oh yeah?
More intensive courage.
It says, I mean, people didn't just take 10 steps and shoot as quickly as possible. Most of the time, people would stand and fire their guns in the air, purposely miss their opponent, making it more or less a test about courage. However, there are plenty of real-life examples of people who would try to kill each other in a duel, for example, Hamilton and Burr. People involved in duels also chose seconds or people to accompany them to the duel to make sure it was legitimate. Oftentimes, the seconds found themselves acting as peacemakers in a duel, make sure if shots were fired, they weren't fired at other people. So it was a lot of playing chicken.
I think so. They probably
Shot each other.
Yeah. They probably had like that at the bar. I think I tried to get like a
Spoiler. John Wick pretended to be shot, but didn't.
I was the other got shot. Yeah, the guy went on the steps of Walmart.
The last one, you know, as much as I love this guy,
Cartoon. It's so serious. I'm okay with it. You turn your brain off.
the first one. First one's the best one. Because the first one, all the motivations are clear. Oh my God, I stole his car, I killed his car.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Do it. They build this world.
Yeah.
And stuff. Cool. There was war. I like those movies are the best.
Yeah.
You see Furiosa?
No.
Furiosa New Mad Max.
No, I haven't seen that, bro.
It's great. Treat yourself.
Really?
You see the most recent Mad Max before this?
Yeah.
Remember how great it was? Yeah, the theater going movie was the best. It's that again. But they figured out how to do word for it with kites and stuff as well. Yeah. So good.
Okay. I'm in.
The whole movie was storyboard too, so it looks like a graphic novel. It's like the best graphic novel I've ever seen.
Oh, no kidding. I haven't heard anything about it.
So badass, dude.
I think there's too much content today.
For sure.
It's very difficult for people to pay attention to everything.
Right. But there's very few movies that are like actually something you need to see in the theater.
Right.
And I think this is
I heard Dune 2 is
Stay awake. Oh really? I took so many episodes to Dune 2. I didn't make it past the previous one. You know, my Reese's Pieces and then with dogs and my wife's punching me in the stomach. Yeah.
the first.
Yeah, dude.
Comfy chairs like Monopolis.
Yeah.
Going back and it's got a cup holder there.
You can vape in there now? You have to vape them? Yeah. I mean, you can't vape in there, but you can. Yeah. Yeah, just like smoking live rosin and trying to stay alive. I love theaters.
Yeah, movies are great, especially for comedy, because it really is like the thing about comedy clubs. Like last night, I went to see Kill Tony, and you know, I like watching shows now more than I ever have before, because you don't get a chance to do that when you're performing a lot. You watch your friend do a set, but I sat and watched a show, and I've done that a bunch lately. Watch a show. It makes you appreciate the audience. I think we get too wrapped up in, like, I think it's good to see it the other way too, see it as an audience member, just get a different perspective on what you're doing up there too, and how it feels to be in the audience.
Yeah.
Just to inform yourself.
That's valuable.
Yeah.
And also, that show's perfect because you're not worried about, like, maybe someone's bit worming its way into your brain, and then you Robin Williams it later.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's why Norton doesn't watch stand-up.
I can't watch it either.
Really?
Yeah, because, like, when you riff a lot, when you're, I like improvising a lot on stage. Every now and then, you'll tell someone's joke, and then it's that moment where you're like, y'all like ask my teacher, like, is that someone's bit? You know, like, because you don't want to be that guy.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, that definitely can happen.
Yeah.
You know, but the thing is, it's like integrity. Like, does it happen on purpose? Or does it just happen? If it just happens, maybe you should figure out why. Maybe work on something for your memory, or think of, or maybe just don't leap. The problem is some ideas that you don't steal almost feel stolen, because this is the problem with creativity. Because this is the concept of the muse, right? That these ideas are just given to you by like the gods. And it kind of feels like that sometimes. It is. They'll arrive in your mind with a setup and a punchline. Yeah, there's something going on. I don't know what it is. I have a bizarre theory that ideas are actually a life form.
You think that they're energy?
I don't know what the word energy means. Like, the word energy means electricity, but also means energy. You know, it means a lot of things. Like, what do you get energy from? You get energy from the sun. It's energy, sure. But I think it makes stuff. Everything you see on this table came from an idea. Yeah. It's like ideas get into our minds, and then we make cars, or we make computers, and then ideas build on each other. You have to have all these other people's ideas, and you pull those ideas together and create a new invention. I think they're a life form. I think they're a way that they force creative apes to manifest physical things.
As if there's like individual particles that might be an idea. There's like an atom viewed with an idea. Or a bit. Somehow that gets into you.
I think the muse is and I think it's the more time you spend thinking, that you kind of hear those calls. The more time you spend alone writing and thinking, working on stuff, you hear those calls, and those calls, like from the ether, wherever the fuck it's coming from, those make their way on your page. And then there's real work involved too, where you're analyzing it. Okay, how can I make it better? Maybe the setup's too long. Maybe I should toss it and just readdress. Like I'll do that sometimes. Where I'll take a premise and just some of them just feel clunky, you know, like you're trying to work it out, but they don't necessarily feel right. Kind of last, but then you're doing it the same way over and over again.
And then that like that wonder that you had when the kid is dies, and you can see the crowd.
Yeah, you're right. So then, sometimes with those kind of things, I will just throw it aside and rewrite the joke just on the premise. So instead of using all the setup, the punchline, I'll say, "There's got to be another way to address this topic." Like, let me see. So that I think is like real work. That's real work where you're thinking and you're analyzing. But the ideas themselves, like the structure of all comedy is an idea. The structure of all comedy is like something comes out as a thought, where either you see something that's preposterous, or you hear something that's ridiculous, or you know, there's something. So there's some, and that's the framework. And then upon that, you build a bit, right? It's like that's the framing of the house.
You have the germ.
Yeah,
And you have to water.
exactly.
It's enough sunlight.
Exactly.
See which soils it grows better in.
That's why, like, there's a type of stealing that's like very insidious stealing, because these premises. Right? You'll do a bit about getting royal fees or something, whatever, or maybe something more obscure. They'll do a bit about someone buying you fitted socks, whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah.
And then someone will go, I can write something on that.
Right.
I can kind of
I'm not stealing the punchline, so it's not stealing.
I just twist around this person's premise.
Have you ever heard Tom Waits talk about the muse?
No.
So he thinks the muse is like a real thing, like you're talking about. It's like a vibe, for lack of a better term. So there's all these stories about Tom Waits sitting in front of his piano for like 10 hours a day, just screaming. Like, all right, you bitch, I'm here. I'm ready to do the work. I'm in front of the piano. Let's go. Give me what I need. I'm into the work right now. Just like hammering on the piano and yelling at the muse, trying to like enchant it and bring it to him as he's like, just like literally making insane discordant noise. And then out of nowhere, some chords fit together. And then he has a song. Yeah.
What's up?
So hard to know what's going on.
Yeah, but you can't write a book unless you're in front of a typewriter. You can't write a song unless you're in front of a keyboard. All these guys are like, how do you write a book? It's like, you have to be at the station where you do the work. You can't just sit there and be like, oh man, I'm going to write a book one day. So sweat over the keys until you have 1,000 words or whatever you need for that day to be done. Everyone wants to talk about like, oh, I want to write this book. And it's like, you telling me you want to write a book just set you back 6 months. Because you get the same hit of adrenaline and dopamine by telling someone your idea as actually like accomplishing that thing. Yeah, I think that's very dangerous to tell people you're doing stuff when you're not actually doing it.
I've talked about it too many times, but have you ever read Pressfield's War?
No, I have not.
Oh, we have a copy of it for you. He sent us a box. I used to give it to comics when they would, or any kind of creative person on the podcast. But Pressfield wrote this book, and he talks about the muse as it's written.
Yeah.
Pressfield was kind of like a ne'er-do-well until he was like 40. Kind of like was like half-assing it till he was 40, and then somewhere along the line he realized that it's just about being professional and like showing up, and so he started addressing the muse. And then he wrote The Legend of Bagger Vance, and wrote like some great screenplays and books, and just became very prolific.
Well, it's like we always count on inspiration to come into our lives, but if you can kind of like create a situation where that inspiration is more easily available to you, whatever that is, it's playing your music, it's drinking coffee, however you can like try and harness that ethereal thing that is inspiration, I think you can be a better creative. And like you said, become more professional in creating.
Yeah. There's also different ways that ideas come, right? One of the things that Stephen King would do, a lot of people would do this, is they would write and then they would go for a walk. So while you wrote everything, now let's go for a walk and just think about it. Right? You would go over and you're talking to it. Yeah, I've heard a bunch of writers say that.
Yeah, that was a big thing for me. Right? And then go on a walk and maybe smoke weed then you see it all differently, and you can come back and realize all this bullshit, and like all the time, and then go back and try and address that, and also other things that were like little ideas, but then you can expand upon them. It's literally your eyes seeing real light part of it. So I have to write like at my desk, my computer, but as soon as you get outside, you're like, oh, that's how light hits a tree at this time of day. Or like that's actually lavender. I was talking about lilac. There's just all these little things that are, I mean, romantic for sure, but also very applicable in concrete ways to your art.
Yeah. I think it's also getting out makes your blood pump.
Oh, for sure.
You know, it's walking around. I think there's the thing about walking is it's a very low level cardio. So like your heart is pumping, you're moving your body, but it's not exertion. So you're not because like when you're really tired, you can't like if somebody got you on an Airdyne bike and I started asking questions, you have a moron. Right. You have like 10% of your brain capacity. If you had to do an IQ test, if I had to do an IQ test when I was on a Versaclimber, it's probably
You're as smart as the Versaclimber.
You're fucking tired. So you don't want to be tired when you're thinking things, but you also want to be a little bit energized. And there's something about walking. It's just sort of because the heart is not beating, 60 beats a minute. Now it might be beating 75 or 80 or just a little extra. Just a little something. So when you're walking around, you get that flow going.
Swimming's good for that too. Yeah, you get in the pool and all of a sudden, everything. You get a completely different perspective. And you're just in there doing your laps. Like when I was in Vegas, I had to swim because you can't walk around outside. Oh, right. So I just get in the pool. I remember there was this fat dude, man, you're putting in the work, man. And I was like, thanks, bro. And he's like, just keep doing it, man. It's good for you. And then he got out of the pool and he had a giant swastika tattoo on his back.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
He was my pool buddy, though. He was encouraging me. I think I was trying to probably do that. Like it wasn't a surprise. Receiving platonic knowledge.
I
don't think so.
Especially when it's walking on the back.
Maybe that helped me out. Maybe make it quicker. Maybe just put swastika on your back.
It's hard to come. You got a big area. So we're gonna put a swastika on your back.
Give me a target, man.
Yeah. Maybe like made a deal with them.
All right, sure.
That's really what's gonna help quicker.
He was good in the water. He was like a seal.
I was so happy to be in the water. Never had water in jail.
You can't get fucked in the ass in water.
True.
Yeah.
It's very hard. Especially in deep water.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good luck.
Like there's that,
How could you be hard?
what was that like? That boat during, I think, the Pacific Theater of World War II? That like, they sank it, and then they were in these shark-infested waters. They just kept getting picked off. Like you'd be floating with your buddy, then all of a sudden he would disappear forever. Well, I heard on a podcast that also there was feverish homosexuality. So dudes would be like on a plank of wood and just savage each other. Because they like, and I don't remember why it was, but there was all these accounts of like dudes butt fucking, raping each other on these like little planks of wood, while other people were like bleeding out in the water and like their flesh is coming off from salt water and shit. Yeah, I think I heard that on last podcast.
See if you can find anything on that.
Yeah,
That's what I'm looking before you finish.
oh yeah, he's got a lot of butt fucking windows open over there.
Blood fucking won't get eaten by sharks.
Yeah.
Wow. I guess if you were in that sort of scenario, especially for long periods of time, your mind just must be so overwhelmed with anxiety and fear and then acceptance and then sadness. You're watching people around you getting killed, the morbid fucking the tissue floating in the water, whatever's left of your friends.
And also, like, if someone's bleeding, you get as far away from them as possible because the sharks are going to eat them.
Oh,
It's probably just your brain trying to protect yourself, so it just reverts back to, like, your very simian part of yourself, which is, like, hold someone down, overpower them, and get it out of you. Yeah.
the other people, they're gonna die too. Yeah. We watched you fuck Harry. Why'd you do that? Harry said stop. You kept going. Hey, why we're all gonna die.
Yeah. Didn't think anyone would be able to tell this story. Sorry, bro.
1940s. You want me to do a podcast?
Yeah.
2024.
Wow. We're not naming.
We're not even. No, we don't know anything.
I would gladly if I
I
did.
would if I knew that.
Yeah, where's their plaque? This guy fucked a bunch of people.
How about the guy who got butt fucked? Not only did he watch all his friends get eaten by sharks, he also got butt fucked.
And a purple heart and a purple sleeve.
Like, don't worry about it. We're all gonna be dead in an hour or two.
Take me.
Rescue.
They're just tattooing swastikas on him.
They get rescued. The guy who butt fucked. Hey! What about when I put on the fucking rap, dude? Sorry, man. I lost my mind. Okay. As the Indianapolis sailors struggled in the water, there was bravery and self-sacrifice, all vividly detailed by Vincent and Vlad. There was also violence, cannibalism, and even sexual attacks. In the water, the dead outnumbered the living. Men continued to expire so quickly, it became almost impossible to move around without having to shoulder through shoals of corpses. Holy fuck. And then the sharks. One moment they behaved like gentle and curious giants, moving up close to inspect the men with black, unblinking eyes. The next moment they attacked, their steel-trapped jaws snuffing out a man's life before he could draw a breath to scream. Making you pop up. I'm not interested in folks. So the sexual attacks. That's it? Just a mere mention?
You think the LA Times would want to get involved in more lurid details?
Yeah.
Sell a subscription.
You guys need to sell some subscriptions. Okay. Yeah, they apparently just love watching people go. I would not want to be a fucking reporter right now.
No, but there's good journalism going on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Also independent.
That Whitney Webb character.
She's a character.
She's cool.
Yeah, that lady knows a lot.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how she knows it all, but God, I'd be afraid if I were her.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to disappear.
I think she lives in another country. Doesn't she?
I think so.
Yeah, I watched her on a bunch of shows. I watched her on Patrick and David. I watched her on, I think she was on Jimmy Dore show a few times. She knows a lot.
I think Tim's got a direct line to her.
That's a wild thing to, like, be focusing on. The evil, like, oligarchs and people in power of the world, how they twisted everything throughout history. Like, something real target.
The bloodlines.
Oh, yeah, all that shit.
Yeah,
The bloodline stuff's wild.
it is.
That's really fun.
Tim called her when we were in Europe. I was opening for him in April over there, and he really wanted to go to St. Petersburg, Russia, to eat at Gogol, which is like the best restaurant in the world allegedly. So he called her, he called Tucker Carlson, like trying to figure out how to get into Russia. He even went to the State Department, and they were like, no. He was like, I'll be there for 3 hours. Come on, let us eat dinner. We'll be fine. You can watch us the whole time. It'll be good. It'll be good.
Snatch him up.
I think he'd be compromised, and then I'd be the other guy.
Yeah.
They just think I was a fat prostitute. Yeah, exactly. Tim Dillon is Cumboy, arrested in St. Petersburg. Tim would be so embarrassed. I'm not his type at all.
At all. That's hilarious.
Yeah, man.
That's hilarious. Yeah, he's a wild boy. He would want to go to Russia. That's so crazy.
And hey, I was all for it, dude. I was like, yeah, let's go.
Yeah, you can't go over there.
No.
No, we just signed a 10-year contract to supply them with weapons. To supply Ukraine with weapons for the next 10 years.
Yeah.
I think this whole thing it's terrifying to watch, but it's also a very clear money grab.
Yeah.
There's so much money going over there, and there's so much money we continue to send, and it's just like, how is this okay with everybody? How is anybody letting this happen?
Yeah. I mean, the taxpayers are really holding the bag on it, too, you know?
Dave Smith had a wild suggestion.
What was that?
He's full of this. He was doing a debate about Russia and Ukraine. He said one of the ways to incentivize Russia to stop attacking Ukraine is left NATO. Not only should we say that Ukraine's not going to join NATO, but we're going to leave NATO. I was like, whoa, what would be the repercussions of that, though? Look knows.
We would just be
Well, look at the repercussions of being part of it. Look at the repercussions of what's going on right now. Because, Dave is the best at explaining, and he'll credit Scott Horton and a lot of other people. But Dave is really good at recalling information, explaining how the whole red line with Putin was Ukraine joining NATO. They always did that. And they kept moving NATO-based countries. They kept moving weapons closer and closer to Russia. Like, the whole thing was like they're baiting him to do this. I just get so suspicious of military activity because I know that there's always going to be bad people in the world that you have to send good people to go fight. That's always going to be the case, right? The clearest, most pure version of that for us is always World War II. Right. The Nazis, we go over there and kill the Nazis. The whole United States, gets together, and then when it's over, there's that sailor kissing that girl. Right. It's like, hey, this is why people sacrifice. Yeah. This is why it's America. It's so amazing. This country. That's not the job. Only one example. Most of the time, it's people figuring out a way to get defense contracts.
Or there's some cool resources that just so happen to be right there.
Just happens to be a lot of lithium in the area.
Yeah. It's very convenient that they need democracy right now.
Yeah, and the same people that are telling you that Joe Biden's fine. That's how things get done. Like, that is, like, whether or not Joe Biden, should be president or not president, put that aside for a second. Yeah. Everybody knows there's something wrong, right? The people that are telling you there's not something wrong, the reason why they think they can do that is they do that with everything. Yeah. They do that with Venezuela, they do that with Yemen, they do that with Ukraine, they do that with everything. They bullshit and gaslight depending on what the narrative is.
You're very creative with what facts.
And the facts change over time, and they're not really, sometimes they don't even know. Like, one of the more interesting exchanges about the Ukraine war was with, of all people, Candace Owens. So Candace Owens was talking about how corrupt Ukraine was. So someone sent her a message from the New York Times, what evidence do you have that Ukraine is corrupt? And she said, your own fucking newspaper. And she sent them all these articles that were written previous to 2017 about rampant corruption in Ukraine, about Ukraine's like one of the most corrupt countries.
Where the narrative changed.
Yeah. The narrative changed. And now it's from that last Ukraine flag. But yeah, Ukraine should not have been invaded. Yeah, it's all fucked up. It's horrible. Hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians, they don't even know what the real number is, are probably dead. Yeah, horrible. But also, that was a corrupt country. Like, just because horrible things are done to them, it's not justifying those horrible things. Yeah. But you can't pretend that Ukraine has always been amazing just because now we're supposed to support them. Right. Russia did a horrible thing. You gotta tell the fucking truth. That's what being a journalist is. We're not babies, but they treat us like babies.
Oh my God, they coddle us so much.
It's so, the whole thing during the pandemic, you can't tell people about other things or about adverse reactions to vaccines because then it causes vaccine hesitancy. Oh, you mean an informed opinion? Are you fucking trying to stop informed opinions? And a lot of them from, like, professors at Stanford and Harvard? This is bananas.
Right, and it's like, it's condescending. You're talking down to these people that are trying to get onto your side. Because a lot of them, if they're smart, will be like, come on, I'm not a baby.
Yeah, it's a fucking annoying. And the people that are doing it right now about Biden, they're telling you how you should vote, though you know he's impaired, you definitely shouldn't vote for Trump. Like, don't tell people that, you fucking idiot. It's going to make more people angry and want to vote for Trump. You are not going to convince anyone walking down the west side of New York City talking into your phone about what a threat Trump is to democracy. You aren't changing anybody's fucking vote. You're just being a condescending, scolding, liberal cunt, which is what drives everyone crazy.
Scolding for verbiage is like the worst thing that the liberal side does.
But the fucking conservatives used to do it too. It's a human characteristic, and this is what's important. Everybody wants to get on this. The liberals are bad. The conservatives are bad. It's bullshit. It's all just a human behavior pattern. We always want to tell people that they behave and think and accept the truths that we have accepted. You have to behave like us. And if you don't, you're the enemy.
Right.
And it's not really that these people have these opinions oftentimes. It's that they have subscribed to a predetermined set of opinions.
There's a narrative.
In order to be in this group.
There's a party line.
If you tell me how you feel about the Second Amendment, I can tell you how you feel about abortion. Almost 80% of the time.
Right.
Which is wild. It's wild. Because they're two very complicated issues, right? If you tell me how you feel about immigration, if you tell me how you feel about weapons, military spending, I can probably tell how you feel about God.
Yeah.
I can probably tell you what your religious leanings are. It's just bizarre. And it's just because the reality of life is too open-ended and complex and fascinating and bizarre and majestic and immense. Boundless. Yeah. Immense. And more immense than we even thought it was. Now we're looking into the James Webb telescope. They're finding galaxies that are so big so long ago that they couldn't have existed possibly in a short amount of time, which they were from the Big Bang. So that now they're starting to think that the universe is like maybe 10 billion years older than they thought it was, which is good. Yeah, but it's still, it's like, what does that even mean? It's too much.
There's like division is really important to people in power because they keep us fighting each other instead of against the presidency or the government. So back in the day, it was like racism, and there's still racism in this country. Like we're moving further, you know. And then it was like class conflict, but now it's like everyone's for, you know.
Yes.
So now it's like straight up Republicans or Democrats. You have to go to war with your neighbor over that thing. Yeah. It's like they're all the same. They work for the same corporation. Oligarchs are paying them off. Exactly. I mean, it's voting first. Experiment. Democracy is flawed, but it's have, you know.
It's the best thing going, but the problem is we made a fatal flaw and we allowed them money.
Oh yeah.
That's the fatal flaw. The fatal flaw is letting politics and money and lobbyists, special interest groups, corporations donate political candidates. As soon as we that should be illegal, we should give it as a bribe.
That's what it is. 100%.
Everything should be supported 100% by the people for the people. That's only how it should be. And if we find out that corporations are involved, the corporations are even suggesting that people should be involved, we should like fine them. It should be illegal. It should be for the people that want to do it.
Load up them dynamite. Load up them dynamite and like that. Boom. Now, my name is Macy Gray. I'm from OU. Oh, sure, baby. Hey, man. You know, it's
These guys are doing the same thing. Like they have human behavior patterns, and then they attach to it equity and inclusion, and all these different thoughts about Christian nationalism and protect our borders and God save Trump. It's the same thing. Yeah. It's really the same thing. Like what it is just like you've attached natural human behavior patterns to an ideology, and you don't think about it. Because this is the thing about cults. Nobody in a cult thinks they're in a cult. They're like, this is the way to live.
Yeah, they're seeing the veil in that cult. They're the only ones who are living a justified life.
Did I tell you the cult story about the place that I initially bought before we bought the Ritz?
I heard trickles of this, but not directly from you.
Adam is the one who saved me. This is what happened. So Ron White, we had just gotten here and we realized, I was like, we need a place. We cannot be out here just doing a bunch of random clubs. Like, the thing about the Comedy Store that I recognized like very early on is it's home base. And comics need a home base. And the way everybody was developing, one of the things that helped us is like, if I'm on the road, I don't get to see Bill Burr's hour. I'm on the road. He's on the road somewhere else. I don't get to see Dave Chappelle. But when we're in town together, then we could all see each other's sets.
Right.
So we would all and then hang together and talk. And so I was like, all right, we need a spot. And so Ron goes, you should buy that place, the Cult owned. I fucking performed there. I killed. It was beautiful. It's beautiful theater. I think it's for sale. I was like, wow, a theater that a cult owned, that'll be fun.
Yeah.
And then Adam calls me up after I already signed paperwork and everything.
Oh, no.
Adam calls, hey man, did you watch the documentary on that cult? I'm like, you have a documentary?
That's not good.
No, it's bad. Documentary's called Holy Hell. And the guy who was the cult member, the cult leader, was a gay porn star who was also a hypnotist.
Those are two of the worst things you can be.
I mean, this fucking guy, he changed his names multiple times. His original name was Jaime Gomez. He was actually an extra in Rosemary's Baby. All right. He was like in one of the scenes in the end of Rosemary's Baby. So he was an actor. And so did gay porn. And then he teaches yoga class, gets because like beautiful. It was like a six-pack and sculpted face.
He'd be hot to run a
He
cult.
was hot as hell.
Yeah.
And just had this cult going for a long time in West Hollywood, but then Waco popped off. So then the Cult Awareness Network had been getting, like, parents would be saying, where the fuck is my kid? And they would be in this cult, and so, like, people were starting to, like, investigate them. So to throw people off the track, this fucking guy moves to Austin, changes his name again, and then has his followers build him this beautiful theater where he can dance in front of them.
Just for dancing?
Just for dancing.
And hypnotism?
And that's the place I bought. So it all falls apart. It all falls apart a year later when one guy sends out a mass email. This guy's been 10 years. And then everybody starts comparing notes. Like, oh, yeah, fucking this guy was just...
The butt book? For the privilege?
So he was for therapy. And I was giving $50. And then he used therapy and then fuck you.
I mean, maybe he has maybe he knows some stuff we don't know. Maybe he was helping people. No?
No, I think people are just... I think human beings have a thing in us that makes us want to believe nonsense.
Yeah. When we're looking for some kind of solution to the chaos that we're surrounded by.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that could manifest itself in you being a diehard Democrat that don't think there's anything wrong with Joe Biden. Joe Biden, his age is his strength.
He's sundowning up there.
Strength.
Yeah.
His fucking wife was on TV talking about his performance, and she was saying that he sharpened his back. Oh, have you seen it? Have you seen Joe Biden?
Yeah. And he's just standing behind her like a wax figure.
Good, Joe. You answered every question.
Did I? Yeah. I did. I'm the best.
Poor guy.
Yeah.
He's like me if I was on a that's where he's at right now.
That's him leading the country.
Yeah, it's obliterated. But believing that that guy's okay is the same thing as believing that this gay porn star who's a hit is really like wild about the documentary. He had this thing to them called the knowing. He had to earn it somehow. He had to get on the right path for long enough, and he was a ritual. During the ritual, he would put his hands on you. And to this day, the people that had it, even the people that complained about him, were in the documentary talking about this guy's just evil and manipulative. They said that in that moment they felt God. That they, and you see
his hands were
he
on
puts his hands, he's really intense burning eyes, and puts his hands on them on their knees, and they're like, oh. So, like, the chemicals that was through this moment, this ritual thing, the power of suggestion, and whatever the vibe is the two of them have, clearly hypnosis as well.
Yeah.
He locks onto this person, and these people are like just writhing in orgasms, and it just like just like and to this day they're all talking, even though they're saying bullshit, they're like that moment when that happens, it changed forever.
So you could like somehow make them release like oxytocin that's in their brains, and they're flooded.
Yep, all that.
That's good images.
Probably, I mean, we're isolating specific things like, dopamine, serotonin, DMT. There's all these different things that people are. But I have a feeling the real cocktail It's really up. It's everything all together.
Yeah.
That's probably the real, like, whatever it is that you have when you have near-death experiences. They're all the most potent psychedelic chemicals known to man that your brain makes.
The Long Island iced tea, brain chemicals. Ooh, your brain's afloat in it.
Yeah, it's a fucking 4th of July fireworks display inside of there. And it just pops off. And this guy knew how to get people to experience it just from his thing. See if you can find video of him doing that.
I envy those people.
I do a little
To
too.
feel something that transcendent on Earth.
If you could just, like, believe it enough that this guy could just do that to you.
I don't believe in anything. I believe in like me and my friends and my family and like the community that I can build. But like it's really hard to have any faith in anything bigger than myself.
But you have to have an open mind, right? But you also can't. You can't really believe anything there's no evidence for. Like a lot of my ideas about how the universe works and how everything works and the karma of life and energy.
Karma?
I don't know what it means. So I don't think that necessarily, like, if you do something will happen to you.
Yeah.
But I do think that if you do something evil, you're aware that you did something evil, and I think your existence is poisoned because of that. And I think you will forever run into bad situations because you're filled with bad thoughts and bad energy.
Like a psychic cancer.
Yeah. Yes, I think that's real. I think there's some
altruism's real at all.
I think there's some real altruism, and it's usually between people that know each other.
Yeah, but okay, kindness, generosity. What is that? Altruism, or that's just
Well, I was being generous.
it elevates
But
you.
there also is really good. Some people really.
No altruism, it's okay. Doing the right thing. You get off on it, you still benefited someone else.
You do, but why should you not benefit while they're benefiting too? As long as you're not being selfish and narcissistic about it, why don't you do it? Yeah, of course it feels good to make people feel good. But it also makes them feel good. You should do it. Not make them feel good because your work's going to make you feel good and they're selfish.
Yeah.
That seems silly.
We have to share what you have based on how much you have. Because like when I was poor, it was like my friends, my best friends, would have like half a joint, and they would smoke that half a joint with me.
Yeah.
And now that I have like more resources compared to some of my friends, I'm always buying meals and like that kind of thing. And they're like, hey man, you don't have to do this. And it's like, well, you rode with me when we had $8 to rub together.
Yeah.
And now I have only $8, so like I'm glad to be able to do this for you.
Yeah, the difference between like being able to pay for a meal easy and not thinking about it where you're wondering how much things cost and you're adding it all up in your head, that's a huge difference.
Yeah.
The alleviation of that is the most important thing. Like Brian Callen said that to me. He said the real wealth is like when you go to a restaurant and you don't worry about what anything costs. Once you get past that, you just think it's all bullshit. And I'm like,
That is very profound. Yeah.
like no matter where you live, your house just feels like your house. You have to spend $10 million for a house, or you just have a fucking 2-bedroom apartment that's quiet and not dangerous.
It's just home. I have a hard time feeling at home anywhere. Because the road is just home, man. Yeah, I mean, I've been on the road since I was with the band first, and then stand up real hard, and now like the last 6 months of last year, my wife and I didn't have an address. We were just like living on the road. It was romantic, but it was so daunting, dude. I remember my sister was like, what do you want to do for New Year's? And I was like, what if we just got like an Airbnb, like cooked dinner and hung out? And she's like, oh, so your idea of a party is like living in a home? You need to fucking move somewhere, man. So we like tried it. We did 2 months abroad last year doing shows and shit. She came with me, and it was great. But now we like bought a house in Detroit, and I'm really happy about it. But I don't ever know if I'll like really feel comfortable when I'm not in motion.
That's interesting.
Like, it's good. All my dreams are coming true, but then you have to realize, like, who you are isn't going to be fixed by everything you wanted happen.
Right.
You still have to, like, figure out what's the root cause of you. It's Wednesday, and I've been home for 2 days. God, I can't wait to get the fucking potato.
But isn't it because you love what you do and you're good at what you do?
I really love what I do.
Yeah.
I'm super grateful to be a comic.
There's that, right?
Yeah.
And that's like the way to do that is like you kind of got to do your own.
And so, and like for a long time, I couldn't get now I can. It was like because you're 5 years shows. Now, I work like 30. I'm not complaining. I'm just like, this is a new thing with the buying of the home and moving to the home. Me being like, what does being at peace look like for me? Right. Because I'm used to existing, you know, forward.
That's the problem with it. So the thing is, like, people will tell you because of the narrative from a movie or a book that you're supposed to settle down somewhere.
Yeah.
Says who?
I don't know.
Listen, there's a reason why there's flights and hotels. Because people like to travel places, right? Stay and they don't have a house there.
Yeah.
So you go to the fucking hotel. It's simple. Like, it's there set up for you, and if you take advantage of it, it's fun. It's that you enjoy. Some people don't enjoy it at all. Some people like to. The problem is, the real problem with the travel all the time is your health. Because it fucks up your sleeping, it fucks up your eating schedule, it fucks up a lot of stuff.
I mean, there's a problem trying to fill in with food, drugs, and I really don't. He hasn't been for 8 years. I breaks on losing, you know, when I like 15 yeah. I know.
Baby can expose you for
Like, when you're just doing the Friday early show and you've already had 7 beers, and then you wake up Saturday and you're like hungover, and you're like, oh, I guess I have to have 12 more beers tonight to get normal. You're not drunk. You're drinking Miller Lite. You're just confused and bloated. Right. That's all you get out of it.
Did you lost a lot of weight?
I did, yeah. I'm like 50 pounds this past month. Congratulations. I have to. I love it now. Like, hitting the break. I love being around more funny people. Thanks.
You just hitting the brakes on booze? Is that what you had to do?
Hitting the brakes on booze. Well, that's 1,500 calories in pure sugar that I'm not taking in every, 4 days out of the week. So that's great, And then also eating better, and then moving around. I spend a lot of time outside. And now that I'm like actually going to be in a home, like the weight set's going back in. Like there's a pool in the neighborhood. Like, because for so long it was like I had nothing, and I was just like so desperate for some. I'm sleeping on this floor tonight. I would go on stage and be like, hey, I don't have a place to stay. I didn't want to spend the $40 on a hotel, dude.
Wow. So you'd be telling people, can I stay at your house?
I wouldn't even ask her to stay on stage. You look rich. Can I stay at your house? And they'd be like, all right, get in there, you play.
That's amazing.
That's how I survived on the road for like ever.
Wow. So how many times do you think you did that?
Countless. That was my move. That was straight up my move.
Hey, you just stayed at people's houses.
Yeah, because I learned it from like punk rock. We would play only all ages shows. So you would either stay in the venue, you'd stay in the squad, or someone would bring you home and like you'd hear them have a conversation with their girlfriend in the next room, and then she'd be like loud, and he'd be, gotta be up by 6 a.m. But we had a roof over our head. And then you had the next day. And that sense of purpose that you have on the road is so pure. You have a destination that night. You have a thing you need to accomplish.
Right.
And like, luckily, I read because I came from like I really admired like SST records, like early '80s, like hardcore. Like that's where I came from. And I remember reading, I think it was Henry Rollins' book, In the Van, where the first trip he did with Black Flag, they practiced for like 2 months in LA, and they got real good when he joined the band. And then their first tour date was in Oklahoma, and like 12 kids came, and he was like, fuck this, why are we working so hard, this sucks. And then the bass player, Chuck Dukowski, was like, no, it's not their fault that no one else showed up. We're going to give them Black Flag. They came to see Black Flag, we're giving them Black Flag. And that defined my experience doing stand-up, where it's like, yeah, I would go do the show, there'd be 20 people there. But the next time I go to Omaha, there's going to be 40 people there, because I fucking left it all on the floor. I was crushing just so I could survive. It was a survival mechanism. And I think that really helped me in my career, because I like had so much at stake every show.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. Like, if you go to a show and there's only 100 people and it's a 300-seat venue, you're upset that only 100 people. That's 100 people that paid money that came out to see you.
Yeah.
Treat them. Treat them to like you're so happy they're there.
Yeah.
Appreciate them. Like, don't. God, we're so caught up in keeping up with the Joneses. It's so dumb. It's like that's another like dumb human resource based instinct.
Comparison.
Yeah.
It's the death is happiness.
Yeah. It's a great quote.
Yeah.
I think that's the road. I think it's the road.
Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't it?
Probably. He's always saying cool stuff.
He said a lot of cool shit out in that pond.
But it's like you can't compare yourself to your friends.
No.
Like if I compared myself to Shane, I would be like successful.
Right.
What I am is I'm happy for Shane. And his rise is so good for comedy in general. And he's been so generous. You know, he put my special on his channel. Like, he doesn't have to do any of these things.
Right.
And I told Shane that he's inherently punk rock, and he rolled his eyes. You know, because he's from the middle of Pennsylvania, and punk rock's for homos or whatever. You know? And I was like, oh,
Fox is that guy with the queer tag.
exactly, yeah, that guy's punk rock, but so is Shane's ethos. He brought his friends with him. He built this stuff. He did everything independently.
This is Twain?
Nice.
No way. Really?
Whatever he stole it from.
Interesting.
Okay.
Comparison is the thief of joy.
Yeah, thief's a better word.
The death of joy. Roosevelt's a thief of joy. But who was first?
I don't know.
Who was before? When was Roosevelt?
Roosevelt was
Post
Twain.
Twain. Yeah. So you probably heard from Twain and snatched it a la Joe Biden.
Have you ever heard what Twain did for Ulysses S. Grant? So, like, Grant's the president, but everyone thinks he's this, like, insane booze bag because he got busted being drunk one time on watch. So he becomes president, leaves the Union Army, but then money wears out. So he's, like, on his Grant, and fucking... Oh, and his brother, like, spent all his money. His son was a total fuck-up. Like, he has no cash. This guy's like, hey, would you write your memoir, and I'll publish it for my publishing. And I'll give you, like, $1,000. Ulysses S. Grant's like, for sure. Awesome. And then Twain hears this, and he's like, don't sign that deal. I'll publish your book myself, and you'll make so much more money. Like, and Ulysses S. Grant was like, but I made a promise to a man, and I'm a man, and I must honor my word. And Twain's like, okay, pump the brakes on that, Ulysses. So he publishes Ulysses S. Grant's book, and it becomes a national bestseller, and changed his life, and gave him all this money.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And they would have sold him down the river.
They would give him $1,000 to have a best-selling novel.
Wow. That's what I had heard.
Yeah.
Mark Twain was, I think he was the first comic.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think so.
He would read funny things in front of people that would laugh.
He had to because he didn't have any money.
Oh, yeah.
It was like when Jeremy Piven hits the road.
So when Twain did that, he didn't have money back then?
I think publishing deal. He was the first like dude who harnessed the reins of his own production and like writing. I think Dickens did that to a certain degree too. He owned the publishing and he would like sell it himself. And then he hit the road. I can't remember why, but I think it was cash grab. And he did these public speaking engagements where he would do bits and stuff.
Okay.
I think so. I could be conflating him and someone else, but I think that's
That kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
That kind of makes sense. He's like, oh, how can I make like you see a lot of podcasts. Sure. Talk about
I get it.
I get it too. That's just stuff for fun. This guy, that is like some like, oh, we got nets out there. We're living out here for 100 years.
Oh yeah, we're better. You want some fucking camel milk?
I can't even feel comfortable in his own house.
Yeah, because I'm just so used to being like, what are we doing today? What's our
The
purpose?
people that haven't experienced that before, like Jordan, tell me how much it wears on you. Yeah. No, it wears on you. It wears on you when you fly. Like, I just flew from Vegas on Sunday morning. It wears on you. That day, you're like wrecked. For no reason.
And also I have a hard time like spending the money to move up front. You know, like I spent $600 when I was to fly back from Australia in first class. It was an insane deal. My wife was like, do it, dude. And then the whole time I was sitting up there, I was just pissed at myself for being such a bourgeois pig and needing to be comfortable.
That's going to be a problem as you become more successful.
I know. That'll be extra. I know.
Yeah, there's a lot of I mean, there's one thing that definitely happens is people develop sort of crisis, you know, the imposter syndrome sort of thing. That happens when you become famous and when you become successful.
I don't have imposter syndrome. I know I'm good at the job. What I have is like
just
turning your back on your ideals of like punk rock, like dumpsters. That thing's hard for me to get over.
Right. And I see what you're saying. Well, I know a lot of people that get imposter syndrome thing too, because when success comes at a very high level, it becomes baffling. Like you're hanging out with famous people, it doesn't make sense. It feels weird.
It's still weird to be in this room. You know what I mean? It's so strange to me. Like, I'm really grateful to be here, but it is just like also weird to remember how far away from this room I was for such a long time. That's yeah.
Well, this room's not this one, but one of them. Been around for 50 years.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's hard. Yeah, perspective. Such a warming experience.
Yeah, it really is. As you get more successful, you tend to feel weird.
Makes me say,
Yeah, but it's like what you do. Like I think of money as fun coupons.
sure,
That's what I think. Like how much fun can I have with this?
I think it is safe. Be taken away at any
Sure.
war.
That's up to a point. Once you pass a certain bank account number, yeah, it becomes fun.
I remember when I had my first comma in my bank account, I called my dad.
Nice. You got to calm it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, commas are nice, but it's like you don't have to sleep in the back of the bus. You don't have to fucking eat. You don't have to do anything stupid. Prove who you for.
You don't have to self-flagellate yourself.
Yeah, but it's also like you have all these fun coupons. Why do you have them? Spend it.
Oh, I mean, I'm burning them down.
Oh,
I have a 2007 Chevy Impala. I don't have a bunch of like cool jewelry. I like that.
it's beautiful.
It's a great watch. It's a bullet back.
Oh, it's pretty.
But I do spend money on dining, and I do spend money on like if my sister-in-law wants something nice for our niece, I'm like, well, here's 3 different models of that nice thing you want.
Oh,
That's like how I like shower people.
that's great.
Love and affection.
No, that's definitely cool.
But I did spend like
We should get a nice car.
$50,000 on dining.
If you didn't feel like a bourgeois pig,
Yeah.
in a car, what kind of car would you drive?
I would like a very safe car. You know what I want to is I want a Ford Astrovan. And I want one of those like Benzes, those like passenger vans that they have.
Oh, yeah,
like
that's
sport
right.
routines right around there.
Yeah. You can have that on the podcast. We would talk about that now. Yeah, we talked about
Exactly that.
so once you're up,
And they're just
I've dabbled. That's pretty cool.
but I do like to conserve that. Like
I hear you.
my beautiful wife.
That's honorable.
Yeah.
Nothing else on melatonin or anything else? Sleep mask?
Like saying radio. Oh, yeah.
No solution.
Love radio. I did
Really funny radio.
back to that. That was the first version of the show. Right.
Yeah, it's a big and you're sitting tired, like you're literally yawning.
Yeah.
And then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Chuckle Lounge.
Ready to laugh.
Come on, you can do better than that. Who's ready to laugh?
And due to like the different groups of Venn diagrams, Tony, you, so these people have very high expectations.
Right.
So I always feel like I really got to do a good job.
That's the best way to feel always, forever. For sure. Keep that forever. I get nervous for every show. Every show I do, even now.
Me too.
Yeah.
I
I
thought
get
it'd be
nervous.
easier once they were coming to see you.
Nope.
No,
Worse.
It's an expectation.
Yeah, harder.
Yeah.
Yo, how are you, dog?
That's forever.
Great to see you. I love you, Orlando Jet. I was watching you earlier. Dog.
Oh, really? Was
Yeah.
that you and my dad? The joint rabbi Discord?
I was just watching you, observing you as a creator. How are you?
Dude, I was just downloading Minecraft, and then someone said, why the fuck is Rabbi in Coles for a month? And I was like, I'll show you who he is.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, perfect. I appreciate the opportunity. So, are we on your stream?
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, if you don't know who I am, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I'm the biggest fucking deal in global history. I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. Here's what we do. I live in this Discord 24/7. I also live in Orlando's Discord. He's been nice enough to allow me to live there for the last month. I'm also live in Telegram. I'm live on 8 different YouTube streams right now. I'm live on 5 different uh other platforms, just the big ones: Twitter, TikTok, Instagram. I'm live on 33 other platforms. I have been live that some of these platforms start up and shut down, and I end up lasting longer than they do.
Oh, Rabbi, I miss you.
I miss you too, big dog. We're getting some fun people in here, so you should know.
Yeah, when it comes to Australia, so we can do a stream together.
Dude, absolutely, and we're gonna pull major tail. Absolutely. Gigantic Australian tail. Like crazy. It'll be like we're gonna have to line chicks up and just it's gonna be wild. It'll be like Outback Steakhouse on have you ever been to an Outback Steakhouse?
No, I have never been to one of them. Heard of it?
Rabbi pull up on me in Cali, Venice Beach.
Hell yeah. Okay, that's like an hour away. I can do that. I can tell you that
Oh yeah, Jay said he what's your interview? What interview was he talking about?
probably a recent podcast I did. It would ask him if it was a recent one. I did a podcast like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
Oh, whose podcast was it?
It's called The American Idiots, I believe. I met them on Kick. They're streamers on Kick, and it's like an hour long. It's very good. I have to say, I was impressed by it.
Rabbi, let's go on a man mission.
Smokey wants to go on a 2-man mission.
Excellent. Normally I'm a lone wolf, but I'll go on a 2-man mission. I'll be his wingman.
Hey, you don't want to go, Rabbi?
Oh no, I do want to go. Dude, I've got some things about which to pick your brain. Just for a moment, I'm going to join this Discord. I like to write on big topics because, like, I know that this is going to be really big if people end up, it goes viral, and I will have a huge amount of influence on the world. So here are some things. On what side of the road do you drive?
Huh? What was that?
On what side of the road?
On the left.
Exactly. So eventually there are going to be some things that need to occur on Earth for us to eventually get off of this planet. One of them is we need to align globally on which side of the road to drive. Another one is the metric and the imperial system. Does this make sense?
I'll say straight in the middle.
I understand, but that doesn't necessarily make sense. So what I've done, and this is all published as well, if you look in the rabbinic insights part of this Telegram of Discord, I write these essays basically. So I did some research on the left driving on the left versus driving on the right. Okay, and basically this was done in 1967 in Sweden. They went from driving on the left to driving on the right, and eventually we're all going to have to get on a unified system. Don't you agree, Orlando Jet?
Yeah, I agree. I thought we should just drive in the middle.
I know, but then we'll get into accidents.
It is fucking foam on the side of the car.
You're wild, dog. Okay, so here's another thing. This is an interesting thing that I'm going to propose to the world, and that is a unified calendar system. Now, you may be like, oh, we have a really great calendar system now, Rabbi, but it needs to be modified. And I mean this, when I talk about things, I talk about them in like really far into the future, and that's how we have to plan as humans. If we ever want to get off of this earth, we need to make sure that our figures are exact. So one of the things that arises is how long is a year? How long is a year, Orlando Jet?
365 days.
Sometimes, but then sometimes also there are things called leap years, right?
Yes. Wait, how many days is it in a year in a leap year?
366. So it's not also that easy where it's every 4 years. Here is the rule for leap years. if the year is divisible by 4, it's a leap year. But if the year can be divided by 100 as well as 4, it's not a leap year. Now, I know that sounds really confusing. It is. However, if the leap year is divisible by 400, it is a leap year. This system keeps the calendar aligned with the solar year to within a few decimal places of accuracy. Now, what does this mean? It means the year 2000 was a leap year, but the year 2100, 2200, 2300 will not be, but the year 2400 will be. It's very confusing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so here's Rabbi's plan. We're going to have a calendar that is based. Sorry, somebody said something. What was their question?
They'll just yapping.
Here we go.
Elon says hello.
Oh, well, hello. Okay, so
Gaming with Joey says he wants to suck your dick.
hey, get in line. Here we go. So, what is Rabbi's plan? Well, firstly, this is what the calendar is going to look like, and you can see all this in the. It just says Rabbi's new calendar proposal below. You don't have to look at it right now, but I'm just going to read it to you because it's amazing. The week structure. Each week consists of 10 days. Okay? So no longer do we have 7 days a week, we have 10 days. 3 days of work, designated as work days. Then there's 1 day off, then 3 more days of work, and then 3 days off. Now, I know this is like, what? Let me see it. This is what it looks like.
What about Saturdays and Sundays though?
There's no more weekend. Oh, perfect. Orlando Jet. This is my new friend, Arnold. Arnold, this is Orlando Jet. Orlando Jet is a big time streamer from Australia. One of the biggest streamers in all of Australia and one of the biggest kick creators there is. So you should know Arnold is a big deal. Arnold is a friend of mine from the crypto world, and I'm glad that you guys have gotten the opportunity to meet. How you doing, Arnold?
Nice to meet you, man. Orlando. How are you, man?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. Do you fuck with this guy? What's doing?
This is my uncle.
Oh, really?
It's my uncle Rabbi.
I wish. I wish. I'm an only child, so I don't think I ever will have any nieces or nephews, but I would love to. I'm going to adopt the world.
Arnold, Arnold, is your name Smokey?
No.
Just curious. Someone asked.
Oh, okay. And do you like what this guy's doing?
Yeah, I love what he's doing. I think it's great.
You're a sweetheart. Thank you.
I mean, he's got like a shit ton of data with him as well. He's about to store his consciousness into a hard drive, and then
That's exactly right.
When the technology comes in, he's going to revive himself once again.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. How are you gonna do that, Rabbi?
Well, it's a process called mind uploading technology. And so what you do is you scan your brain, just like currently we can scan our brains with an MRI or a CAT scan. We scan your brain into a computer for later download. So that all the information that's in your central nervous system will be uploaded into a computer for later download into a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a robot, an ethereal being, a clone of yourself, an avatar, whatever you would want. If you want to be an animal, there's the potential that you could even be an animal.
So I can become a fish?
Yeah.
Excellent. Would you still be friends with me if I was a fish?
Would I do what with you if you were a fish?
Would you be friends with me?
Yeah, we would have a really interesting relationship. But this isn't that far off, okay? Because one of the other things here's the thing: wherever people think the saying is, where there's a will, there's a way. And essentially, with enough time, we'll be able to bridge all of these gaps should we want. So there's another type of hypothetical technology that is being researched, and that is in telepathy, and basically the ability to communicate via waves and generate brain waves. And if we're able to use telepathy with humans, eventually there's the opportunity to perhaps use telepathy with animals. So to be able to communicate with you as a fish is a potential.
Wait, someone said, Rabbi, I have a genuine question. Do lobsters have penises?
I don't think in the general or in the like understood sense. We'll look up how they reproduce right now.
thinks I'm cute.
So here's how a lobster courts. Except the male lobster through two swimmerets, which function as penises. So he's got maybe like two penises, but not penises in the traditional sense. Not one. The newly molted female will stay in the male's shelter for a few days or more until her new shell hardens. By then, it seems the thrill is over. That's how lobsters court.
Wow, it's very interesting, isn't it, Rabbi?
I-
I want to ask you a question now.
Go ahead.
So basically, I'm making a request in the next 4 years to become president of America, right?
Yeah.
And my plan is, I just want to ask you if you think it's a good idea or not.
Well,
my plan is to try to become president
hold
in 4
on.
years in the
Let's
United States.
Let's talk about that. There are some things in your way. There are some things in your way. Hold on. There are some things in your way.
Wait, someone wants me to drag. Jace, we're in his Discord. We're in his Discord, Jace.
If he wants to join my Discord, it's discord.me/rabbi. Orlando Jet, there are some things that are in your way. You have to be what's considered a natural born citizen of the United States. So unless you were born here in the United States, you aren't eligible. Now,
So my plan to be for president is to open up the borders for everyone, legalize every single drug, and that's basically my whole plan.
excellent. Well, here's the thing, though. You can certainly advocate for that, but you can't be elected under the current constitutional rules. So what would have to happen? We'd have to have a constitutional amendment that says that anyone can be elected president, and then also you have to be 35 years old.
Oh, you're right. I'll get a fake ID.
Okay. So those are all options. If you want to do that, knock yourself out. I don't know if you would be able to pass all of that. If that is something, though, that is of interest to you, that's phenomenal. Who do we have here? What up, Jay? Jay, how you living, pimp?
Hey, what's up, man? I'm a big fan.
Dude, you're amazing. Thank you so much. I love you, Jay. Jay, you can always catch me in here. Dude, absolutely. Big love. We've got a lot going on, and world peace is at the forefront. If you know about me, then you know that I'm all about world peace. I'm all about the world peace discussion. I don't want war anymore anywhere on Earth. And so I've been live streaming my life for more than 3 years. I've got more data online than any person in global history. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything but in between. It's the world's biggest time capsule, and you're part of it, Jay. I'm glad to have you here.
Awesome. Listen, I got one question.
Absolutely.
I'm not. This might sound bad, but I swear I'm not trying to be funny. Are you on the spectrum?
No, just the sexiness spectrum, baby.
Oh, okay, that's fire. I fuck with that, man.
Absolutely. No, in fact, I didn't even know there was a spectrum. I had a roommate of mine who had what is it called? Asperger's syndrome, and that was the first introduction I've ever had to autism or anything like that. Generally in school, I don't really remember anybody being autistic, and it was just kind of not something that was in my family or anything. So I may be eccentric, but I'm definitely not on the spectrum, except the sexiness spectrum. I'm off the chart on the sexiness spectrum. Orlando, what were you saying?
Man, I appreciate it, bro.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Hell yeah, man.
And actually, I shouldn't say it. My first foray into that world was the movie. That's okay. Was the movie Rain Man? I was fascinated by Rain Man because Rain Man. Did you ever see this movie with Dustin Hoffman and Tom Cruise, Orlando Jet, or
I never saw the.
Arnold? No, you never saw it. Okay, so it stars Dustin Hoffman and Tom Cruise. They're brothers. Tom Cruise is normal. He's a cool guy. Dustin Hoffman has autism, and he's able to do some outlier things. He's able to count toothpicks. He knows like all the answers on Jeopardy. He can count cards in Las Vegas, and it's a story about that going to Las Vegas and using your brother's gift to count cards.
It just said after that, Cole, he feels quite fulfilled now.
Excellent. Well, he's amazing. Tell him he can join whenever he wants.
Is it Rabbi? Yeah, this is sleep your stream or not? So obviously, Rabbi, using your cat and shit. This is him. This is the guy that does it.
Yeah, I'm the real deal Holyfield right here. If you have any questions for me, I'll give you a tour of my room. I'll give you a tour of my robots, whatever you want. It's a big deal. You can watch me. I'm live on 8 different YouTube streams right now. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,100 Twitter accounts. I have over 5,000 Kick accounts at this point. This is the biggest event in global history. People will study this in the future. Orlando Jet, have you seen the movie The Truman Show?
I've seen it. I don't remember it though. I don't have an attention span to watch movies anymore. My attention span is fucked.
Dog, I know what you're saying on that one. I have to have a phone or something. I get bored very easily during movies nowadays. Yeah, I have to be doing something too. Okay, well, I understand. It is one of those few movies, though, that I can watch and tolerate, even though it's older. And that's what I'm essentially doing, is living a person's life that is on camera. And I want people to be able to learn from this in the future, how people do things, how people adapt. We will be able to study human behavior, human eating habits, human bathing habits, human psychology, human sociology, everything about the human psyche. We'll get a really interesting view into it.
Rabbi, they want to see a tour. They want a room tour of the setup.
Absolutely. Just one moment.
Yeah, no, you Rabbi. You're going to show you a tour of
Absolutely. Alrighty. So first, I'll show you the robots. I have 4 robots that I've created. 1, 2, 3, 4. These are the robots. And what they do is they're 3-pronged. It's like a trident. They follow people, they create clips, and they spam people. And it's amazing to me how well known I am because of these things, because everybody's talking about me on the platform, and I don't even stream on that platform. It's amazing.
Wait, can we see remember the first time we...
Yep, absolutely. I'm going to show you everything. Just one moment. Keep your pants on, as they say. So what does this robot do? It's very smart. It has image recognition. So you're going to be able to see this robot recognize where certain shapes are on the browser. What it's going to do here is it's going to recognize where the follow button is. It's very smart. It's going to press the follow button in a moment. And that follow button can be anywhere on the screen, and it will position itself accordingly and follow. And then what it does is it will create a clip. And within the clip, it will put this Discord. So I've got 4 of those. That's how the robots work.
And over here, I have to take some different angles. So I've got Telegram here. I've got Instagram here. Here we have YouTube. I have my religious thing here. I have my discipline here. My digital there. Additionally, on the back wall here, we have Joe Rogan podcast in the corner. I have yet another computer, and what that does,
I also have a ceiling cam, so you can actually watch me from above on a bunch of different cameras. I have a set of tablets here, set where Orlando's Discord is. Over here, I have a bunch of different Chromebooks. So we've got 2 Chromebooks set up. I have a projector here. I have the other Discord that you can see here, and then I have Instagram. So these are going at a given time, 24/7. And then additionally, I've got, apologies for the feedback. I've got like phones going in random places as well. It's wise.
It's wise.
And that's
And that's
essentially
essentially
that's it.
that's it.
One moment,
One
Orlando
moment,
Jet. I
Orlando Jet.
can't
I
hear
can't
you.
hear you.
Yeah, Orlando, you're not audible, yeah?
There he is.
There he is.
Hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah.
I'm not cutting. But did you miss me?
We did.
We did.
We did.
We did.
I had to kind of rethink my whole life, what I'm going to do without you for those moments. I'm glad you're back.
I'll see if you still spamming him.
Who?
His name's Flaky. He's another streamer. How does he get your stuff?
You know, I should just
I should just
like take bribes.
bribe.
How does he get me? How does he get me to stop spamming him? He really wants to know. Okay, he should put the amount of time that it takes to chat with him.
Does it follow us only on 2 minutes and it stops?
Word.
Oh. Here you go, Flaky. Just follow us on 2 minutes. And then you're good.
That's exactly right.
Anyone
Who asks, I understand it's annoying as fuck, and I don't want to piss any people off overly, so I tell them how to fix it if they want to know.
I'm not
Oh, you
at that. Well, if they have, I don't know. Because I have so many different accounts. So here's what happens. I can show you sometime. When they ban an account, this big screen comes over your browser and says, I almost have it memorized at this point. Error 403. This account is temporarily suspended. Please contact customer service if you have questions. I think that's it exactly. And it's a big gray page with that lettering. And I actually like seeing that because when I see that, I know that my bots are working, and to the point where somebody who's getting paid by Kick has to go in and ban them. And that tells me these things are working. Because it's not just one individual person who's going through and like having to block me. No, this is the entire platform. It's a big fucking deal.
And Rabbi? Oh, you're cooking up, Rabbi, you're cooking.
Absolutely. And
So, Orlando,
Yup.
how you got to know about him?
I'll explain. Basically, one of his boss came to my chat with his phone number. And I called it and he said, this is Orlando Jet. And now I'm here.
that's exactly right.
I called the number that came to my chat. And now I know Rabbi.
What's your Twitter?
Huh?
What's your Twitter or your Twitch?
Okay.
He's Orlando Jet on Kick. If you go to Kick and you look up Orlando Jet, you'll see he is streaming right now.
So he's streaming on Kick, right?
Oh yeah, he's a big time streamer on Kick. You should also know, Arnold, he gets paid to stream on Kick. He's a big deal. How many people do you know who get paid to stream? Orlando is, of all the people on the internet, Orlando is in the top 1% of 1% of 1% of streamers.
No, you're 19.
Yeah, I'm 19, yeah.
Was he 18 plus?
Arnold, were you able to find his Kick page?
Yeah, I found him. People
Excellent.
are saying, yeah, bro, W2, he's cool as fuck.
Well, they're cool as fuck as well. Anybody wants to hang out whenever you want. Discord.me/rabbi.
Followers love you, bro.
Dude, they're sweet, and I want them to know I'm going to make all of them rich. I'm going to have more money than I know what to do with in the future when I'm able to monetize all this data. And all of their comments are recorded and will be able to go through. I have the world's largest timeline, world's biggest time capsule, and we'll be able to reward all those people. They'll be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations, once they pay off other bills, and once they pay off other family and friends' bills, they're going to have a lot of money to do with life, whatever they want. You have to understand that, like, even though I've affected a lot of people over the course of this time on the internet, it's still less than 1% of the entire internet knows about me. So we'll be able to help everyone with whom we've been able to interact thus far, and also many people in the future as well.
What's going on right now, bro? Yes, I know. So, Rabbi, when do you ever have a plan to stop?
No, that's a phenomenal question, Orlando Jet. No, I don't want to stop. I want to do this the rest of my life, and I want the world to be able to learn from it. While it's not a complete human life, because we don't have the first, like, 35 years of my life on camera, we do have a lot of it on camera. Because I've worked in places, like I've worked in financial institutions that have had cameras and things like that. So there's a lot of my life on camera, and I think that the world can learn from that. I've done everything in my life generally to the best of my ability, and also as honestly and with as much integrity as possible. And because of that, I don't have fear that people can look into my background, people can look into my history and watch it all on camera and learn something from it.
How big it is?
It's average, just ask LeBron. But I can tell you this, another streamer, they'll remain nameless, but they'll remain nameless. They saw my alleged sex tape from Instagram, and they were like, wow, it's big. I was like, oh, alright, it's average, just ask LeBron.
I'm gonna go do my Minecraft segment now.
You please do. Absolutely. Orlando Jet, W's to you. You take care. Shout out to your audience. They're phenomenal. Thank you for all your kind words. Anytime, you are welcome to chill.
Give me a kiss, Rabbi.
Take care, Orlando. Isn't he cool?
Yeah, he was a nice one.
He's super nice. Yeah, you got that right.
How are you doing, Arnold?
Yeah, pretty alright. Just took a shower.
Okay, so did you have an opportunity to think about changing the name of your coin?
I'm thinking about not launching a coin anymore.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you want to do?
Just put my money on some fucking shit coins and expect it to give me 1,000x.
Okay. I understand that.
What do you do in crypto?
Great question.
What do you want to know about each part and
how to get it to know about? That's a great question. I would go on Twitter, and I would host trivia on Twitter Spaces. What do I mean by trivia? I have this website that I would go to, and I would read trivia questions. I would host trivia on Twitter, and it became very popular. And one day, some of the people from Harry Potter Obama Summit 10 Inu heard what I was saying in addition to the trivia. People were asking me about the future of society. They were asking me about the hydrogen car. They were asking me about faster than light travel and advanced propulsion, and what I knew on just a wide array of topics. And some of the people from Harry Potter Obama Summit 10 Inu thought what I was saying was intelligent and asked me to join the Telegram. They asked me, do you know what Telegram is? And at the time, I barely knew what Telegram was. And I was like, yeah, actually, I do. And wouldn't you know it, that was like more than a year ago. And I've been live streaming my life in their Telegram ever since. So literally for a year, I've been taking questions, just like you did. You came in, and I said hi or whatever. Here's the difference, though. I didn't have the Discord. And the reason why I didn't have the Discord was I didn't have a way to advertise a Discord. So there's a difference between me just being in a Discord and chilling for a year and me being in the Discord and having these robots that are promoting the Discord and I get random people in here. That I can do. And the kind of the same with in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. We'd get random people in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu and I would get to know them that way. But it was like fresh people, fresh blood coming in, as opposed to just no one coming in, it being dead silent, etc. So now that I've got this Discord, I just promote that link everywhere, which is basically discord.me/rabbi. And, you know, people have to trust it. And I understand not everybody's going to trust everybody's links, but little by little, we get random people in here. And it's exciting, too. When you find out, like, hey, how'd you find out about me? People sometimes say TikTok, sometimes they say Twitter, sometimes they say Harry Potter, you know, like Orlando Jet found out about me from one of my bots that was just spamming my telephone number. Who else puts their telephone number out there to just call them? And he did. And I answered his call, and we've been friends ever since. I mean, to the point where he's given me a little spot in his Discord. It just says Rabbi, and I've been live streaming in it for more than a month. Now,
So that like pops in and out?
Yeah.
Like every day?
A couple times a week.
Nice.
Yeah. And so you should know, I had a friend in here, and he'll be back. I had a friend in here who basically lives in here with me. His name is Caspian C. But he had, I've never met Caspian C in real life. I've gotten to know him pretty well. And I can tell he went through some things, and I think in December of last year, he had a disagreement with his parents, and the police were called, and he had some kind of charge that they brought against him, which was trespassing without intent to burglarize, something like that. And so he was on probation for 1 year. And the probation was getting to him. And the reason why the probation was getting to him, he was unable to get a job because he kept having to do this probation stuff. So, and I know, because I got him a job. And when I say I got him a job, I got him a really good job. He made over $600 the first day that he had this job. But the thing is, in order to have the job, he had to have a certain qualification, and in order to have that qualification, he couldn't be on probation. So basically, in order to get the job that he wanted, he couldn't be on probation. And in order to make it easier so that he could get a job and he could get an apartment and move on with his life, he asked the judge if he could go to jail voluntarily. And the judge said that he could. So he had to go to jail for 25 days, and that was, he went in on Saturday. So normally there's somebody in here a lot, and they live stream on Kick, and they're really cool. They're a really nice person, but they have to do this, and it's unfortunate, but they'll be out August 8th, and then there'll be someone in here again 24 hours a day. And that's always cool when you have people in here all the time, because if I'm asleep, they're awake, or if, you know, like, they're able to, you know, they just do their own thing too. But since they live stream, they have a podcast, and they're a creator as well. So it was kind of an interesting thing that this person had to do. Normally, and at least in the United States, if you're on probation, you just stay on probation for a year or whatever. But I understand they were making him do a lot of things with his probation. He was having to do all kinds of drug tests, which was fine. But when you're working a job, you can't just leave the job to go do drug tests. It's very difficult. And also they were requiring him to do some other testing. So I guess now I say it, he's in jail. But he's in jail voluntarily. He took this as a as a
opportunity.
opportunity, yeah, to just get it over with. So then on August 8th, he can get a job again. He already has one perhaps lined up, and then he can go get a place to live and all those things. But yeah, that's who was in here for the first like 13 days of when I started this. So the way that person Caspian C found out about me, there was a creator on YouTube, and this creator was someone Caspian C followed. The creator came to my channel, and what this creator was famous for was making fun of people and trolling them. And they came to my stream and started talking to me, and they were trying to troll me, but it wasn't being successful. I mean, I was just like, I don't know, whatever I was saying wasn't it was perfect for what I needed to do, but at least for what this creator wanted to do, he couldn't troll me. And Caspian C was a fan of this creator and watched that I was basically the only person that this creator was unable to troll. The creator would be like, oh, all you do is, like stream your life all day. And I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what I do. It's really important to the world that we have all this content. You're absolutely right. So like, it's hard to insult me. And Caspian C thought that was cool. So he became one of my fans on YouTube. And then one day, I told him that he could join me if he wanted in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Emu. So then he joined in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Emu, and he had been live in there for like 2 months or so. And then it was just recently that I was like, you know what, what happened was I was doing shout outs to different creators on TikTok and Instagram, and it was really, really successful. So I would go to the biggest people on Tik, and I would go through all their social media. I'd go through their Discord, I'd go through their Instagram, their TikTok, their Twitter, and then I would do a shout out to them, and I would add captions, and I would post it and tag them. And I would get a lot of them to follow me or to like the video or to say, hey, that's really cool. Excellent. So then what happened? I realized that all these creators had Discord, and I didn't. And I started to become somewhat of a Discord snob or a Discord connoisseur, where I could like basically judge these different creators by their Discord. Do they have anybody in there? How big is it? How many members do we have? How active is it? All of these things. And I realized, you know what? I already have a Discord, but I'm not utilizing it. If I take that Discord link and start advertising that on Kick, I might get some random people in here. But even better, eventually somebody's going to see that and see everything that I'm doing. They can come in here. And I mean, I don't know if you've had time, but you go and you click on the little different things. I have a lot of different stuff to see. And eventually they'll just be like, wow, there is a lot going on here. And if anything, just tell their community about it. Hey, you got to check this person out. They say they're going to make you a trillionaire. They've got 8 cameras on them at any given time. That's just on YouTube. This is wild. And eventually it will get the ball rolling.
So basically, you're like Brian Johnson, but for a different cause, right? You know who's Brian Johnson?
Please enlighten us.
The guy who is reversing his age for like research purposes and shit, so that the humans that come after the newer generation that would like know like what is the true thing to stay alive always, or like slow the aging process. So basically attributing his life for it. I mean, never goes out, the sun, like whenever he goes out, it's only in the morning, and literally like never even breathes air that is outside in nature. Breathes like artificial air, and I mean he's sacrificing a lot, but I mean I get it, it's for his well-being as well, but for the sciences as well.
Exactly.
Exactly.
It's very
It's very
important.
important.
As I
As I
read a little bit
read a little bit
more about him, yeah, essentially
essentially
agreed.
agreed.
And I think
And I
once
think
people
once
start to
people
find
start
out
to
about
find
this,
out
they'll
about
want
this,
me to
they'll want
live
me to live
in a
in
different
a different
environment.
environment.
They want me to
They
live
want
in
me to
what's
live
known as a
known as a
biodome.
biodome.
Do you know what a
Do you know what a
biodome is?
biodome is?
I've heard about it, but I don't know what it is.
So there are
So
these
there are
things,
these,
at least in the
at least
United
in the
States,
United
they're out in
States,
the
they're out in
desert,
the desert,
and
and
they're like
they're like
huge domes
domes
that have
that have
essentially
essentially
entire
entire
ecosystems within
ecosystems
them,
within them,
and
and
you would
you
live
would
in
live
one
in one
amongst like
amongst like
nature
nature
almost.
almost.
And
And
there's a
there's
movie
a
starring
movie
Pauly
starring
Shore
Pauly Shore
called
called
Biodome
Biodome
that was in
that
the
was in the
1990s.
1990s.
That was pretty
That was pretty
popular. That
popular.
kind
That
of kicked
kind
this
of
off.
kicked us
Brendan
off.
Fraser
Brendan
was in it
Fraser
as
was in
well.
it as well.
Basically,
Basically,
what would
what
it be
would
like
it be
to
like
have
to have
a human
a
to live
human to
almost
live
like in
almost
its
like in its
natural
natural
state?
state?
And these are known
And
as
these are known as
biodomes or
biodomes or
biospheres.
biospheres.
Oh, that's interesting.
Very
Very
interesting.
So,
I have these plans for me. You should know, like that's my primary thing. I know it doesn't sound very exciting, but the
but
fact
the
that I have
fact that
these
I have these
robots going,
robots going,
you see
you
when I
see
go
when
into
I go into
Orlando Jets
Orlando Jets
um, chat or
chat or
even get
even
interviewed
get
by him,
interviewed by him,
people know
people
who I
know
am.
who I
I'm
am.
pretty
I'm
well known
pretty
on
well
this
known on this
platform.
platform.
And it's like,
And it's
okay,
like, okay,
well, Rabbi,
well,
why
Rabbi,
why haven't you taken off?
taken off?
That would be my
That would be
question.
my
It's my
question.
question
My
to
question
myself.
to myself.
Why haven't I
Why
gone
haven't I
viral?
gone viral?
The biggest
The biggest
issue
issue
about
about
my
my
not having
not
gone
having
viral,
gone viral,
what has
what has
impeded
Yeah,
it?
because people get bored easily, and
There's
also they don't believe in this shit.
there's that
there's that
aspect of it
aspect of it
that it's
that
hard to
it's hard
always
to
have
always have
content.
content.
But even
But even more
damaging to me
damaging
is this.
is this.
I stream
I
on
stream
8
on
different
8
accounts
different
at
accounts
once.
at once.
And the
And
reason
the
why I
reason
do
why I do
is because
is
I
because
want
I want
redundant
redundant
streams. In case one
In case one
account goes
account
down
goes
or
down
one
or
account
one
gets
account gets
a
a
copyright strike,
copyright
I've got
strike,
a
I've got
backup
a
of a
backup
backup
of a
of a
backup
backup.
of a backup.
That means I
That
can't
means I can't
focus on
focus
any
on
one
any one
channel.
channel.
When somebody
When
says,
somebody says,
Rabbi, what's
Rabbi,
your
what's
channel
your
on
channel
YouTube?
on YouTube?
I can say
I
I'm
can
at
say I'm
Rabbi
at Rabbi
Rothschild,
Rothschild,
which is what I am.
what I am.
But I'm
But
at
I'm
a
at
whole bunch
a
of
whole
other
bunch of
things
other
too.
things too.
And when it
And
comes
when it
to
comes to
your
your
normal way
normal
of
way of
streaming,
streaming,
you have someone
you
that
have
just
someone
says,
who just
follow
says,
me
follow
at
me at
whatever.
whatever.
What
What
happens is I
happens is
lose
I
those
lose those
accounts because I
accounts because
stream
I
for so
stream for
long.
so long.
I can get
I
in
can get
trouble
in trouble
from
from
YouTube
YouTube
for
for
copyright
copyright
infringement
infringement
or
or
spreading of
spreading of
misinformation on
misinformation
health.
on health.
And like it's not even
It's not
things that
even
I'm
things that
saying.
I'm saying.
I'll watch a
I'll
Joe
watch a Joe
Rogan
Rogan
where he talks
where he
about the
talks
World
about the
Health
World Health
Organization,
Organization,
and
and
I'll get a
I'll get a
copyright strike
copyright strike
even though it's
even though it's
hosted on
hosted on
YouTube.
YouTube.
It doesn't
It
make a
doesn't
lot of
make a
sense,
lot of sense,
but
but
that's just
that's
how it
just
is.
how it is.
Or I'll get
Or I'll get
not a
not a
copyright strike,
copyright
but a
strike,
health
but a
strike.
health strike.
There are all
There are
kinds
all
of
kinds
reasons
of
why they
reasons
can
why
take
they
down
can
your
take down
content.
your content.
So in
So
order
in
to
order to
avoid that,
avoid
I
that,
have
I
all
have
of my
all of my
content on
content
many
on many
different
different
channels.
channels.
So
So
uh,
uh,
when people
when
follow
people
me
follow
on
me
one
on
channel
one channel
and I
and I
switch over to
switch
other
over to other
channels
channels
because I get a
because I get a
copyright strike or
copyright strike
whatever,
or whatever,
people don't
people
always
don't
know if
always
I'm
know if
still
I'm still
streaming, if this
streaming,
is
if
still
this
a
is still a
thing,
thing,
because they don't
because they
always
don't
want to be
always want to
following
be
me.
following me.
And
And
it is
it is
exactly what you
exactly
said.
what you said.
It's hard
It's
to
hard
always
to
be
always be
interesting to
interesting
people,
to people,
especially when
especially
people
when
have
people have
very
very
low,
low,
um,
um,
very brief,
very
Limited content.
exactly, very
exactly
brief,
very brief.
what is the
What
word?
is the word?
Attention span.
Attention span.
So
So
in order
in
to
order to
be exciting,
Yeah, attention span is a big issue as well. I mean, especially these days when people are used to watching YouTube Shorts and Instagram videos.
that's exactly
that's
right.
exactly right.
And
And
there are
there
people
are people
who
who
do
do
limited
limited
content,
content,
but there's a reason why people don't do
people don't do
24
24
hours.
hours.
It's so
It's so
hard.
hard.
It's the hardest thing to do when you
when you
are a
are
streamer.
a streamer.
Not only do you
Not
have to
only do
give
you
up
have to
all
give
your
up all your
privacy
privacy
and your,
and your,
when you
you
go
know,
to
when
the
you go to
bank
the bank
and your
and your
ATM
ATM
and and your bank account and all your food and drink and where you bathe and everything else. But then also you have to be exciting to people, and that some of that stuff is just not exciting to them. So that's why most people don't do it. I always though try to have something going if I'm
if
not
I'm not
talking,
talking,
I'll always
I'll
have like
always have like a
at least I
at least
try
I try
to have
to
a
have a
podcast going in
podcast
the
going in
background.
the background.
So right
So
now
right now,
we've got
we've got
Joe
Joe Rogan
and his
in his
newest
newest
podcast,
podcast,
and I'm going to
and
be
I'm
watching
gonna
a
be
lot
watching
more
a lot
Joe
more Joe
Rogans
Rogan.
because I've watched
I've
like all
watched
the
like
Joey
all the Joey
Diaz's.
Diaz's.
So
So
and I've watched
and
a
I've watched
lot of
a
Joe
lot of Joe
Rogan too,
Rogan too.
but
But
I'm just going to
I'm
go
just gonna
through
go through,
and I don't know.
I don't
I
know.
might just
I might
watch
just
them
watch
all.
them all.
Um, and
And
he's got
he's got
I've looked it
I've
up
looked it
before.
up
He's got
before.
like
He's got like
225 days
225
worth of
days worth of
material
material
if you watch
if you
it
watch it
24/7,
24/7,
and I can
and
just
I can just
throw that
throw
on,
that on,
and then I
and
always
then I
have
always have
content, which
content,
is in the
which is in the
background.
background.
So
So
I may end
I
up
may
just
end up
doing
just
that.
doing that.
I mean, it's
I mean,
about
it's
keeping
about
people
keeping people
entertained.
entertained.
So
So
with
with that,
that,
just
have
go
Orlando
have
down
Orlando
here,
down here.
and
And
it's funny
it's
too.
funny too.
Like
Like
you and I were
you and I
talking
were
in a
talking in a
conversation.
conversation.
Literally, when we
Literally,
were
when
done
we were done
talking,
talking,
some people in
some
Harry
people in
Potter
Harry
Obama
Potter
Sonic
Obama
10
Sonic
Menu
10
came
Menu
in,
came in,
and so
and
I'm in
so
so
I'm in
many
so many
different
different
channels and
channels
things
and
like that
things like that.
that
That
at
at
any given
any
moment
given moment,
somebody new could
somebody
pop
new
up.
could pop up.
So
So
that's the
that's
cool
the
thing of it
cool
is
thing of it is
it's very
it's
much
very
like
much
playing
like
the
playing the
lottery,
lottery.
or like I
Or
have
like
it's almost like
it's
I
almost
have a
like I have a
lottery ticket
lottery ticket
that I
that
know
I
is
know
gonna
is
hit.
gonna hit.
I just
I
have to
just
wait
have to
long
wait
enough
long
until
enough
it's
until it's
the correct
the
time or
correct time
whatever.
or whatever.
But
But
there's
there's no
no denying
denying
that
that
data is
data
very
is
important human
important
data.
human data.
And while I
And
know
while
it's
I know
important
it's
to be
important
able
to
to
be able to
monetize it,
monetize it,
it just
it
takes
just
one
takes one
creator
creator
or one
or one
person
person
to be a
to be a
catalyst
catalyst
to say,
to
wow,
say, wow,
this person
this
has a
person has
lot of
a
stuff.
lot of
I'm just
stuff.
going
I'm
to
just gonna
tweet about
tweet
them.
about them.
They say
They
they've been
say
live
they've been
streaming
live
for
streaming
3
for
years
3 years
and they're going to
and
make
they're
us a
gonna make us a
trillionaire.
trillionaire.
I'm going to
I'm
tweet
gonna
them.
tweet them.
And then
And then
everybody in the world
everybody in
knows
the world
about it.
knows about it.
The funny
The
thing
funny
about
thing
this
about
is
this is
normally
normally
you
you
would find a
would find a
creator
creator
and be like,
and be like,
oh,
oh,
I've seen
I've
his
seen his
Instagram or
Instagram
her
or her
Instagram.
Instagram.
I've been to their
I've been to their
TikTok.
TikTok.
I've seen their
I've seen
stuff.
their stuff.
And
And
I've seen it
I've
10
seen it
times.
10 times.
Not with
Not
mine.
with mine.
You will
You
sit
will
here
sit
for
here
days
for
on
days
end.
on end.
You will
You
spend
will spend
years of your
years
life.
of your life.
You could
You
spend
could
3
spend
years
3
of your
years of
life
your
right
life
now
right now
watching my life
my life
from
from
one
one
angle
angle
and
and
still not
still
see
not
it.
see.
I still have
I still
another
have
8
another
angles
8
you can
angles you
watch.
can watch.
It's
It's
incredible.
incredible.
So
So
I'm excited
I'm
about
excited
it.
about
Now,
it. Now,
your
your
you and I were
you
talking,
were talking,
and you were saying,
and you were
"Hey,
saying, hey,
Rabbi, I don't
Rabbi,
think
I
I'm
don't think
gonna
I'm gonna
launch a coin
launch a
anymore.
coin
What do you
anymore.
think
What do
about
you think
that?"
about that?
And I could
And
tell
I can
you,
tell you,
launching a coin
launching
is
a
a lot.
coin is
Launching a coin is a lot of
a
work.
lot of work.
Yeah, also, my mates are launching this coin, SPQR. Um, and it's launching at around 8 hours and 40 minutes. I mean, if you'll be available, you can hop in on this fair launch.
So
So
if I were
if I
you,
were you,
why wouldn't you
why
just
would
pump
you
and dump
pump
it?
it down?
Why don't you just pump and dump this SPX launch?
I mean, this is not my project.
I
Just
know.
got to know about it.
I know.
I was just talking with you about it and just like,
I know.
I know.
So what I'm asking you is, you have an opportunity to make a good return right off the
right
bat.
off the bat.
Why don't you
Why
just
don't
buy
you
a
just
bunch
buy
of
a
it
bunch
and
of
then
it
sell
and
it
then sell it
in
in
a
like
week?
a week?
So for that, I would need like a sniper bot or something, like Trojan bot. I mean,
A Mev
I'm
bot?
launching on base. This is launching on base. So on base, people use Trojan bots. So right as they so the contract, I will just paste it in the bot. Oh yeah, that's a nice idea actually. Yeah, I might just do it. But they are my friends, and I can't fucking jump on them.
Okay.
Okay.
So then just find another coin that you know is going to launch pretty soon who aren't your friends and do the same
Do the
thing.
same thing.
No, I mean I might buy their coin and just hold it for eternity.
Well, do that
I
with
can use
your
bot for like a couple of $100. Maybe that wouldn't ruin the charge when I sell. I mean, if I won't sell it off completely, so that charge don't get all destroyed and shit.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I can use a bot. Yeah, definitely. Fucking hell. All right, let me just set up a bot.
There you go. Rothschild. Chris?
I'm
I'm
really
really
excited
excited for Joe Rogan, his
upcoming
upcoming
podcast
podcast,
because
because
we had a
we had a
presidential
presidential
assassination
assassination
attempt, right?
attempt, right? Uh-huh.
And I want to
And
hear
I
what
want
he
to
has
hear
to
what he
say
has to
about it.
say about it. What's you asking?
I want to know what he has to say
about it. That election. Okay, I mean that's USA politics. I don't get involved. I understand. So I don't know much about it. Yeah. It's just
how do I
how do I put it? I mean, I know that Trump got hit.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
And we're not hearing all of the like normally in the United States they're very
Some guys are saying here in India that that was staged. What do you think?
it looks very staged. Wait, not staged. Not staged. Not staged. It looks very much like it was an inside job to kill him.
So like you support him? Support Donald Trump? Or do you
No,
like,
I think he's corrupt, and I think Biden's corrupt. I think both sides are corrupt, and I don't support either side. But what I can tell you is that normally the Secret Service makes sure all of the precautions are taken to ensure everyone is safe. And in this situation, it looks like they were purposefully told to allow this to take place.
And the other as well, I mean, Donald Trump is a fucking billionaire, right? He wouldn't be risking his life like that.
Well,
For getting some.
no, you have to understand. In the United States, former presidents, in addition to former presidents, presidential candidates are allotted Secret Service protection. So that's still under the government of the United States. And basically what it looks like is that the precautions that are normally taken, like you're not allowed to be on a building while the president or a presidential nominee or presidential candidate is getting on stage. Those are just precautions that are normally taken. And the fact that those were ignored is a huge red flag that somebody on the inside was like, we think that he should be taken out. And it's pretty amazing to me. Do you realize how close, if this were a bullet that hit him in the ear, how close it came to killing him?
Yeah, I mean, imagine if like the winds were off even a bit. That could have cost him life.
Exactly. I've never heard of a potential assassination attempt where it hit the person in the head and they survived.
Yeah, I mean, that never actually happened.
Right.
I mean, there are some cases where people got shot in the head at point blank range and they survived, but that's only because that bullet just hit a certain point where, like, their basic mobility things and like consciousness doesn't get affected like that. I mean, it was probably at like the right side maybe or like the left side.
It was his right side.
I don't really know that.
Okay.
I don't really know the region of that thing, but yeah, that happened. Someone survived.
Oh, in a case. Yeah, no, I certainly know that it can happen. It's just I don't know the case where you had a leader of a country or perhaps a former leader of a country who
that happened here in India like 6-7 years ago, and that assassination was successful as well.
Wow.
Rajiv Gandhi, that was like the Prime Minister of India like 60-70 years ago, and yeah, he got shot and killed right on stage.
Wow. Do you hate the British?
Do I hate what?
The British? little. Because they suck cock and they suck your entire country from all of its destiny for like the last 300 years.
No, I mean, that wasn't the Britain's fault. I mean, that was clearly the government and also the government from like 100 years ago. But like, I don't give a fuck about that. I mean, that was clearly our fault. I mean, we were dumb enough to fall in that trap. That's what I believe.
Okay. Have you ever seen an elephant? Elephants are amazing animals, especially their memories.
Memories and also their motor skills are quite better. Basically have larger mind than us. I mean, they have the consciousness. Right. Like above us, in a sense.
Hey, I have. So I'm somebody who I think will be very influential in the future, particularly because I have so much data. I'll have a huge impact perhaps on people. There's a section of this Discord entitled Rabbi's New Calendar Proposal. Can you click on it on the chat? I want you to open it up.
Yeah, so I'm at your Discord right now.
Excellent. Okay. So there's like a chat portion. If you click on the chat,
the general portion. I mean, I'm at the browse channel section right now.
Oh, okay. So if you're at the browse channel section, go down in the area under Rabbi Rothschild with the hearts and the cowboy hat.
Okay, yeah, I found it.
Okay, keep scrolling down to Rabbi's New Calendar Proposal.
Yeah, I got it.
Click on Rabbi's New Calendar Proposal, and then click the chat part of that.
Okay, I'm in.
Excellent. So you should see it's blurry and small, I understand. But there's a picture of a calendar. It's pink and green. Can you see that?
Yes, there is, yeah.
Excellent. Okay, then scroll to the top, and I'm going to explain this calendar for you. So, in the future, I'm going to be someone who I think will be able to convince a lot of people of things, perhaps. And if I am, one thing I want to do is align the world on some of our standards. What do I mean? The metric system and the imperial system. I want to get the world on the metric system. Whether you're driving on the left-hand side of the road or the right-hand side, as a globe, we have to align. We have to get on one system. Additionally, we need to get on a different kind of calendar system, and here's why. Do you know the rules for a leap year?
Yes.
What are they? It is, but it isn't. A little different than that. So a leap year is every 4 years, except there are some exceptions. When I read to them, you're like, oh, okay. Actually, it's pretty confusing. Many people think it's every 4 years. Just one moment. I'm having to do a captcha. Okay, so many people think it's every 4 years. It's not. There's a little bit of a difference. And why is this important? Because when we talk about traveling interstellarly, like really far distances, it causes issues. So a leap year, it adds an extra day to a typical 365-day calendar. However, there is a rule that comes into effect. If the year is divisible by 4, it's a leap year. But if the year can be divided by 100 as well as 4, it is not a leap year. However, if the year is divisible by 400, it is a leap year. it's extremely confusing. So what does that mean? The year 2000 was a leap year, but the year 2100 is not. The year 2200 is not. The year 2300 is not. But the year 2400 will be. 2500 is no. 2600 is no. 2700 is no. But the year 2800 will be. 2900 no. 3000 no. 3100 no. But 3200 yes. It's very confusing. So what do I?
I mean, what is the science behind a leap year? I mean, does the Earth revolves?
Great question. Because the amount of time it takes for the Earth to revolve around the Sun isn't exactly 365 days. It's more like 365.25 days. But it's 0.25341218. It's not a perfect number. So you can't have a calendar that, well, many people thought you couldn't have a perfect one. There is a way to do it. People have proposed other calendars before.
Yeah, like the fucking Mayan calendar or
There's the
something.
Mayan calendar, there's the Islamic calendar, there's the Hebrew calendar. There are many different calendars. But I want to align things. So one thing on which I'm going to, I think, be able to align the world is the metric system, especially when people find out that everyone has to change the metric system. And what do I mean? The amount of a meter is going to change. Like, Rabbi, you're going to change a meter? Yeah. Here's why. When the meter was invented, it was like 225 years ago, and it was supposed to be the distance of 1 million the length from the distance from the North Pole to the equator. But they were actually slightly off. So normally that would be 10,000 kilometers. But it actually turns out to be about 10,000 and a little bit more. And when you go around the whole world, the circumference of the Earth is 40,075 kilometers. When using the old way or the way that we should originally thought the meter should be an equal 40,000. So what's going to happen? The meter's just going to have to be extended just a slight amount. No one will know. It's such a tiny amount that it's almost as if it doesn't even matter. But in long distances, it will matter. So it will make it so that the circumference around the Earth is 40,000 meters. That's the way it was intended. Okay, so what does that mean in terms of other things? When we talk about the calendar system, when we talk about traveling a light year is the amount of time, the distance that light travels in 1 year. But how do you calculate the year? Is 3.25 blah, 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 blah. But it's not always the same. It varies. So I've come up with this system. Wow. There are other systems. This one avoids having to use a leap year. So here's how you do it. The calendar structure has a weekly structure of 10 days. There are 3 days of work, 1 day off, 3 more days of work, and then 3 days off. It's essentially 3-day weekends. The month structure is this. There are always 4 weeks per month, making each month of 40 days. All except the last one. The last month's a little different. The annual structure. The calendar comprises 9 months of 40 days each, totaling 360 days. That leaves an additional 5.25 accounted for. The 10th month. The 10th month serves as a catch-up period for the leftover days of the year, approximately 5.25 days. The month is not divided into regular weeks, but rather serves to complete the year. The benefits of this are simplicity. The calendar simplifies scheduling by maintaining consistent week and month length. There are no leap years or complex adjustments needed. Predictability. Knowing that every month has the same structure, 4 months or 10 days each, allows for better long-term planning and routines. Regular rest, the pattern of work, and rest is evenly distributed throughout each month, potentially leading to improved work-life balance and productivity. cultural and
cultural
religious
and religious
significance
significance
for
for
communities
communities
observing
observing
specific
specific
religious or
religious
cultural
or cultural
practices.
practices.
Such a
Such
calendar
a
could
calendar
align
could
more
align more
closely with their
closely with their
traditions or
traditions
beliefs
or beliefs
and
and
environmental impact.
environmental impact.
Some
Some
proponents suggest
proponents
that
suggest
Rabbi
that Rabbi
Rothschild's
Rothschild's
calendar
calendar
could have
could have
positive
positive
environmental
environmental
impacts,
impacts,
although
although
the
the
specifics would
specifics
depend
would
on
depend
broader
on broader
societal
societal
changes.
changes.
But this is
But
just
this is
one
just
idea
one
that I
idea
have
that I have
of a new
of a new
calendar,
calendar,
and I wanted
and
you
I
to know
wanted you
about
to
it.
know about it.
So basically, what this calendar is trying to prove here is that a leap year isn't actually like a 4-year event, right?
It's correct.
And what it is proposing that, I mean, well, isn't that just because the Earth's revolving faster every day?
The Earth?
Yeah, I mean, the research just concluded through provided the evidence that Earth is spinning faster and faster every day. So the days are getting smaller and
Hold on, that doesn't
that
matter.
doesn't matter.
That doesn't
That
matter.
doesn't matter.
You're thinking
You're
day and
thinking
night.
day and night.
We're talking
We're talking
years.
years.
but only like a small amount of time contributes to that year as well, doesn't it? Is that a dumb question?
Will you please repeat your question?
And never mind, just forget about it.
You okay?
You okay?
So basically, to avoid all of this, all of these issues, you just go to that simpler calendar. Whether it happens or not,
Basically, according to you, when does a leap year happen? I mean,
it
when
never
does a leap year occur?
happens. It never happens. So what happens in that last little 5.25 day period, you just wait until whenever the exact amount is for that year, and then that's the end of the year, and then the new year starts right the millisecond after that.
Basically, that is just some false lies or some shit like that, or maybe they don't understand the science as well that a leap year does not exist at all.
Wild stuff.
Also, why do you think that there is a need for the humans to like show their consciousness and become immortal in the coming future? I mean, why there's a need for that? I mean, do you think that there's life after death?
Great question.
It depends how you define life after death. There's a type of technology called revivification, where you could take potentially someone's DNA, put it in a machine, and get a new version of them. And if that's true, then there's a perhaps that there is life after death. Do I think that it's like a heaven or a garden of Eden or like
No, but that doesn't exist.
yeah, I'm not all for that. What it probably is just darkness or like absolute, nothing, lack of any type of
According to
stimulus.
science, energy can never be lost, right?
Correct.
So, I mean, we all are like some
You mean like
energy balls, right?
so?
I mean,
According to the law of the conservation of energy, essentially every action has an equal and opposite reaction, and that any type of energy that potentially dissipates with your body has to go into something else, which it does. It goes into fertilizer, it becomes nitrogen, it decomposes, it becomes fertilizer for the ground.
but where does the consciousness go?
Normally, chances are,
that is just about our physical self. Like we became like fertilizers and shit, but not just our mind. I mean, the things inside our mind
yes. So I
So I
define that
define
as
that
the soul.
the soul
And
that
so,
produces all of these thoughts and shit. I mean, the way I'm talking to you right now, it's not my mind. It's what's inside my mind, which is practically invisible.
I define that as your
that
soul.
as your soul.
Your
Your soul is who you are. And your soul,
perhaps in
perhaps in
the
the past,
wouldn't go
wouldn't go
anywhere.
anywhere.
It might
It
just
might just
decompose with
decompose
your
with
body.
your body.
I
I
understand
understand
the
the
energy might
energy
go
might
somewhere,
go somewhere.
but what
But
I'm saying in
what
the
I'm saying in the
future is
future
there's a
is there's a
potential
potential
to
to
take that
take that
soul
soul
and put it
and
into
put it
someone
into
else.
someone else.
So this may
So
be
this
your
may be
first
your first
incarnation
incarnation
with this
with
soul,
this soul.
but we could
But
put
we could
you
put you
into a
into
clone
a
of
clone of
yourself.
yourself.
We could put
We
you
could
into
put
a
you into a
robot, a
robot, a
cybernetic
cybernetic
being,
being,
whatever you want.
whatever you want.
So imagine we're able to like store our consciousness into other like robots and stuff.
Mhm.
And what if in future, like even after you did that, I mean, the goal here is immortality, right?
Correct. Digital immortality.
Yeah. So the Earth is slowly dying as well. So what if like we stored our like lives and stuff, our consciousness into these robots, and then the fucking Earth dies?
Oh,
How is that?
that's why we
That's
have to
why we
get
have to
off
get
of
off
this
of this
planet.
planet.
It's very
It's
important
very
that
important
we
that we
are able
are
to
able to
self-sustain
self-sustain
and be
and
able
be
to get
able to
off
get
world.
off world.
If we're
If
unable
we're
to get
unable
off
to get
world,
off world,
then
then
we won't
we
have
won't have
digital
digital
immortality.
immortality.
We would have
We would have
immortality
immortality
to the
to
point
the point
that
that
the
the
earth
Earth
eventually
eventually
is
is
destroyed
destroyed
and it will
and it will
eventually become
eventually
engulfed
become
by the
engulfed
sun.
by the sun.
So like, don't you think for that you have to like learn how to harness sun's entire energy?
Oh,
So
so there are
there
many
are
ways.
many,
Yeah, and we're
yeah,
doing
and
that.
we're doing that.
So
So
in addition
in
to this
addition to this
solar
solar,
power, which is what
which
you're
is what
saying,
you're saying,
when we
when we
harness
harness
the power
the
of the
power of
sun,
the sun,
which is
which is
efficient, but
efficient,
not
but
nearly
not
as
nearly as
efficient as some
efficient
other
as some
types of
other types of
energy,
energy,
like
like
fission
fission
and
and
fusion.
fusion.
Fission is when
Fission
you
is when
take
you take
atoms
atoms
and you
and
break them
break them
apart and
apart,
use the
use the
energy from
energy
that
from that
to
to
create
create
energy,
Nuclear fission, right?
and then
and then
nuclear
nuclear
fusion,
fusion,
where you
where you
slam
slam
atoms
atoms
together.
together.
So
So
both
both
ways
ways
create a
create
huge
a
amount
huge amount
of
of
energy,
energy,
which we
which
can
we
use
can
Like
use
what's the
to
to
propel
propel
ourselves.
ourselves.
And there are a
And there
lot of
are a
ways
lot of ways
to be able
to be
to
able to
travel in
travel
space.
in space.
In
In
addition
addition
to
to
nuclear
nuclear
and
and
fission and
fission,
nuclear fusion
nuclear fusion
engines,
engines,
there's
there's
plasma,
plasma,
which is
which is
essentially like
essentially
creating
like
an
creating an
incredible
incredible
heat
heat
source
source,
and
and
using that to
using that
propel
to
yourself.
propel yourself.
There are also
There are
things
also
known
things
as a
known as a
solar
solar
sail,
sail,
where you
where
create
you
a
create a
huge
huge
sail of
sail
solar
of
panels
solar panels,
basically,
basically,
and use
and use
the
the
sun to
sun
propel
to
yourself.
propel yourself.
There are quite a
There are
few
quite a
different
few
ways to
how
do it.
will we how will we get the resources for it? I mean,
We have the
We have the
resources here on
resources
Earth.
here on Earth.
to create such a big thing, we have it
Most
already.
certainly, we have the
We have the
resources here,
resources here,
huge amounts of
huge
them.
amounts of them.
We
We
haven't
haven't
yet
yet
scratched
scratched
1% of
1% of
1% of the
1% of
Earth's
the
surface
Earth's
when it
surface
comes
when it comes
to
to
the amount
the amount
of
of
minerals that are in
minerals
the
that are in
ground.
the ground.
Earth's
Earth's
crust is
crust is
75
75
miles deep,
miles deep,
and
and
we
we
have
have
only
only
started
started
to get
to get
the
the
most
most
easy
easy
minerals
minerals
possible.
possible
With
with
enough
enough
time
time
and
and
radar, ground
radar, ground
penetrating
penetrating
radar,
radar,
to the point
to the
where we
point
can
where we can
identify
identify
exactly in the
exactly in
ground
the ground
where an
where
element
an
is,
element is,
we'll be able
we'll be
to
able to
resource
resource
whatever's
whatever's
needed to
needed
create
to
these
create
items.
these items.
Interesting.
We're done.
Also, like, do you believe in the fact that we are like viruses to the earth?
I
I mean, just like how our body tries to get rid of fucking bacteria and viruses, and it tries to get rid of it, we are basically infecting this planet.
Well, it depends how you define it.
And now the Earth is now trying to get rid of way of us.
It depends how you define it.
Climate change, global warming, and stuff.
It depends how you define it and what we consider to be doing damage. I would say that humans have been seeded here by a more intelligent civilization, and that civilization essentially is observing how we work in this human-like zoo that we call Earth. I would say that Earth, in its purest form, would probably be better if we consider Earth like Gaia, like all the fauna and flora that makes up the Earth, except for humans, that it would probably be better without humans. However, we could operate here just fine, basically, and have for the last, 200 million years of human development, up until the last, say, 10,000 years, when we were doing major environmental damage. We weren't doing major environmental damages like cave people, Neanderthals, but only until recently, and particularly with the Industrial Revolution, has mankind done any kind of had any major environmental impact on the Earth. Some people claim that the animal that has had the most amount of environmental impact on the Earth, perhaps, wouldn't be humans, but might be beavers. When you're like, beavers, why beavers? Because during the times of the glaciers, beavers would create dams, and there was this kind of beaver, at least in North America, that was the size of a bear, and basically these beavers and the dams that they would create would cause major issues with glaciers and cause major lakes to be created when they wouldn't have been there before, like all the Great Lakes.
Yeah, well, that helps. I mean, we aren't the only culprit, who's destroying the planet. Yeah, and also about that, us being seeded by a higher consciousness. Yeah, I totally agree on that. I think that as well. I mean, this isn't some coincidental thing that we have the highest amount of consciousness in this entire planet. This isn't something that happened here this planet on a coincidence. I strongly believe in that thing as well. I mean,
I'm in agreement with you, and if you look at government documents, at least according to Bob Lazar, there have been 64 major DNA sequencing alterations.
I mean, our DNA doesn't even match the fucking chimpanzees and monkeys and apes, right?
Well, actually 99% of it does.
Okay.
99% of our DNA is identical to chimpanzees.
But how are they still chimps and how are we humans?
Well, that last 1% does a lot. We share a common ancestor with chimpanzees and monkeys and gorillas and other primates, but we don't come from them. Many years ago, we had a common ancestor.
I mean, I've heard about our ancestors as well. We have so many of them. Even forgot what their names were. Some of them were like Neanderthal, some were like
Homo erectus.
I remember some of their names, not all of them.
And what you have to understand is we're moving into another one of them. We're moving away from Homo sapiens into a new kind of genus species. Because once we're getting to a world where humans don't die with this mind uploading technology, That's a new kind of species. That's no longer Homo sapien. Homo sapien dies. Whatever this new thing is, that doesn't die. That then becomes a new kind of evolved being. It's a new species. And that's why there's a, it's very apparent to me, there's a breakaway civilization that's happening here on Earth between the haves and the have-nots. And those who are the haves are using transhumanism to eventually create a new type of species to get off world. And then Homo sapiens, the normal people out there who can't afford all this shit, will eventually just live perhaps temporary lives, and then eventually may go extinct. It's a wild thing to think, but that absolutely, not only do I think that can happen, I think that's exactly the timeline we're on. And so that group of people at the top who are able to genetically alter their children so that they have perfect, genetic traits and everything, they'll create a world where they're eventually able to get off-site through space tourism and eventually go and colonize, or, well, probably terraform another planet, perhaps Mars, and then colonize other planets throughout the solar system, and then perhaps other solar systems of the galaxy.
Yeah, makes sense. And
Wild
you believe in cryomaking?
Yeah, I'm a huge advocate of it. I've experimented with it on my own.
On your own? How?
So not cryopreservation, but cryonics, the use of cold on the body. So it's really good. There are these things called like cold shock. Yeah, exactly. There's like cold shock therapy that you can do. I think could be very valuable to humans. Joe Rogan talks about it all the time. He does it every single day. And not that you have to do everything Joe Rogan does. I'm just saying he's someone who had some experts on to talk about it. And it's pretty wild what happens when you expose yourself to really low temperatures.
I'm looking forward to try and make myself. But what if?
You don't want that, though. You don't want that. We're past that. We're going to take all those people who are cryogenically frozen. Pardon me, I've got the hiccups. Oh boy, I'm really groggy. We're going to take all those people who are cryogenically frozen, and we are going to thaw them and bring them back to life.
But what is like the guarantee of it? Like they actually do it.
Well, I mean, we had to start with animals, and we've done enough on it now that, at least in China, they're already.
Aren't there like going to be some government regulations and stuff?
It's already done on an unregulated level. So, and like people in China, they'll take people from the Uyghurs, and they will experiment on them and see what, like, can we freeze this person and bring them back to life?
No, I mean, I was not talking about the prohibition, whether or not that human will damaged or something like that. I was talking about like the human population is increasing day by day, right? So what if the government ban on allowing them to reincarnate that person who is cryogenicated or like freeze?
Well, the thing is, the people who
we just like forever, maybe like in the future,
The people who want this type of technology are very wealthy and very wealthy, and they're very influential. So they'll just ensure that no ban on this type of technology ever takes place.
I mean, just because of the population, I mean, like start bringing back dead, will that just contribute to the higher population? I mean, there already has been like how many people vaccinated?
It's still low. It's under 10,000 people.
It's already
10,000 people is nothing. That's nothing.
Imagine how many guys will have in like 100 years.
Here's the thing. Unfortunately, but this is the way it works. If you are of the bloodline of a billionaire, we could fill this place with trillions of you. If you're from the developing world, that you already have too many of you. Crypto is the way. Crypto is the way. Absolutely.
So I mean, if we just store like a shit ton of crypto and just like eat the fucking kilo, like remember that, so that when we wake up, only we have the access. They have to fucking revive us. Like we give them that fucking money, or else they aren't going to find it. I mean, if we have that money in our bank accounts, maybe they can access it somehow because of the government and shit. They have access over our money. Like infiltrate it, like take money out of it without your consent. So like a hit of money to
The thought.
Yeah, and then you just use the fucking wallet address to like verify and shit that wallet, and now they have to fucking revive us. I can just write like an agreement or something. I mean, if this person revives me, gets basically percent of my fucking like that.
It's definitely a thought. It's almost like a prize. Like if you're able to revive me, you'll be rewarded with all this cryptocurrency. I like it. Hey, come back whenever you can.
Yeah, absolutely. I will be popping
Excellent.
in and out. Yeah.
Beautiful. You do you. Take care, my man. Take care, Arnold. Shout out to Arnold. Arnold kicked ass. Shut up.
Yeah, I love you too, man.
I love you too, man. You take care.
And then realizing this is the President of the United States, realizing we cannot continue on this path. It is too dangerous. And that is why Reagan reached out to Gorbachev. That's why we have the academic summit. It's called the Reagan Reversal. So in other words, my point is, Reagan, who, the axis of evil speech, like this idea of seeing your enemy as the arch evil villain, had to change for him when he understood nuclear war by seeing film. And so when I look today and I consider that the current president hasn't speaking to the president of Russia, it doesn't make any sense to someone like me. That's probably why I wrote this book. Like, please understand this. And one has to imagine that the current president, with all his decades in office, understands all this. And so I don't fundamentally understand why there is no communication. It is way too dangerous. Hence the kind that you just showed us, the facts will come in of whose weapon systems those are. But either way, the perception, to your point, the fact that the perception, a misperception, could ignite nuclear war, could ignite that situation that is unreversible. That should be astonishing to all of us. It's terrifying. Well, it's terrifying, but the one hopeful part of it would be, again, going back to the Reagan. The Reagan reversal, by the way, is the only glimmer of hope I ever found in all of this.
Don't you think, though, that politics in general, and certainly world leadership, especially United States leadership, is much more compromised today than it was then? And a guy like Reagan doesn't really exist today.
Tell me what you mean when you say compromise.
I mean, the military defense contractors are making so much money, and they want to continue making so much money. And they have
Not ears. Chicken ears. Hey, Joe Rogan podcast. Chicken ears. Chicken ears. It's out. Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
I think he could be president.
in our case,
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
was like, figuratively.
I was like, how does that have to do with the boycott of Starbucks and McDonald's and Sirhan? I'm like, what? Some rabbit hole shit I didn't know about? Is that possible?
You know, Sirhan, his house was in Pasadena, which was close to where I used to live.
Really?
Yeah, one day my wife was like, yeah, Sirhan lives over there. Like, get out of here.
Have you ever read into the MK Ultra connection between Sirhan, Jack Ruby, and Jolly West?
So, no, I haven't. I'm working with Kurt Metzger, and he knows all that.
He knows too much.
Oh my God.
He can just go
Shut
on.
the fuck up.
Because I don't think he's aware of so many actual between governments and corporations conspire against American people, lie, twist facts, distort things. But Kurt is one of those guys that once he finds out something, you know, because he grew up in a cult, right?
Yeah.
So he's in a Jehovah's Witness cult when he was young. Sorry, Jehovah's Witnesses. And then becomes a comedian, and, you know, like, he's so averse to bullshit. He's like, oh, no. Because, like, you fucking ruined my childhood. I know what this is. I've seen this before. I've seen this in another form. I know what this is.
That's his, like, superpower.
Yeah.
Because he's been through it.
You ruined him. His shows, you ruined him. He's so crazy. I'm so mad.
You see him get upset on the show? He gets legit angry.
Here it is. Other controversial cases West was assigned to, including evaluating Sirhan, who assassinated Robert F. Kennedy at the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles, June 5th, 1958. West claimed Sirhan was the subject of psychic driving, a mind-altering technique involving hypnosis or paralytic drugs. Psychiatrists often use barbiturates for this. Settle the fuck down. You used acid. Stop lying. What is this? Oh, maybe possibly barbiturates or something legal. No, they were using acid.
Who's this West guy?
Jolly West was the head of MK Ultra. They chronicle extensively in Thomas O'Neill's book Chaos about the Manson case.
Oh, so yeah, my wife is reading that right now.
God damn, that's a good book.
And she has it on audiobook, so I'll walk through the house and I'll hear like, what?
You know how crazy that book is? Tom was Greg Fitzsimmons' roommate in New York. And then also, not roommate, excuse me, neighbor. He was his neighbor in New York. And then also his neighbor in Venice, California. So they were like near each other. For 20 years, this guy's been working on this. He started working on it as an article, right? So he writes it as an article, but then once he starts getting into the information, it's so extensive, it's so crazy, that he can't finish the article. Because the article is just an anniversary of the Manson assassination. So then 20 years later, he finally puts out this book. And he's got enough information for another fucking book. And it's wild. It's all a CIA plot. The Manson family Manson was visited in prison by Jolly West. They trained him, allegedly, in hypnosis techniques using LSD, how to mind control people. He would not do the acid, but he would give the acid to the people, which is something also that apparently the MK Ultra people trained him. And he would get them to commit evil acts. And the whole thing was to discredit the anti-war movement. That's the whole thing, was the hippies.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they turned hippies into something fucking terrifying. So hippies used to be like, oh, she's a flower child.
Yeah.
Oh, they're peace and love. You know, cute, nice stuff. But then they turned hippies into fucking psychotic murderers who cut babies out of movie stars' bellies and paint on the wall pig. You know, like that kind of shit.
Kurt was also telling me about that. Like, that's the perfect way to credit the anti-Poe.
Yes. Well, that's also why the Psychedelics Act of 1970 was passed.
Oh, really?
Yes, the Psychedelic Act of 1970 was passed to go after the Black Panthers and to go after the civil rights leaders and to go after the anti-war movement. Because those people were all taking drugs. So they're eating mushrooms and trying to come to like some sort of understanding of our place in the universe. And they said, okay, we're going to take all of these psychedelic compounds that are literally creating a cultural revolution. So you go from the 1950s, you get, I would say, let's say music is like the best representation of that, and comedy as well, but really music. If you look at like Buddy Holly, great music, great stuff, and then Jimi Hendrix is 10 years later. What the fuck is that? What is that's like a revolution? Like out of nowhere, something is insanely different. Like it's not even from this earth. Not even from this earth. That's all psychedelics.
And we've never had a leap like that since. Nope. Isn't that weird? Like, you can listen to music from the 80s, and a lot of it sounds like it could be made today.
It's Coke music. The 80s, they were all doing Coke. They were watching Miami Vice, they were doing Coke, wearing no socks with loafers.
Remember, whenever I hear a Prince song, I'm like, oh, that could be made today. That could have been from right now.
Yeah, well, Prince was versatile, right? Because he could do anything. Like, if you go to his early stuff, it was like this real sweet music about fucking. You know, like Head, you ever listen to that song Head? Like his first album, his second album? God, he was good. He was so good.
I love that he had that. There was that band, Morris Day and the Time.
Yes.
I like them almost more than Prince. I just like them.
Oh, he's got this one song that's on our, I think it's on the playlist. I hope it's on the playlist. It's called, if it's not, I'm going to put it on there right now. It's called Cool, because I'm cool.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm down in San Francisco. Dance all night and bye.
That's it.
Yeah. Morris Day was shit.
Yeah. Maurice, bring me back. I love that. I thought that Morris Day was going to be bigger than.
I know. Well, I don't think he's ever going to be bigger than Prince. I think Prince is legitimate genius.
Oh yeah, he was.
And he's another guy that we lost because of fucking bullshit.
Yeah, you think that's what?
That's what happened to him.
What do you think about? So now people are revisiting the Michael.
Now.
Oh, it is?
I'll put it in the Mothership playlist. So how's that?
He has a song called Walk Everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Everyone get by. Yeah. And so then I would go out and buy Stacey Adams shoes. I would. And so there was this place, there was a very derogatory, it was Maxwell Street in Chicago. And they used to call it, I can't say it, but, because it's anti-Semitic. And, so we would go down there and you could walk, and there are all these clothes stores and you can bargain with them. And I never experienced that before. Like, you walk in and usually the price was the price. You go to the mall, the prices, you can't bargain, but you could bargain. So it was like an exciting thing to do. Me and my brothers would all go down there, and you'd go into all these stores and you'd like put all these, like when we'd start bartering. Like, okay, how about this? How about that? It was fun. I miss those days. That's where in the Blues Brothers, remember they go down to get the black guy who's the clarinet player and about a thing. So that whatever that's where that took place. And but I think that's all gone now. I think they got rid of that, and they. I don't know what they probably now. I think the University of Illinois Chicago might be expanded to there.
Interesting.
But those were the days. I missed the Morris Day and the Time. I missed those days.
These are the best days.
But
These days right now, these are the best days.
You think?
Yeah, by far.
Well, they are for me.
By far for everybody. Because we get all the other stuff from those other eras. We still can listen to that too. We still watch that too. But we have a bizarre time where the world is waking up, where people are so much more aware of the corruption and the just the way the world works is more highlighted than it's ever been before. And I think it's more fun. It's like some of the things that are stupid are so stupid. Like when you see Biden, Medicare, and they go, "Thank you, Mr. President," and they smash cut. Like, how the fuck is that real? How is that real? The guy like locks up like Windows 95, scammers for 15 seconds, and they repeat Medicare.
I was doing a show the other night at the Hotel Cafe in Hollywood, and I do a joke about Joe Biden, like one of the jocks at the off stage, and the people in the crowd, like they're all like 20-something Hollywood people, and they go, oh, because I was like, what? I have friends like you. I go with that.
Listen, they've done a good job. They've done a really good job of pretending.
I love Joe Biden. I've always loved Joe. No one's ever fucking loved Joe Biden. He's always been a joke and a punchline. And this idea that somehow it's Joe Biden's integrity and truth-telling against Donald Trump, he lied. The first time Joe Biden ran for president, he had to drop out because he got exposed for being a pathological liar. He said he graduated at the top of his class. He graduated at the bottom. He said he had 3 majors. He said he was chosen the most outstanding political. No, it was all lies. And then he got called plagiarizing. Someone else, not only this, their speeches, but like their life story. It was like, who does that? And so he had to. He's been a joke. Always was a joke. And this idea, the reason why Black and Brown had to, tell this that Cornel Western came on my show. Hey, the reason why Black and Brown people are locked up at way higher rates in their population is because of Joe Biden, not because of Donald Trump. Donald Trump actually did the step back, right? Which is probably why he's getting 20% of the black vote right now. So all their narratives are falling away. People are waking up, and not only in America, I do miss a time before cell phone. Internet. It was like more of an innocent time. I do miss that time.
I'm glad we went through it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also.
But I don't miss it.
Okay, but I was just in Europe, right, on an 11-day tour or whatever, and I don't know if I was going to have, everybody's going to show up. They did, and the same shit. That people, they're upset at the media, they're upset at the control, they're upset at the censorship. And I didn't know, like Jeff Bezos, I was in Norway, they're like, yeah, Jeff Bezos owns American media here too. I'm like, what? I didn't know. I never thought about it like that. Of course they would. Okay, and everybody's going through the same shit. London, Sweden, Denmark, Norway, they're all fucking pissed off like I am, and they're like all sick of being lied to, and they all hate their media, and they all feel controlled.
That's what's good about it. Because before, the media used to do exactly what they're doing now, but they didn't. It wasn't transparent.
Right.
Nobody knew. Right.
Well, there used to be 50 giant media companies, so there used to be more truth that could get out. But now, because of Bill Clinton and the Telecommunications Act in 1996, we went from 50 giant media companies down to 6, meaning that every TV show, every newspaper, every magazine, every radio show, it all comes from one of the 6 companies, right? And that's why journalism sucks so much right now, because journalists used to come from blue-collar backgrounds like me, but now they know they all have to work for one of the 6 billionaire-owned companies, and so the billionaires handpick those people from Ivy League schools now, and they're all going to be class loyal. And so that's why the whole thing is, it's a great time, but also we're pitted against each other now by the media like never before, right? Like no matter what the story is, they have their minions in the press report it in a way that makes you hate your neighbor and blame your neighbor and not the guys doing it, right? Like, so the oligarchy keeps us fighting amongst each other, and that's real. That's not made up. I mean, look at how they lied about the biggest story, like the Kyle Rittenhouse story, right? Now, I hated that kid because the corporate media told me he was a white supremacist who didn't live in that community. He traveled across state lines with guns to shoot 3 black people at a Black Lives Matter rally, and I hated him. And then I watched the trial, and it turns out he did live in that community. He was a lifeguard in that community. He was asked to protect a car dealership by immigrants of color because the cops wouldn't. And he didn't travel across state lines with guns. He didn't shoot 3 black people. He shot 3 white people. And I was like,
I think he only shot 2.
Maybe you're right. Maybe. Well,
he killed one.
he definitely
shoot three,
and then he shot the other guy
through the arm.
Yeah. And they're all three criminals. That's the other part that
Yeah, they're all three criminals, terrible people. This is the thing about riots, right? When riots are too much like a war. Like anytime there's a gathering, protests, when people get angry and they're marching, I think that ignites in us the same feelings of war. And people start doing wild, crazy shit. They went after that dude with a skateboard and tried to hit him with a skateboard. He ran away from them before he shot him.
So he shot the first guy who was the pedophile, right? And we know that guy had threatened.
So he shot and killed two men, wounded another man.
So three.
So he killed two and wounded one.
So the first guy he shot with had threatened to kill him all day long, and we know that he attacked him because his fingerprints are on the gun barrel.
It even says it right there in Wikipedia. Stop, go back.
Yeah, grab the barrel of his rifle. Right. There it is.
It says, look at this. Race was a major theme in the U.S. media commentary, although Rittenhouse and those he shot were white. Isn't that wild?
Yes.
Most people didn't know, including people that met Kyle Rittenhouse. Like David Lucas, the stand-up comedian, he knows Kyle Rittenhouse. He brought Kyle Rittenhouse to the mothership. And guys who were there, who met him, the guys you shot were white?
Yeah.
Everybody's like, what?
Yeah.
And then you have to tell them, not only were they white, like these guys were like career criminals. One guy was a pedophile.
One guy pulled a gun on him.
Yeah. And so the media just fucked that kid, and he won. And he got exonerated, and, now...
No, people say to me, they go, Jimmy, why are you defending Kyle Rittenhouse? I go, I'm not defending Kyle Rittenhouse. I don't know Kyle Rittenhouse. I'm defending the truth. And why are you pissed off that the corporate media lied about a 16-year-old kid to divide the country? Because that's what that was about.
Yeah, and you're just going to polarize that kid even more. I mean, that kid's going to lean so far right now.
Of course.
They're the only people that buy him, and everybody else lied about him. The media lied about him. And so many people have this. There's surface narratives, right? And surface narratives are the best. The media is the best at propagating surface narratives. They're best at headlines, even if they're misleading.
Safe and effective.
Yeah, but these surface narratives are the ones that get into people's heads that are the least informed. And that's the general population.
People still believe Russiagate's real.
Oh, yeah.
Look at people like Bill Maher. Oh, yeah. That was shocking to me. I'm like, oh, my God. It just didn't true, but
he doesn't even know what the WEF is.
He didn't even read it. Just Steve Roseanne had to tell him.
Yeah, that's
he didn't even know what MK Ultra was.
That's crazy.
That's
crazy.
And then he got the balls to tell Bill Burr, this isn't your lane. It's not your lane either, Bill. You don't know fucking anything.
Bro, Bill chewed him up. That was wild. You can't go tat-to-tat like that with Bill, because he does that to himself all day. All day. He's like battling out in his own mind, having arguments. Well, look at you, fucking Bill. Look at you. Your fucking stupid sneakers on. You're 55 years old, dressing like a teenager. What the fuck are you doing? What you have to do? Why should people listen to you? You're fucking pasty retard. You got a general anything. Exactly.
But that's the the biggest shocker to me is like the bubble that people live in, right? And it's like, it's just like with the debate. Like, do you think that the lies that the media has been telling them? I've been saying Joe Biden's been a demented walking death rattle since 2019. And it's because it's been obvious that he's suffering from something.
Well, there's a decline, right? If you just saw him in 2019, it wouldn't be as obvious. But if you saw him from, like, when he was running for president in 1988, which I did, did I ever tell you about Joe Biden night we used to have at Stitches?
No.
Stitches Comedy Club in 1988, we had Joe Biden night.
And what is that?
That would mean I would go on stage and do your act, and you would go on stage and do my act.
He's a plagiarist.
Exactly. So we called it Joe Biden night, and all the comics would go up and do each other's acts.
That sounds like fun.
It was fun. It was so fun. It's just like some guys, you watch a guy like Jimmy Tingle or, back in those days, Steve Sweeney. You could go up and do their act. Yeah, and the guys you work with all the time, where you got to see their set all the time, you go up and do their act. We had a great time. But it was an open mockery that he was a known plagiarist.
In 88. I know, that's why this rehabilitation, and it's all because of Trump derangement syndrome, that they have to pretend like Joe Biden's some kind of guy with integrity. The horrible criminal anti-worker guy that he's been his whole life. He's been anti-student, anti-worker, and he crushed the goddamn railroad strike. And everybody just memory holds that happened. Like, if Trump did that, it would be on billboards forever. And, again, it's... Why do you think that because my whole life the establishment loved Donald Trump,
Well,
right?
because the only option is you don't go with Biden, then you're not with the Democrats. The Democrats view themselves as a team. They view themselves as a team as much as patriots think of America first. But that team is Democrats first. And that's the only representation they have right now. Like, apparently, I don't know if this is true, but someone was telling, were you telling me about this, Jimmy? About the live streaming of, was it you? Or was it someone else? Of Rob Reiner and all these people. Oh, they were I'll find the story. They were all live streaming the debate, freaking out.
Barbara Streisand's crying.
People are deranged. These people are no different than the man in that they are in a cult.
Yeah.
They're locked into this ideology. It's not as bad as a man, but it's clearly a cult. It's an ideological cult where you're not willing to go against any of the doctrines of the cult. One of the
You're not allowed to. You're not allowed to have. You have to practice groupthink, and that's
yeah. And Bill Maher's a heretic, even though he's very much a liberal. He's a heretic. Because he says,
every once in a while he'll tell the truth.
a lot of times, he's not as informed as I'd like him to be about some of the stuff, like MK Ultra, the
Or
WEF.
Ukraine.
Well, I don't know what he knows about Ukraine, but he hates Donald Trump. I think I couldn't figure it out on the podcast. He wouldn't even have a rational discussion as to why he hates him.
It's crazy.
But the thing I found out that he was sued by Donald Trump.
Yes, so
That's probably it.
because he said that Donald Trump, he was an orangutan. And so he sued him.
His debate was part of his fraud. Came on it and then shouts and tears. That should have been fucking up with the Kardashians.
Yeah.
That should be the fucking the real.
That's what you get. And I say good for you. That's what you get for fucking lying. They've all lied. You know, I think the big hit I did that night because I mean, just a few weeks ago, there's that Joe Scarborough, that mental case on Morning Joe on MSNBC. He was saying, "Let me tell you something. And if you don't believe it, F you." He says this on 6 in the morning. This is what he's telling his audience. F you. This is the best version of Joe Biden I've ever seen. He saw that. Right? He's the best version. And then
Let's play it. Let's play it. It's amazing.
It's amazing.
It's like Republican.
And they say, and they say Trump is the liar. It's like you're right now in the middle of telling the biggest lie that's ever been told in politics. This is bigger than FDR can walk. This is bigger than that.
Hampton real estate, not cheap. And you got to do some things maybe you don't want to do. If you want to buy that sweet house and just drink your champagne by the lake. Just looking over the Bay Brother, just looking over in the ocean, going, I fucking made it, baby. I'm here in the Hamptons.
And that's
I'm about to go to dinner with Rob Reiner.
Hey, I've always said, I don't know if I'm better or worse than those people, but I've never had no one ever made an offer to buy me out. So I don't know how to react.
I don't think it's a buyout or a sellout thing. That's a thing that people think. I think what happens is you get locked into a cult, and then I think also you get invited to things with important people, and that 100% will shape the way you talk about stuff. If you get invited to a dinner with Bill Gates and some very important people, when their name comes up, you're going to defend them.
Well, Barack Obama talked about how just being in the room, the donor class changes you. Just being in the room,
Of course.
And Chris Hayes wrote a book called The Twilight of the Elite about how that happens. And then he became the thing he wrote about. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I don't know much about that.
Don't you think it's amazing how they fired the Arab reporters and the Muslim reporters at MSNBC because they were telling a little bit of the truth about what's happening, or they were confronting people over it. And
You have to have one narrative.
and that's it. And then but none of that, like they're supposed to stand up for these people. Why didn't Rachel Maddow say something? Why didn't Chris Hayes? None of them said anything. None of them, fake tough guy Lawrence O'Donnell, none of them said anything. They just keep your head down and keep taking it. Rachel Maddow gets paid $100,000 a day. Like, to me, I don't know. That's a lot of fun.
Good for her.
That's a good.
Buy a lot of man suits with that money.
I love when she was being interviewed by Ben. What's his name? Ben. The guy who did Tropic Thunder. What's it? Ben Stiller.
Of course. Of course. That's one way that, for whatever reason, hardcore lesbians, when they want to be taken seriously, dress like a man. And they dress like a man in a business outfit.
Yeah.
Like Hannah Gadsby. Okay, look how she dresses. She puts a suit jacket on. She's not that. I'm serious. I'm here for the meeting. I'm here to explain things to people.
Kirk gets
Look
left
at
out.
this. Look at Jeff Turner. What does he say?
Start your tape right now, because I'm about to tell you the truth. And then after you can. It's 6 in the morning. It's 6 in the morning. I've got views. Intellectually, analytically, best fight and we're all fucking liars. If these people say that Trump's a liar, I mean, Trump's a huge bullshitter for sure, but this
We're in a Coen Brothers movie.
yeah, this is unbelievable. And so, how if you can you imagine the I don't know how many people watch this show, but
45 people.
can you imagine still tuning in after that?
Yes. It's time to fucking wake and bake and let's go. Tell me about the world, Joe.
I used to before I went to sleep. I used to I would be I used to be a night owl when I was just a comedian before my show, and so I would wait till 3 in the morning. I'd be up late. I'm like, oh, I can wait. I can watch Joe Scarborough before I go to bed. Morning Joe. So the joke I used to do is I watch it before I go to bed because I like to go to bed angry, and that. I don't know how anybody could watch that again after that. How could you and have any self-respect unless it's you're high and you're enjoying it. So
you have to be high and enjoying it, and then it becomes high comedy. I mean, because it's so good. That was so good. That was so good. If you put that in a movie, people wouldn't buy it. They would go, "Come on, no, that's not real. No one would do that. This is stupid. I've lost my disbelief."
F you. He's going to tell his own audience F you if you don't believe Joe Biden's not the best.
Yeah, if I was in a movie theater, my suspension of disbelief would be,
That's why I was confused when I was looking. There's other videos I'm seeing. That might have been a different time. And
No. That was just a few weeks ago.
This is saying right here, close to the debate, he's saying like they should replace it.
no, after the debate, that's part of the thing.
So that was right before that was like weeks before. No, that was weeks before the debate. He said that. I'm like, can you believe the balls on these
Crazy balls. And so then after the debate, he does this 180, and there's all these videos that show him before and after.
So that
the greatest 180 turnaround of all
So
time.
if you go to the one up there with the black and white Joe, and then
That's the one.
show that. It's only 30 seconds.
Coach, he's far beyond.
Oh, he's
I think he's better than he's ever been. This is a battle for the future of American democracy. And now is a good time. In June, thank God. In June, and not October. In June, this is the last chance for Democrats to decide whether this man we've known and loved for a very long time will accept to the past.
So that's just a matter of weeks in between those two Joes.
Yeah.
F you! And I wouldn't say it wasn't true. Okay, now thank God we can replace them. Well, here's why I have a theory about this.
Okay.
So they've never done presidential debates this early in the election season before, right? And so my theory is that his own team sabotaged him. They knew this. So they wanted to get Joe Biden through the primary because now all the delegates are beholden to Joe Biden. Means they're beholden to the Democratic Party donor class, right?
Yes.
So there isn't no 50% Bernie Sanders delegates out there, right? They're not going to have any trouble getting them to all coalesce at the convention and pick a new person. So they wanted to get Joe Biden to go through, and then as soon as he got through the thing, they're like, oh, let's have a debate. And then they knew he would look like this, so then they can have enough time to get rid of him. That seems pretty plausible that that's what's going to happen. And guess what's going to happen now? So they're going to have a person at the top of the ticket who nobody voted for because they're going to choose them at the convention. And nobody voted for this person, and they're saying democracy's on the ballot. That's the irony.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Well, not only that, but what did they do to keep RFK Jr. out of the primary so far?
So yeah, they were making it impossible for him to get on ballots. They were. You know what? He told me, but I can't remember. But they were making it. Well, when I remember the first time I had him on my show, it was like a joke. I'm like, dude, you're running as a Democrat. I I go, why do you think they have super delegates? They have super delegates for people like you. It's not going to happen. I can't get excited about your candidacy. And so anything he said, I just didn't get into it, right? I was appreciative of the stuff he was saying around COVID and things like that. But it was just, I told it to Fool's Errand, right? And he's like, I'm a Democrat. I've always been a Democrat. I'm a Democrat. And I'm like, yeah, the Democrats are going to screw you. And they did. So I don't know exactly how, but it got so untenable that he couldn't run inside, because they would have these different rules that they were just making up just to screw him.
So now, do they do this once there's an incumbent, right? Once there's a president in place, do they do this because there's so many jobs that are completely dependent upon that guy being in office? Not just the Democratic Party, but that guy. So if a new guy comes in, like if RFK Jr. comes in, if he wins, then everyone's out of a job.
Oh, yeah. Well,
the whole machine's out of a job. So it's very clear, watching Joe Biden talk, very clear, that he's not making all his decisions, and someone writes his stuff down. We've seen the cue cards that he has. They tell him what to say. We see him read teleprompters and say, end of quote. He says things like that. He just did it again. He does it all the time. So we know that there's no fucking way he's the man behind the machine. So that means there's a bunch of people that work for him that are essentially running the country.
Right.
And those people don't want to lose that position, including his wife. His wife, apparently, by all takes, and she did an interview afterwards where she said he's smarter than he's ever been. I know him. I see him buying clothes. She doesn't want him to stop.
Pure evil.
What is that?
That's just pure evil.
I mean, do you think it's just like a power thing? She's in power. She doesn't want to not be the first lady anymore. Like, what is it?
Yeah, of course. I think that's what I think it is. Well, how could you not have compassion for your own freaking husband? I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, he should have had his keys taken away years ago. And here she is trying to, you did a good job. You answered all the questions. That's how you talk to a 3-year-old. He answered all the questions. I could see answering one or two, but all of
If my
them.
wife talked to me like that, I would just start laughing. Because I think, just fuck with me. I wouldn't stand there. Yes, I did. It's a wild video. Hey, play that video. Play that video of Jill saying that to Joe. I see.
And by the way, I listened to the debate again on the plane.
You get the pertinent information. Round one. Like, I need to go. This is a fine-tooth comb.
Because they kept saying that, because the line now is that Joe might not have answered the questions, like quickly or loudly, but he was telling the truth. His first answer, he lied 3 times. Joe Biden. He lied about Medicare, so it's $2,000. He said it was $200. He lied about the diabetes, and he lied about Trump saying the bleach thing. Trump never said the bleach. He was talking about ultraviolet irrigation, which is a real thing that actually works.
It actually
Yeah, but
and they were talking about using it for respiratory diseases. Shining light into the room.
I've talked to a doctor who told me that that worked well, and so they the people like the medical association, they came and go, hey, you have to sell this technology to us, and he said no, and they go, well, if you don't, we're going to have a study that says this doesn't work, and that's exactly what they did. Wow. And they do that to everything. They explain this real quick.
Such a great job. You answered every question.
Look at him stand there.
Bro, he looks so baffled. First of all, if I was in his corner, the first thing I would have done is get out of here. Let's go, bro. You can't compete with Trump's wacky hair. You need to fake it. You need to fully fake it. I think you'll buy it. Don't even sweat it. You're going to glue a nice piece on you. You're going to have a distinguished head of hair. Second of all, whoever the fuck is giving you Botox, back off a little. Let the guy move the forehead a little bit. This is ridiculous. You're not tricking me into thinking he's young. I know exactly how old he is.
Wait, go, watch how she. Oh no, that's
Like she helps him up
yes,
stage.
this is it. Yeah. She has to walking down the steps.
Yeah.
Are they going to show it? Show it.
Yeah, he's got some bad knees.
Show it.
War injuries, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's defending the Girl Scouts from the Taliban.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Look at this.
I know, it's crazy. That's right.
And if you don't think that's the best version, fuck you, Joe.
F you.
F you.
I love that guy because he's the tough guy Democrat. He's a Republican. No, he's a Democrat.
Oh, yeah. MSNBC,
Whatever it is.
Yeah. Well, that just goes to show you that there's no difference between the parties. I remember when Donnie Deutsch accidentally slip out on Joe Scarborough's show.
Was Joe Scarborough actually a Republican?
He was a Republican congressman.
Does he consider himself one now?
I think so.
For real?
I mean,
Just like a never Trump
Republican. Yeah. And Donnie Deutsch said that, I remember if Bernie Sanders wins this was back in 2020, if Bernie Sanders wins, I have to vote for Trump. And Joe Scarborough's like, do you hear what you're saying? And Donnie was like, oh, yeah, I don't know why I said that. I know why you said that. Fucking would. That's why they scared of people who Bernie Sanders presents as being. Turns out Bernie Sanders isn't that guy. Bernie Sanders is left.
But didn't he just seem to become that as of recently?
Yeah. I mean, I think he always was. He was tired. When you go back in time, he didn't stop talking to Ralph Nader. He stopped talking to Michael Parente. He was for the bombing of Kosovo. He's always been a little bitch for the military-industrial complex. And it's disgusting. And so, if you really look, I got so excited about Bernie Sanders, right? I mean, I've never been excited about a politician in my life. I've never been more let down by a politician in my life. And they lied about the CARES Act, and they lied about putting. We had to do it for the unemployment. Like, that was just the largest, that was the largest upward transfer in the human history, was the CARES Act. And that's a. So that was right when COVID hit, and they passed that $5 trillion bill. $5 trillion. Just out of nowhere, they didn't go tax people for it. They just fucking printed it. $5 trillion, and that was considered the largest upward trend. So that's and none of them. There was no money in there for pay people's salaries. Remember, that's what other countries did.
The $5 trillion
went towards the 1,000 richest motherfuckers in the country. Basically, that's what That's where you got if you had a business, you could apply for some kind of PPE loan and stuff like that. And a lot of people.
I've seen so many arrests. I got one of Lamborghinis and shit. You got one?
I was like, fuck, everybody else is getting one. I better get one. And I was like, I told my wife, I told my wife, we don't know what's going to happen. So I said, hey, apply, see what happens. They gave it to us. I was like, what? I couldn't fucking believe it.
So you have to pay it back? Is that what it is?
No.
Just free money?
No, if you don't lay off anybody, like for a certain amount of time, then you get to keep it. But if you did, yes,
you just get free money?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yes. That's crazy. It was $5 trillion they gave out. Joe? Yeah.
And they gave it out probably to companies that didn't lose profit.
I bet. Yeah.
Right. So they didn't fire the companies and it didn't stop operations.
Somebody should look into how much of Amazon. Did they get money? Did they get that kind of money? Even though
they're smart. They got paid. Yeah, there's a dirty, corrupt system. They're a part of it. Let's go. Let's party. I think we can bust this move out. Everybody's sick.
So you think
it's called the CARES Act.
It's called the CARES Act.
Patriot Act.
And they say,
are you a patriot?
You don't care about America? Why do you hate freedom?
Yeah, why do you hate freedom? You want to sign the Patriot Act?
It's called the Patriot Act. The most Nazi-like thing ever. The government cannot spy on you.
That's the Patriot Act, too.
Oh, okay.
I think of the Patriot Act, too.
Okay. Electric Boogaloo?
Or the National Defense Authorization Act.
Oh, yeah.
Those ones. They passed through that.
In the 2011 NDA, Section 1021, Barack Obama got rid of habeas corpus.
That's not important. What's really important is that we get trillionaires on their money for COVID.
Get rid of habeas corpus. So now, and habeas corpus was in the Magna Carta. So now we're operating on the liberty view from somewhere around the 1100s. And people don't, democracy's on the ballot. You fucking moron. Democracy hasn't been on the ballot for decades and decades. You don't live in a democracy. You live in an oligarchy, which was proven by a Princeton study over 10 years ago. And when are you going to get pissed off about that? No, because the TV guy says, no, it's the Joe Biden's democracy and Trump isn't. And don't you know all that shit about how, he'll never leave office? I didn't know that was an option. I didn't know a president could just decide to not. So every president has left office just because they're good people? Just because they decided to? Oh, he's going to be a dictator. I didn't know a president. I know we had co-equal branches of government. How is this all shit? They just say this shit. It's true. And they all just make it. He was already president one time. He left office.
Yeah, we know.
He lived through it.
Everybody's pretending that he gets into office. He's going to be the horrible thing that didn't place when he was in office for 4 years. What evidence are you basing this on? The evidence that when he was actually the president, and he was for 4 fucking years,
Right.
like you did none of those things. You didn't prosecute his political rivals. You didn't go after Hillary Clinton.
He didn't lock her, even though she's a super criminal. Remember the FBI, the Comey guy came out and he said, yeah, this is going to sound crazy in a couple of different ways, but yes, we found hundreds of high-level documents, secret classified documents on her server, but, you know, we're not going to prosecute her. I know this is going to sound weird. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Somebody made a hilarious video out of it. They put it to music.
It was weird at the beginning because a lot of people, myself included, saw him firing Comey. I'm like, whoa, you're going to fire the head of the FBI because he doesn't like you? Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. And
Comey's a piece of shit.
Because of that, what I was going to say is because of that happening, it caused so many people to start going, what has the FBI done? Like, what are they doing? And then you start reading stories, and you start understanding the history of it. Like, oh, what? What did they do? What have they been involved in?
I know
Good things. A lot of good things. There's a few, but like within any kind of large organization, there's a lot of competitive people trying to rise to the top. You're gonna get unscrupulous fellows. Sociopaths to the top. Yeah, and they're gonna do some things. And if they're in high positions of power and they can manipulate everyone around them to go with it, that's what you get. You get in every human situation.
Yeah, you know what you get? You get January 6th. That's what you get. You get Russiagate. I know that the FBI lied to the FISA court 17 times so they could get a tap on Donald Trump's phones. That happened. They lied to the FISA court 17 times. Nobody talks about that. Nobody pays a price for that. They did it to the goddamn. I'm sure you saw the video of when Chuck Schumer was on with Rachel Maddow, and he says, well, talking about Trump, that he's being really dumb to criticize the intelligence community, meaning the CIA and the FBI. And Rachel Maddow says, why? And he says, because they've got 6 ways to Sunday to mess with you back. And what he really was saying there, that was the leading Democrat in the Senate, the leader of the party. He was telling people into a camera that the president, that the CIA and FBI doesn't work for the president, that he has to worry about them. And if they don't work for the president, who the fuck do they work for, Joe?
Right. Exactly.
And of course, Rachel Maddow never asked that question. She's never going to do that because, she's a lapdog of the military-industrial complex, Wall Street, Big Pharma, all of them. They're all the same.
It's a natural thing that takes place with any organization in power. And that was supposed to be mitigated, right? And this is like the problem that Kennedy had with secret society. This is the problem that Kennedy had with the CIA and Kennedy had with the NSA. When you ever get people that are above everything, like this concept of the deep state, you put your tinfoil hat on and you say the word deep state. Everybody who is not paying attention, people that are just reading mainstream news, you say deep state, they go, oh God.
Yeah.
Deep state's real, and it's 100%. It's real. It's the intelligence community.
And Chuck Schumer said they don't work for the president. What? And they don't. So they would even brag about it when Trump first became president. They would go on, Comey and other people would go on interviews and they would say, Mr. President, we're going to be here long. We were here before you, we're going to be here after you.
Yeah.
So they don't give a shit about the president. They're just saying it out loud. They would say it out loud. And so, so people are conditioned.
But isn't that just what happens when you have competitive humans locked into these organizations that have extreme power? It's just you're always going to have that with human beings. These are like human behavior patterns that they always follow. It's
just like our country is ending the way all empires end. We overextend ourselves militarily, which brings me to what is that? Just smoking. Oh, really?
When I don't want a full cigar, I smoke one of these little tiny Monte Cristos.
Oh.
Want a cigar? I smoke a real one.
No, I did that once, and because I used to smoke cigarettes. And I'm like, everybody started smoking cigars at one time when I went to Los Angeles. I'm like, I can smoke cigars.
These are nice ones,
but if
Ron White kept me under
it woke up the beast and I started smoking cigarettes. Yeah, no good. So I can't. I even quit smoking pot recently. Last September.
I heard.
You did?
Yeah, I watched that video.
It makes people really interesting. Makes people sad when I say on stage. People go, it makes them upset. And I'm like, it really woke me up to a lot of things. I don't even, people go, why you quit? I don't even know why I quit. Like, I feel like it was, I think it came from a higher power.
Yeah, I know you're saying that too. I'm gonna go while we're talking,
You're gonna get a real cigar? Oh, okay. What made you go from the I want a little one to a big one just now? Oh, okay. God damn it, it smells. Well, the thing that why I stopped is because it smells so fucking good.
yeah, but I see where your point is, though, and I see what you're saying. And there's a thing that can happen with marijuana or with anything that alters your state of consciousness, including coffee, cigarettes, alcohol, everything. You're using that to sort of cope and exist, and you're not really being present. You're always being present under the influence of these things. I've been guilty of that myself. Just sometimes you just want to catch a buzz. Don't want to be here. I just want to have a couple of whiskeys. I don't want to be here. I want to be here, but just be, So sometimes the world's overwhelming, and I think you miss a lot if you live in that state. You miss a lot. Like, one of the things that happens with people that have drug problems when they're young is they don't really mature properly. Because they spent, 15, 16, 17 doing meth, doing coke, partying, and then by the time they get clean and sober, like, they're grown-up babies.
Yes, they say that. They say that when your addiction starts, you get locked into that level of maturity until your addiction ends.
Yes, and then you start growing, but now you're growing in a confused state. And you've also got this anxiety that's sometimes crippling because you wasted a giant chunk of your life and not made any progress. And here you are, a beginner at 35 years old. And you're out here in the world trying to get a regular job at 35, and nobody wants to hire you because you've been in rehabilitation centers and you got locked up for stealing hubcaps, catalytic converters, or whatever. The thing that it does to you is it separates you from normal reality. And that could be a positive or a negative. If you have discipline and control and you're present and you really spend a lot of time thinking alone by yourself and meditating, you can use things to alter your state of consciousness to achieve thoughts. You tap into new ideas.
Hot helped me a lot immediately. It helped me.
It's comedy steroids.
Yeah, it was a big deal for me. It took me from being, I was a very narrow and rigid comedian, and then it opened me up, and it made me a much better comedian, is all I can say. And it worked for a long time. And it didn't take away my discipline. Like, I still had lots of discipline comedically. When I started my podcast in 2008 or 9, and then my radio show, and then so I was always
2008.
yeah.
They would meet that.
Yeah, I started with Todd Glass. I started a show called Comedy and Everything Else. And then, I did like 152 episodes of that. I just got tired of it. I started doing the Jimmy Dore show because I got a radio in Los Angeles, which is a public radio show. It's all politics and comedy, And so I just shifted over to that. And it was a pretty popular podcast. Still is the podcast. I mean, we get like 50,000 to 60,000 downloads per episode. But it never sold tickets. This thing. And when I went on YouTube, that was immediately I started selling. Immediately. That's as you know, that changes your whole life.
Yeah, the YouTube thing's the world. Everybody has it. It's on every phone. It's on everybody's. If you have Apple TV, I watch YouTube more than I watch Netflix.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, because if I watch Netflix, it's like I want to watch Peaky Blinders. I sit down and watch it. But if YouTube's like, let me just walk around and see what's going on in the world of ancient archaeology. Let me watch a professional pool backs. Let me see this new muscle car build. I get lost for hours. If I want to zone out, I'm exhausted, and I just want to zone out. I did everything that I have to do. Go right to YouTube. Yeah. So, hey, Jimmy Dore, what's he talking about? Oh, I didn't know that. And then I'm watching you yell at Cornel West or some other fucking person. And I'm like, this is Jimmy's mad dog.
I love how I love having Kurt on the show because he gets upset, and stuff like. I mean, like I get to be amused by it instead of me getting upset.
Yes. Oh, it's a perfect balance.
Kurt's sitting there going, everything's a fucking side. Everything, your whole life, everything is wrong, okay? Everything. That's like a 2.5 hour mark of the show. Everything, every fucking thing, everything. It gives me joy.
So you were saying before I interrupted you that you think that it was a higher calling, that like quitting pot.
So I started, and when COVID happened, I started getting into into Carl Jung and my unconscious and analyzing my dreams, and then I realized that that there is what Carl Jung calls God is a transpersonal self, and that he's the one who kind of figured out we have a collective unconscious that's broke. So there only is one conscious. I mean, you've done DMT and all shit, so you get all that, but he was able to give himself like a mushroom trip when he was conscious without taking mushrooms, right? And he would call it active imagination. So he could go into his unconscious and confront all these things that, like archetypes and God that lives in your unconscious. And he had to have a person that was there to make sure he didn't go crazy. And so he did this for like 4 years, from like 1913 to 1917. And he wrote it down in a thing called the Red Book, which he would not allow it to be published for 50 years after he died, because he knew if people read it, it would discredit his work in psychology, because it sounds crazy, all the shit. It's like he had mushroom trips that he would write it down, right? But it was real. And so what he did, so during those 4 years, he then spent the rest of his life trying to explain to people what he had learned in those 4 years in ways that they could understand it. And so that's what the rest of his life was about. And they asked him, I remember they asked him, do you believe in God? He said, I don't believe in God, I know. And I was like, man, that's bad. Say shit like that. And so anyway, I started to get into this. And so he figured out that we have a collective unconscious, because he was seeing these symbols in his dreams. And he knew that they were like meaningful, but he didn't know what they meant. And then he started to study alchemy, which alchemy isn't what you think it is. Alchemy was about turning a psychological lead into psychological gold. And they were onto a lot of shit. And they had to keep it secret because of the church, I guess. And so they had to speak in code, kind of. And so he started to read alchemy, and he started to see these symbols that were in his dreams that they had written about, and they had already figured out what it meant. And he was like, well, how the fuck could I have a dream about something I didn't know anything? I never read this book before. I don't know what. And that's how he started to figure that out. And so that shit has happened to me. I'll see symbols in my dreams. This happened. So I was. This is gonna sound crazy. So I was in the jungle, in a clearing, and this creature comes over to me. It looks like a big ape. His body's like a big gorilla, but his head is like half of a lion, half human. And I'm like, what the? And he puts his hand out, and I'm like, oh, he's gonna crush me. So I put my hand in his hand, and he took my hand gently, and he walked into the jungle. And I was like, what the? So I told this to I have an analyst, a Jungian analyst, who helps me decipher what my dreams mean. And he said, that's an archetypal god, and that was them telling you it's time for you to go into the jungle of your unconscious, but you'll be safe if you long as you. And I was like, oh, so then like a month later, I'm reading this book, and there's that fucking thing, the ape with the lion. I'm like, I'm like, what? That's the thing I saw in my dream. Like, how did that show up in my dream before I ever saw it before? I knew so I'm having the exact same theory.
Is there a book, or is it just a description?
It's called a betrayed God. That's what I come to know. I was like, that's the fucking thing with my dream. So there's also another thing about the old man. So Carl Jung talks about this a lot. Like, he would meet the old man in his dream, which was like a transpersonal self of God. Yeah, like that. Yeah.
So that's an archetypal character.
Yeah. I'm like, how the fuck?
You had no idea that thing showed up.
Never seen it. Yeah.
Wow. And so that's depicted all throughout history.
I had no idea. So
how bizarre.
I had this big decision to make in my life, and it was so. What Carl Jung says is that your unconscious, transpersonal self, will create a scenario for you where there's no way out. There's no matter which way you go, you lose. So I was in one of those, and I had a dream, and I'm standing in line at a Starbucks at an airport, and this guy taps me, and I see a shortcut. So whenever there's a shortcut, I'm gonna, because it's a long line. So I figure I can go over here, and I can get my coffee first, So So I'm like doing that, and all of a sudden this taps, and it's the old man with the gray hair that Carl Jung had talked about. I didn't know it at the time, and I just thought, and this old man, he didn't say anything to me, like he just grabs my hand and he points to the end of the long line, and I go, "Fuck you, old man, get away from me! What the fuck do you know?" And yeah, well now I eventually did take the long line not in a dream, but in my life. And as soon as I did, so Carl Jung has another saying. He says, the biggest problems in your life can never be solved; they can only be outgrown. And so I knew that. I was like, oh, so it happened. So I've had these experiences.
So you didn't finish that thought. Like, what was wrong with the back of the line? Like, what did you realize by going to the back of the line?
It's like I don't. It's a little personal. So like about the situation in my waking life. But I just knew that what I had to do. Right. Once I realized that that was my transpersonal self telling me you got to do this, and so I had an awakening. I outgrew this problem because it was like my Jungian analyst refers to it as you're on a crucifix, right? The only thing you can do is hold, maintain, don't make a decision, don't do one thing or the other, just hold, and then something will appear. And that's what appeared. It was in my dream. It coincided with the synchronicity in me reading a book about what I was supposed to do. I'm like, holy fuck, what do you think dreams are? So I think it's a mistake to dismiss them. I think dreams are the same consciousness that creates this waking life, creates your dream life, right? And they're important. And if the more attention you pay to them, the more you'll get out of them, and the more it'll rise up to meet you. And so I keep a dream journal. I write down every dream I have, and you'll start to see patterns. And I've had. So I was reading this book called The Undiscovered Self by Carl Jung, and it's amazing how it fits what's happening right now today, right? And I tried to get to Bobby Kennedy to read it with me, but he says in there, how during COVID. How comedians flipped, and all of a sudden you weren't allowed to question. I did that bit about it. You quoted before, and you're not allowed to think yourself. And it used to be called reading. Don't do your own research. It's reading. So now they're shaming you for reading, right? So Carl Jung talks about that you have a need. You have a psychological need to have an experience of the divine and the deity and all that stuff. And if you don't have that, you're going to create it. And so that's how those people. When I'm reading this book, I'm like, oh, that's what they did with COVID. They turned Fauci into a god. They turned science into a religion. You can't question it, right? So that I'm like, what? So they just projected. So Carl Jung's all about projection, projecting all the time. And that's how we get to know ourselves, right? Like when you fall in love. That's the big one is that you have a feminine side inside of you, and it's called your anima if you're a guy, and if you're a female, you have a male, and that's called your animus. When you fall in love with someone, like, that thing, like, oh my God, I can't live without this person. This is the thing I've been looking for. That's when you project that part of yourself that's in your unconscious onto that person. And so that's a real religious experience because you're rejoining what religion means to rejoin. You're joining your conscious self with your unconscious self. And that's why it feels like you're being stimulated from the inside because you are. And you feel this oneness and this wholeness. And if I lose this person, I'll die. And so that is what most people, that's why guys in their, it happens to guys in their 50s. And that's why a lot of guys leave their wife. But it's fucking amazing how that happens, right? So that's all projection. Eventually, the projection falls off. Right? Yeah.
Interesting. So the religious experience is the combining of the two souls.
The combining of your conscious self and your unconscious self, right?
In someone else.
And yeah, so you experience it by projecting it on someone else. So and that's the phenomenon. And nobody knows that that's the phenomenon of love, of romantic love. And there's this old book. There's this old myth about Tristan and I read this whole book by this Jungian scholar that explains what it's all about. And you have to give up. So by the way, I meet my anima in my dreams all the time. So so they have different people
How often do you remember your dreams?
every day. Really? Yeah. And so, like, to the point where if I'm going to have a session with my analysis, take a nap, and I know I'll have a dream, and I'll wake up and I can talk about it. I have a good dream, especially when you quit smoking pot.
Is that when the dream started? You have dreams while you're smoking pot.
I had dreams while I was smoking pot.
But they're just more
But
intense.
then after you quit smoking pot, your dreams become vivid and intense and over the top of it. It's almost too much, you know. But now it's going back to
Let me ask this again. What do you think dreams are?
I think dreams are spiritual, whatever is in your spirit, whatever is it's God, for lack of a better term, trying to communicate with you, talk to you through symbols. That's what I think. I mean, I'm not an expert on this stuff. I've just been into it for like the last 4 years. I just know my experience, and so if you don't have an experience of it, you are going to create it, and that's what people did during COVID with science, Fauci, and all that shit. They projected it onto that, and luckily enough, I've been having experiences of the divine through my dreams, my dream analysis, and then I also see it when you see synchronicity. Al Carlin talked about synchronicity, which are coincidences that they're not just coincidences. So, and you know, and once you start to look for them, you see, you know, it's like when you buy a new car, you see that car everywhere. It's like once you start to look for synchronicities, they start to happen. So then it's like I'm constantly in communication with God. That's how I, for lack of a better word, that's how I feel about it, right? So everything that happens in my dream, my wake up, comes from the same God. Carl Jung said that the future can be set up. It's set up by your unconscious long in advance, which is why I can guess that by clairvoyance. So anyway, so this book, the Red Book, that he wrote down his experiences for those 4 years where he gave himself a mushroom trip, it finally got published in 2010. I'm not even able to. Like I was looking, it's just like super confusing, like crazy talk. So what I do is I read books he wrote up. Trying, you know, after he had that experience, and I read books by other Jungian scholars explaining shit. He's dense, man. He's in a very, puts a lot of info in. Look, it took me a week just to. I was reading a book called The Mysterium Canoe Show that he wrote, and it took me like a week just paragraph to keep going on.
Yeah, I tried reading a book on flying saucers.
Oh, really?
Yeah. What is Carl Jung's book on flying saucers from? But he had this concept about flying saucers. He thinks they're constructs of the mind, but not necessarily that they're not real. The very strange flying saucer. It's a modern myth. If you go to the back, like go back to where a modern myth thinks the sky.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So see if you can find just a synopsis. Just write what did Carl Jung believe about UFOs? Does it say here? Okay, I was just saying, late 50s, the height of the popular fascination with UFOs, flying saucers is the great psychologist's brilliant, prescient meditation on a phenomenon that gripped the world. A self-confessed skeptic in such matters, Jung was nevertheless intrigued not so much by their reality or unreality, but by their psychic aspect. He saw flying saucers as a modern myth in the making to be passed down the generations, just as we have received such myths from our ancestors. In this wonderful and enlightening book, Jung sees UFOs as visionary rumors, the center of a quasi-religious cult, and carriers of our technological and salvationist fantasies. 40 years later, with entire religions based on the writings of science fiction authors, it is remarkable to see how right he's proven to be.
Oh, yeah, I'll have to read that book.
Yeah.
I think the best book to start with Carl Jung is Memories, Dreams, Reflections, which is his biography. And that he you know, he lets you out a little, because he was more than a psychologist. He was a mystic,
Right.
and it's made all the difference. And I was you know, I consider myself a Sam Harris atheist. I used to call myself, you know, and that was mostly a reaction to being Catholic, and so I was rejecting religion and but at the same time, I was also rejecting spirituality, and I didn't realize it. But now, because of this experience, I realized, oh no, that it's just terminology. God is real. There is your ego doesn't control things. Your ego needs, once you can make your ego subservient to the transpersonal self and your unconscious, that's the key to life. To realizing that you're just the way I describe it to people is that we're all part of consciousness. Consciousness is an ocean, and then there's a huge the part of the consciousness we see is a wave, right? And all I can do is surf that wave. I can't create that wave. I can't control it. All I can do is try to surf it as best I can. And by making yourself, subserve your ego, subservient to keeping your eye on the transpersonal center, which is what Carl Jung talks about. That's kind of the key. It's very, unless you experience it, it's hard to understand. It's even hard for me to explain. But it does make sense. It's like trying to explain a DMT trip, I'm guessing. I've never done DMT.
It does make sense that a person like that is trying to understand how the human mind works, would have to take into account all sorts of bizarre things like UFO sightings, psychic experiences, dream states, endogenous psychedelic experiences. There's a bunch of different ways you can reliably achieve psychedelic states without any drugs. One of them that I've done is holotropic breathing. And if you do holotropic breathing, you have what's like almost like a mushroom.
What is that?
It's Google holotropic breathing so you get I don't butcher the definition of it. But also a lot of people do breathing exercises in sensory deprivation tanks, which provide very vivid psychedelic experiences with no drugs at all.
I did my first breathing exercise ever this morning.
This is just talking about the study of it. There's a way to do, maybe I said the wrong word. So breathing to induce psychedelic states. Just write breathing to induce psychedelic states. I might have used the wrong word. You think they're way too much at stake?
Look at it, it's right there in the
New York Times, January 10th, so you know it's a lie. Okay, what is it here? Did they call it holotropic breathing, or am I using the wrong terminology? Okay, there it is. Vigorous modality known as holotropic breath work is offered at the end of an 8-month training, 8 months before they gave you the holotropic breathing, to provide a powerful taste of the therapeutic potential and pitfalls of altered states of consciousness. So Dr. J.J. Purcell, a naturopathic doctor from Oregon, was among the trainees who walked into the early October session skeptical that a couple hours of intense breathing could induce anything close to a psychedelic trip, but she was stunned. The depth of what I experienced was so similar to psilocybin, Dr. Purcell marveled. Referring to the psychoactive compound in magic mushrooms, it was trippy.
So you did that?
Yeah, I've done that a bunch of times.
And does it work?
Yeah, it definitely works. Especially works in a tank or when you're lying in bed and quiet.
So you just did a certain kind of breathing for
hours? Yeah, just Google like what is the protocol for holotropic breathing. There's just like a specific way you're supposed to do it. But I can achieve some reasonable form of a psychedelic state by just concentrating on breath. I have this thing that I do, and I do it when I can't sleep. Where my mind is racing, right? So I force my mind to concentrate on one thing, and that's in with the good, out with the bad. Those are the only words I allow in my head. So as I breathe in, I go in, I lose track, I start thinking about, I forgot to color my back. Then I get back to it. In with the good, out with the bad. In with the good, out with the bad. In long breaths. When I'm doing that, I'm only allowing those words in my head. The other ones are getting in there, but I'm pushing them out. Get out of the door, I'm the bouncer. And then eventually I can achieve this very strange state. This very strange state that with your eyes closed, you start seeing patterns. You see this like weird sort of like matrix, like for lack of a better term, almost like a geometric grid of the world. just keep trying. And usually I fall asleep when I'm doing that, but I can stay awake and have. It takes a while. You might take 15, 20 minutes to do that, but you get in there. And I know that people that do Kundalini yoga. I have a friend who did Kundalini yoga, and he said he has also done TMT. He said you can absolutely get there. You just have to be rigorous. You have to practice it for a long time. But they have a specific type of nodding, bobbing you do with intense breath work that gets you to this endogenous dump of psychedelic chemicals. So one of the reasons why it's so insane that sweeping 1970s psychedelic drug act took place is not just that they used it to target civil rights leaders and anti-war movement people and the Black Panthers and anybody that was inconvenient, but also that it stopped us from being able to explore what these things are. So one of the terms that psychedelics use, that people, when they talk about psychedelics, it's one of the more glossy terms, is entheogen. And what entheogen means, essentially, is like this is something that connects you to God. But what is the term entheogen? What is the literal translation of entheogen? But that this is what they think. Here it is. A chemical substance, typically of plant origin, that is ingested to produce a non-ordinary state of consciousness, religious or spiritual purposes. I think that's what most religions are based on. I think they're based on either an understanding of how to achieve psychedelic states endogenously, or people coming into contact with psilocybin, Amanita muscaria. There's a variety of different things that they probably came in contact with. There's scholars out of Jerusalem now that believe that the interpretation from Moses and the burning bush, that the burning bush was probably the acacia tree. The acacia tree is rich in DMT. Now, it just completely makes sense that burning a bush that is rich in DMT would connect Moses to God, and God would give Moses these commandments for how mankind should live. It completely makes sense. Well, it's probably a psychedelic experience, and there's probably a bunch of different ways to get them. I think that's what monks are doing when they're spending the entire day isolated and meditating. I think they're achieving I think that's why they're willing to keep doing it. I think that's why they're willing to stay. Everybody's like, oh, those poor bastards, look at them, no pussy, or dressed like a retard. Like, look at them, this stupid fucking orange robe. But those people, I think, are connecting to something, some other state that is more exciting than this one that we're kind of trapped in.
Well, I've had the experience of, I've only done mild doses of mushrooms. And the last time I did it, I remember when I would close my eyes, it would seem more real than when I opened my eyes. I was like, oh, everything seemed flat and interesting. When I closed my eyes, I was like, this is the real thing. I like to stay here longer. So it's got to be what you said. That's why people are willing to sit in the cave and meditate. It's more real. It's a more like a rich experience.
I think we operate under the biological dimension. That's where our thing moves around, under the biological dimension. And all of our senses are tuned into the biological dimension. It involves injury and death and illness and crime and injustice, all these different things that get all wrapped up in the biological dimension. But we're also connected to something else. You can define that thing, you can call it things, you can call it heaven, the well of souls, you can call it a bunch of different things. I think calling it anything is a problem. We don't know what the fuck it is. Whatever it is, I think there's a bunch of different ones, and in terms of kind of described it as a mandala, like that there's like a mandala of different psychedelic experiences that the human body and the human mind is capable of experiencing. And there's all sorts of different ones, how you're going to a different neighborhood, and that these chemical gateways that get you into these states, that's what these psychedelic drugs are. We're looking at it like, oh, he's just escaping reality. I think they're chemical gateways. I think they're chemical gateways into other dimensions, into some other realm that you cannot get there with this thing that's worried about, oh, belly, because ego, and just the reality of having to pay bills, lights on. There's just like too much weird shit here that distracts you. Joe Biden's fine. He's the best version of Joe Biden ever seen. You're driving to work going, what the, I'm in the upside down world. This is like fucking Stranger Things. What's happening here? And you're losing your fucking mind. And that all this does, all this chaos, this is like if the devil and God were real. This is chaos. This is hell. The hell is this confusion and this constant lack of peace. Everyone's filled with anxiety.
Well, Jesus said, there's a quote, that the kingdom of my Father is laid upon the earth, but the eyes of men don't see it. So, yeah, so we're creating our own hell, right? And it's, I think, over-identification with ego, which is different than, you got a big ego, that's different. The ego mind is like what your conscious of, your idea of who you are. And then things that you don't like, according to you split them off and you put them into your unconscious. So when people who hate Trump, like when you see people who have Trump derangement syndrome, that's because they're projecting that part of themselves that is like Trump onto him. So then they can hate that. And that when you have a big reaction to something external, whether it's you love something intensely or you hate something intensely, that tells you it's about you. That's about, and so, like, I never hated Trump. I hated the system that got us Trump. That's I try to keep my focus on, it was because Barack Obama bailed out the banks and kicked 5.1 million families out of their homes. Went on to give us a right-wing fucking healthcare plan that was a giveaway to big pharma and insurance companies, and he didn't really help. That's what laid the groundwork for people to go for something like Trump. They always does. So that's what so when people hate, the people who hate Trump the most are people who have split off that part of themselves that is Trump and put it in their unconscious. Then they're experiencing themselves and they project it onto him. You know those people. Like Rob Reiner, like Bill Maher. Like there's lots of those people everywhere. And they then they just tell these fantasies about him. He's never going to leave. Oh, Robert De Niro. Yeah. Now Kurt's convinced that Robert De Niro's on some kind of Epstein list or some kind of thing like that, and then he's afraid that if Trump does get power, he's going to expose him. He is actually going to comment. That's what Kurt thinks about every fucking thing that happens in the world. I think Robert De Niro's just got Trump derangement syndrome. I think he's old, too. There's a thing about old men. And they want to yell at everybody. And he's completely, did you see when he went and gave that speech outside of the, that was bizarre. And then he starts yelling at regular people. He's like, fuck you, you're a gangster. Fuck you. Like, it's crazy that that's the taxi driver. Yeah. Also, I think these guys have no friends. I think the only friends they have are Hollywood phonies. And so you're in this weird world where everybody you're talking to is a phony, and everyone's a phony, and you're grasped by reality is very slippery, and your eyes are going, right? So your vision of the world, your actual vision of the world, your ability to read a phone. You ever see all people's text messages? The fucking text on their phone is like as big as my hand. It's crazy. And so your vision of the world is blurry, literally and figuratively. And then you're getting old, and when old people are tired and cranky, they just want everyone to listen to them, and they don't have time to have a calm conversation. And you state out your opinion, I'll state my opinion. Let's see where we have common ground. Get off my lawn! And that's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. He's being this old, grumpy man that is so lost that he thinks he's going to be able to stand in front of a bunch of people on the street and give a speech on camera about how bad Donald Trump is. With all the shit that's going on in the world, I know, all the craziness of the world. Right now, the guy you're voting for, a lot of people consider is funding a genocide. Right? So, you don't think that's horrible? Look what's, again, if he knew what was happening in Ukraine, more people being slaughtered in Ukraine, for what?
And we just signed another 10 years. Yeah, signed on for another 10 years. Worth what, $800 billion?
So, this is all money funneling operation. That's what Afghanistan was, and as Julian Assange taught us that these wars aren't meant to be won, they're meant to be. And they had a peace agreement. You know that. They had a peace agreement almost immediately after the invasion, Russia invaded. They had a peace agreement, and Ukraine agreed to it. Zelensky agreed to it, and they flew Boris Johnson out there and said, "Don't fuck, you can't do this, or we're going to kill you." And so he did. That's why he can't do it. And And so that's why this war is ongoing, and they have to rip people off corners and put them in vans to go fight in this fucking war. The average age of the Ukraine military is over 40 years old. Yes, I can't even watch it.
Guys with their families.
The family, they just grab them.
Grab them, and people are screaming, and they throw them in a van. You're going to go fight in a war.
I think you lost the war when Bernie did. So they did. So, and then, of course, nobody knows how this war started. You've had Dave Smith on, he explained it. You know, nobody still to this day knows about the Maidan coup, that the United States got met with right-wing Nazis in Ukraine to overthrow a democratically elected government. Then they started bombing the people in the east of Ukraine, called the Donbass, and they wouldn't stop. They had two peace agreements called the Minsk Accords. Guess who violated that? Ukraine. It wasn't that. So, you know, I've heard people say that, and of course it was the expansion of NATO, right? The threat of putting NATO on the border of Russia, which everybody from Kissinger to Chomsky and everybody in between said, that's a mistake, don't do that. Well, that's of course what they're doing. And so what's the point of NATO anymore? And then this whole idea, they're doing the domino theory again. Oh, well, if we allow him to do this to Ukraine, he's going to go to Poland next. And it's the same fucking shit they said all the time. It's the domino theory. And again, the world's terrorists are the United States. Look what we did to Iraq. Look what we did to Libya. Libya, the most successful country in all of Africa. The guy created the eighth wonder of the world with the way how he delivered water and turned deserts into farmland. And everybody had a house, and everybody had education and healthcare. And we turned it into a failed state run by terrorists with open slave markets. Who did that? Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton did that, and they'll never have to pay a price for that. Barack Obama, the most they'll do is, well, that was a mistake.
Why did they get rid of
Because he was going to start a currency of Africa just for that was going to compete with the U.S. dollar and the euro, and they can't have that because the way the United States controls the world is because the United States dollar is the reserve currency of the world. So that's why they can put sanctions on all these countries. And so what they're doing, which they shouldn't do, they're weaponizing the U.S. dollar. And so like when countries want to trade with each other, they have to go take their currency, change it into U.S. dollars so they can trade. A lot of it was based on the petrodollar, which, by the way, Saudi Arabia just quit. I don't know if you heard about that. So, and all of a sudden, CBS News is starting to do news stories about how Saudi Arabia was involved in 9/11. All of a sudden, 24 years later, all of a sudden, oh, you know what? Turns out there was some happened with that. Like, 2 weeks after they decided to not renew the fucking petrodollar, now CBS News is allowed to talk about that and investigate it, which when I talked about it, got demonetized. But anyway, so that's why Gaddafi was doing it. He was going to set up a currency for all of Africa, and it was going to be based on a gold standard. And so they're like, no, you're not. You're going to and they made up a bullshit thing like, we got to save the people. Whatever the United States don't give a fuck about the people in America. They got veterans and everybody else living under every goddamn bridge in this country. You think if they gave a shit about those people, don't you think they'd start helping the people right outside the front door? Instead of, no, we gotta go help people in Libya, and we gotta help people. It's about helping people in Ukraine. It's about helping people in Taiwan. And it's about this is all about an upward transfer of money. This is about balkanizing countries and turning it over to BlackRock and Vanguard. That's what this is about.
Yeah.
And we'll be right back.
That's a good rant. That's a solid rant. Biden is sending $61 billion to Ukraine. Much of it will pass through the U.S. economy first.
You mean in weapons manufacturing and things like that? By the way, there's no oversight.
Why do you have to look at the bad side of things?
But this is how they sell it to us. Like, no, we're actually investing in our own country. If you want to invest in our own country, why wouldn't you build fucking bullet trains? Why wouldn't you do that? Why wouldn't you build affordable housing for people? People can't afford. Now, the new generation can't afford fucking houses. Why would you do things for people? Why wouldn't you give people healthcare that doesn't bankrupt them, or an education that doesn't bankrupt them? We're engines.
I don't think you've read that our military aid to Ukraine is revitalizing manufacturing communities across the United States.
The most inefficient way to stimulate economy is military spending. Now, I've known that for a long time. It's the lowest return on your investment.
Crazy spin.
Because that's how they're doing it. Now that's how they're doing it. Well, you saw Lindsey Graham. I don't know if you saw this. He said that there's $15 trillion in natural and rare earth minerals in Ukraine. Okay, if we don't get it, China's going to get it, and Russia's going to get it. We can't. So now, 3 years into this war, you're telling me it's about why can't we just do regular economic shit and try to outcompete people? Because that's all this is. These are economic wars that they turn into. Well, Fred Hampton said that politics is war without violence, or is politics with violence.
Yeah.
And so that's what these wars are. None of them are real. They're not what you think they're for. They're all made up. And we keep falling. I can't believe people still fall. For the Ukraine war,
They went into that so quick. They got really.
well, Russiagate set it up. Guys, when I was at the Young Turks, I would tell those people, those knuckleheads at the Young Turks, when they were Russiagating, I go, you know, they're going to use this for a war. And that's exactly what they knew they were doing that. They knew that they were getting people mentally ready for a war with Russia. And right now, it's a proxy war with Russia. That's what this is. And of course they did it. And of course, if you say something, they call you a Putin puppet. Just like you were an Assad toady. If you said something about Syria, like Tulsi Gabbard was saying. Right. Truth, I mean, if you said weapons of mass destruction, you were called a traitor. Right. The whole thing, it's the fucking never ends. It's the same playbook, and people fall for it every time. And it's because we are the most propagandized country in the world. You think China is? You know, when people in China watch the news, they know it's propaganda. In the old Soviet Union, people knew that was propaganda. The difference between that and now is people in America, they think they're watching the news when they turn on Fox, CNN, MSNBC, and isn't it weird? It never clicks to anybody that when Rachel Maddow and Sean Hannity are telling you the same thing about Ukraine, doesn't that someone go, okay, my spidey sense is like, oh, this is fucking bullshit. Yes, it is. Yes, when they're telling you the same thing about COVID or vaccines or lockdown, listen, that's your spidey senses go up that this has got to be bullshit. So they all agree again, just like the Republicans and Democrats, they all agree on the worst of things, right? They all agree on war, they all agree on screwing workers, they all agree on keeping us having the most expensive healthcare in the world, they all agree on not doing anything to fix homelessness and not investing in our own infrastructure. But so they agree on all the worst things. It's like having two divorced parents, but they both agree on sending you to military.
Yeah, it's a conundrum for sure. But don't you think people are aware that's bullshit?
I hope so. I think COVID woke up a lot of people.
I think it too, and I think shows like yours and these shows that are online now that are beholden to a corporation that are independent shows that can actually connect the dots of knowledgeable people that actually understand the history behind it. It's just a different world now.
You know, even with YouTube, Joe, it's amazing how many people told the company line. They told the company line on the Ukraine war. They told the establishment around COVID and vaccines and getting money for. It was just amazing. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So there's maybe a couple of places that you can get reliable news, even in the independent news, right? Yeah. The Gray Zone had they debunk everything, and
the Gray Zone.
Yeah, it's Max Blumenthal and Aaron Mate. Yeah, and they helped debunk Russiagate. They helped debunk the Syria gas attacks. Aaron Mate did extensive work on that. I was first, but I'm a dumb guy. I have to take credit where I can, you know. And but I knew because Robert Fisk had done reporting on the ground. He was one of the most decorated war reporters in Europe, and if I didn't make any sense on space, that Assad, who was winning the war at the time, would do the one thing Barack Obama said if he crossed that red line and used chemical weapons. He would then go do it, and they only killed like 50 people at a time with a chemical weapon. So why the fuck would he do that? Of course, that was a false flag done by then the OPCW. Whistleblower. So the OPCW, which is the Organization for the Prevention of Chemical Weapons, right? And so we used to be considered, nonpartisan and non-captured. And they would go in and if there was a chemical weapon used, they would go in and they would do a report. Well, of course, they got captured, right, by NATO and the billionaire class. And so they go in, they do the report, and they're like, oh yeah, it was Assad, he did it. But then the whistleblowers came out and said, no, that's not what happened. They suppressed the engineers report, they suppressed this report, these canisters were laid there, this wasn't dropped from a helicopter. So it was all bullshit, right? So of course Assad didn't do that, right? And so I was onto that first, and then Aaron Mate came back and he did meticulous reporting on it. He's written at least 10 articles on it, which nobody will ever debunk. Nobody, because they can't, right? And and Russiagate, I knew immediately Russiagate was because I brought on Bill Binney, who was the NSA's number one code breaker for decades and decades. And he came on and he explained to me that they didn't hack into that DNC server that was downloaded locally, right? And now we know that how much shit they wrote a smear piece about me and in the Washington Post because I was asking logical questions about what happened with Zachary. Hey, like, man, where was he from the time he left the bar to the time he got home?
You're not allowed to ask ethical questions about a guy that WikiLeaks said leaked them information. The DNC was conspiring to keep Bernie Sanders out of the primary. You're not allowed to.
I remember Jeff Bezos hired a guy at the Washington Post to smear me over that, right? And they did. And
Jeff personally.
And
I think Jeff did. I mean, it was his paper. How much time do you think he spent at his paper?
Why do you think he bought that paper? Do you think he bought that paper because he wants to inform people about what the billionaire class is up to, Joe?
It's super profitable.
It's not. It's not.
One of these billions of dollars a year.
No, in fact,
it does really well. It only tells the truth.
In fact, the head of the Washington Post went into the editorial, went into the newsroom just like a month ago, and I don't know how it got leaked out. And he said, "Hey, nobody's reading your shit." People are done with the corporate news, hopefully, right? They're fine. Well, that's why you saw that. I can't think of her name. That idiot for the Washington Post who covers social media. She's the 40-year-old teenager, and she did TikTok about how I don't know people. You don't know what people don't understand what the country's going to look like without these corporate journalists. And they just find like 10,000 of them. I know what the country's going to look like. I'm going to wake up every morning and an animated bluebird is going to land on my shoulder, and we're all going to break out in song. Okay? Yeah, because corporate news is fucking nothing but bullshit propaganda. We've known this forever.
Right.
And people keep falling for it.
I think people don't think that independent news can replace it, but I 100% think it can. And I think it has more of a likelihood of doing that because independent journalists that now they can develop substacks and podcasts and they can go and do things on their own and they get funded. They don't need anyone else anymore, so then they can tell the truth, right? So they're not beholden to some enormous corporation. If a podcast had a building like CNN's building in Atlanta, I'd start getting nervous. I'd be like, hey, how much overhead is this? Yeah. How are you guys paying the price? Because people working here and your show sucks. You have nobody watching and there's so many. This is a fucking disaster. Like, what are you guys doing? They just closed their Atlanta building. Of course they did. How do they have another building? How do they have any buildings? Imagine a show that gets a podcast that gets that few, but has who knows how many hundreds of employees, giant buildings. They're on an airport, they're getting 0 views. Nobody gives a fuck. I mean, it's a crazy business model.
And you look, and Don Lemon started his own YouTube channel, and nobody's watching.
It's wonderful.
I got invited on that show. I got invited on that show, and I turned it down a few times, and my assistant was like, "Hey, look, they really want you to do the show." And so I was talking to my friend Jackson Hinkle, and I said, "Yeah, Don Lemon keeps inviting me on the show." He goes, "You gotta go." And I'm like, it would just be me trying to insult him. You know, it would just be me saying how shitty he is. He's the, because I just got done doing a rant about Chris Cuomo talking about ivermectin, but still lying about it. And he goes, yeah, that would be fun to watch you do that. And I go, okay, I'll do it. So I told my assistant, I could tell him I'll do the show. So we set it up, and just me. I go, I'm not going on with anyone else. I'm not having to meet with another asshole, Don Lemon. I'll just go on with Don Lemon. We do it. And so the morning we were supposed to do the show, our show, just me, they canceled.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting.
And so maybe because Don Lemon's like, oh, who am I interviewing today? And then he Googled me. He's like, no, we're not. And that was right when I did a video, calling out Chris Cuomo for being a lying piece of shit. That went kind of viral. So
Chris Cuomo.
He probably saw that video. Yeah. He probably went to put in Jimmy Dore on Twitter, and that comes up.
Well, he should be, if he wants to become successful, being an independent person, he's going to have to engage in conversations.
He still calls the truth about COVID conspiracy theories.
Yeah,
he's a fool. He's one of those guys ivermectin, torch case. The lab theory is racist against Chinese people.
So now he had a whole episode with Sanjay Gupta. After Sanjay Gupta came out here.
Admitted that they were lying about ivermectin, and then they tried to pretend that they
What
weren't.
it is horse medicine. It was used for human beings for 12 fucking years.
Before they ever used it
for veteran medicine. Dumb, you fucking moron. It's just so the idea that these talking heads who they had on CNN should be some sort of a moral compass and an ethical compass for the rest of us is so fucking stupid and so insulting. Especially when you see these people on their own. So when you see these people on your own, like when you see Dave Smith debating Chris Cuomo and just fucking thinking it. And then you see Don Lemon doing his show. You go, okay, this is for real. Yeah, this is the real. When you see fucking Brian Stelter doing that WEF thing, hiking up his skirt for those lizard people, the whole thing is like, this is you surviving on your own in this independent platform. Good luck, because this platform is transparent. They're going to see you for who you are. No producers, no fucking scripts you're going to read off of. That shit won't even work in this realm. It doesn't work.
So that's why. So I have this dream to produce a show that would compete with Bar. I don't know if you've ever seen. I do live shows, right, with a panel and a live audience, right? So it's kind of like Bill Maher, but it's funny and it's accurate, you know. So it's and so that's why so I've been pitching it to Rumble, Rumble, So thank God for Rumble, because I don't have to ever worry about being censored.
Rumble's great.
They've been out in front of the free, like, we're not going to censor you, whatever the fuck you want. That's up to you. It's up to you and your audience. And I'm like, oh my God. And so I travel around the country, and nobody's. I mean,
more people have now than ever before.
People are starting, and so I tried to talk to them. They're like, hey, why don't you finance a show in a soundstage for me, and we could compete with Bill Maher, and instead of real time, we'll call it Rumble time, and we'll put a billboard up at Times Square right across the street from where Bill does his fucking show. And this is, you know, it's be like a and they were on board, and but I guess there was too much money. I don't know how much money they had. It wasn't that much. It's like I got it down to like 90,000 an episode, like a real thing that would look exactly as Bill Maher, which you know that costs $1 million.
And would you do it in front of an audience?
Yes, of course. I got
your shows, like your stand-up shows.
Yeah, so I travel with that show. I do a video show hooked up to my computer, and it's kind of a mixture of the Daily Show and Bill Maher show. We have a panel, and we have the comedy. I've seen it. It's very fun. Oh, okay. Yeah. That one thing about the Rich O'Brien line.
Yeah, I love that.
So I do my tour. The next time I'm doing in Chicago in August, right before the convention. I get press credentials.
Oh my God.
I can't. I should. But I
probably should have told him.
I should have said it.
Well, you're a real journalist. You should get press credentials.
I was there in 2016. Of course, they didn't have any conventions in 2020 because of COVID, right? But 2016, I went to the Republican and Democrat. That's where I met Alex Jones.
It's hilarious. That video's hilarious.
It's hilarious in retrospect. It was, I guess, at the time too. But yeah, it's nice that we've made up. And
the Alex Jones thing is strange.
it's amazing how right he is about shit. How he's right. He's way more accurate. He's way more accurate than corporate news. That's for sure.
He got that one thing wrong.
The one thing
wrong.
wrong.
He's got other things wrong, but that one thing is a big one. And
they
one
said
thing changed. Maybe they did. I mean, it could have been that they did. I do think that is something that does happen. One of the things when something happens is people, and then I don't know if it's human beings or if it's groups, or if it's foreign groups. They will concoct a fake narrative and try to get people to share it. Like they'll try to fool people into sharing a fake version of some real thing that happened. And I think they do that to undermine people that are conspiracy theorists that are occasionally correct. So if you can get a conspiracy theorist who's occasionally correct and get them a bunch of bad information, foolish information, and convince them on a website, polls, get a bunch of people involved that also believe it. Yeah, I think that's where Flat Earth got started. And you get all these people like sharing things and believing things, and if this person, if you take the bait, and they'll go, this is what we're hearing. We're hearing this is a false flag. And then like we got him, or we got him. And if you're a guy like Alex Jones, who at the time was legitimately experiencing what you would call like a psychotic break, he was breaking. The guy was drinking like crazy, and when you're uncovering real conspiracies all day long, every day, which is what he does,
Nothing seems crazy.
everything seems off the wall. The whole fucking world seems topsy-turvy. Nothing makes sense. Fucked up. But he's right so often. If you look at what CNN is fucked up on, how come they're not in trouble for the weapons of mass destruction? How come they're not in trouble for Russiagate? How come they're not in trouble for...
Which fuck up do you think is big? One that Hillary and Barack Obama did in Libya? Or Alex Jones? Which one do you think is bigger and worse?
Yeah, one of them seems bigger.
Yeah,
but it's also like the news. The news, when they were lying about certain things, how much damage did they do? Well, I've always said this, that imagine if the news people were skeptical about the vaccine. News people were skeptical about not being able to use off-label medications at a doctor's discretion, especially ones that have been actually shown to stop viral replication in vitro. And there's a history of success in using these things in other countries, like Uttar Pradesh in India. There's a bunch of different things that were going on simultaneously, and yet they're still being stopped. What if the real news? Imagine if the real news is like, hold on, it seems like there's special interests involved here, and there's a financial incentive to push this one thing, which is what they have to do in order to get the Emergency Use Authorization Act. There can't be any valid pharmaceutical drugs that are available currently that we could prescribe. That's the only way you can get some new thing to pass through. Imagine if that was the news, and podcasters were like, it's safe and effective. If you get it, you won't get sick. If you get it, you won't share it to anybody else. The virus stops with you. And then there's none of all these talk about side effects. It's not true. It's not true. I've never seen a single person that had a bad reaction to this new experimental gene therapy. Imagine if it was the podcasters. We would all be in the news. We would all be getting sued. They would use it to shut us down. That would be the misinformation that they would feed us to get us to say stupid shit, so that we would endanger people's lives and ruin people's health, and they would shut us down.
100%. I just, how are they not suspect of an industry that has immunity from lawsuits if their product harms people? Like, they're in the history of the humanity, that's the only one. And well, why do they pass a law that because they're safe? Well, that doesn't make any sense. It's not true. If they were safe, they wouldn't need to pass that law to give immunity from lawsuits.
So that literally, when they were trying to figure out why they needed this, and they were saying, why don't you make vaccines safe? The literal explanation was, it is impossible to make them entirely safe.
So what you're saying is, you're not entirely safe. You're going to injure some people.
Almost all medications. Of course, if you give them to enough people, you're going to have side effects. And then when you have a new one, and then when you understand how they're allowed to do studies, and how they're allowed to throw out all studies that show it does harm, or it doesn't work, or it's not effective, and then you fucking finagle the numbers in a way that you can push it, I think we're going to see a real improvement here. Like, okay, run with it, go! And then the money starts flowing.
But of course, and that's how they capture the news, because Bill Clinton let them from 1997. I think they passed them all, let Big Pharma. Now, most of the funding for news comes from
Brought to you by Pfizer.
Right? And so, of course, they get to. So they're not. So what I like to say is that when you see Boeing advertising on Meet the Press or Pfizer advertising on CNN, they're not funding news organizations' investigation. They're funding their non-investigation. Right? But this is money so you don't fucking investigate us. And the people who do, like my friend Anita Krishna in Canada, she works for I forget the name of the Global News or some big news network in Canada, and so she started to ask just regular questions that she got fired, and she videotaped her session where they fired her, hey, why are you? She's like, isn't that what we're supposed to be doing? We're a news organization. Are we supposed to be asking the questions why there's all these miscarriages that are happening at the...
What up, Doug? You mute me. I don't. You're in my space, baby. You mute whatever you need.
It's not just us as the population. It's so stupid that we get
Yeah.
through it, and then more people wake up.
I keep bumping into, I go to comedy clubs and
Live in That's the problem. Get out. Texas is a different world.
is it really?
100%. Wait till you
The
come to the
comedy
shows.
community here?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You just wait, sir.
Really?
Yeah, you're in for a time in your life tonight. Yeah, it's wild out here.
All right,
It's wild.
I did a set, like I said, I did a set in Hollywood just last week, and the comedian after me called me an anti-vaxxer. It's like, you're fucking kidding me.
It's so dumb.
You're kidding
What does that even mean?
I took the fucking vax, asshole.
It's so dumb.
Anyway, but there's this new thing, Joe. So I found out. So when I quit smoking pot, I couldn't sleep. And I thought I was going to die. But for some reason, I didn't go back. Because if you don't get sleep, it's the worst thing in the world. I would sleep for 2 hours. I would fall asleep and wake up. And I was like, and so I was told about this thing called HGB.
HCG.
Pardon me? I'm not paying attention to you guys. I'm sorry. No, it's not that. You were the one who was like, "Hey, how do I mute you?" So I'm not paying attention. Okay, go for it. I'm not. Knock yourself out. I'm just not listening to y'all. Sure, what's up? Okay, go for it. Hey, that's cool. He did it. Dude, I got you. I mean, yeah. He manned up though, so go on him. Oh, oh. Oh. So that's not only happening in America, that's also happening in Europe, where you had in London, France, Switzerland, and Scotland, places like that. And Poland said, well, right, they closed their border. But I think this is some kind of bigger plan to, and so I think if people wake up to that, which I think they are starting to, it's going to look, it'll look something like the trucker protest in Canada.
What do I say? Every time?
Yes.
Dick.
I think it's going to look like something like that. That we have to have a way to we got to make, like January 6th, which was, freaking instigated by the FBI. We know that. I know, did you see the guy who was the congressman? He was interviewing the head, Christopher Wray, the head of the FBI, and he said, did you have any FBI assets inside the Capitol before the breach dressed up like MAGA people? And he says, I can't answer that. And the congressman goes, the answer should be no. It should be no. So what? So again, and so that was an attempt to criminalize Trump and criminalize his political movement. The same grand jury, the same RICO statute that they used to indict Donald Trump in Atlanta, they used to also, same RICO statute, same grand jury to indict the Stop Cop City protesters. And, when I made that case to Cornel West, I go, do you see the game that's being played now? Because they're not only criminalizing their political opponents in the United States, they're doing it all around the world. They did that in Pakistan. So Imran Khan, the guy who stood up and said, people of Pakistan do not want to go along with NATO's wars anymore. He immediately threw him in jail. Now he's a criminal. They did the same thing they did in Brazil. They didn't want Lula to be president, so they threw him in jail, right? And so they thought the center-right guy was going to win. But then the far-right guy, Bolsonaro, won, the Trump of Brazil. So like, oh, fuck, what do we do? So they had to let Lula back out of prison because he's the only one who can beat him. And then once they beat him, they then made it illegal for Bolsonaro to ever run for president again. And it's the same shit they're doing. It's like they're trying to do to Trump right now. Get 4 different 92 felony about. So they bullshit charges against him. I don't know the ins and outs. I know they did. So that's what. So I think people need to wake up to that and wake up to if anybody catches on fire and is a problem for the establishment, they criminal. Look what they did to the guy. So immediately if you get a voice and you become a problem for the establishment, that's the new game. They just criminalize you now. And everybody goes along with it. Can you believe how people go along with it? They say that what they are currently doing to Donald Trump, they say he's going to do that to us. Yeah, but you're already fucking doing it. We've already, this whole idea that somehow he's... Isn't that kind of mind-blowing? How people not... Well, Andrew Cuomo was on the Bill Maher show, and he admitted that they should have never brought that case, and that if he was the Attorney General, he would have never did. And the only reason that case was ever brought was because it was Donald Trump was the center of it.
This is how dumb they are. They went after that guy, Andrew Cuomo, which if you were going to be strategic about who is your tough guy Democrat that could be president, why would they? It's that guy.
Yeah.
Andrew
They gave him an Emmy for his bullshit coverage of COVID.
Yeah, hilarious.
Then they took it away.
But listen, he's not a virologist. He's acting on a bunch of different experts and telling them what to do, including letting people that have COVID back on nursing homes, which turns out to be devastating. And then also the use of ventilators, which they thought was important. We thought was going to kill them. Turns out it killed people. It killed some bizarre number. 80% of the people that put on ventilators wound up dying.
Yeah. So, and then they would give you drugs that slowed down your breathing.
But my point is, that doesn't happen. That guy's your guy against Trump.
Yeah.
That guy's your guy. I mean, that's a big, tough guy who speaks well. He's charismatic. He's a big Italian guy who's going to lay. I mean, great speaker. You heard him on Bill Maher. I'm like, boy, if it wasn't for this one scandal of him liking to hug ladies.
We just, I'm Italian. He is. I like the, play little crab ass. That's a big deal. Come on.
Well, Joe Biden has been. Is that your fault? Joe Biden has been sniffing kids and hugging people forever. He's maybe
it's me.
he's a fucking weird guy. And they just decided for whatever reason they were going to take him over. I never understood that strategic move. And it must have been some sort of an inside power grab play. But then they replaced him with that Hochul lady who's out of her fucking mind. God has brought us this vaccine. This vaccine was brought by God. What are you even fucking talking about?
And then she fired 100,000 healthcare workers.
How would she say that? I know what a computer is. How crazy is that?
Yeah.
How crazy is that to even say?
Imagine anyone else. So that's how you know how corrupt the media is, because they make a big deal out of that.
No, everybody was like, what the fuck did she say? Did you see the memes or the videos that kids made? Oh, God. So many funny videos of black kids moving around a computer like confused like a caveman. When they see the computer, open it up.
Well, your phone is a computer.
Dude, everyone knows what a fucking computer is. It's 2024.
That's like Joe Biden in the primaries in 2020. Play the record player. They need to hear words. Turn on the TV. Don't do
the idea that poor black people don't have a laptop. What the fuck are you talking about? Everyone's online, you moron. Everyone. Literally, the whole country's online.
Did you see the mayor of New York? He said that, so they're trying to get these immigrants jobs. And he's like, well, a lot of them are real good swimmers. You didn't see that?
Yeah, I did see that.
Insane. It's like when you want to call them wetbacks, but you want to be politically correct. Jeez, that's what that was.
It's so crazy. The whole thing is so crazy. It's so crazy to watch all the gaslight and chaos.
Well, it's also amazing to see that the Democratic Party is now the establishment party. And it used to be the other way. The Democratic Party used to be the party that represented workers and was against the billionaire their class. But then Bill Clinton and Al Gore were a friend of the working man. They saw Reagan and like, hey, if you can't beat him, join him. And so they decided, like, they said, Wall Street, we got it. Give us the money, military. Give it. They started a thing called the Democratic Leadership Council, the DLC. You know who was on the board of the DLC? Koch brothers. They were on the fucking board.
Well, they want the world to be a better place too.
And so, and so this one helped people. That's what it's about.
That's all.
They want to bring democracy.
That's what I've been saying. I'm glad you came around.
Thank you.
That's why I brought you here. I'm brought you here to educate you. I'm an educator.
Breaking, President Biden says at a conference call he's staying in.
Yes. I'm running. I am the leader of the Democratic Party. No one is pushing me out. I've been knocked down before and counted out my whole life. When you get knocked down, you get back up.
Oh, I think I bet my phone was like.
I like his moxie. I like it.
I've been told by I have a billionaire friend who's like a donor. They go, hey, they had a big donor meeting in Denver, like 3 of the top Democratic donors, and they said, who here wants to get rid of Joe Biden? And every hand went up. So
I think Joe Biden is a secret fan. That's what I think. And I think she knows the way to get Trump back in the White House to straighten this country out is to keep her husband, Joe Biden, running. There's no way she thinks he's okay. So something's going on. What conspiratorially, pretend to be Kurt Metzger for a moment. And what do you think, like, if you had to say, why would she want him in? You would say, well, because she thinks maybe he can win, even though he's demented, and maybe she can stay in power, but also maybe he doesn't get prosecuted. So this is my question about the recent Supreme Court ruling about the presidential immunity. If I was in the Democratic Party and I looked at what's going on with Donald Trump, and I looked at the very real possibility that Donald Trump might get back into the White House, I would say, listen, all this Burisma stuff, this is big time shit. There's a lot of evidence, not a little bit of evidence like the Trump thing, not 34 charges of felonies, which is just a misdemeanor. That's just 34 different checks he wrote for a porn star, which is what a cheap bastard. He paid her over 34 different times. Like the payment. I'll give you installments. I'll give her installments. A little bit here, a little bit there. She doesn't get it all the way along.
Well, did you ever see the video of how Bill Clinton paid out Paul Jones back when he ran for president?
She had the big check. She had the big check. Did she have a game show?
Oh, really? It was $850,000.
Right.
And they admitted it. They go, hey, okay, now this is over. We paid her off.
Well, the thing was like writing it down on a ledger.
Yeah, so
that's but in normal cases, as Andrew Cuomo said on Bill Maher's show, that's just
you get a fine.
I'm telling you, how fucked up with that Cuomo guy? That guy could be the president, and he'd probably be a good president. He was a good mayor. I mean, he's a good governor. Like, wasn't he? He's better than Holcomb, right?
I mean, I don't know.
Like, everybody loved him at the beginning of COVID. They loved him. You know, Chelsea Handler was saying she's homosexual.
Yeah, remember that?
Everybody loved him. Everybody loved him. Because he was the stern, like, straightforward, practical.
He was the anti-Trump leader, right?
Yeah, he was a leader. He seemed like a leader. Big, handsome guy. He speaks very well. He also seems like a mob boss. You know, it's like, who cares? Mr. Cuomo. Mr. Cuomo's got it all under control. They fucked up like that. You have so few charismatic people that are experienced in politics that could have actually gone against Trump. That was the main guy, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I was hoping for because the guy who does the voices on my show, Michael Craig, doesn't it?
Does he do a good one?
He does a very funny one.
I like when you have people call in. You're like, what?
People think it's him.
Yeah, who do you call in?
Well, the first time I had Bill O'Reilly call in, people at KPFK were like, and they go, Bill O'Reilly just called someone a whore. And I'm like, So is that he did an amazing Mitt Romney. He was hoping for Mitt Romney to get elected.
Remember on Howard Stern had a guy that would call in as Letterman and get on.
Oh, and I didn't listen to it.
Oh my God, Howard Stern said this Letterman got him going dead on.
Oh, really?
Dead on. Just saying wild shit. And he would say it was David Letterman. Oh, David Letterman's on the phone.
That's what I do. I just pretend. Oh, he also does Jeff Bridges.
Oh, really?
That's Jeff Bridges.
That's fun.
Hey, Rick, I can't do it. I can't do it. Far out, man.
Oh, he does Jeff Bridges as Lebowski?
Yeah. It's
one of the greatest movies of all time.
And he does him. Who else does he do that? Nobody else does. He does a great Kevin Spacey.
Oh, wow.
It's fucking everything he said. That's right. Tell me about your lesbian meat. Anyway, it's so he does he's brilliant. So he was hoping for Mitt Romney because nobody else did Mitt Romney.
Did you see the contrast between the debate in 2012 with Barack Obama and Mitt Romney? And somebody put it side by side. No. Just the way they spoke to each other. There's a video that shows the contrast between Mitt Romney and Barack Obama speaking so cordially and professionally and graciously to each other in 2012, and then 2024 with Trump and Biden going at each other.
You're a sucker. You're a loser.
And then it's like
He can't play golf. He's got no golf game. I have a 6 chain.
And that's how wild that dude is. They changed.
And then he immediately goes, it was an 8. You just switched it.
A bullshit.
And the worst. But when Trump says to you, let's not be children here, like, holy shit. Yeah. It's hilarious. Here, I'll play golf with you, but you gotta carry your own bags. Do you think you can carry your own bags? You can't walk down the fucking flight of stairs. It's crazy. You can't even carry your own load in your pants.
It's just what a wild
Do
time.
you think he shit himself? People were saying he shit himself when he was with Macron. Remember he bent over?
Perhaps. Maybe he's preventing himself. I've shot myself before. Things happen. Things go wrong. Things go
That's
wrong.
what I say about Mitch McConnell. People, when you see him have a stroke, I go, no, he shit his pants. Look at his face. I know that face. I've made that face.
Mitch McConnell?
No, he doesn't.
He's like somebody to control. Yeah. That poor guy. All those people. There's like, you shouldn't,
we have all this fucking people. Why?
Well, because the young people are all, there's a whole bunch of ex-girlfriends and ex-husbands out there that are talking shit about them and they're terrified to run. And if they're going to have real leadership qualities, they probably have a bunch of disgruntled employees, a bunch of people they can call upon, they can make stories, they can concoct narratives. If you're not chosen to be in that position, you want to buck the system. That's what we're seeing with Trump. They come for you. They come for you with very, very...
Because they came for RFK Jr. Yep. Look at how they're still doing it. They just brought up a thing about a nanny from the late 90s. Did you see that?
No,
Yesterday.
No.
Yeah.
Here's the thing about RFK Jr. They don't think he's win right now. We'll just say
farting or shitting himself and found this story I never heard.
We'll say Joe Biden or the new Mr. Trump. Camilla hasn't stopped talking about hearing the president break wind during the chat at COP26 Climate Summit in Glasgow. So Biden farted himself. It was a long and impossible to ignore. Camilla hasn't stopped talking about it. Biden just farts. And he produced a little natural gas of his own at the COP26 summit. It's audible enough to make the Duchess of Cornwall blush. But is this the Daily Mail? Yeah, they can discount it. Oh, okay. Over there, they can get a discount safe. No, that's why. Let it go. Oh, they say it too? Oh, my goodness. It's true. Let's go with it. People fart. It happens. Yeah, that guy's not in control of anything. You think he's in control of his farts?
So do you think someone next up and give Joe Biden the real vaccine?
I don't think that's what happened. I think he's dying. I mean, he had 2 brain surgeries. He had a brain surgery where they literally cut the top of your head off. Get it? Like, he had like
but like I told you, the study from South Korea, like it helped
for the Alzheimer's thing.
Yeah, spurs it on.
I mean, I don't think any of that stuff's going to help. I mean, I think he was already in a deteriorating state, period.
So I saw this guy, Dr. John Campbell.
Sure.
So
he's great.
He says, although he pretends I don't exist to respond to.
What do you mean?
He won't come on my show and talk to me.
Wonder why?
He goes on everybody else's show, but including Russell Brand. But he just the other day I saw a video, I tweeted it out that he says Lewy body is so like that, which is what I think Ron Williams is. And so he talks about all the different things that people will mistake it for Alzheimer's and will mistake it for Parkinson's, and but it's really this Lewy body disorder thing. So
might be right. He's been right through the entire pandemic. Very reasonable and very right when he's talking about.
But once he realized that it was a lie, and then he's like, he got duped. It's like all these people, like even like Pierre Corey, he's like, I didn't realize how corrupt the medical field is and how they control the medical journals. They could just make a study that will just prove a drug is good, and they'll just do it wrong, say it's bad. And so he found this out through COVID too. That like, wow, the medical journals are corrupt.
And we'll be saying that he thinks that Biden has Lewy body dementia.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, it's just shocking that you could say that. I'm not going anywhere. Get back up. There's no one has the ability. But no one has the ability. That's what's crazy. No one has the ability in the Democratic Party to pull on his side and say it's over. Like, who would be that person? This is the question. Yeah,
Obama was the one who got everybody to drop out in the primary in 2020,
right?
Except for Elizabeth Warren, so they could split the vote with Bernie.
Right.
So I think it's Obama.
So why wouldn't Obama have that power over now? I think once he's president, he's like, I'm president.
I think he's getting replaced. I think he's getting replaced. I don't care what he says.
Do you think there's a possibility they would? It's somewhat, I think. Possibly.
If they needed to.
You get assassinated with a bullet. I mean, you
get assassinated with a mosquito bite.
Yeah, you don't have to.
It's a scary movie. And he's dead.
Overtakes Joe Biden as the favorite.
There it is.
It's like a betting stuff, though, so like she became the top odds.
Well, bro, you want Trump to win again? I would have her run against Trump. What we know about what has been and what will be, based on what we know about what has already existed. This time that we're living in, time just passes by.
This can't be unburdened by what has been.
The crazy thing is, she said it more than once.
She said it a million times. And she does it with like different takes, but it can be different takes. What can be unburdened by what has been? Like just the stuff like you're doing a read, like you're doing a fucking audition. Like, what can be? What is it? And then she'll do it. And then she'll do it laughing. Give me one laughing. Give me one about the crowd. Give me one where you're overly sincere. Give me one where you're just throw it away.
Have you watched Idiocracy recently?
I haven't watched it.
It's like a documentary. Watch it now, and you're like, oh my god.
I just so wish that George Carlin was still alive.
Yeah.
Because he was getting more cantankerous.
Oh yeah, he was crazy. They killed him. They maybe killed him anyway. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe we still have him. The government saw it coming. When did he die? 2018, I believe.
And how about I don't know. But how about how there again? It's because the media is controlled that nobody cares that Jeffrey Epstein.
2008.
It was only 71.
Yeah, see, they killed him. Told you.
Well, if you see that shit, right? If you
You're gonna get protest, check it out.
Joe, experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast, finally. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. Did you text people? Yeah, text. You do the it takes a bunch of times.
Well, it's something called Tina. It's proactive texting. So, it gives you a bunch of alternatives. You just have to do it all on a keypad with your phone rather than with an iPhone. You have to fill it out.
But I bet that battery lasts a week.
I don't even travel with a charger, man.
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
There you go, kids.
Just gone for a couple of days. Jesus plan. I don't even bother.
Yeah. All email, everything's going to the home, plus on the laptop, right?
Those chicks didn't get paid.
They do?
Hey, look at that chick you got here. Savages. One point I was at CNN waiting for to go on, and these two, and they kept looking at me. This is like 10 years ago. plausibly could say to myself, well, maybe I still got it, right? Like, who knew, right? Then one of them noticed that I had noticed them looking at me, and she goes, oh, excuse me, sir, we can't believe that you have a flip phone. So I was like, well, that's the end of an era.
10 years ago?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
10 years ago, there's a few people out there that are hanging out. My friend Ari still had a flip phone 10 years ago. Yeah. But the only people I know now are you and David Tell. So you're in good company.
Yeah. That's right. It's cool. I'm telling you, it's cool. It's coming back. It's the next big thing.
I know a lot of people now, they switch to what's called, I think it's called a simple phone. Is that what it's called, Jimmy? What's that thing called? What's that? No, the little tank, the one that's, it just gives you nothing but like text message. I think you can get music on it too. I think it's called a simple phone. It's like you ever you read on a tablet, you know, one of those Kindles.
I know.
Well, the great thing about those is they have this white paper-looking interface, so it doesn't look like a screen. It looks like paper. Yeah. That's what this little phone looks like. It's the same as her. That's what it's light phone. Yeah, that thing. So it has basically the same thing as your phone, except you text like a normal human, and it'll play music and it's notes.
It gives you directions, right?
Yeah.
I mean, what I don't want is to get sucked into the algorithms, social media, and all that garbage.
Like, you don't want to get into the algorithms on that. You don't want to. I have seen more people fall off buildings, get hit by cars, get shot, get stabbed.
And just not participate in their life, right?
Yeah.
Even if nothing bad happens, I mean, listen, man, I have young children. I have a 7-year-old girl and a 4-year-old girl. We're at the playground, and I swear there are kids who fall, and I got to go. Kids I don't know. I got to go over and like dust them off and comfort them because the mom or dad doesn't even know because they're on their phone.
Yeah.
Right? That's not parenting. I mean, like, what
Especially playgrounds, man. Playgrounds are still a little sketchy. You know, my daughter, when she was 6, she broke her arm at school on the playground.
Really?
She was 6. She might have been 8. But yeah, it's playgrounds are fucking scary, man.
Yeah.
You know, you're swinging around and you're playing, and kids fall the wrong way.
And we're on the Lower East Side in New York City, so it's sketchy in some other ways too. Like you gotta be awake, right? You gotta be alert and just like, and not only that, but you had kids. Like, what do you do? Like, just enjoy this while you can, because right?
Is the TikTok video more interesting than the human that you made?
Yeah, exactly.
You guys made human. I mean, that still freaks me out to this day, even when they're mad at me.
You know, yes.
Can't believe I made you.
I made you, and now you're mad at me. How did that work? Like, yeah.
I have all girls, so they're mad at you for stuff that doesn't make sense. Okay. How old? The youngest right now is 14.
Oh, wow. So I got 7 before. So, right. So that thing's coming. Okay, got it.
Yeah. 14 and 16. And a girl, 27.
Because, I've had girlfriends that were mad at me for things that I didn't think made sense. And I was like, okay, well, that's all right. That's because you're crazy, whatever. But actually, like, that might be in my future.
Yeah, they're just different. It's just women and girls are just different. And me, I think the universe did me a solid by giving me only daughters.
Me too.
Because you have a different perspective. Like, if I had a son, I'd be like, I gotta keep this fucking savage out of jail. I'm passing my genes. That kid's gotta go to the gym. I gotta get him with jiu-jitsu gym. Like, you gotta start doing challenging things early. And then also you have to deal with the fact that you have a successful father. And there's a lot of pressure on a kid because a lot of kids, they try to measure up to their parents or compete with their fathers and some sort of strange way. So you have to mitigate that in advance and tell them that you're there for them, you're on their side. It's like, there's a lot with kids, but with girls, they're so different, man. I don't think I understood until I raised children. I just didn't understand how different they are.
Yep, I agree. I have 2 girls. I'm thrilled. I mean, it's the best thing that ever happened to me in my life. That immediate way, like that, it's just incredible. And partly because they're girls and not boys. I have nothing to learn from boys. I already know what that's about. I am right. But girls, it's just like it's amazing. It wakes up some part of you that you didn't know was there. And it's just like it's amazing.
Dave Chappelle said to me once, that not only did it change the amount of love I have, but it changed my capacity for love.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's great. It's just a completely different experience. And I have friends that are just avowed bachelors. I'm never getting married. I'm never having kids. Fuck that. And I'm like, I get it. I know if you've had a bunch of bad relationships, you have a bunch of people that are annoying, there's constant drama and dilemmas and all these different things. But man, you're missing out on a different phase of life, a different experience of life. It's just, it's so humbling.
But you got to meet the right person, right? I mean, if you're not with the right person, I imagine being on top of that, that's hard enough just on its own. On top of that, parenting with the wrong person must be a freaking nightmare.
Yeah, you got fucking going dinner with the wrong person.
A nightmare.
Just dealing with nonsense.
Yeah.
Especially if you're not the type of person that handles nonsense so well. You know, it's just.
Well, what I do, for a variety of family reasons, I flatline. Like if someone's coming at me with something that doesn't make sense and they're really upset, I just sort of emotionally flatline. I get super rational and just zero Kelvin, like nothing. Which is a kind of a good place to be because it's not escalatory.
Yeah.
But I come to find out that's also exceedingly provocative to do to someone who's upset.
Oh, so they try to like get a response out of you.
Yeah, and they think that your non-response means you don't.
Ooh, that's a problem.
And then you're just so screwed.
That's also a problem with emotional manipulation, where you realize that this escalation of emotions is really just to incite a reaction. It's not the real feelings.
That's right.
That's why it's so exaggerated.
And I think I'm doing the relationship a favor by, it's like somebody's got to say in this one, right? Or it's going to, the cops are getting, whatever. Like, so I'm like, all right, I'm going to flatline. The only way to do this, because you're making me really angry right now, is to flatline and feel nothing. Yeah. I'm going to do us a favor by doing that. I'll be super rational and calm, blah, blah, blah. But I didn't realize that's completely inflammatory also in a different way. So there really isn't a good choice until that person figures out how to emotionally regulate.
Yeah, the good choice is get the fuck out of Dodge. That's a good choice. Stay rational and calm as you can until you can abandon that relationship. Unless that person has just a complete understanding of what went wrong and apologizes and realizes like, oh, I'm being fucking crazy.
I knew a guy who was name of his older brother. They're both sort of pretty well-known writers. His older brother was in a bad relationship of that sort. And they were walking through, I think it was Paris. They were visiting Paris. All this stuff was at the hotel. This is before smartphones. This is like the early 90s, late 80s, something like that. And they're walking through Paris, and they stopped to look. She stopped to look at some clothing in a shop front, the window, through the window. And it took him some steps to realize that she had stopped and he kept going. And he looked at her and he looked down the street. He was like, this is my chance. And he just started sprinting.
Oh my God.
And he sprinted all the way to the hotel, paid the bill, left $500 on the bed, threw his stuff in his suitcase, out of there, straight to the airport. And that was the last time ever seen.
Wow.
It was that bad.
The pressure that he must have been feeling that allowed him to make that decision. Like he must have just been in hell.
I don't think he was just a dick. He might have also been a dick, but I think one of the things that was going on, because I've been in relationships that were pretty tough, is that you can't even have the breakup conversation because it goes full loop. Right? So you don't know what to do.
Right. You gotta flee. I support him. I mean, if he's a rational guy and he's never done that before, that seems like if that's his move, that maybe it's you.
And then he met the right gal, and they had a family, and he's a great dad, blah blah blah. So it's not like he was just a congenital asshole. Right. But that was his in a split second.
Crazy.
And no cell phones, of course. So there's now you just you be getting speed dialed over and over again. Right?
Wow. So he never stopped again? No. Oh my God. Oh my God, that's wild. Boy, it must have been a mess.
I love that moment where you look back like, she's in front of the store.
And he just ran.
I have a 20-yard head start.
That is so crazy. That's so I don't support it, but I get it. Yeah, I feel like I've never been that bad in that bad of a situation, but I've known people that have. Yeah, you just gotta. Sometimes you just gotta do what you have to do to stay alive. Yeah, like literally, because like bad relationships and bad friendships and bad jobs and bad a lot of things can they'll rob you of your peace. They create anxiety, which creates like physical problems. Your body's under stress, your cortisol levels get jacked up, that fucks with your sleep, which fucks with your health. Like, you're literally robbing your life.
I have a couple of buddies who I love, who are bipolar, and I lost one of them. He killed himself, and it's tragic. But the other guy is okay, and they're bipolar. And having a relationship with someone who's bipolar is almost impossible, no matter how much you love them. Like, it really presents a complicated challenge. And if you're having a romantic relationship with someone who's bipolar, which I've done, it's like 1,000 times harder from like a buddy, right? And that was, I've had a couple of those, and it really, in some ways, the most painful experiences of my life. Like, so that was the, sort of sprinting from the shop front window. I didn't do quite that, but close. Like, because if someone's bipolar, that's like, it's also volatile, that sometimes you're only
Yeah. The bipolar thing is wild because if your mind works well, you think, well, tell that person to get together. But it makes no sense. Right? You're not making sense. Right? It doesn't make sense. But you don't understand. Like, their brains, it's like the chemicals in their brain are all fucked up. Everything's all fucked up. They can't. It's almost impossible to get it together. It's like you being on fire and someone saying stay calm. Like, how the fuck are you gonna stay calm when you're on fire?
Exactly. With lithium.
Is that it? That's the move?
That's it.
Is there anything else that works for those folks?
It's two people that I know of that I'm really close to. One guy and a woman that I dated. Later found out she's stable.
What is the downside?
Oh, I don't know. You're emotionally flat. You put on weight. All kinds of stuff that's better than this.
That's true.
It's not good. And bipolar. It destroys relationships. I mean, it's a very, very,
Yeah.
and often there's all the trauma, right? I mean, in both cases, these people that I care about, they have traumatized as children. So often that terrible behavior would then just fulfills itself your whole life. It's absolutely tragic.
The crazy thing is, I don't even know. Like, some people, it's not even trauma. Just get it.
So there's doesn't have neurochemical stuff, but trauma is a known correlate to bipolar.
The crazy thing about mental illness is that it's just no one can really tell what's going on in your head, and it's up to you to talk to your psychiatrist or whatever and try to explain it, and then have to try to make a map of the territory. But no one knows how you think about things other than you.
And are you an honest reporter on your own experience? So if you're telling your shrink about the fight you had with your wife the other night, are you really being honest?
Right.
And what bipolar people do, they're so, I think, on some level, so fearful and defended, psychologically defended, that they have a very hard time saying, yeah, my wife's mad at me, but on the other hand, I was kind of a dick. And, can't do that. And the shrink doesn't, hopefully they see through this stuff, but they don't necessarily know that that's not true.
Well, there's just so many medications prescribed to people based on the person reporting a feeling that you can't see in a test. Like if someone says, if you have some sort of a disease, they say, oh, we found that you're sick with syphilis, whatever it is. We'll give you this medicine, and we've got this figured out. We tested you, we know what it is. With your mind, if someone says they're depressed, okay. What does that mean? What does that mean? There's no measurement. There's nothing, So they have to say, okay, let's try a little of this, or try a little of that, and try to figure out what it is.
And there are some things that are legit bad, really, really tough things to have, like borderline. And my buddy, he was my closest friend. He was my brother, right? And the best man at my first wedding, and we were in Boston together during the Civil War. Just brothers, right? Amazing, brilliant, funny man. But he was a lifelong professor, and this was rooted schizoaffective disorder. And one of the problems with schizoaffective is that they reject the diagnosis. Right? They're saying, no, you has a problem. I'm fine. And I have no problem. And it's you guys that don't understand what I'm up against. Right? And so it's very hard to treat because they like borderlines, they reject the idea. Narcissism disorder is another one. They reject the idea. So it's really, really hard to treat.
It's crazy when someone's weakness is actually like their strength in their career. You know, which is a thing with some creative types. Like there's this guy Richard Jeni, he's like one of my all-time favorite comedians, and he killed himself. And everyone who didn't know him was baffled. They're like, that guy's at the top of his game. That guy's everything we all want to be. Right. He was so good that I went to this club in New York, in upstate New York, or in Long Island, East Side Comedy Club. And this dude, Peter, who was the MC, was depressed because he worked with Richard Jeni all weekend. And he was like, he did a new hour every night. He did a new 2 hours Friday, 2 different hours, 2 different hours Saturday. For most of us, we have 1 hour. You're right. While we're on the road, we have 1 hour. We tone that thing down. We tighten it up. And fucking we edit it. We get it to it's like a rockin' 1 hour. This motherfucker destroyed 4 different hours on a weekend. And Peter was like, I should quit comedy. Like, this is that's a real comedian. You're a fucking poser. It's fucking that guy killed himself.
Yeah, well, my buddy, like, he wasn't a professional comedian, but he could have been, right? I mean, he had that unbelievable brilliance and just devastating humor, just crazy. I mean, he could just sort of sit there and just riff, right? I mean, he just like, and he'd go for an hour, and everyone would be like pissing themselves on the floor, and he just all in and on, right? Just like a brilliant riff that had never been heard before, would never be heard again. And it just flowed through him, but he was, as a teenager, he said, he said to his mom, he said, I know eventually I'm going to kill myself. He knew that as a teenager. Yeah, and he held it off for a long time. He had a family, two little girls, and he was like, he killed himself when he was 12 years old. And of course, it's hard not to say, what the fuck, right? Like, you're kidding. And but then I realized, no, that just shows how much he is. Yeah, they just can't take it. They can't take it, and they're worried what they're going to do with that. Are they threatened to their family? Are they going to trust themselves? Right? I think they start to worry about that. There's an amazing story. Not that I know where John was at, but it could have been. There's an amazing story from the Iliad and Odyssey. Ajax, who threw himself in the sword, right? And the conventional understanding is that he was dishonored by Agamemnon and in some way that I can't remember, and he couldn't, after the trauma of combat and the siege of Troy, and he lost his best friend, et cetera, he couldn't stand the dishonor and PTSD, right? And sort of contemporary term, and he threw himself in the sword. And I sort of looked into the story a little bit because it's quite, wow, that's a lot of honor, right? I mean, that's like, he had a family, he had children, that's what you. So what it turned out was that he was walking on a hillside, and in his mind he thought he was attacked by the enemy, and he drew his sword and he killed them. And he realized he killed a herd of sheep. Whoa. In his trauma, he had mistaken sheep for the enemy. And I have no proof of this. I've never heard, whatever, like, I'll stand down if I'm wrong, but I've heard that what he thought at that moment was, if I can kill a herd of sheep because I think they're Trojans, my family's not safe. No one's right? And I'm a warrior, I'm a protector, my job is to defend, protect. And if I think a herd of sheep are enemy warriors, like, I am not safe for my loved ones to be around. And he said to his half-brother, please take care of my family. And then he went down to the beach, he buried the handle of his sword in the sand, and then he ran, threw himself on the sword, and killed himself. That's a rough way to do it. Yeah. But if you're worried you're going to kill the things that are most precious to you, how can you not? Also,
Well, when you talk about childhood trauma, imagine childhood trauma in a time where people fought with swords.
Oh my God.
What did you see?
Absolutely.
You know, what did you see when you were a baby?
Yeah.
What did you see your whole life? People being beheaded and gutted, and, you know, then you're off at war.
Yeah, and when you come back from war, you know, you're not coming back from like landing rounds at 500 meters against an enemy position, right? You're coming back with, you know, people's blood on you. I mean, cutting other men's blood, right? And entrails and whatever else. I mean, the Iliad it's like a medical textbook. It's like, then he sliced his abdomen open and his entrails fell out, and he staggered away holding his entrails, and then this, and then that. I mean, it's completely bloody, right? Visceral in the literal sense of viscera, right? Like, completely bloody. If that's what combat was like, and I'm sure for the Native Americans here as well, like, it must have been unbelievably traumatizing to the guys.
Yeah, one-on-one combat with swords must be so insane.
Yeah.
And arrows flying, and cannonballs.
Yeah. Now, they were hunting cultures, like for example, North America, they were hunting cultures, and they were used to, you know, gutting animals and the guts spilling out. You know, whatever. Like, I mean, they were used to that. You know, with animals hunting, they were used to blood and guts, literally blood and guts. So maybe the transition to warfare is less of a distance to cross than it is for a kid who grew up in the suburbs of Boston and then suddenly he's in Afghanistan and you know it gets a bit bloody. You get the psychic distance that person has to travel is quite far, and maybe not quite to.
That's a good way to put the psychic distance that one has to travel. Right. You just, I think you get accustomed to what's normal, right? But I think every human being that existed back then was probably in this like heightened state of urgency and fear because they had experienced sword fights.
That's right.
And also, no distractions. You're staring at the stars every night, and you're waking up in the morning to sword fight.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. No Instagram.
Nothing. Stories are being told by the fire.
Everyone's on a flip phone.
You got a flip phone back then, man. You run everything. Like, look, I'm college.
Yeah, exactly. From the trench. From the trench.
Yeah, what do kids do? I mean, these fucking things now, which is really crazy. The footage that you get out of Ukraine right now is so nuts.
Oh my God.
It's insane. It's so nuts because it's high resolution cell phone camera and GoPro video footage.
Absolutely crazy. Yeah.
You know, as a person who's been there, you know, when you did Restrepo, and you know, you've been to wars. What is it like for you to emerge? And I mean, I've always hoped that there's going to come a time in our culture, in my life, where we're not going to be involved in this shit.
We the human race, or
we the human race, in particular in the U.S.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Like, I have some sort of like peace-oriented friends, pacifist friends. I mean, there's a sort of two different flavors, right? There's a sort of a conservative isolationism and a liberal pacifism. They wind up, ironically, from the same place. It's like war is bad. We don't want any part of it. You know, like it's interesting. Convergence is sort of interesting, but the sort of left-wing people that I know are sort of Vietnam era pacifists, right? So in my mind, I'm like, you know, if war is bad, avoiding it isn't the only. You know, there is a moral case to be made. Say Bosnia, which was stopped by very brief period. You know, they make a moral case for, you know, dropping the bombs, the war stops, and then the human life is first. Yeah, you can make that case, but you know, basically, I think for Ukraine, peacefulness works, and it's a wonderful thing to aspire to. Sort of as long as no one invades you. Right. And if you knew that no one would invade you and you're more like anyway, you're an asshole. Right? But what you have to do, any society, from a group of like Comanche warriors in you know the hill country around Boston in 1840, or Ukraine or the U.S. or Israel or any nation, right? You have to figure out how to be a peace. society that can also defend itself. And that's really, and then if you're going to defend yourself, what is your obligation to defend your allies or your friends, or even just on a strategic level, countries where if they fall, then eventually the dominoes wind up with, and I don't know the answers to that, but that to me is like the strategic and moral question. It's like, where is that line where you have to defend something, because eventually you're going to have to defend yourselves.
Yeah, it just, when does the human race ever get out of this cycle? It just, individuals as human beings are capable of coexisting in harmony. But when we get into groups, there's always something. It's like, it's unavoidable. If you, I mean, we've talked about this a bunch of times, but if you ever ask people in your lifetime, do you think there'll be no war? No one says yes.
Well, there's always the possibility of a bad actor. It's like, you know what? I want those oil fields. I want those diamond mines. I want whatever. Like, there's all, and you know, we've been that guy too sometimes, right? And you know, you're a strong, jacked up guy who knows how to fight, and if the world contained only peaceful men, you wouldn't need to be. You might want to be, but you wouldn't need to be. Right? But you walk down the street, you know, and you're not like, I can defend my family and myself with my hands. Like, and I need to know that I'm just reading into your mind. Like, obviously, I don't know how you think, but I'm guessing that somewhere in your mind, you're like, I can take care of business and my family's family. And there's a security. And it's new for a fact that there were no predatory people out there. Not one. Wouldn't need to be, right? But that's not, we're social primates, so that's not the world that we evolved in, and it's never going to happen.
Yeah. Unless something changes. Something really big.
Right. And it's not going to change overnight. No. Right. I mean, we have the DNA we have culture wiring, so you know, the democracies, which are, tend towards fairness and peacefulness, because it's frankly good for business, right? And war is not particularly good for the stock market.
Unless you are Raytheon.
Right. For some businesses, absolutely. But for it's the array of economic enterprise in the world, like war doesn't do the economy's much good overall. And so the question is, like, how do you, so democracies are invested in stability, in market stability. They're invested in it because they disproportionately benefit, right? Iraq and Hussein was not disproportionately benefit market stability because it was an oppressive. It's a dictatorship, right? And the economy sucked. There was a ton of corruption, right? But democracies are quite, they really do benefit from stability. But all of those democracies are defended by really robust militaries, right? And if they weren't, right, they would get overrun like in half a generation.
Well, that's what scares the shit out of me about today, because I think with AI and with weapons technology advancing in the same exponential rate as cell phone technology and computer technology is, we're getting to this really weird place where it's not just mutually assured destruction because of nuclear weapons. It's like, it's whoever presses the button first wins. And so you have this, like, if you can completely disable a nation's army almost instantaneously, right, and then take over their cities or bomb their cities like instantaneously, it's just we're relying on good nature, the understanding that this is a horrible thing to do to humanity, to pull that trigger first, right?
Well, there's also this sort of, what happens when the dog catches that tire, right? Like, so if Russia had, I mean, what the Ukrainians, I mean, all the politics and whatever aside, just on the military level, what the Ukrainians were able to do, you know, quite outmatched by the Russians. What the Taliban were able to do with the U.S., Mujahideen against the Russians, all of this, like, what the Ukrainians were able to do against the Russians is quite extraordinary. The Russians really should have taken Ukraine in ages, right? And had that. That would have been that was what everyone predicted. I didn't think that was going to happen. That was what everyone predicted would happen. And the motivation to defend your home was far greater than the motivation to invade someone else's home. Just for the 19-year-old male, like that, the motivation is know, I'm sure from MMA, is like super important in outcome, right? And so, but had the Russians done it, had they just blitzkrieged all the way through Ukraine, seized it, then what they would have had is the huge and costly problem of maintaining order in a nation of 40 million people. 40 million resentful people do not want to be governed by outsiders. Like, don't try this at home. Right? I mean, this is, and so I think, so you could take out, say you had a magic, electromagnetic pulse that took out everything in the, I'm just bullshitting here, took out everything that the U.S. military relies on to communicate and to function, just zapped it out of existence and invaded, right? The Russians took the, east of the Mississippi, the Chinese took west of the Mississippi, or whatever it might be. And you got to run this place. And that's when you really have a tactical problem, township by township, mountain by mountain. And then your electromagnetic pulse actually doesn't serve you that well. And the Afghans, the Taliban didn't beat us. They just outlasted us until we got tired of being there and didn't want to pay the bill. Yeah. So when I got reached out to about you was that you had gotten through a near death experience, and I really didn't want to read into it at all. I just wanted to ask about it. So something happened. You had an aneurysm that burst inside internally. Is that what it is? Yeah. So. The medical description is I had an undiagnosed aneurysm, which is a ballooning of an artery, and a weak spot. Arteries can dilate to get more blood flow, but an aneurysm is like one specific spot that for one reason or another is weak, and it starts to sort of give way, and it'll bubble outwards, and as that bubble grows bigger, and this takes decades, it's a very slow process, right? I have a ligament in the wrong place, and that set in motion a sort of vascular problem that resulted in an aneurysm, and they don't hurt. No way to diagnose them unless you scan someone's abdomen. I've always been super healthy, and so throughout my life, I just never had any reason for an abdominal scan. Right? I'm a fit, healthy male, right? A fit, healthy person, and so I just never needed that look inside me. So no one saw the aneurysm, right? And so at some point, the artery wall gets stretched so far that it will rupture. It'll just burst. And now you have an arterial bleed. So what that, if someone shoots you in the femoral or stabs you in the abdomen and you have an arterial bleed, your life is measured in minutes or whatever, or hours. And if someone does you a favor of stabbing you in the abdomen, and severing your pancreatic artery, which is the artery that ruptured on me. Now, it's a low artery. This is the thickness of a number 2 pencil. It's not a big deal, but it's arterial blood, right? If you don't stop that shit, you're going to die. And so if someone just stabbed you in the abdomen, you rush to the hospital. The doc is no problem. The doc, if you're still alive, they'll transfuse you. The doctors know exactly where to sort of put their finger to plug the peak. No problem. The problem with internal hemorrhage, an abdominal hemorrhage, is the doctors have no idea where it is. And your abdomen is basically a big bowl of spaghetti, right? And it's filling up with blood. They have to find where it's leaking. Yeah, because the blood, if you're stabbed, the blood's going out of your body onto the kitchen floor. With an internal hemorrhage, it all stays in your abdomen. So it happened. It was during COVID, and we were in a remote area, in an old house that we own, kind of a dead-end dirt road in Massachusetts. And it's so remote, there's no cell phone service, the phone lines are old, and they short out when it rains. And my wife and I had a little bit of babysitting. I'm a 3-year-old and a 6-month-old. A little bit of babysitting from the teenage girls that lived down the road. We knew the family, so they came over to give us a few hours. And my wife and I went out to this cabin that's even deeper than this. Paradise, basically, right? And so we're out there, and in mid-sentence, I felt this sort of pain in my abdomen. Ooh, what was that? Right? Like not kidney stone pain, but worse than indigestion, right? And so I started twisting and turning to see if I could work it out, and then nothing happened. And then I finally stood up, and I can walk. as soon as I stood up, the floor just reeled away from me, and I almost fell over. But what was happening is my blood pressure was just like tanking, because I was losing all my blood into my abdomen, and my body hadn't compensated yet. So I was just like my head was right. So I sat back down and I said something I never thought I'd ever honestly say to my wife. I said, something's wrong, I'm going to need help. Right? And you don't want to say those words. Right? And you're fit, I'm fit. It never crossed my mind that I would ever have to say that unless someone shoots me or something. Right? But not in my life. I stopped roll recording. I gave all that gambling with your life. I gave it all up. I had a family in this beautiful spot. Are you kidding? It can come after you here too. Right? Who knew? Right? So she dragged me through the woods. I had my arm around her shoulder. I was like a stumbling drunk, right? And she's sort of dragging me through the woods. And she gets me to the car and puts me in the passenger seat of the car. And we're a 1 hour transport to the hospital. Right? And I'm bleeding. I'm losing a pint of blood every 10 or 15 minutes. My wife didn't know this. Thank God I didn't either. But I was literally a human hourglass. Right? And she put me in the passenger seat of the car, and I'm lying there. Now I'm starting to go blind, right? Which is one of the things that happens when you lose too much blood. You go blind. Ran into the house. Sort of electric light just took over. That's all I could see. Electric. That's the light. If you bleed out, that's the last thing you see. And then darkness, which is what I finally got to. Was the darkness. But so she ran into the house, told the girls, the teenage girls. One of them ran out. The phone line didn't work. But the girl, one of them was able to get one bar signal, like in one spot in the driveway, got one bar. She called. These guys came. And you go into something called compensatory shock if you're bleeding out. And the body senses, in a miraculous way, senses that it's a 5-alarm fire going on here, and we got to tighten our game, right? So it literally shuts down vascular, like blood flow to parts of the body you don't need, like your legs, your arms, your skin, and it sort of hoards the blood in your chest, your abdomen, your chest, and your brain, around your heart, right? Those things go, you're down, so it collects the blood around there and keeps it there through muscular tension. Right? You don't know you're doing it. But what happens is your blood pressure goes back up. And suddenly you're sort of back in the world. And I was no longer going in and out of consciousness. Suddenly I could see again. The ambulance guys get there. They're like, how you doing? I'm like, well, belly pain, but I don't want to be a complainer here. I'm feeling a little better. Maybe blah, blah, blah. My wife, this is why, there's a famous statistic, married men live longer. My wife is like, you know what? Because they were going to leave. They were like, oh, it's a hot day, here's some water, you probably just died. Oh, shit. Yeah. My wife is like, no, he's going to the hospital. I watched him, he was in and out of consciousness, couldn't stand up, going blind. Like, what's it take? Yeah, guys, what's it take to get a guy in the emergency room? So anyway, they took me. My body stayed in compensatory shock for that hour. And it took, but I was losing blood, and then I got to the hospital, and my body couldn't hold compensatory shock anymore, and I went straight into end-stage hemorrhagic shock, which is you're dead in 10 minutes, right? And I went off the cliff, right as we got to the hospital, and they estimated my blood pressure was 60/40, which was like rock bottom. They estimated I lost like 2/3 of my blood. If you lose more than 2/3, even if they transfuse you and top you off with, full complement of blood, they pump it into you. If you lose that much blood, there's complications that happen with coagulants, all kinds of things like that will kill you. So people can die of blood loss with a full complement of blood that they've gotten from transfusion, just because this chemical process gets initiated and they can't reverse it, right? And that starts to happen when you lost 2/3 of your blood, which is right where I was at, right? 10 minutes later, I would have been dead. And so they rushed me into the trauma bed, and the doctors knew immediately what was going on. And they one doctor had this sort of large stage needle, and he started to ask my permission. I had no idea what was going on, right? And he asked my permission to stick it through my neck into my jugular, which didn't look like a lot of fun. And I was like, really? Is this totally necessary? Like, you really need to do this? I was like, why? In case there's an emergency? He was like, no, this is the emergency. Like, I had no idea, right? I'm 10 minutes from dead. I have no idea. Zero, right? Thank God, because I would have been terrified, and I would have been thinking of my family. I would, you know, like, yeah, you don't want that, right? And so he said, this is the emergency. I was like, well, if you say so, go ahead, have at it, right? So while he's working on prepping my neck, and he did actually do it, right? So if you ever have to have this done, don't worry about it. But while I'm lying there, I was working on my neck, and it took long. It felt like it took longer than it probably actually did. But while I'm there, all of a sudden, and I have to stop and say, I'm an atheist. I'm a lifelong atheist. I'm a rationalist. I'm not spiritual. I'm not mystic. I'm not woo-woo. I'm nothing. Right? And my dad is an atheist and a physicist. I have to say all this because of what, and I'm still an atheist, right? So all of a sudden, I sensed below me and to my left this black pit open up, this black abyss, like this infinite black void. And I was getting pulled into it. And it's not like darkness had taken over the world. The world was here. I could see the doctors. I was talking to them, right? Here I am. But darkness was contained in this hole underneath me, and I was getting pulled into it, right? I didn't know what I was dying, but I had this instinct of like a wounded animal. Like, if I go into the pit, the infinitely dark pit, I'm not coming. Right? Like, I just sensed, like, don't go in there, because you're not coming. Right? And I started to panic, because I felt myself getting drawn in. And then my dead father, appeared above me and to my left. Now, there's a whole body of inquiry of NDEs, near-death experiences, and I didn't know anything about this stuff, right? I didn't know anything about it. It didn't interest me. I'm not culturally prepped for anything like that. I'm not Christian. I didn't see angels. Like, I'm a zero in that regard, right? There's my dead father above me, right? He's been dead 8 years. I love him. But I was not happy to see him, right? I was shocked. I mean, literally, I was, Dad? What are you doing? Like, and there he was, and he communicated to me. And so what I saw, see isn't quite the right verb, but I don't know if there doesn't exist the right verb. I sensed / saw him, and it was his essence, his energy, his presence, right? It's not like I see you, right? It's like, oh, there we go, right? It wasn't with that clarity. In some ways, it was with a deeper clarity, because it was his essence, right? And there he was, his presence was right there. And above me and to my left, it was quite specific. And he communicated to me, not with words, but in a manner that I understood, that I can't quite explain what it was, but basically, the idea was, you don't have to fight it. You could come with me. I'll take care of you. It's okay. It's okay. Don't be scared, right? I'll take care of you. I was horrified. I was appalled. I was offended. I was like, you're dead. Why would I want to go with you? You're dead. You're the opposite of what I am. Why would I possibly want to go with you and be dead with you? Because I'm alive with my family right now. Like, I'm not going anywhere. Like, get out of here. And I said to the doctor, you have to hurry. I'm going right now. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I was sort of outbound. And once that happened, there's no influence. And I said, you got to hurry. You're losing me right now. So what'd they do? Well, they transfused me, they stabilized me with 3 units of blood. Eventually, I needed 10 units, which is a full complement of blood. And so let me just pause for a moment and say, please donate blood. Like, everybody who's listening, I'm alive, my daughters have a father, because 10 people who I'll never know donated their blood. And when you donate blood, you are literally allowing another person to live. And one day, you might live because someone else donated blood. It's Doctors can't manufacture that shit. Like, if you donate blood, it takes an hour. It doesn't hurt, and your body will replace it in a couple of weeks. It's the ultimate free lunch. And I think it's quicker than a couple of weeks. I think it's pretty quick. It's pretty quick. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, to get up to 100%, I think it's a little long, but whatever. It doesn't matter, right? It's like, we're talking about human life here, and if you want to be part of something greater than yourself, blah, 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 all these things that we all kind of want, like, how do I participate? You know, like, nobody needs me. I'm not part of anything. I do a little bit. Give blood, man, and you'll be part of something amazing, right? And, right. So I give blood regularly. So, at any rate, that's my pitch. But, so they stuffed some blood in me through my jugular. I stabilized, and they brought me to the cath lab, the interventional radiology. And what interventional radiology is, it's a freaking miracle, right? Like 20 years ago, right? I mean, even the advances are so fast, they're so miraculous. So what they do is they put you on something called a fluoroscope, which is basically sees into you with x-rays, but it's x-ray video, right? So they can see in real time what's going on in your body, and then they pop a hole in your femoral from your right groin, and they insert a catheter, which is a flexible rubber tube or wire. And because of the way the heads of these catheters are designed, they have little shepherd's crooks and little curves and all this stuff, and they can navigate through your venous system, through the twists and turns, and they can get that thing almost anywhere in your body. And then once they're there, they can pop a coil and plug a leak, or they can inflate and put in a stent, or whatever. They can do miraculous things. They can inject radioactive dye, and then they see where it goes, and then they turn on the fluoroscope, and then they can see, the dye is leaking in the abdomen from here. Here's where the leak is. It's amazing what they can do, right? And so they popped the entry into my femoral, and then threaded a catheter up to my venous system. And because of this ligament that's in the wrong place, the arteries in my abdomen are very distorted, right? And they're tortuous, called tortuous. Couldn't get the catheter through these twists and turns, right? And they couldn't get it to the site of the bleed, which they knew where it was, right? They couldn't get the catheter there. The alternative, if you can't fix it with the catheter, is you pull your gear out and you send the guy to the OR, and you do this crazy, like, race against time, but you cut him open. And then one of the reasons the blood loss slows down is there's so much blood in your abdomen that there's background. It slows down the blood loss from your artery, because now it's trying to flow into a full container, and it doesn't leak as fast, right? So as soon as you open up the abdomen, you can imagine what happens. I mean, you guys are blood, and you gotta like push the organs aside in this desperate search for the bleed before you bleed out, and as you can probably guess, it doesn't go well, right? So it's not quite a death sentence, but if you go into the OR with an abdominal bleed, they bring your wife in to say goodbye, basically, before you do that. They don't tell her that, but that's what they would have done with my wife. When we got to the hospital, the ER doctor was like, you better come down. And so at one point, I'm in agonizing pain because I've got all this free-floating blood against my kidneys and my liver and my just agonizing, like kidney stone, right? It's just, agony. They can't sedate me because my vitals are full, right? So I'm conscious to this. And I'm watching the doctors, and at one point, I watched one of the doctors just sort of shake his head and shrug, and was basically like, well, we tried. This isn't working. And the other doctor sort of nodded and said, yeah, we tried. And it was the first moment where I realized, oh my God, I didn't realize we're playing for keeps right now. This might not turn out well. I might not be. I couldn't believe what I'd seen. And then the first doctor, who's this brilliant interventional radiologist named Dr. Dombrowski, saved my life. You have in your mind a special relationship with someone or as anyone who has saved your life. It's a very particular relationship, and I've never been in that position before. And so Dombrowski said, we can try one last thing. Let's try going through his left wrist. And so because of your vasculature, like the left wrist allows a different point of attack to come down from above instead of coming up from below, and you don't have to go through all those twists and turns. And he had to get through a problematic spot in my celiac artery that was impeded by the ligament that's in the wrong place. When he was a lot of problems, right? And you had to be like a super high level IR guy to even think of this, much less do it. I was told that very, very interventional radiologists wouldn't even think of doing this, right? But he was a genius, right? So the other doctor said, I like the way you think, and I watched them put a catheter in my left wrist. I no longer have a pulse in that wrist because it messes up the artery, and they did it. They got the thing to the place. Like they got the catheter to the lead. They popped a coil in there. It blocked the artery, blocked the leak. And then they sent me to the ICU. They knocked me out. Sent me to the ICU. I remember seeing my wife afterwards. I held her hand. I sent me to the ICU.
And so the blood in your abdomen, did it drain? Does your body
absorb it? No, they do something. No, my body absorbs it. Yep. 6 pints of blood. Like, you know, I could feel it. I mean, it didn't feel good, right? You know, and you're sort of discolored. I mean, it's like awful. Not a good look.
Now, you keep saying you're an atheist. What exactly, how do you, everybody sort of defines that different. I feel like a lot of atheists are actually agnostic more than atheists, because an atheist just doesn't believe. I don't believe. What do you think the experience with your father was, his presence?
Well, that's the billion-dollar question, right? So, I'm an atheist in part because I respect the highest intentions of religion too much to take them lightly. Now, there's plenty of religious expression which is not at a very high level, which I find even offensive and destructive. But at its best, like journalism, like psychology, like everything, at its best, right? It's a very noble thing that helps people live with more dignity and less fear and blah, 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 right? So, again, so I take that stuff really literally. And so for me, believing in God is an active thing, right? And really, it's not like that you found God. It's God found you. Like, oh my God, suddenly God was in my life, right? And it's like when you fall in love. You can't choose to fall in love, right? It's an overwhelming feeling that you can't resist. And if it's not, you're not really in love, bro. You might have married Betty, but you're not in love with Betty, right? But when you have that experience of overwhelming love, oh my God, I'm in love with that person. I gotta be with them. My life is with them. That's love finding you. You didn't manufacture it. You didn't make an executive decision. Well, I'm in love with Betty, and we're getting married. I mean, people used to do that. It's a contract. It's a decision. It's an arrangement. No problem, right? And so what I can't do is make an executive. People say you gotta find God. You gotta find Jesus. Now, listen, man. Even if I wanted to, which I don't, but even if I wanted to, it doesn't work that way, right? I can't just decide to love God. It's not a feeling that you can summon and dictate to yourself. So I'm an atheist because I don't make God as sort of part of my daily practice. It's not part of my life. It just isn't, right? And I can't just choose to make it. I could make it, and I could go to church every Sunday. But I respect religion in its best form too much to friggin' fake it, right? So, and I'm not an agnostic because, you know, if I saw in my mind, agnostic is like a hung jury, right? It's like, you know what, I don't know. There could be a God, there might not be a God. I don't have it. Right? The hung jury, you might be innocent, I might be guilty. You know, we can't, Your Honor, we can't decide either way, and we can make an argument for both. So, it's a hung jury. Like we don't, right? In the legal system, that means he's innocent. Can't come to decision of killing themselves, right? But so in the sort of agnostic sense, like there's evidence for, evidence against. I can't decide, so I'm an agnostic. But for me, there is no evidence that there is God. I mean, there's belief, right, which is a beautiful thing. But I've never in my life actually seen something happen where I was like, oh my God, there went God. I just saw it. Holy shit! Like, are you kidding? Like, there he is. Like, now I believe in God. Had I, while I was dying, had God come to me, whatever that would even look like, right? Whatever that is, had God come to me afterwards, I'm like, you know what? I don't know. Maybe there is a God, right? Because I saw some strange shit, and that's the only explanation I can think of is that there actually is a divine power in the world. I encountered it, changed my life. Like, even if I'm not religious, I'm at least agnostic, but it's never happened, right? So I'm not an agnostic because I have no reason to think there is a God. It's never happened, right? I'm an atheist, right? So I'm happy to be stand corrected if someone offers up some proof, but thus far it hasn't happened. And when people say, you know what, the proof of God is that the universe exists. Who created the universe? Like, who do you think it has to be? God, right? And I'm like, well, not really, like, because if complex systems need a creator, then God, clearly God is a complex system that's at least as complex as the universe he created. So who created God? Like, that will not get you. That doesn't prove anything, right? So that's the theology aside, like, what did I make of my father appearing? Right? So, the next morning, to get in there, I have to sort of say what happened, right? And if I may, the next morning, I woke up in the ICU to the nurse saying, "Good morning, Mr. Younger. Congratulations, made it. Like, it's a miracle. We almost lost it last night, and no one can quite believe you're alive. Welcome back. I cannot tell you how shocking it is to get news like that if you had no idea you were dying. I mean, I knew I had something going on with me, belly pain. Maybe I would wake up to shitty news about a tumor, cancer, whatever. I mean, I was aware that this might not be a fun day tomorrow. I had no idea I was dying at that moment, right? So it's absolutely shocking. So that and particularly, I have children, right? And my little girl, I thought about my little girls. And then I remember my father. I'm like, oh my God, my father last night. And the pit, it all came back. And I didn't know what to do with it. I was like, Jesus, like, are you kidding? What was that? And so I'm left there with my thoughts. I'm throwing up blood, freaking mess, right? And then the nurse comes back later and says, how are you doing? Like, not that great, frankly. Like, thanks to you. What you told me is terrifying. Like, I can't stop thinking about it. I almost died. And she said, try this. She had an awesome Boston accent. She was like one of these sort of middle-aged lady, like heart of gold, straight shooter, tough as nails, buried 3 husbands, whatever. She's one of those ICU nurses, right? I like her enormously. She was like, try this. Instead of thinking about it like something scary, try thinking about it like something sacred. Fucked out. Like a hell of a thing to say to an atheist, right? So, for me, all those wonderful words like blessing and sacred, they have beautiful secular meanings as well. So I feel entitled to interpret them in my own way. For me, something sacred is anything that allows, as I was saying before, any work, any task, any knowledge, anything that allows people to live with more dignity, with less fear, more connection, more love, that just helps the human condition. Like that's sacred knowledge, right? It could be a minister, right? It could be a shrink. It could be a journalist, right? You could be doing sacred work for people. I'm sure you are. So, the things that you say are helping people navigate their painful lives. Yeah, bro, absolutely. We're all capable of it, right? That's what it means to me. So when she said that, I'm like, okay, I've been going to front lines my whole life and coming back with knowledge that, in my most grandiose moments, right, I thought might help humanity. Like what's going on in Ukraine. I wasn't in Ukraine, but right now, like what's going on in Ukraine, what knowledge can we come back with that will help the world and the United States make better decisions about how to preserve human dignity, human life, whatever that means, right? So that's at its best, it's sort of a sacred task, like many others. And and now I'm not going to front lines anymore. I went to the ultimate front line. I went to my own mortality. The front line we're all headed to. And that most of us are scared of. And I was allowed to look over the edge. And then I came back. I was allowed to come back. Did I come back with sacred knowledge? In other words, with knowledge that would be helpful to me and to other people lead their lives. And with less fear, more dignity, etc. And that was the challenge. And I set about doing it. At that moment, I just lay there. What did I learn? And the big question that I had to answer for myself was, what the hell did I see with my father? Like, what was that? And does that mean that there's something more? Right? Is there something after we die that we can sort of like look forward to and count on? Or is it just the dying brain hallucinating some shit because we're so freaking scared and the synapses are shorting out and it's going haywire? And that's what you get. You see some weird stuff, right? So I started researching NDEs, near-death experiences. So there's a whole body of literature, a whole body of knowledge, and frankly, the whole cottage industry, somewhat shameless cottage industry around the proof of heaven. But the flakiness aside, there's some legit. It's very, very common, and the NDEs that people have had, thousands of cases of them all over the world, different societies, different cultures, even different ages. There are historical accounts of this, and the interesting thing about them, if you give a room full of people LSD, they'll have a wide variety of hallucinations. And we know how that works, right? We know what happens in the brain when you take LSD, no big mystery there. And they'll hallucinate a whole bunch of crazy stuff, right? With NDEs, what's sort of strange is that the experiences there aren't infinite number of them, right? It's not like some people see sandwiches and other people see kangaroos, right? It's like they fall into some like 3 or 4 basic ones, right? And that's across culture, throughout the history, and which sort of argues for a sort of seminal human experience rather than just a sort of function of brain chemistry and essentially drugs, right? Endogenous drugs being released in your brain in your final moments. And so there are a lot of people, very well-credentialed, smart people who are like, listen, these accounts amount to evidence of an afterlife, right? Sorry, there's so many of them, they're so consistent. How do you explain this shit? Like, come on, right? And then there's other people, well-credentialed, equally smart, et cetera, like nonsense. I'm a neuroscientist, I'm a neurochemist, we can explain all this through, you put fighter pilots into human centrifuge, spin them to 5Gs, they will see a tunnel of light, they will see God, they will experience their entire life in one moment, blah, blah, blah. Epileptics, same thing. But brain seizures, we can reproduce all of this in the lab. This isn't evidence of anything, right?
But isn't the problem with that you're actually killing a person when you're spinning in the centrifuge?
No, they do this with fighter pilots.
Right, but if you keep doing that, you'll die.
Oh, absolutely.
And your body knows too. So you are in a near-death experience. You're near death.
Well, you're near death because blood's not getting your fast.
And your body knows that. I mean, you are opening that door. Whether you're opening that door in a safe manner, you're still opening that door.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're right. But the argument, you're absolutely right, and I never thought of it that way. But the argument by the scientists, the rationalists, is, look, we can reproduce all of this in the lab.
Yeah, but it's a dumb argument because what you're doing is reproducing, bringing someone close to death.
Right. Well, another thing they can do is stimulate the brain during brain surgery. They do that to make sure that they're not scooping out tumor, not your piano lessons or whatever. Right? And one of the things they can do is they stimulate certain parts of the brain. They can give people the sensation that they're floating, or that they, oh my God, my grandma, whatever. They can do weird shit with the brain with basically a toothpick and a bone saw, right? And so, at any rate, just suffice it to say, there's the sort of slightly mystical argument of this is proof of an afterlife, and then there's the rationalist argument. No. We understand the physiology of all this. And so there was a guy in, I think, Estonia, an older guy who fell on his head and had a coma. They put electrodes on his scalp to see what the brain activity was because he was having seizures. Other stuff happened to him that the family said, he doesn't have a chance of recuperating. He basically pulled him from the plug, let him die. He had the electrodes on his brain, monitoring brain activity before the decision to pull the plug. So they did something that would otherwise not be ethical. If someone's going to die, you're like, hey, let's hook him up to see what his brain does. That's not ethical, right? This guy already had that stuff in place as part of the life-saving measures. So they were able to see what happened at the moment of death, right? So what happened with the human brain, in his brain, was that there was a flood of, I think it was gamma in his brain that that is associated with long-term memory. A flood of gamma in his brain, right? And that was and one other. But at any rate, there was this. The brain basically did what brains do when they're remembering very, very important stuff, right? And that they even found that in rats that they ethically are able to kill. Hook them up, kill them. What happens to the brain, right? And so the most ancient sort of memory source centers of the brain are activated at the moment of death, while there's a sort of lingering, dying consciousness. So boom, all of a sudden you're 5 and you're talking to your grandfather. Whatever it is, we don't know the specific things that man saw, but we know that his brain was activated in ways that suggest memory retrieval, right? So the rationalists like, okay, the brain dies, all of a sudden you see you have these old memories, right? So now for me, as I read, so I got home. It's a rather convoluted story, but hopefully it's interesting. So I got home. I was a week in the hospital. I surprised everybody. The reason I survived at all was that I'm a fit, athletic person, and so it gave the doctors something to work with. It also meant that I recovered quite quickly. So instead of 3 weeks in the ICU, I was 5 days, and and so I came home. And it's not the kind of party you would expect, right? Like I came home, I was like, oh, I'm alive, I made it, blah, blah, blah. It's like, oh my God, I almost died on a totally ordinary day. And it could happen. This also could be the day that I died, right? Maybe I have another, like, we don't know. And I completely freaked myself out. It was a classic post-trauma, like, anxiety reaction. Like, it was all very classic. It was way worse than that. Way worse, right? And one of the problems, I started to have the sense that I wasn't really there, and that maybe I had died, which sounds freaky, but apparently it's quite common in people that almost died, that they're seized with this fear that they're actually a ghost, and they didn't make it. I know it sounds insane, and you're right, but I can just tell you, like, I sincerely had that worry. It's the ultimate panic disorder, right? Like, that you're dead. Like, what is there anything there to panic about, that you're actually dead? So, and the reason I had that, and this gets to another rather mysterious, slightly woo-woo part of this whole story, is that 2 days prior, I had no idea, obviously, that I had something that was going to kill me in my abdomen. I had no cause to say. But 2 days prior, at dawn, my family and I, we still co-sleep. So we sleep in a group on a pad on the floor, and we sleep as a family, the 4 of us. And so at dawn, on the previous night, so 36 hours prior to almost night, I was woken by this horrific nightmare. The worst nightmare I've ever had and I've ever heard of. And the nightmare was this, that I was hovering above my family, and they were crying in grief. And I was waving to them. They were crying in grief that I died. And I was waving to them. I was like, I'm over here, I'm right here. I was shouting, I was waving my arms, and they couldn't see me. And I didn't know why. And then I was made to understand, in the same way that my father communicated with me. It's just a sort of transmission of knowledge, right? I was made to understand
that they couldn't hear me because I'm dead. I'm a spirit. I'm not there. And I'm above them. And I'll be going now. I'm out here. Mr. Younger, you're out now. And you're not coming back. It's too late. You can't go back. And I was so angry that it woke me up. And I woke up next to my, I happened to be next to my oldest daughter. I just like clutched her like stuffy. I was like, oh my God, thank God. Because I really felt like I was dead. God, that was just a dream. I'm actually here. Right? So then, 36 hours later, with that pain in my abdomen, I was in the hospital, almost died. Doctors have later told me, not the doctors who saved me, but other doctors were honest with me, like, it's a miracle you're alive. Right, like, this isn't just, oh, good, well done. It's a freaking miracle. Like, 10 slices of Swiss cheese, 10 holes happened to line up, and you threaded the needle through those holes, right? Like, so I got back home. I died in my sleep. That dream, because I started to read about NDEs, and one of the most common is that you're hovering above your family. Another is that you see a dead relative. Right? So, but, oh my God, and I knew none of this, right? So, oh my God, that wasn't a dream. That was my experience of actually dying. Right? The kind of experience that many people who almost died and were saved, were resuscitated, haven't had. I was hovering above my family. And I died. I see my wife woke up next to her dead husband. It's over. I just don't know because I'm in the middle of a dying hallucination. I'm a ghost. I'm not here. I think my daughter's talking to me. I think she's on my lap. I'm not. No, you're not here, man. You're like, just face it, right? And you can't disprove it, right? And if you're crazy enough, it actually feels like it might be what's happening. And I was really crazy about this, right? And I'm not a natural neurotic person, but it turned me into one for a while, right? And I don't know when I went to my wife, like, honey, just tell me I'm really here, that I survived. We're here, we're good. Like, just tell me. She said, of course you're here. You survived, et cetera, et cetera. Like, that's exactly what the hallucination would tell you. Right? And I was inching towards madness, right? And so finally, long story, just to sort of finally answer your question. Where I landed, I'm sort of reading the NDE stuff, and the sort of like the scaredy cat in me is like, oh wow, that's pretty convincing. Like maybe there is an afterlife. Maybe we don't have to be worried. Like, wow, how pleasant, right? How pleasant to think that there's something to go on to, right? Nothing's scared of. And then I read afterwards the sort of like party poopers, right? Just sort of like the rationalists come in, like, nonsense. We can explain all this. It's all neurochemistry. Like, there's no freaking afterlife. Like, come on. So, and because partly because of the father I grew up with, like, who really valued rationalism. Like, nice try. Like, close my nose cigar. Oh well, I guess we're dead. And so then. The one thing that didn't quite make sense was that there's this incredible consistency in people, like an enormous percentage of the time, and I can't remember off the top of my head, but quite a large percentage of the dying, people who have NDEs and are resuscitated and report their memories, like I was able to, they are received by the dead. Right, the dead come to receive them. Sometimes it's your father. Sometimes it's a friend who died decades earlier. Sometimes it's someone that you might not even like very much. But the dead come to receive the dying in the way that my father did. My mind, I don't know. Like, I get it. You give everyone LSD, and they all have hallucinations, and the dying brain produces hallucinations. But it's sort of odd. Like, okay, you stir up the memory banks of the brain when you die with the gamma and all that stuff. So, all right, so suddenly I'm 5 years old and we're playing by the swimming pool. Now suddenly I'm camping with my buddy at 12. It's there's a whole array of memories. That's different than Dad showing up. Right, Dad showing up saying, come with me into the afterlife. That's not exactly memory recall, right? That's something else, right? So, and then I started talking to hospice nurses. And
It's super common experience. Older people dying of cancer in their last days and hours. What are they doing? They're having conversations. People in the room that no one else can see. They're dead. Who was really there to take them? It's okay. Come with me. It happened to my mother. She suddenly scowled. In her last hour, she scowled. And looked up at the corner and said, what's he doing here? And she had a terrible relationship with her brother who had died in his 50s, like decades earlier, right? And I just guessed. I was like, Mom, that's Uncle George. And he's come a very long way to see you. And you have to be nice to him. And she frowned and she said, we'll see about that. It continues into the afterlife, right? It's not over when you die, right? It goes on, right? There's a sequel to this, right? So these visits are not necessarily a sort of benevolent, like, oh, the dying, sort of need some kind of comfort, and they manufacture a vision of a loved one to make them feel better. It's not quite that either. And then there's super poignant stories. I talked to a hospice nurse who was taking care of an older gentleman who was dying painlessly, no morphine at all, so unclear mind, right? In his 80s or 70s or 80s, and in his last, 12 hours or so, he suddenly, the nurse that I talked to said that the man looked and he was like, Barbara, oh my God, it was so good to see you. Like, oh, thank God. So the nurse, who's been through this a million times, says, okay, he's in his last hours now. This is the end, right? Thank God, because he's dying and needs to resolve. So she went into the kitchen where the wife was and said, I think we're in the last stages. He's seeing someone in the room. He seems very, very happy to see her. Someone named Barbara. Does that name mean anything? So the wife says, yes, that was his one true love. So of course the nurse is like, oh my God, I stepped in it, right? And then she goes, that was our 19-year-old. Oh wow. Right. I mean, how do you tell that story not to cry? Right? I mean, it's like, so that kind of story is super, super common. So in my mind, right, I'm like, okay, I buy the centrifuge, I buy the, endogenous DMT and the blah, blah, the gamma. I get it. What I don't understand is the consistency of the visions of the dead coming to, and like my father did. I mean, I get that we hallucinate in times of extreme stress, but not that. I don't get the content being consistent across cultures, across ages, manners of death, like on and on. Like, what? Really? Like, how do you like? So to me, that doesn't prove there's a good afterlife, but it raises a legitimate question: like, what is it we're talking about here? And so where I land, and I promise I won't drag us into a long conversation about quantum physics, but basically the rational, the argument that's both rational and open-minded, and my mind has been enormously opened by this experience, not to God, but to maybe we just don't understand the nature of existence completely, right? Open. So the rational and open-minded explanation of some of this, if you don't dismiss it as neurochemistry, and you're not going to go whole hog on, God exists, hallelujah. You're not going to do either of those two things. The conversation that I think can be had is maybe there is some sort of post-death existence at the sort of quantum, the subatomic level, that we just don't understand. And some post-death existence for the individual, not necessarily post-death consciousness. We're not on a hammock with a daiquiri. It's not like those are human projections, right? But maybe at the quantum level, we just don't quite understand what death is, what reality is, what consciousness is. And so my father was a physicist, and my just weirdly, my great aunt had a long, passionate affair with Schrodinger, the physicist, who Schrodinger's cat, right? And one of the mysteries of quantum physics, and I'm sure you've come into this in your, in your studies, in your research, and your conversations, one of the profound mysteries of quantum physics that was sort of broken wide open about 100 years ago by people like Schrödinger and Heisenberg, that when you observe a subatomic particle, it acts differently than if you don't observe it. Right, so you create basically the act of conscious observation. Like if I look at that ashtray, the ashtray does exactly what it does if I don't look at it. Right, in the macroscopic world, conscious observation doesn't change anything. Right, at the subatomic world, it changes everything. Right, so a subatomic particle, an electron, is in all positions. As a statistical probability, it's in all positions until you observe it, and then it's in one position. Right? If you fire a photon at two slits in a metal plate with some photographic film on the other side to mark where the photon hits, if you fire the photon at a plate with two slits, it's the famous double slit experiment. Fire the photon at two slits and actively monitor it with a photon detector while it's moving. It will go through one slit and hit the strike plate on the far side with a signature of passage through one slit. Right? If you fire a photon through two slits and don't monitor it simultaneously goes through both slits and leaves a signature on the other side of it. Right? In other words, and this is one of the deepest mysteries of existence, right? At the quantum level, our act of observation creates the reality that we are observing, and then if we don't observe it, it's another reality. Right? So, given that deep and unresolvable mystery, is it possible in the sort of like electrons in all places at once until we watch it, and then it's in one place, in that sort of basic sense, profound mystery at the quantum level, is it possible that there's an equivalent mystery around biological death, the existence of consciousness, which people still don't understand, right? Or like, they can't even define what it is exactly. Right? Is there a mystery around that we not only don't understand, can't understand? And one of the theories, super out there, I'll end with this, but it's this super out there theory of biocentrism. There's a guy named Ivan Lanza that you might be interested in talking to. He's a brilliant guy. He's one of the sort of pioneers of biocentrism. And basically what he's saying is, look, if consciousness determines reality at the quantum level, and the universe ultimately is a quantum reality, it's possible that consciousness is part of that there's a subatomic particle associated with consciousness, just like the Higgs boson is associated with gravity. Like gravity exists because of the Higgs boson. It's a subatomic particle that we can measure, right? And maybe consciousness is associated the same way as part of the physical existence of the universe. Without gravity, there is no universe. There's no nothing, right? It's essential to existence. And maybe consciousness is essential to the existence of the universe in the singular form that it takes. And it landed in the singular form with the arrival of consciousness. Maybe it's all one and the same thing. And that actually coincides quite nicely with Schrödinger, who was of the opinion that there was a universal consciousness. There was a kind of colossus of consciousness that we are all a tiny part of. And when we die, we return to it, right? On some quantum level that no one has a freaking idea. As I say in my book, we might understand reality about as well as a dog understands a TV screen. Like with absolutely no concept of the machinery, the mechanism, the processes that produce the flickering images that are in front of us, we might, like the dog doesn't have that understanding of what it's looking at, we might not have an understanding of the cosmos that creates the system that creates the reality that we are seeing and that we think is existing.
Yeah, I'm entitled to believe that we are entirely too arrogant in our understanding of what we know, and that we have a very limited amount information, even though it's incredibly complex for all of our understanding. There are understanding leaps and bounds that we have made since using leeches to treat diseases is off the charts, right? And you're a living testament to it. I think it is a very, very shallow understanding in all the time. Have you ever seen, they just recently made images of quantum entangled photons?
No, I mean, I know about quantum entanglement. That's a great mystery. I haven't seen that. Yeah.
Take a look at what this looks like. Quantum entangled photons look like a yin-yang. Like, exactly. Exactly. That's it. That's a quantum entangled photon.
God.
Yeah, oh my God.
So each one contains at its center a bit of the other.
Exactly. So maybe someone knew this thousands and thousands of years ago. The idea that the Chinese or whoever created that initial symbol, the idea that they just stumbled accidentally upon an actual image of quantum entangled photons, very unlikely. That just seems too insane and too amazing.
That's fascinating.
Fascinating, right? And to find that out, when was that Discovery Channel? Was that very recently? I saw it on some science.
Like last year.
Okay.
Yeah, entanglement has been around for decades, but those images, that's stunning. That's amazing.
Yeah, so I think this whole thing that, we know what's going on in the brain, we know the human neurochemicals that get, we know we can stimulate the brain, we know we can stick humans in the future. You don't know shit. We are at the edge of a vast forest, and we're peering in, and we're arrogant. And we're arrogant because the people that know more than everybody else. The people that do have an understanding of human neurochemistry and do have an understanding of how the body works know far more than I do, know far more than most people do. So they have an arrogance of understanding this rational, sort of reductionist perspective of what reality is. But I think it's not.
Well, listen, the physicists, to give them their due, they are the branch of science which is actually fully aware of the drop-off where the mystery begins. All it says the mystery begins. Because they could not explain this, but it happened. It actually unsettled those guys, Schrodinger, Einstein, and Heisenberg, and all that. It really quite unsettled them, right? They were like, whoa, what are we unfolding here? And are we sure we want to uncover this? And one Sir Arthur Eddington said this wonderful thing. He was asked about these sort of central mysteries of quantum physics and the universe, and he said something that we don't know is doing, we don't know. Right? So again, there's some humility right here, right? And at its core, quantum physics, there's a mystery at the core of quantum physics, equivalent to the mystery at the core of religion. Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, religion is an act of faith, right? And you can't answer these questions, right? Rationally. And at the end of the day, the physicists themselves will say, look, we just don't know. These test results make no sense in the macroscopic, rational world that we live in every day. You can't, the macroscopic and the subatomic world, they're completely opposite to each other. They make the laws of physics are completely different at the macroscopic level and the subatomic level.
Yeah, and just the fact that if you look at atoms themselves, it's mostly empty space.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck is going on?
That's right.
So all of this, we have a cursory understanding of something that's complex. We have an understanding of it, and far greater every day. And they keep exploring, but I think we're also cursed with these fucking primate brains. These primate brains that I've already talked about today are filled with flaws and childhood trauma and bipolar and depression and schizophrenia and all these different issues with the primate brain. And we are the dog looking at the television screen. We are. And I think I've talked to a lot of these doctors that have this reductionist perspective, and very few of them have had psychedelic experiences. I think the brain is capable of opening up a door, and I think that door opens when you die. And I don't know where door is a bad word. It's not the right word. But it's all I have. It's an open It's a gateway. There's something going on inside of us. There's something going on. We are interconnected in ways that are far greater than our understanding of human social interactions. There's something going on with us, and that we experience that with love. We experience that with the love of your wife, your husband, or the love of your child, or your family members. We experience this connection. It's like this. It's very different. It connects us like as souls, and that's what I think I'm getting to. I think the soul is real, and I really didn't have that thought. Really, I was pretty atheist. I went to Catholic school when I was very young, first grade. I had a really bad experience there, and just like religious bullshit. My parents were breaking up when I was young, and I got really into religion because I felt like religion, at least like if there's chaos in my family life, there's always God. Like God's gonna make sense. Then I went to Catholic school. I was like, oh, okay, God has nothing to do with this. Like, this is fucking ridiculous. And my grandfather died. I was very close to him. I loved him very, very much. I stayed with him when I moved to New York. And I was like 23 years old. And I didn't have a place to stay. I didn't have any money. I just got signed by this manager. I was getting to New York to do stand-up comedy. Go to chase my dreams. I was living with my grandfather, and it was my grandmother had a mother, and they gave my grandmother 72 hours, and she lived for 12 years, at least 12. It might have been a little longer. And she was bedridden, and I was staying with him and her. And my grandfather had been dealing with his wife dying for all these years. She would like moan here, like down, and I knew they were. He was old, and she was old. They were dying, and I knew she was going to die probably quicker than him. And it was this transition in my life from me like going forth on this great adventure to seeing this man that I loved. It's darkness. It was like his wife. My grandmother was bedridden. It was agony. It was depression. We lived in a very bad neighborhood in North 9th Street in Newark, New Jersey. When they moved there in the 1940s, it was an all-town neighborhood. And then they started doing this thing called blockbusting. And what blockbusting is they would, real estate agents would come in and they would say, black people are moving in your neighborhood and sell now. Don't sell now, you're going to lose the value of the value. And it's the way they fired up the real estate market and they crushed communities, right? My grandpa was like, I like black people, I'm not going anywhere. And he never moved. And he stayed there. It changed from a black neighborhood to a primarily Hispanic neighborhood. And when I was with him, when I stayed with him, just before after I got there, I can't remember, it was 30 years ago, the kid next door was selling crack, and police broke down the door. He had an Audi. I remember he had an Audi. I remember looking, I was like, this kid had a fucking Audi. And it was just bad. It's very depressing. It was a depressing space. Like, the neighborhood was depressing. His life was ending. It was very, very sad. And when I went to his funeral, when he was in the cat, I looked at him, and I'm sure you've been to a funeral before. I know you've seen dead people. But there's something about seeing a dead body where you're like, he's not there. Yeah, it's unmistakable. He's not there. It's as simple as, he stopped moving. No, he's not there. He wasn't there anymore. And I remember this feeling of understanding came across me. Like, oh, like the thing is inside of you, whatever that is real. It's not just as simple as you're alive, right? And at that moment, at that moment, seeing my grandfather in his casket, I started considering a soul. I started thinking like, oh, this isn't bullshit. And then I started thinking like how arrogant it is to assume that you know that all these people for thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years talked about souls. It's not. It's a universal idea. It's not common to one specific culture. It's not isolated. It's a universal concept of there being something inside of you. And I think it's something that we intuitively understand. That we know, we are aware of it. We know it's real. We just can't put it on a scale. We can't put a ruler on it and measure it. We can't. But it's a thing, and I think that thing is it's intertwined with consciousness. That's what I think. This is just my own feeling. I think your soul interacts with consciousness, and consciousness is the force. And I think we're all experiencing consciousness. We're just doing it in this weird way. We're doing it with different biological entities, different life experiences, different people and stimuli around different neighborhoods, different parts of the world. But it's the same thing. And the way I've described it is I think that you are me. I know it sounds like it's like hippie nonsense bullshit, but I think if you lived my life, you would be me. If I lived your life, I would be you. I think we are all people. I think all people are the same. We are just living through different genetics, different biological experiences, different biological filters, different life experiences. I think we're all the same. I really do. And I think that what your soul is your connection to consciousness. I think you are the thing that that you intersect with. And I think whatever we are, there's like a place that thing goes. And I have a feeling that that's what these near-death experiences are. That's what a lot of psychedelic experiences are. I think it's a looking into the other side. I don't think all these cultures have had the same idea by accident.
Yeah, structurally, like at their core, they're all incredibly similar. There's the realm of the dead, right?
And so I think there's also a very limited. There's a perspective of what God is, and there's a perspective of the universe itself. Oh, who made the universe? If God didn't make the universe, well, who made God? I think we are limited by our own biological perspective, which requires a birth and a death, a beginning and an end, and that it has to come from somewhere. And I don't necessarily think that's real. And I have a feeling that this concept of God is even greater. What it entails is even greater than an entity. I think it's all things. I think what God really is the universe. I think it is all things.
But that's biocentrism. That's sort of along those lines.
Yeah.
It's all one thing.
Yeah, I've come to this thought like in steps over time. Where it makes more sense. I'm not trying to comfort myself. I'm not looking for some sort of rational. That's not what I'm doing. I feel like all these cultures have this idea for a reason. I think we're tuning into it in these little blips, and we're bringing back evidence from the other side. We're bringing back stories and anecdotes and feelings that you get, intuition, things that happen at certain times in your life. And you're just like, okay, what is that? I think we all know also that if you have love in your life, and you love your friends, and you have good times, like there's an elevated feeling that comes with that. That's bigger than just fun. There's a bond that we have because it's the moment in these great times of love when we recognize that we're one.
That's right. You lose the shackles of your individuality.
You lose your ego. You lose your biological limitations. This chimp body and chimp mind that wants to keep you alive, that wants to make sure you spread your genes and control resources and do all the stupid things that humans do. That thing confuses you that's what life is.
Right. There's a cemetery, a veteran cemetery in the woods in the town where my mom used to live. My mom passed away, obviously, and I'd go running there. It's a beautiful little spot. So I hit the way. There's a gravestone of a World War II vet who died later in life. Right? The natural life he died in his 80s. And it's a very simple gravestone. I can't remember his name. And all it says is, all that survives of us. That's so beautiful. Yeah. Right? And I think that's right. And you don't need to be religious to think that way. You don't have to be whatever. It's just like such a profound truth. Like that's all it survives.
Yeah. And I think a lot of religions are simply people's effort to try to consolidate all these thoughts and feelings into doctrine. Into something that you can tell people that you have the answer. And whenever someone tells you they have the answer, well, that's impossible. Right? That's impossible, so you don't have the answer. But there might be wisdom in these ancient teachings that I think is real. And I think that's really what fascinates me about religion. It's ancient man's attempts to understand and define this whole thing with this monkey mind that we have.
Right. Sometimes people ask me, so how did this change you? Did you find God? No, I didn't. But, it did change me. And one of the ways it changed me is that I realized, even if you're in good health, even if you're not in a war zone, blah, 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 that we don't know. None of us know that this is not our last day. Right? None of us know. I mean, probably not. Hopefully not. But we don't know for sure. June 16th, 2020 was an utterly ordinary day when I woke up that morning. I had no idea I was slated to die in 12 hours. Right? No clue. And so if you somehow knew you were going to die in 12 hours, somehow knew that, who would you want to be that day? Right? I'm guessing you wouldn't be scrolling through Instagram. I'm guessing you wouldn't be wasting your time hating on people that pissed you off. I'm guessing you'd be just holding your loved ones close and just being amazed at how beautiful a tree is. Or I don't know what, right? Like it's almost a religious vision of what existence is. Inspire that. And so my question is, like, you don't know that today isn't your last day, so who do you want to be today? Right? Because you never know. So who do you want to be in the world? And hopefully day after day, you're that person, and you don't have to die at the end. Like, what a beautiful way to live. And so it sort of changed me in that sense. I saw, after I finished the book, I read a story about Dostoevsky, the great Russian writer, who suffered a mock execution when he was in his 20s. I mean, what a sadistic thing to do to a young person. But anyway, right? So he was a radical, like he and his sort of like radical friends would sit around talking about outrageous stuff like liberating the serfs, crazy ideas like that. And this is in the 1840s. And so Tsar Nicholas I, didn't take that kind of thing kindly, and the police arrested them all, like 6 of them, threw them in jail. It wasn't a particularly serious crime, right? But threw them in jail. It's Tsarist Russia, right? It's an oppressor state. And after 8 months, they finally released them. And these young men assumed that they were going to be like put in a wagon and driven to the courthouse and discharged and returned to their families after 8 horrible months, right? Like, okay, put in a wagon. They're driven to a city square. They only had minutes to adjust to this. Instead of being released, they were tied to posts, and a firing squad was lined up in front of them. And the order was given to the soldiers to charge your rifles, ready, aim, and at that moment, a rider galloped into the square and said, "The Tsar forgives them." My question would be like, what does the world look like? Like, how hallucinatory is it? If you know that you're going to be dead in seconds, what does the world literally look like to give that perspective? Because we're all Dostoevsky, right? I mean, the command to fire isn't maybe in 3-5 seconds. It might be in 50 years. But we're all waiting for the right. We're all getting the command eventually. So what does the world look like to someone where all that whole lifetime is compressed into a few seconds? What's the world look like? We should understand that vision of the world and incorporate it to some degree into our experience of our hopefully 50, 80, 90 years of life, right? So there's an intense little capsule of reality, like
What did he see in those moments? Because he wrote about it. And this is valuable information. Right? What's the world look like? What's it really look like when you're about to be torn from it, right? And so he said he was standing there, and he saw sunlight glinting off the steeple of a church. And he had this amazing thought, which goes to your point, right? This amazing thought. He said, in moments, I'm going to join the sunlight. I'm going to be part of all things. We're all part of all things. And in minutes, that's what I'll do. And then he said, if in his mind, if by some miracle survive this, I'm going to live my life turning every moment into an infinity. Wow, mind blowing, right? So 2 of the 6 men in that group, it broke them. They were insane for the rest of their lives. Dostoevsky survived it psychologically and it deepened him enormously. And he wrote 2 other characters who wrote about that experience.
Yeah, if you have knowledge of death, you know, I used to do this bit about there was a tiger attack in San Francisco, and I guess it was like the early 2000s or something. Like these kids were throwing pine cones at a tiger in an enclosure in the zoo, and they didn't know that the tiger, when they built the zoo, they made the fence 14 feet high. They thought that was enough. It's not enough. But you have the joke was if you have a monster in a box in the middle of the city, maybe you should put a fucking roof on the box. How expensive is it to put a cage on the top? Well, these kids are throwing things at the tiger. The tiger leaps up, gets a hold of the top of the fence, and the thought was like, if you're that kid and you see those paws hit that fence, you see that thing like flying through the air, coming right at you. Do you even see it, or is it just like this kaleidoscope of psychedelic images? As this, you know, it's over. Like you're looking at the most beautiful death that's currently available. It's the most beautiful animal that can kill you, a tiger. I mean, they're gorgeous, and they're also terrifying at the same time. And it's running at you like a psychedelic experience. They died. Yeah, one guy lived, I think. I think, unfortunately, the kid that was throwing the pine cones lived. I don't really remember the whole story. Yeah, okay, 2 survived.
And they had to kill the tiger.
Of course. They always have to kill the tiger because they're a tiger. Yeah, it was, I mean, look, I fucking hate zoos. Yeah, I used to take my kids to them because my kids loved them, but they're fucking prisons. They're prisons for animals who didn't do anything wrong. And last time we went, we were in, I was in Denver, and we were turning towards this primate section where they have all these monkeys in these cages. And this monkey's wailing, just screaming in agony. Like a crazy person locked up in a cage. That poor motherfucker. Like, what are they doing it? Just so people could stare at it and go, oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. And tigers are nature's balancing system. You can't have too many deer, so you have to have tigers. And axis deer are the kind of deer that live around tigers. I don't know if you've ever seen axis deer. They're beautiful. They have white spots all over their body, and they move like bullets. You've never seen an animal move that fast. Axis deer, they just fucking go because they're just always looking out for tigers. So this animal's primed by nature to be chasing things and killing things. That is literally its biological reward system. That's what it's here for. That's why it's 600 pounds of fucking tissue, talons. And we would give it cold meat that we push out on a platter and it just eats the meat. It doesn't get to kill anything. And then things stare at it and look at it in the eyes, which is fucking insane. That you ever look a tiger in the eye. In the wild, you would be fucking frozen in fear. And this thing has to endure other puny little things throwing stuff at it over its fence. In this universal karmic moment, it realizes that it can get them.
There's an amazing poem by Ted Hughes called Wolf Watching. Wolves are, of course, equivalent to tigers, right? The canine equivalent to tigers, and he goes to the zoo and looks at the wolf. And the poem Wolf Watching it's worth looking up. It's just one of those extraordinary poems about exactly what you're talking about. And the look of the wolf's eye and what he knows they're doing to him. Yeah, and he's superior. And it's just unbelievable. Ted Hughes Watching. You gotta seriously look it up.
Yeah, we're bizarre. We're bizarre with the whole fucking zoo thing. The zoo thing's very weird. It's like, on one hand, it helps preserve diminishing populations of some animals. Right. And they do that. But on the other hand, like, why do you have a polar bear in a fucking swimming pool in the middle of the night? What do you do? They go crazy. They just go in circles.
Yeah, of course.
There's an enclosure where they just wander around
People
circles.
go crazy too. Solitary confinement. I mean,
Yeah.
people can't take it. Like it drives, breaks their brain.
Yeah. You keep saying like the word like I'm an atheist, but why even have a belief?
I mean, I don't.
You don't have anything, but you still consider yourself an atheist? An atheist is someone who doesn't believe in God.
Right. I don't have that.
So you don't believe or not.
I mean, not believing is an act. Right.
We don't know. This is why the atheism thing drives me nuts. Like when people say there's no God,
But that's not atheism. Atheism is that I don't believe in God. It's not claiming to be able to prove there is a God.
There's a little more arrogance to there is no God.
I don't believe in a God. And you can't make yourself believe in something. Right? So if you want to tell me that gravity doesn't exist, I can't make myself believe that. Right? And I can't make myself believe God exists. Contrary, despite the complete lack of evidence that it does, or whatever, like, I can't force that belief in myself, even if I wanted to. But I would never ever say, oh, there is no God.
Yeah.
I would never assert that, right? And I wouldn't even say I'm agnostic. Like, I don't know one way or the other. I wouldn't even say that. I don't run my life according to belief.
Jordan Peterson says, whether or not you believe in God, if you live your life as if God is real, you'll live a better life.
Well, you paraphrase. Right.
That's essentially what he's saying.
Well, he's exhorting people towards moral behavior, which is fine, but you don't need God to be. Look,
you don't need God.
Yeah, some people might, and some people need laws to not rob banks.
I think the concept that we're connected in some way that's greater than just this life experience is what that's the foundation of this understanding of it.
Well, so then what I would say is, because you say God, it presents logical problems. I would say, live your life as if you believe in a universal unity, a colossal unity.
Yeah, right. I think the word God is the problem. Yeah, it's just been kind of co-opted. And it gets co-opted by visuals of like a person, a patriarchal leader who's in the sky with a fucking book of all the shit he did wrong.
Right. Yeah. Right. And that's just silly. I mean, a guy raised his hand at one talk, and he was quite incensed, and I still said I was atheist, right? And he said, you came right at me, right? And atheists don't. I don't care if someone's a believer. Like, why would I care what you believe? But believers, what I've said to me, bizarre quirk of psychology that I don't understand. He raised his hand. He said, you're only alive because of God's grace, and you have to be thankful. You have to find Jesus, and you have to be thankful to God for saving you only His grace. And I said, you know what? I flatlined, right? I did like what I do with upset people. Like, I didn't get emotional. I went to zero. You have 0 Kelvin. I said, my problem with that is
why me? Like, why me and not Tim? Tim Hetherington was my buddy out of Restrepo, the guy made the movie Restrepo, was killed in combat in Libya. He died like I did. He bled out. Except he bled out not from an aneurysm, but from shrapnel in his groin. Right? So why me and not Tim? Right? And for that matter, why me and not a 9-year-old? Like, and what you're saying is, unless you can answer that question, which I don't think you can, what you're saying is that there's actually a kind of random lottery for God's grace. And if that's the way he runs things, I don't want anything to do with it. But that's cool, right? And so that's my quibble with the word God. But universal unity, I'm good. Right? Schrodinger said, it's good for Schrodinger, it's good for me, whatever. And so I would, I don't know. The violence of the emotions around all this is puzzling. Like, I don't understand why people get so heated about what someone else believes. Well, people get heated about everything. I've had conversations with people that are just damn brats to the end. That's my team. I'm with the Raiders. And that's just how it is with everything. And people are that way with religion. They're that way with the state they live in, the football team they support. They're that way with everything. That's just human. It's just some primate human. And I think the real discussion is in how do you feel, why do you feel the way you feel, and what do you think, what do you know that has sort of educated these thoughts. If you believe that human beings are inherently bad, that only fear of hell, and frankly, not love of God, fear of God will make you act well. If you really think that's what humans are, then sort of it makes sense. But so for me, for example, and I'm assuming for you and most people that I think we probably know, like I don't murder people and rob banks and things like that because I'm afraid of going to jail. I refrain from doing those things because I don't want to be someone who does those things. I have my own inner morality about what it means to be a good person, to not be a freaking psychopath. Like, I don't want to go to jail either, but you don't need the laws. You don't need the courts to make me act well in that sense.
Right.
So if you need God in order to, like, not rob banks and kill people and rape people, bro, you got a freaking problem. Right? You're still a problem, even if you don't do those things because you're scared of God. You're still not a person of interest. Yeah, I share that perspective. I think what this whole thing is for a lot of people, and one of the problems with religion and true believers is, boy, folks, there's a lot of different versions of that story. And you gotta make sure you're betting on the right one, because there's a billion people that don't think you are. And you think you're smarter than them. Like, I think it's people trying to get a map of what this is all about. And I think it's been that way forever. I think people have always tried to figure it out. And they have little bits and pieces, and we're putting it together. And unfortunately, we also like to look at these things as if they're like this doctrine is 100% factual. I've seen Muslims do it, I've seen Christians do it, I've seen Jews do it. People have this belief that their way is the only way, everyone else is the other, which seems contrary to the Word of God, the real thought, the concept of this experience. I think it's all way weirder. I think everyone's scared to die, but no one's scared to sleep. Because you know you're going to come back. But you do it every night. Every night you go to some crazy place. You shut off and you return and you assume, because you have memory and because you have an understanding of the environment and you have a task that you have to do, got to go work on your work. You have all this stuff in your head. You're just assuming that as you woke up today, that this is your life at 56 years old, continuing on the same path, but it might not be. It's just guessing. We are our eyes closed and we're feeling through the darkness, and we don't know. And we give ourselves these rules, and we give ourselves these stories, and we give ourselves these
religious practices to put structure into this thing and to put certainty into this thing that is absolutely uncertain. And we get angry if someone questions our certainty, because our certainty defines our ability to exist in this experience in a way that keeps us sane. Like, God has a will, God has a plan, this is all, I think it's way weirder. I think it's way weirder, and I think that's what you experience when your dad came to you, and that's what you experience when you look down at the pit. I think the whole thing is way weirder. I don't think it's as simple as why would God take a child and give a cat. I mean, I think the whole thing is an uber complex interaction of emotions and experiences that we're all going through simultaneously. And I have a feeling that part of the thing that moves us forward, unfortunately, is negativity and the positivity battling against that negativity, which strengthens the positivity because of the resistance. I think like the evil of the world is almost like an important factor in the whole equation of our existence.
Yeah, and I think humans have always struggled with it. They've come up with theories that sort of like help them get by, and some of them even support human dignity, some don't. And here we are with the great, still surrounded by the great mystery. Great mystery. And you know what? Let's hear it for the great mystery. Like, if you think about it, this thought came to me the other day. Like, we're in a kind of sweet spot. So if you sort of knew for sure, like if the scientists could prove, right, the nerds could prove that there was an afterlife, and what you got to do was just more of the same, except it's a lot more pleasant for eternity. If we could prove that, it would strip the value out of these precious decades that we are alive. Right? One of the reasons that life is so precious is because it's so finite. Right? So if you could prove there was an afterlife, don't worry about it. Like, listen, you're gonna, your wife dumped you and blah blah blah. Don't worry about it, because soon the afterlife's gonna start, and then you're good forever. So just don't sweat it. Right? In fact, why don't you just kill yourself right now and just get onto it, because that's what the good is. Right? You would ruin what life is. Strip it of value. On the other hand, like the two other guys in Dostoevsky's group of friends, if we could prove, like literally prove scientifically that there is no afterlife, and you can't prove it negative, but somehow if we could prove there was no afterlife whatsoever, we're biological beings, when we die, that's it, we rot, we return to the soil, that's it, done. If we could prove that, that might be so psychologically devastating that it would be actually quite hard to lead a meaningful life, because your mind is thinking, well, what's the friggin' point? Right? So where we're at right now is the perfect level of ambiguity. That there's not such a proof of afterlife that, why bother living our lives, but there's also not such a doubt about it that it's psychologically devastating. We're in this sweet spot, which allows us to sort of invest maximum meaning in the least amount of psychological distress in these decades that we're alive. So in a weird way, where we're at right now is to sort of tune perfectly to the human brain for giving the maximum amount of meaning to this time that we have here on Earth. And if you go in the extreme of either direction, of absolute certainty that there is an afterlife or is no afterlife, if you go to that extreme, it actually just robs us of what we do know for sure that we have, which is this life right now.
Right. And that's part of the magic of it, right? The magic of it is the uncertainty, the temporary nature of it, the finite nature of existence, all of it.
Yeah, and the reason, Karl Marx hated religion is because basically the peasant class had been told, listen, don't worry about it, your lot sucks, right? The serfs, like, your lot sucks, you're oppressed, you're poor, blah, 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 but don't worry about it because there's an afterlife. So, and Marx was like, there'll never be a revolution as long as people think that once they die, everything gets nice. Right. And so that's why Marx hated religion, and it's a totally legitimate point.
Yeah. It's a legitimate point, but I think that is like, there's too much we don't know, and it's too hard to not know things, so we pretend.
Right. And the version of religion that he was rebelling against is like, look, the meek shall inherit the earth. Right. You're crushed under the boot of Tsars from here in life. But, you know, the meek shall inherit the earth. So just wait a little while and then it's all going to come to you. Like that's what, you know, Marx wasn't objecting to sort of like transcendent, not knowing, or transcendent mystery. He was objecting to a completely calculated and manipulative, like, social program that kept people oppressed, which is often what religion becomes, particularly groups of people that control power. Like Genghis Khan famously let people practice any religion they wanted. People are like, oh, he's so open-minded. No, that's not what it was. He wanted order. It's like, yeah, believe that. I believe that. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. He also apparently just screwed his way across Asia because I think 11% of the population in the areas that he conquered are directly descended from his people. 11%. He killed 10% of the population on the planet and replaced them with what he did. Yeah, in his lifetime, because of his actions, somewhere between 50 and 70 million people died. It's so many that you can see when you core samples of the earth. Carbon footprint of human beings. Yeah. The areas that they've devastated, reforested to the point where there's a difference in the level of carbon. Wow. Yeah. That's how many people they killed. There's a famous story of Dan Carlin's Hardcore History. It's an amazing podcast. And he has this series called The Wrath of the Khan. In one of the stories, they talk about the Khwarezmian Shah who goes to visit Jin, China, and they think what they see in the distance is a snow-covered peak. And as they get closer, they realize that it's a mountain of bones. They'd killed over 1 million people in the city and piled them up on top of each other. And they had to abandon their pulling wagons. They had to abandon the roads. The roads were so mucked up with decaying that the roads had become muddy. You couldn't traverse them. Because so many people had rotted and decayed in the roads that became mud. But he was really open-minded to good religion. Yeah. And he opened up trade to the East. Like, there's a lot of, like, wives. Yeah. I don't think they were wives. They were wives. He did a lot of raping. A lot of murdering and horrible, torturous murdering. And, like, the stories. It's just like, what we know. Just about how the way they hid his burial site. You know that story? They fucking killed everybody. Everybody who went and buried him, everybody who killed the people who buried them, killed them. They killed thousands of people just to protect the location of his grave, and to this day, no one knows where it is. That's right. Wild. Yeah. There's an amazing book by Jack Rutherford, I think his name is. About Genghis Khan, like the classic book. It's an amazing book worth reading. Jack Rutherford. Yeah. I mean, what a fucking bizarre moment in history where this one genius is like really the best at killing people and taking over countries. And he does it at a scale. And then it goes away, which is a real lesson for America. Because the Mongols ran everything for a long fucking time, for hundreds of years. Because of infighting. They weren't defeated from the outside. Well, also, Genghis Khan was dead. The genius behind the whole operation, you know, he had a particular tactical war mind that was just different than everybody else. He was a genius. He was just a genius applied to killing people. And that was gone once his children took over, and that's how it always works. That's right. But that's us, folks. When I talk to people about, you know, aggression, right, and how it's sort of like how it's maladaptive with the anthropological term. Like maladaptive produces bad outcomes, right? And I'm like, look, arguably the most aggressive man on the planet in history was Genghis Khan. And he left the largest genetic footprints on the human genome, on the human race, of any individual ever. Right. So aggression at that level, in Darwinian terms,
right, is absolutely reported. Right? The shy guy that was writing poetry had one kid, right? Genghis Khan's 11% of the population of the area that he conquered is descended directly from him. He's their daddy. That was because of his aggression, right? So you have to understand that in evolutionary terms, aggression is richly rewarded. So the trick of human culture is to blunt that with some cultural values that bring people back into a place of peace and dignity and cooperation and blah, blah, blah. Right? But just don't tell me that aggression is counterproductive, right? Nonsense.
Well, it's a utopian perspective. You know, aggression's bad, toxic male energy is bad. Yeah, until someone's invading your fucking country. Yeah, those are toxic males. Yeah, I get it. But guess what? You need someone on your side too. That's the only way we survive. That's the only way we made it to 2024.
I mean, listen, chimpanzees do the same thing. Mm-hmm. Males will invade a rival territory and kill off individual males by ganging up on them. This isn't a fair fight, right? This is 10 to 1. Beat the males, rival males to death from the rival troop. Beat them to death. And when they're shrieking in terror, their buddies in the rival troop don't rush to their aid like humans would. They run away. That's the difference between chimpanzees. Is the male what's called the male coalition exists in chimpanzee society, but they don't run to the aid of their brothers if they're, when the chips are down. They save themselves individually. Humans don't do that. We rush to help. We'll rush to help a brother who's in danger, right? But even at risk of our lives, it's one of the few unique traits that humans have that other mammals don't.
Which is probably how we made it.
Yeah, exactly. No, because we're better off in a group. Even a group in a desperate situation. But chimpanzees, the rival troop that's getting beaten to death one by one, eventually they're wiped out because they will not form. They don't form a coalition to defend, only to attack. They'll form a coalition to attack, but not to defend. Right? So what happens is the more aggressive troop of chimpanzees wipes out the males of the rival troop one by one. The rivals won't form a coalition to defend. And then they take over the territory, all the food resources of that territory, and the females. And now the aggressive troop of chimpanzees is now bigger and stronger, and those genes will be passed on at a higher rate than the genes of the poor bastards who got beaten to death one by one. Right. That's how Darwinism works, and that's why aggression exists in the world. There's a genetic reward.
That's why
we're here. And then human culture, that's right. And human culture came up with this extraordinary thing. It's like, you know what, guys? The thing, we're this tribe to that tribe. We have to fight to the last man to defend each other and defend our families, blah, 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 because otherwise we're not going to make it because the fucking Vikings are going over the ridge, right? So who's with me? Great heart, whatever. I mean, there's endless stories about that kind of heroism. Like, we're all together, we'll die together, we are all together, right? And that's a uniquely human trait.
Yeah, it certainly is. And the problem is when you have a utopian perspective and you want everyone, like, I'm not dangerous, I want the world to not be dangerous. But the problem is the world's dangerous and genetically dangerous. It's like it's always been dangerous. This is what it is. And I think we're in this enormous process. It's certainly much better to live today, at least it is here, than it would be during the time of Dostoevsky. If you lived back then, it's less information, it's more dangerous, control the people, they're crueler, it's more calm. Things get better over time, but it's a slow process.
Yeah, that's right.
We're in the middle.
That's right.
And, we look back and say, oh, those fools. But in the future, they're going to look back at us and say the same goddamn thing. The same way we look at Genghis Khan, they're going to look at us and say, what the fuck did they do in Ukraine? What the fuck did Israel do in Gaza? What the fuck is going on in Sudan? What the fuck is going on in wherever? Fill in the blank. Anywhere in the world.
Yeah, that's right.
And there is some hope, like sort of global alliances flood some of this stuff. Like so, there is a sort of cultural evolution from the sort of like ancestral origins of the species.
Yeah.
And so there, alliances to often stabilize things, which is great. Yeah, that's a good thing. But again, alliances can also precipitate conflict. So whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a complex mixture of things happening, and I think again, not to get too like woo spiritual, but I think that's a part of our journey. Part of our journey is navigating the good and evil.
Right. That's
These
right.
are real forces.
That's right.
Yeah.
I will be killed, publicly executed like Dostoevsky almost was by my publisher if I don't say the name of my book. I know you don't know that.
I definitely know why you killed, especially after what you've been through. In my time of dying, how I came face to face with the idea of an afterlife. Well, listen, brother, it's always great to see you. Glad you're alive.
Thank you.
I really enjoyed these conversations we've had.
Me too, man. Me too. They're really wonderful. And thanks for having me on and such a great long talk about all this stuff.
My pleasure. Did you read the audiobook?
I did.
Yes. Good. Beautiful.
So you got to listen to it on the treadmill.
Yes. Thank you very much, man. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you.
My pleasure.
All right. I will.
Good job. Welcome. Experience.
Terrence, thank you for coming back. It was a lot of fun having you on the first time. Obviously, a lot of people wanted to talk to you after they heard all these ideas of yours. And my friend Eric reached out and said he would love to do it. Eric's one of my most brilliant friends. Tell everybody your background, like your academic background, so people understand what you know.
Sure. So I'm a PhD in mathematics, specifically mathematical physics. I've had positions in economics, mathematics, and physics departments, like MIT, Hebrew University, and Jerusalem, Harvard, after my doctorate, Oxford, and I'm a podcaster.
Very good podcast. I bring it back.
You have a lot to do with all of it.
Listen, one of my favorite episodes of any podcast was your interview with Warner.
Oh man,
That was a great episode.
you had him in here?
I have not, but I would love to.
Because it seems to me like that's the conversation I want.
I would like to corner him because I believe that Grizzly Man is a secret comedy. I really do. There's something about the way he edited Grizzly Man. I'm like, this motherfucker is being funny on purpose. I know he is. I know he's like editing these like short clips, so the guy's so ridiculous.
Yeah.
That you start laughing.
I didn't see it.
But you haven't seen Grizzly
You
Man?
have different tastes.
By the way, I work hard.
I need to also just say, I was not, Terrence, I think you heard about TMZ. I was not looking for a debate. I wanted to make sure that Terrence had positions so that anything that he know how to do within mathematics that was legit gave a chance to put his best foot forward before we got like reviewed. And I didn't ask him, well, you asked him to have me. I'm happy to do it because I'm a friend of the show.
Well, you reached out about the episode specifically, and I felt like anybody could talk to Terrence and actually understand what they're talking about.
Yeah, and after I watched the interview with Ian, I realized that you weren't trying to eviscerate me or anything like that. You actually wanted to hear a well put together argument concerning these things. So I appreciate the time to come and examine it. Love to hear stuff, but I wanted to say thank you to you, and for putting me on the show initially, for your audience, for how they responded, and the support and the people that were against it, because it raises the idea of critical thinking, because that's what we're supposed to be doing at this crucial time, critical thinking. So I thank all the haters, and I thank all the supporters, and I thank the people that's on the fence. And I'm hoping that today we move people over to
Well,
least we could eat dinner. And Terrence, it's been really cool. I heard about you, and you're an exceptional being. You really are. You're very, very unusual. For a guy to be that good of an actor, I almost always dismiss them as being more. Because you're at least crazy. You know, like, but in a different kind of crazy. Like you're super friendly and your recall's insane. But I wanted you to talk to someone who's had a deep education, and let's see like what he believes about these ideas, and maybe you guys can collaborate. Or just like let's start from Eric. Like what out of the podcast that I did with Terrence stood out to you or something that you wanted to. Well, what I thought is I gotta be honest. I've been listening. I was not so happy with certain things that happened in the podcast, and then I started hearing the response. I was much more infuriated by the response than anything I heard in the podcast, because just use their position of greater formal education in some of these areas to be jerks and really dismissive and pretend that they couldn't understand what you're saying. And I don't want to get on because I think this thing goes out to millions of people. And whatever, let me just say something else positive about Terrence. What he just did was great. Thank you to the haters. I haven't gotten on that plane. It's going to stay out flying. It's not the online stuff. It's the academic. Academic stuff is really cynical. It's vicious stuff. And it's always like a pretend smile on the face of the person. And what I thought I would do is I can't critique a man if I haven't built a model of what he's actually saying in my own mind that he agrees with. Like, in other words, if I start coming after parents and saying I think this stuff here is bullshit, like, I didn't say that. That's what you inferred from what I wrote. Then I've just basically insulted the person incorrectly. And so, and if I praise something, I don't know whether I built that in my mind or he built it. So the first thing I thought we would do is I would try to recapitulate what I understand of Terrence's sort of grand arc and see whether or not I can steel man it. And then Terrence can say yes, and then I can evaluate it. And until we do that, I don't know whether I'm actually reacting to the real man. I think that's really important. And what you said about the viciousness of academics, I think that's just a human thing that exists at the highest levels where people are doing something very difficult and there's a lot of stress and anxiety. And you attack even your peers because your biggest fear is your peers attacking you. And usually, generally, it happens with people that are getting more recognition than someone who thinks they should be getting more, think deserve. If someone thinks they should be getting more recognition, they see someone getting recognition, especially for something that perhaps can be controversial, and they start attacking them viciously. But it's generally people that wish they got more attention. It's part of the thing. Sure, if you think about it, though, the number of people in podcasting who sort of try to lift each other up, it's pretty good, right? Like you, Lex, Sam Harris, all sorts of people have been good to each other. And one of the reasons that is that there's enough money. What happened in academics is that it went into a contracted state in which you killed or you died, right? And so basically, the ethics of academics plummeted after the early 70s. It was always very competitive. But really what it is it's Hunger Games. In acting, for example, if there's money among the elite set, people have trouble with each other. Same thing in tech. They kind of fight each other, but they all get rich together, and then they bury hats and things. You don't see that as much in academics because it's kill or be killed. And so we had an implosion ethic. And so one of the things I wanted to do was to try to just begin by steelman, because I've been really disappointed in a lot of the critique that Terrence has experienced.
The funny thing is the scientists that attacked, most of them was upset that I got into their lane, climbed into their lane talking about science, but here they're not inside a lab somewhere, they're not at Cambridge or Oxford somewhere, they're on social media, they're on the entertainment world, and I've never set up and said, oh, you're full of this because you have no business doing this. But they got upset that I'm talking about the foundational problems associated with mathematics that's held us back.
I think if people really care about these ideas, though, what they should do is talk about the ideas. It's the personal attacks that are attached to the ideas, the people that want to be taken seriously. It fucks the whole thing up. It's like either you're correct or you're incorrect. Tell me what you think is right, and then you tell me what you think is right. Let's work this out. But this personal attack shit, if you're talking about something as complex as the things discussed on this podcast, there's no room for bullshit. There's no room for bullshit. You're dealing with such highly complex ideas. And to his credit, I found that interview doing that one where you're wearing the
I was in the middle of a fight night, and they had a shooting. I had to do an interview in between shots.
It's amazing. It's amazing. It's a big eye. I remember that line from high school. That wig had. You pulled that wig off, or you just started put it off with that wig on. But anyway, so Terrence was there, down, and he was saying this thing, literally wig down, and he was saying this thing. He said, "Look, all I care about is the truth," and that freaked me out, right? Because the spectrum of Terrence, from the best to the worst, is a broad spectrum. And he seriously wants to improve what he's doing. He cares about it. And if I can play a part in that, I think you.
I want to offer it to you. I want to be able to show you. I tried to show Ross Tyson that he would not even really take a look at it.
But no, he did take a look at it, right? He responded in a long video.
Yeah, but his response was.
Guys, I make a recommendation. Let's start with ideas. I think we all care about it. Yes, for sure. But hold please, because this is an important thing.
He was so disingenuous because I sent him a long email after he sent back the red line, thanking him for reviewing it and look forward to when we can discuss these things because I sent the treatise to him so we could discuss that on the show. His whole point was, I'm going to bring you on my show and we're going to talk. So here's the stuff we're going to talk about that I would like to talk about. He never followed up from that point forward, just one-line emails. Any other thing, you got to go to somebody else. So he pretended like, oh, I was trying to be, very helpful, but that's not what the email trail showed.
So he did make this one very large response, though, right? He did go over the treatise very long. He only has so much time. He might be in a position to defend him, but he might be in a position where it's like, look, I just said what I said about all this stuff. Good luck. I don't have the time to sit here and discuss these things. Yeah.
And that's great, but it's like you invited me to come and do your show. I put this stuff together to come and talk to you on your show, and then there's no follow-up with the show.
Got it. I understand it. I mean, I understand your perspective.
It's like, come on, man.
Yeah, he might come to a point where it's like a thing where he thinks it's ridiculous, and he doesn't want to engage it.
And I believe that, but if you got 97, 98 patents, and 4 supersymmetrical systems that you're claiming to have, and all you need is someone to review them.
I don't want to do it.
That'd be great. This is about Tyson. Yeah, this is about Tyson, and I love him. I grew up watching him, and I appreciate what it's from.
Defending him. I certainly am.
Because Neil's a complicated guy, and part of what's going on is that the problem in general, which we scientists do not behave honestly with respect to certain things. We'll make these claims, but science is about communication and challenging ideas and all these things. Everybody can be a scientist. All sorts of things that we say. Science is interesting. But very often it's not interesting. Very often it's not fun. Very often you can't really say that everybody can do science. It's super. We don't welcome people. You're a mathematician too. We'll say that to kids, and then the kid will say something, and then we'll say, be quiet. So this is not peculiar to Neil. It's like science in general has portrayed itself as a place where everyone's welcome. We debate out the idea. We have a scientific method to tell us what's true and what isn't. And that's disingenuous. It's not really how the game works. It's going to involve peer review. It's going to involve people who are dual in terms of both doing research and being public figures. People who are public figures who we think of as researchers who aren't really doing much research. people who are, pushing crazy agendas in public without a recognition that their colleagues don't think much of what they're doing. I mean, this is a very complicated story Florence walked into. And I have to think about my colleagues, and I have to think about how they hear things, what they would say. And so I am in part speaking to your audience, but I'm also partially speaking to 1,000 people who are seeing differently. So,
but just for the record, like I said, I grew up watching him and having someone that was light skinned, that looked like me, up there making these grand steps towards helping people to understand. I admire him, and I still would like the opportunity to sit down and show him these things and have that fear, because I think that he will be pleased once he sees the supersymmetry associated with it and understand where all of the passion came from. And I hope that other scientists will take a look at it, but that's the whole point of us doing
I
that.
don't know how serious he is.
No.
Because I saw him say that.
Mm-hmm.
And, that was a very complicated thing that he did. And it had many layers, whether or not you took it on the surface, took the hidden meaning, and took the meaning below that. And so plunging right into that from the beginning, in my opinion, not served very well by having the three of us here. Because the first thing is, what is the nature of Terrence's ideas? I don't think he'll actually understand some of your ideas.
And what he forgot is when I say 1 times 1 equals 2, that's a metaphor for challenging the status quo. Despite the fact that the square root of 2 has all of its issues, cube it or you multiply it by 2, which creates a contradiction. Despite the fact that the square root of 2 has a problem in prime numbers, the fact that they call it number 2 a prime number, when it's clearly a composite number. Any other prime number, and I'll jump into this, any prime number that you subtract from another prime number, you always get a composite number, except for the situation of the number 2. And there's so many people and that's why the prime numbers are unpredictable, because of that problem associated. So there's been a problem with 2 for so long.
2 is different. I mean, you will find that mathematicians will often talk about proving something for characteristics not equal to 2. They'll single out 2 as being just very, very, very different. So look that up when we're done.
Yeah, but why would they be?
Because part of what you're saying, the prime 2, it does belong as a prime, but it is also special. And in other words, I have the opportunity to strawman if I want to. That sounds crazy. And I also have the possibility to steal me. So all the algebraic topologists are just heard, for characteristics not equal to 2. They're like saying, yeah, that's fair. And so in part, by just jumping into the middle of this, we don't have the benefit of putting your best foot forward, because, if you say 1 times 1 equals 2, everybody knows that's crazy. But what you actually may mean, and the fact that you don't use certain terms, or the fact that you use certain pronunciations, communicate to me something very positive, which is that you taught yourself. You learned this stuff from reading about it. If nobody taught you, you wouldn't pronounce certain words the way you pronounce them. Yeah, so, in part, you always have the ability to make fun of somebody who pronounces a word the way it's read on the page. And then you also have the opportunity to say, holy cow, that guy actually taught himself. That's more impressive. And so in part, what I want to do is I start by giving you your best foot forward and see if I even understood what you said when you went into this whole flower of life riff that becomes your larger theory. And the only way I know how to do this is to see whether or not I actually grasp it. Because, I also had to spend some time. I didn't spend a ton of time, but, my time is valuable, your time is valuable. So let's do this.
Yeah, so I'll follow your lead. What's going on with number 2?
The CIA is in charge.
What's up with 2?
2 is different. Because of what he said, the fact that the even odd distinction.
Isn't that odd, though? That 2 is different? What a strange thing.
The problem that's associated with the number 2 is because of the identity principle, which I call the Jim Crow laws of mathematics. that 8 times 20. I know,
It's okay. No, let's get into it.
Just as a base.
You're going right into his neighborhood.
Just as a
You're in the
base.
mathematical hood right now, trying to keep the flag hanging down.
You have Marie Laurence, who argued about the problems associated with the identity principle. You got Kurt Godel, who talked about it. You got Wells. All of them said it made everything incommensurable, just because they gave that identity principle to the number one. And that has been a stumbling block for mathematicians, because it's what's held everybody behind, because they keep trying to make that work. Am I wrong?
Yeah, you're wrong. Put it that way. I mean, in other words, is anything that he's saying correct? Terrence has several influences, which, again, I don't think it's clear to me. I had to ask him questions to find out whether I'm even right. But one of the problems is I may be wrong about my model of Terrence. It's the first time I'm meeting him. I didn't know who he was before the podcast. And I need to know whether or not I'm even building the right model of Terrence, because otherwise it's just silly to have me here, and I'm going to critique what I built in my own mind from Terrence's words. Right.
What I would love, what I was hoping is that you would be able to explain your geometric unity.
That's a different day.
Yeah.
It's about you.
Okay, then all right, then.
You guys can definitely get it. That could be a whole nother podcast. But what about what he was saying is incorrect just now?
He's
saying things that are often at a level that are allegorical, and you could make them. So Terrence sometimes mentions something called category theory. Right? And there's a weird way in which category theory can take something that seems to be an analogy and make it precise and powerful, right? So you can have two systems that don't look the same, and you spot an analogy between them, and then there's an exact mapping of one system onto another, in which it was unexpected that those are the same structure. So, for example, we're going to get into something about multiplication, where Terrence has an issue with multiplication. But to the best of my knowledge, you don't have an issue with addition.
I don't have an issue with multiplication.
Well, then what times one is what?
1 times 1 should equal 2. And action times an action. If you can show me one place in the universe,
shifted.
Show me one place in the universe, one natural observable phenomenon where 1 times 1 equals 1, where an action times an action doesn't have.
So that you just went into some. There's a concept called logomachy, which is arguing over words. What you want is not to be caught. If I can beat you in a word game, or you can beat
me in a word game.
I heard. By the way, I heard you with having trouble improvising on the spot, and your mind just rescued him with a partial wrong. I really appreciate it. He's one of my favorites.
Yeah, that was a big deal. I was scared to play guitar though, but I was just playing guitar. But I was scared. You know what I'm saying? I sang with him.
So let's get to this flower of life. Is that sort of the beginning of this exploration? Also, but you correct what he said? One time, what about an action and a reaction? So I was trying to get, do you have a problem with the way we do addition? I understand
addition, subtraction, division, all right. The only problems I have is dividing by zero. You can't divide by zero, but you can multiply by zero. Division is the inverse operation of multiplication. You should be able to divide by it. If you divide by zero, you end up with an infinity. There was a great system put together by Marco Rodin, the contextual-based math system, where they removed zero, but it's able to predict all the things necessary. It's 100% precise as a model, but it's been abandoned or it's been relegated to the outside.
Don't know that we do things where sometimes we can divide by zero. With concepts like the pointed infinity, where you can complete structure. The original structure can't accommodate a problem, an operation, but you can complete it to a larger system, which that thing does become sensible. As it is the case that if you take any two numbers, A and B, two real numbers, right, and make them positive, and take the natural logs of those two numbers and add those together, then you take the exponent of that. So we haven't done a times operation at all, right? The exponential of the ln of A plus ln. That is equal to the A to A times B. In other words, addition and multiplication are what we would say is isomorphic, where an ordinary person would say exactly the same thing. So in other words, if you don't allow me multiplication, but you would allow me, because you like waves, so with waves you need exponentials and you need natural logarithms. There's no way of changing the law of multiplication and accepting the law of addition because they're the same system.
Multiplication should initially started as exaggerated addition. That was the whole point of it.
Well, the precise statement would be that the positive real numbers under multiplication, with the identity element being the multiplicative identity being 1, are isomorphic to the total real numbers under addition, with the additive identity 0. And the natural logarithm and exponential are group homomorphisms that connected to it, with one being the other's inverse. So by the principle of explosion, the reason that people are in part to freak out about our stuff is that we have a vulnerability, and that vulnerability says that from a single contradiction, if you can see one contradiction through TSA, the entire airport collapses. Everything that we do just is destroyed. And so the idea is that the security in mathematics and physical sciences is extraordinary for outside ideas, because the first contradiction in the unity of knowledge destroys all of it. If you've ever seen one of these warehouse racking collapses where some forklift guy hits some strut and the entire warehouse goes up, that's what you're dealing with the principle of explosion.
And that's the problem with identity. That they've been trying to work on for years. For years, Norman J. Wilder talks about it. It's because you have to cancel conservation of energy, and you have to cancel the action and reactionary laws in order for one to happen. Now, I understand you're seeing one time, but because of the associative law, the associative law says if A and B are both positive integers, A is to be added to itself in multiplication. A is to be added to itself as many as is indicated by B.
So I changed the word itself to the word zero, which you're going to say there is no zero.
Why do I say there's no zero?
Because you have. That's why I keep trying to get back to what I understand Terence's underlying metaphor.
No, what I'm saying is to say zero. Zero is supposed to represent no thing, nothing whatsoever, but they have zero as a number, set up as a number. But to say no thing, your brain creates a chemical structure even in saying nothing. So there is what I'm saying philosophically.
The difference between the empty set and the zero, right? So if I say to you, Terence, what is the collection of kittens that you have sold to North Korea to be used for spare parts? You would say, it's the empty set. I've never sold a kitten. I say, hey, Terence, what is the number of kittens that you've sold for the internal organs to North Korea? You would say 0. So 0 is the
none. Yeah.
That's right. So there is a 0.
But to multiply something by the nothing, to multiply something by nothing, don't they have to be dimensionally equal to in order to multiply? Like you can't multiply a human by an ant because they're not dimensionally equal.
Well, if there was a thing called a human ant. No, that was your point about dollars, right? Yeah. Dollar times dollar. That was a problem.
That's a Dewey Decimal System.
That's a problem.
The problem comes up with the Dewey Decimal System, why a dollar times a dollar can be different values based on the currency. That was the point of that. I was pointing out, hey, the Dewey Decimal System is...
Terence makes a correct point. Say 1 times 1 equals 1. But if you say a dollar times a dollar, it's not a sensible thing unless a dollar squared is a unit that you can interpret. Right? That was your point about dimensionality.
Right. Now, the moment, what is a dollar squared? What does a dollar squared become? But since the dollar is no longer based on a hard asset, it's no longer gold, it's just an integer. It's just an integer in a computer being multiplied.
It's a unit of account.
It's a unit of account, but it's an integer that's still now you're able to multiply it under different currencies. States are not allowed to print dollars, but states are allowed to print as much change. So who's to say that the state is saying, okay, we're going to print?
You can get into seigniorage, the concept of theft that occurs when either the Fed or the counterfeiter creates more script, thereby devaluing, increasing the unit. The number of units that are in circulation decreases the value per unit. Right? But my claim is you're going to do a series of things. Like I've watched how you deal with people in interaction. One of the, you've created an incredible effect. Rick Rubin, the hip hop producer.
He did my album.
Okay, well that makes sense. The first thing that happens is I'm awakened by a message from Rick Rubin. He's like, "Yeah, how come you can't explain physics the way Terrence Howard explains it? It's not a way to get on my good side at 8 o'clock in the morning."
Yeah, but he's probably faking you.
What? Oh, he's always he's the best. He's the best.
I'm trying to explain physics the way you explain it.
Well, okay.
I'm looking for a partnership at the end of this. That's what I'm hoping to win you over as a prosecutor.
There's part of that information. There's at least one area that you have won me over in, which I'm very excited about. But I'd like to get back to what that area. The one was hanging. The linchpin. But you can't leave us hanging. Well, I'm trying to get back. Look, I'm trying to do a service to this.
Let me talk. You just can't talk. Stop trying to control everything.
He's got a plan.
I know. We got a very rigid plan. Have a good time.
Can I get an hour? Actually, is there a way to bring the temperature?
Yeah, we did look at temperature. Yeah. But you are wearing jackets.
Well, because I'm trying to be professional.
That's hilarious. Isn't that adorable? Like, I like how you dress, man. Beautiful geometric pattern on your hoodie. It's much more comfortable. This thing you're doing, everybody does that. Smart as you are, you can wear a fucking dirty Nirvana t-shirt. You don't need this nonsense suit. Okay. Although I do enjoy good suit.
But most of the stuff that I've been pointing out,
I'm trying to control it.
the stuff I've been pointing out has been glaring inconsistent that they shove down and tell you to accept. And if I didn't come up with a separate cosmology, I didn't come up with it. If a separate cosmogony hadn't been given to me, that's why I explained that. Okay, I'm gonna be quiet.
Let's start with the flower of life. Wear it on your shirt.
I'm wearing some aberration of the flower.
That's right. So I think the way I came to understand what you're doing, because it's confusing, right? And the one thing I can't go with you, I can't go on the Nantucket sleigh ride where we're talking about the Bose-Einstein condensate that we're talking about.
I'm going to show you that.
We can do that.
We really want to stick to specific topics one at a time.
Because otherwise, it's just I'll be chasing after you.
Yeah, that was part of the plan today.
I want to kind of let.
So you're going to start with flower of life. Jamie, can you pull that up, please, from my book? It's on page 134, TOTLC.com, or it should be regular things.
Also, that blender thing is very cool.
Yeah, for rebuilding Saturn.
Or the one that you were talking to this other guy where he's asking you about forms. I found that through 30 on the internet where it was doable. And because in particular, when you do them opaque, it's very hard to see. Sometimes when you let it become translucent.
That's why he's getting that. I'm going to.
Yeah, if I'm going to run on your website, I'll contact the book would be one of these links.
Just go down. I think it'll be a little more shorter too. If you just type into my book,
That's on look numbers.
it's
Or you could also Google OTOET.
OET will take you to that.
Yeah, 1 times 1 equals 2.
Yeah, but
acronym.
if you go to just go to tcotlc.com and I'll get I'll present tcotlc.com. Yep, right below it. Yep, tap on live. Yep, all done. If you just open it, you gotta open it download. Yeah,
Right there.
that's I don't know if that's what downloads the book. See, open.
Madness takes me to this.
It's not doing it.
Let's try searching Google OTOET. And then someone, all right, so if you go and then put in Howard, put in PDF. Should be able to pick, yeah, okay, that's probably right.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
And then go to page 134 on the right hand side.
You do have several editions.
Yeah, I didn't even, that other one somebody else set up there. Probably just right. Keep people from being able to find it.
Yeah, but you got one.
Yeah, we're going to do that later. Just tap on that, right there.
Okay. Okay.
So this is,
We can rotate that with that cursor and get a
what's great about this pull these out of it. Yeah, so just tap onto that drill. So we can start with this.
So the way I understand it, because I didn't know anything of, I've seen this pattern before, didn't know its history. I know you can sort of construct it with ruler and compass, which is sort of a mathematical thing about what you can and can't construct with two simple. But what these overlapping circles are is a question. And the way in which I got to understand how Terence sees the world says, look, there's this very old pattern that's distributed all over the world. And there isn't a great explanation for why it's found in so many different places, as far as I'm aware. And so I think you took a sort of Straussian approach to this by saying, I bet that this is hiding secret. And that the reason that this is widely distributed is that it's cryptic. There's something that has to be understood that is not on the surface. And then you said something that's very reminiscent of Plato's cave, which is that maybe this is like a shadow on a flat wall, and that those two things are exploitable. So the idea that this is occurring in a surface is, first of all, suspicious to you because of that curved linear triangle that you see in black. So you said, I wonder if, people always say as above, so below, but what if you said as below, so above? You imagine that there was a three-dimensional structure floating above this that actually projects down to this and distorts down to this. So that's the first idea. The first idea is it's not this, it's the thing that projected to this. That's what you mean when you say opening the flower.
Because the flower, when I was researching where the Platonic solids came from, this is the oldest version that I got from all the antiquity. It came back to them.
Well, there are no bits on the cell because you're in the dimension 2, except for what you built, which is the thing above in black.
But what they did years ago, 6,000 years ago, was draw straight lines where the circles overlap. And I thought in what I was reasoning with regard to all energy being expressed in motion, all motion being expressed in waves, all waves being curved, and that there were no straight lines in the universe.
There's several errors in what you just said. If I stop there, we'll get off track again. Yeah, but you should correct those errors while we're there. Okay. It is not true that all energy is expressed in motion.
What energy is not expressed in motion?
Potential energy is not expressed in motion. If I have a weight on a spring, which is sort of the quintessential, people don't know this, physics comes out of the system represented by a weight on a spring. Mm-hmm. So the simple harmonic oscillator is part of all physics, even the most theoretical. It's very, very strange. When that weight is going up and down, if the spring is frictionless, energy is conserved. Now, at the top and at the bottom, that weight is not moving because all of the energy is in the potential of the spring.
The stress of the crystallization that has occurred within that system.
And then you will say something like,
but that energy is still being held together. There is still energy there, and it's still moving at a microscopic level. It's still spinning centrifugal.
Get into what you will make a point, for example. Is that true? The saying is that it's still in motion. It's just in motion at a lower frequency.
No. There's nothing moving.
Let me show you what was wrong in the interaction. Okay. Terence says, show me nature. Okay, electric about Euclidean.
That was from Alan Watts.
So, if I show this to Terence, because I just bought this for the end of the 7th grade,
Yeah,
straight lines. Straight lines. Terence is the same.
you would think it's a straight line,
See
but when you look at it under an electron microscope, you're going to see the crystalline structure. So again, this configuration is an illusion. It's an optical illusion because crystals form in symmetrical.
Yes, very often. A lot of straight lines. A lot of straight lines.
Perceived straight lines, but
but every atom is filled with empty space. I mean, we could take this down to like there is no matter. We could get crazy. So, well, you've seen that Mexican cave. The best example ever. The Mexican cave. It's insane. The best example I've ever seen of crystals. Yeah. Where you've seen it? No. Oh my God, it's insane. Just for a little sidetrack, let's take a look at it. Because this Mexican cave is probably one of the most spectacular things that exists on Earth. I mean, the spaceship behind you is supposed to be a mushroom. No, it's a spaceship. That's a classic. That's me. Headphone. Look at that. That's amazing. How insane is that this was created on Earth just by nature? It's so different than anything else we see that it makes our mind go, what the fuck? Yeah. Like, those are crystals? How? What happened? Okay. Wild. So, in this beautiful thing, I would say a lot of straight lines, but I've also studied Terence enough to know. They're not perfectly straight.
Not straight at all. The moment you look at it through electron microscope,
this is part of where we get into. Right. So they're not precisely straight, is your point. And in fact, let's imagine that. But the Earth isn't precisely straight, right? No. Yeah. Very far away. We use this thing called the geoid, which is not circular either, but at least it's right. We have many different geoids. It does seem odd, though. The Earth isn't round totally.
No, it's not. The Earth is aging. It's on its way out. It's on its way out. It used to be perfectly spherical.
We're falling apart. We need to hold
The
It's early. What is that? American. You should be able to do whatever the fuck you want. Goddamn. I'm in Sweden. You're in Texas. You're an American man in Texas. This is a free state, sir.
What do you have?
We have whiskey. Oh, I would love. That's what we need. We need whiskey. Some whiskey and some ice.
We're going to get to the wave conversation.
I want to show you something, and I wanted to ask your opinion before I forget. There was a recent I found online of these two photons that were entangled, and it looks like a yin and yang. Seen it?
No? Yes, no, I have seen it out of the corner of my eye. I did not study what caused it.
I had it run it by you because you're probably the only one that I know other than maybe Terrence that can understand what the fuck they're saying.
I have a model.
Okay.
I do.
And I go, I believe you. So what are they saying? How do they see this? Like this biphoton digital holography? Can someone explain that?
Maybe, but I don't know what the word means.
Okay. Do you know what it means, Terrence? How they could see this?
A biphoton. By always meaning two, but
that means you're
examining them. Did they smash them? Are they smashing them together? What's the process of looking at them?
That's a very good question.
Using the same parameter that Michael Moore experiment, which turned out to be, it turned out that it actually proved there was an ether.
There's a way in which you're right about the ether.
Just listen to this statement in the beginning. Look at put the bong down and listen to this. High-dimensional biphoton states are promising resources for quantum applications ranging from high-dimensional quantum communications to quantum imaging. Just that phrase. What fucking fucking percentage of human beings breathing on Earth right now have any idea what any of that means?
I imagine that you have a state in a bosonic Fox space, which is multi-particle. So you've got something in the degree 2 level of the bosonic Fox space where the two photons were created together. And that's going to be where the entanglement comes from. High dimensional, I don't know what it means because I know too many different. I assume it's a term of art in this area. And what they're saying is if I can create something that is geographically distributed, but also linked at the point of creation, like if a photon decays into an electron-positron pair, those two are going to be entangled. If you make a measurement in a quantum sense of one, you seal the fate of the entire system. So what they're trying to say is, if you want to get jiggy, people always want to talk about faster than light communication by taking an entangled pair and saying that if I do something in one place, I know what happens outside of my lifetime. So we can give meaning to these things, and then you have to say, well, it doesn't allow you to create information transfer faster than the speed of light. You have to be very careful and precise about it. I think you just started getting jiggy. And you start thinking,
You introduced it.
so the ether, so, in part, when I've been here on previous versions of Jerry, I talked about vector bundles. And in a certain sense, how do you have a wave without a medium? The medium was supposed to be this ether, but the medium is actually something called a vector bundle. It's a little bit weird that you're
It's perfect. It's a vector bundle.
you're a wave in a medium, and you as a wave don't think you're a wave. And it's funny that you go through life not understanding what you are.
But that medium, that luminiferous medium, that Maxwell wrote all his equations on, Newton believed that light was propagated on that same medium. The only reason that special relativity came along was because they had misread the results from the Michelson Morley experiment, because it did show a slight change or some drag, but from that point over, because Einstein's theory of relativity was so easy and it predicted all of the movements of things, they abandoned
A bad idea of what the ether was going to be in special
because they thought it
relativity
was
said,
real.
in a certain sense. And what you were trying to say, the way I interpret it again, and I don't know if I'm right because we don't get the word, is, hey, the spiritual successor to the idea of the ether exists. That thing has properties. If you say, if I put a vector bundle on top of a Lorentzian manifold, then you don't have a contradiction. And if you call that the ether, that's more or less what we work with. And then we do this weird thing where we say, well, they used to think the ether existed and it didn't. And that's not really.
Because that's when they said that space was a vacuum, and they realized that space is not. It's not a vacuum. It's not a vacuum.
You know how much is going on in that vacuum? It's all
Yes, all of that stuff.
I understand. So this is the thing, which is if you step on this thing the wrong way, everybody laughs and says, ha ha ha, he doesn't understand the Michelson Morley experiment. He doesn't understand why there's no ether. And then we secretly stick it back in this. Cheers. Look at these professional spherical.
Yeah, they're cool, right? Brown ice
Now I can have a conversation.
Oh, yeah. So,
mental freedom.
if you're careful about it, it makes sense. If you're not careful about it, the whole thing blows up in your face.
And the reason that I speak about the ether, all of the wave conjugations, all of my patents have been defining different aspects of the ether. I believe that I've defined the electric side, the plasmoid side, and I believe that I've defined the magnetic side and the constitution between them. I mean, that's what I want to show.
I want to get to that. Let's go back to the
Before you go from that other spot, if you look at that picture again of those two photons interacting, it looks like it's at the center of what would typically be a whirlpool. This is like the very center of a whirlpool. So they've got them moving right by each other or in creating that vortex, that natural vortex. That's what they took the picture of. They looked directly down at something being, at two lights moving a fluid.
And they described how they take the picture. It's so complicated. Jamie, go back to where it was, where they were explaining the what they use here. Here it is. Here we introduce biphoton digital holography in analogy to off-axis digital holography, where we coincidence imaging of superposition of an unknown state with a reference state is used to perform quantum state tomography. What the fuck?
See, but that's because of the uncertainty and Schrodinger, all of that. But if you were able, because they started off trying to predict an electron cloud, and find a little particle inside of it and couldn't predict it, so all these uncertainties and probabilities came out. But they were doing things on a two-dimensional basis. That's what I believe that I figured out with the wave conjugations, because they talk about they show the pieces of hyperbolic space to where you don't have to go through all these unnecessary steps to reach it.
I'm just so happy that someone I'm so happy that we can talk about it. I don't think most people have any understanding of what's going on at the highest levels of this kind of science. It's so damn fascinating. These people are finding the very building blocks of the universe study. It's fascinating.
Bit up from that. I mean,
Yeah.
tomography is like how we assemble a picture of you when we do an NMR or the CAT scan. We have this thing called the read-on transform, where we send waves through your body, and then we assemble a picture of what's inside your body, constructing based on sending probes and measuring how the system responds. We can get through this, but I can tell you that I can't read this instantly. It's gonna, that would take me 15 minutes to look things up.
See, and the thing that I want to...
I was just going to say, it's just an unbelievably fascinating time that we can actually look at these quantum entangled photons like that. We just see it.
We need to do a better job. Look, right now we're in a crisis where no one knows what's true. Nobody knows what's shit. Nobody knows where they can trust, what they can trust, who they can trust. One of the things that actually moved me to come and to reach out to Joe is that by default, I think, I've addressed the National Academy of Sciences 4 times, I think, because they were lying in a call. And so they wanted to know how much I knew about their lie. It's weird to think that this little studio, in a weird way, is one of the rivals of universities where we don't know what's going on at Harvard. As you see, we don't kick out plagiarists. We don't check what's going on at the National Institute of Health. So it's very strange that this table is one of the last things that is trusted by many people. And that's one of the reasons I'm here, which is to have a chance to see people conversation about things. And, you screw up, but the conversation's recorded, and we all go on and people have a chance to see what's going on. If we can go back to the flower, if I can try to...
But like with the flower, all of these things, I went up to Oxford 8 years ago and tried to present them there to be examined. They didn't want to take me seriously.
Because you keep coming
Because
out.
the one time you won, when I said the one times one, but like I said, that was a metaphor to say there's something wrong, but they know something's wrong with the math. It's not
So you bring up renormalization theory. Renormalization theory is a way of saying we know that we're working with math that's wrong. And on the other hand, we have a way of working with math that's wrong, even though we know it's wrong. If you have an error of a particular kind, you can find an expression of the same error that's different in the denominator. Sometimes you can cancel the part that's wrong because you've used it twice. So introducing 2 problems is better than having only one problem because you have the opportunity to have one problem kill another. So in this instance, is there a potential future where human beings, through whatever means, develop a superior method of mathematics that doesn't have a problem with number 2, doesn't have all these issues that we're talking about?
That's what I think I've done with my wave conjugations. It solves all of those problems. That's what I can't wait to talk about.
Okay.
It solves all of those. So this is, like we say, we start with the text. Now, I believe...
No, we haven't gotten to the text.
Well, you're just talking about...
Look, you have a story.
Yes, and by doing the Nantucket sleigh ride, you lose everybody like me because nobody thinks it's real. And what parts of it are real, what parts of it are wrong, what parts can be improved, and what parts should be improved, and how important it is, never going to get too much. You start off in the flower of life. It's a very coherent story that this thing is found all over the world. I learned from this. I didn't understand how widespread it was. I didn't know that there was a mystery of it. I know something about sacred geometry as a spiritual geometric thing. I'll talk about it later. Terence has a couple of ideas, maybe three. One of which is maybe it's not about that flower of life because that's in a two-dimensional plane. Maybe that is a shadow cast on something in higher dimensions. And it's a cryptic message from an advanced consciousness that will open its secrets when we finally understand. Now, there was something, for example, called the Antikythera mechanism, which is a bunch of gears found by this Greek island of Antikythera, and famously it was just in the Athens Museum.
It predicts constellation.
No, there were two cats who really focused. One was named Derek the Solar Price, and the other was Richard Feynman, and they were obsessed with it. And it turned out that thing completely rewrote our understanding of how much ancient wisdom and knowledge there was, because this was a mechanical calculator for understanding the positions of celestial objects far more advanced than any kind of as possible. So if you want an analogy, in part, according to Steelman, we have a situation in which the Antikythera mechanism gives you a possible example of what the flower of life might be. It might be a cryptic instruction. And a different version of this is the Carolus school of astronomy, which was religious in the south of the west coast of India. More or less worked out. That beautiful thing. Well, that's a reconstruction.
Yeah.
That thing.
Yeah, that's the real one.
Yeah.
But I mean, when you look at the actual reconstruction, what do you think?
Oh, and definitely massive. Yeah. Can we get the video for the reconstruction?
What year was this that it was constructed? 2,000 years ago?
This is when they still believe there's Ptolemaic, example of the world, but this doesn't seem to follow Ptolemaic equations. There's 39 equations for
Well,
that.
it's, because of so many different factors, war, natural disasters, there's been a lot of moments where shit got lost. Just the pyramids are the best example of that, right? Like, what the fuck did they do? We don't really know. We don't know how they did it.
Well, it doesn't. I'm just talking about Werner Herzog.
Yes.
Werner Herzog created an entire film, Fitzgerald, just to test his theory about how to move heavy objects over a mountain. Right? So he wrote an entertainment to test an engineering. And this idea about entertainers not being scientists or engineers is just total bunk. Like Werner Herzog is an engineer.
And he's also an actor in a cheeseball movie. He was in Reacher with Tom Cruise.
It gives that kind of opportunity to cut off his finger or something. It's hilarious. He's good though. Hedy Lamarr, famous for his technology. That's one of the reasons I believe that we listen to people who have things to say. So if we go back to the flower of life. So Terence has a couple of ideas, one of which is this is the shadow. Another of which is that once you go into higher dimensions, you should be thinking in, so you should be thinking of these curved linear structures. And then instead of focusing on the spheres, you should focus on the areas in between the voids. And in crystallography, you might call this the interstitial voids. So there's several ideas that this confused, by the way, Neil deGrasse Tyson, because he said, I don't know where these shapes come from, but they are beautiful. That was like fake crazy. So what Terence is doing is he's saying, look, the circles are cross sections of spheres, and the spheres have to be placed in very precise places to generate what Terence is going to start talking about as wave computation. And he has different ways that spheres run into each other. Then he says something very cryptic where he says, in the center of the spherical lake, circularly symmetric light. The wave will radiate out until it hits the wall, the shore, and then it will radiate back. So he's talking about this. He says wave conjugations. The wave conjugation didn't call up anything directly when I heard him say it.
They would call it a phase conjugation.
Well, or they would talk about the conjugate wave coming back. If you do something like a garden hose that's affixed to the wall, hit the wall and come back. So what Terrence is talking about is the idea that you could do this where we could drop, like, let's say, 6 stones at precise places in water, and then, using super slow-mo, watch what happens as these waves in precisely placed places run into each other. Really what physics is.
And you're going to create a particular cymatics, which is going to show the harmonic points where matter and all of those things occur.
I'm not going there yet.
Okay.
So then what Terrence does as a blender, some means of bringing up platonic solids that are not the usual. So I brought some of these platonic solids, Amazon, and you see that they're all extremely Cartesian. They're made up of flat faces. Our best attempt to do flat faces. Terrence says, I don't think that has to be the case. You generate these things from this pattern. And he focuses on the tetrahedron and an octahedral structure.
When you go up to see it from that side perspective of it,
Okay, so what that is a curved linear tetrahedron with spherical, and it's not actually hyperbolic, those are going to be positive curvature, not negative curvature. No, it's positive curvature.
compressing it.
I think it's positive curvature because those are going to be certain parts of spheres.
The spheres are interacting.
Yes, negative curvature would be more like a Pringle chip. The principal axis of the curvature went in different directions, so I think it's not negative curvature.
So this is the space between 4 bubbles.
No, what you mean by negative space? Negative curvature, negative space concept. So the word negative is appearing twice, and that's why we're confused. Again, there are a million of these gotchas where you're...
Can you describe the difference between the two?
Sure. If I take the tip of my nose, that's going to be positive curvature because I've got one
Extending out.
one curve going in one direction, the other is going in, they're curved in the same direction. On the other hand, if you look at like the crease of my nose, that's going to be negative curvature because I've got one that's going like this, that's going like that. Jamie, is it possible to take a look at a monkey's saddle? So that would be negatively curved. Right? You have things going in opposite directions.
Those are cool.
Yeah.
It looks a little comfortable.
Okay. So negative curvature is what so negative curvature would be what we would be talking about with like hyperbolic space. And spherical curvature would be what we're talking about with the inside of those curved linear triangles on it. So he's making, again, I don't see this isn't where I think it's worth saying he's wrong. It's just doesn't know the language and doesn't know that there's a formalization. Now, if you take so the other structure that he keeps running across is an octahedral curved linear. I don't know, it's not really a platonic solid because it's not flat.
You have to push on the tool on the side. If you go to the side of you press on that tool, and then go to the to that blue that blue, and then you get
Okay. So now what he's doing is he's saying, I have 8 bubbles, and these bubbles, each face of this object, this octahedral object, he's taking a sort of curved linear triangle on the sphere. And he's imagining that these things are all sort of racing towards each other. And how would you generate? Don't put those two in, you're going to go into a different world.
No.
So if you take
Take a cap on each one of those tetras. happen, it'll go away.
Okay. Now, how would you generate? So Neil doesn't know where this comes from, right? Now, the way in which you would do this, I believe, is that you would take you take the eight vertices of a cube, and you put a sphere in each one, a small sphere. So imagine that you had a vertex at 1, 1, 1, three-dimensional space. You had another vertex where all of the vertices are going to have either ones or negative ones. So you have eight possible. So you could have negative 1, 1, 1, or 1, negative 1, negative 1. Allow those spheres to increase to a size of square root of 2 radius. And that will close off all of those means of escape, leaving a cavity in the center of your cube. And that cube will have an octahedral cavity that looks like this. That's how I think you generate it.
I actually generated 8 pieces together. I took 8 of those triangular pieces together, and I put them together to basically create the base of 2 tetraeds, which this would be seen as a neutron. And the interesting thing about this piece right here is nature always makes things in pairs, and they're always balanced. This doesn't exist. Only as a result of a pressure condition, a higher pressure condition. James, if you go to that last blue, tap that last blue on past not the last blue, go around one more time. That one right there. That hunting only exists as a result of the 8 pressure conditions created. So hold on, you don't appreciate this. Now tap on that hunting in the middle. No, not that one. You can that one again, and then tap on them. Make that go away. That right there is the pressure condition created from 8 tetraeds interacting, and they create that other greater pressure condition. That's the negative space that they generate, but it doesn't, it's a massless area, because the moment that the tetraeds disappear, that space goes away and the energy generated disappears. But it's a part of everything.
So you're putting a lot of words. Like, first of all, let's just admit this looks gorgeous. It's incredibly
Turn it around, Jamie, so they can please.
So, the problem, Terrence, is that you have a desire to go immediately towards what this means, right? Before you get to what it means, people don't even know what it is, right? So what I'm going to claim is there are these 8 rhombotones here. What's a rhomboton? Like a gorilla test. You ever had them? No, what are they? Fruit? Yeah, it's like lychees. Oh, lychees. But this is, I think rhombus is the word for hair. Where'd you pick those up? Range 99 market.
I would have got you some flowers with the light change.
Okay. And I arranged them in a cubical formation. There's going to be one of Terrence's things in the center. Except they're going to be 6 holes on the sides of the cube where you can get in. Now, what Terrence is saying is, imagine that these are special magical rhombotones and that you allow them to grow a little bit bigger so that those holes close off by moving through each other. Imagine that they're made of magical substance. In the center, you're going to get one of his curved linear octahedral structures, which is the things you just subtracted off.
If you tap on the pink right there, back to the next one. I should have done that.
Okay. So what's going on is that, for example, is that Neil can't figure out where did this come from. What it is the spheres of radius root 2 at the 8 vertices of a cube passing through each other but closing off an octahedral cavity with positively curved triangles.
That's what I needed you for.
Well,
That's what I needed you most. Thank you.
pretty glamorous.
Okay. Well, can I ask you, Terrence, before we go any further, what was the inspiration for you diving into this? Like, what revelation did you have that caused you to start looking at this 3D structure and the space inside of it?
They're going to call me crazy again, but when I was 42 and had been kicked out of the world as a result of allegations, I had another dream, and that same being woke me up and took me back to where I was when I was a child, and I started putting the pieces together, the all shapes
In your dream.
in the dream together, and then I was like, oh, so it's where four forces meet that makes a difference. So when I put four spheres, four circles, I cut four circles out, and I made the all shape. And then when I started adding them together, I saw the flower of life. I didn't see the flower of life initially. I saw that after when, well, I'll show you the piece.
So all shape is a different thing, because in this case, in order to do this, what he did is he said, I'm going to make mathematical spheres that are going to start to intersect each other. And the intersections are going to be ignored because it's made out of fictitious math material until they close off the holes in the cubical lattice structure, leaving octahedral voids with this kind of curvature. To make what he calls the all shape, you do something very different. You start off with the tetrahedron, which is distinguished among the five platonic solids as being self-dual. That is, there are four vertices and there are four faces. You can interchange faces with vertices. And in fact, I don't know if you guys have these things. You have this?
No. What is it?
So this is an engineering feat. So if you think platonic solids are old, a guy named Chuck Hodderman figured out how to take the self-duality of a tetrahedron, change the color of the sphere by throwing it up. And effectively, if you think about the four dots on the surface of one of these, in between them are four triangles. And he figured out a mechanism. You can cut one of these open. There's a gearing mechanism inside that's hidden from the public, where you get a dot cut out so they can the audience.
So as you pull this thing apart, you can change colors.
Yeah. You spin it ever so slightly, Joe.
Oh, wow.
Yeah? That's for you guys. It's cool, right?
That's very bizarre.
All right, now my point is that one of the things that Terrence has going against him, people are saying, oh, he's just playing with stuff people have played with since antiquity. There's nothing new. And then I would say, well, then why did Charles Haberman create a mechanism realizing the self-duality of the tetrahedron? Nobody even talks about it that way. And by the way, here's something people, play Dungeons and Dragons, they don't really even have any idea of, is if you take the five platonic solids here, and you put the tetrahedron in the middle, you put the triangular structures of the octahedron and the icosahedron off to the side, there's a duality that interchanges the pairs with the center being self-dual. In other words, the cube has 6 faces and 8 vertices. The octahedron has 8 faces and 6 vertices. The dodecahedron, 12 faces, 20 vertices. The icosahedron, 20 faces, 12 vertices. They all these pairs have the same number of sides, because the number of vertices plus the number of faces minus the number of edges has to equal 2 for anything that is spherical.
Now, if all of my things, when they come together, they create a natural dodecahedron and create a natural icosahedron. What does that
They do and they don't.
They do. No, I'm going to show you. I'm saying you haven't seen it yet. I haven't shown you yet. But they will when you see it.
So, why don't you show it to them right now? Look, we're on it right now. Show it to them right now. Shout out to Ron that's right now trying to figure out what's going on. Like, what are these guys talking about? Oh, shit. Nikolai, schedule. So we can't hear Terrence. You're not on camera right now, unfortunately. Right. The problem is it's in the middle of the podcast. That's family. Everything's great, man. How you doing? So your dog. I met Marshall. Oh, that's right. You've never met him. He's the best. Him and Carl getting after it. Is Carl worn out? Oh, he's done. Everybody wore Carl out. So, Terrence, no one can hear you. I know, but we have a podcast going on right now. Okay, the problem is we're talking about from a distance. I can't hear you.
So this is where, if you go to where the 12 bubbles meet, on the thing, so these,
Can I finish my riff on those choices before we get started? My point was that I call bullshit on the idea that because Terrence is playing with stuff that people have been playing with since then, you can't come up that there's nothing new under the sun. Right? Because if there's nothing new under the sun, first of all, how did Charles Howard come up with something so cool? Second of all, that means that there's an object that hasn't been invented. I get this to high school kid. You should be able to throw one of these up as a cube and have it come back as an octahedron. You should come up with a gearing mechanism. And you should be able to throw up a dodecahedron and have it come back in your hand as a differently colored icosahedron. And I've never seen them. Just the way Rubik's Cube came out of nowhere, or Hungary, and that thing took over the world by storm. So to claim that a guy can't do engineering on platonic solids and come up with something new, the Rubik's Cube, the Haberman's switch pitch, these things prove that that's not true. I think it's a foolish thing almost always to pretend there's nothing new under the sun. You should always consider it. It might not be correct, but there's only one way to find out. There's a difference between Terrence has much greater odds of contributing to the world of engineering than he does to the world of mathematics. I mean, the odds that he's doing something new in mathematics, I'll be blunt, are very, very small.
even though I have patents on it that shows that all of this.
I don't want to go there. The patents do not speak to what you speak to.
That's
It, look, you can see into my heart. I'm not trying to.
No. But we were talking. I told you that they produce a supersymmetrical structure.
When you say supersymmetry, I don't know that you know what a supersymmetry is. What does supersymmetry mean to you, Terrence?
Supersymmetry means that all things come together, fit together, relate to each other. They're self-referential, and they are from a fractal that comes back to that same fractal space. That's supersymmetry.
What you mean is symmetry that is amped up, but supersymmetry is a reserved term that means something hyper-particular,
And that's what this
between
is.
bosons and fermions.
That's what this is. This is the bosons for the layman out there. The boson, the cloud, the whole boson thing is the force field or the energy field. The fermions is considered the matter aspects of it. So
We can go into his. He's got 5 of these patterns, one of which he calls the. What is wrong with the term supersymmetry? Then I want to see an algebra, which is a linear vector space, which has an object called a bracket, and I want to see that bracket obeys a super Jacobi identity, and otherwise there's no supersymmetry. So it's a specifically used scientific term. It's a reserved term of art.
yeah, but geometry is its own proof. Supersymmetry in geometry allows you to visualize, like you look at the ocean and you see supersymmetry associated.
I think what he's saying is you're talking about a thing and you're using the term supersymmetry. He's saying that supersymmetry only applies to a very specific thing.
Because in their math, the platonic solids, like I said before, have a discrete symmetry. You can only line up the blocks and all of those things. You can't put all of them together and tell a full story to where they code into each other.
I don't think he's disagreeing with that. I think he's disagreeing with the third term of art. and you're using it incorrectly, and you're going to pay a penalty.
Okay, I don't want to pay no
Like, this is a thing where, like, if I'm watching an MMA fight and someone's doing commentary and they call a kick wrong, right? You don't even know what that is. Like, you incorrectly reference something that's very specific that we've been talking about for a long time.
If you're getting intimate with your lady and you're into rough play and she's not wearing any clothes, is it a rear naked choke if she grabs you from behind? No. Rear naked choke is a particular move.
Yes.
It doesn't have anything to do with what she did.
Right.
So is there
Unless she gets so upset.
question in the world of physics, world of mathematics, is there a super symmetrical system, geometric system, ever been produced in mathematics?
Yes. In mathematics, yes. We've never seen
What's
super Poincare.
Yeah, but that's on a plane. That's not volumetrically. That doesn't scale up.
Terrence, you have an entire way of thinking that is completely different to everyone that I know. And I've tried to understand what it is. No, it's not a question.
I don't think he's saying this is a negative.
No, I didn't see it as a negative. But
What I'm trying to say is, if the reason that science works as well as it does is that up until very recently, there were clear rules, cultures. We agreed to leave certain things at the door, like our religious belief. We agreed to submit to certain sorts of things. We were decent to each other. And that system is in a process of collapse. Now, Terrence comes from an earlier way of thinking, and things were much more wide open. You don't find many polymaths anywhere in a respectable position anymore. Terrence is coming from a polymathic perspective. He's all over the map in terms of the quality of it. As far as I understand, some of his stuff is really, really good. Some of his stuff is offensive. And it's everything in between. Now, I'm not done with it.
No, I don't take that offensively. I take it as I'm expected to hear. But let's get back to what I was saying about how if my pieces naturally come together and form those same structures. Well, here we have. Here's what I'm gonna show you. Here's what 12 bubbles mean. If you go to the yellow one right there, Jamie, step on that. This is where the negative space where 12 bubbles mean. I call this the Albrina. I named it after my oldest daughter. You can take a look at it. How it behaves. So you can have it. Have a larger one, a smaller one.
By the way, I would be honored to have anything you make of this type in my home. It's very, very cool.
So when I put 10 of them together, they look like this.
Yeah.
I put 20 of them together. They make a natural icosahedron without breaking any. I'm saying that
this I don't disbelieve. I haven't gone through the math, but I don't disbelieve it.
I'm going to ask you the same thing about one other thing. So here's the light. If you'll go back to the green, Amy, please. This is the light unit.
Now we're going to get into some stuff. It's not going to be so much fun, but it is going to be fun. You are going to get what you want.
No, you're going to love it. And what you said concerning
Look at that.
show you this is where 20 when I put 20 of them together the same way I put 20 of these together. And it makes a natural dodecahedron, but what it's showing you is where electricity is being pushed into the center, and you'll see these magnetic waves coming out. It's showing you the magnetic field. So these predict and create a natural dodecahedron, whereas these come together and create a natural icosahedron. That's not something that just happens by accident.
No, this isn't an accident. What's going on?
Can you connect all these together in one big wall?
Yes, because it's supersymmetry. They all
I want to see
fit
these
together.
and these together.
That's freaking cool.
Right. I know what you're saying. problem is that term, right?
Well,
Again, my point is you can run into all kinds of terms of art in a field that you don't know well.
right.
And Terrence is, like, I come on your show and I do this thing, which I've never really discussed why I do. I have this feeling that somehow Sean Carroll 15 years ago started talking about a suite of ideas like entanglement, the multiverse, alternate brains, whatever. And people have been talking about them ever since because they're very successful. Much of the cool stuff in mathematics and physics, completely established, non-speculative, is not discussed. And I don't know why. And one of the things that I tried to do is try to show you the Hopf vibration, Dirac's string trick. Terrence is bringing cool stuff from the world of geometry. It's a proof, effectively, that people don't know where it's coming from. A lot of this is real as geometry. If you look at the thing that he calls the Terrence, the Tetrian is the thing that's closest to us, the black thing that's closest to us. So he then starts making noise about that. He says things I don't love, which are that with electric field. And the vertices, sometimes he calls vortices, sometimes vertices. I'm not quite sure. He associates with the magnetic field. Now, I don't have a clue why he says the next thing, which is, and because the number of magnetic and the number of electric things are balanced, they cancel out, and therefore it's the weak force. And to me, it's just like super cool stuff, and then suddenly turns into horseshit.
But listen, why? Here we have those two tetrians on the end. They both have equal poles, 4 electric poles and 4 magnetic poles, according to how I see it. That where magnetism is spinning off of the tips, the vortices, because it's no longer able to maintain that simple space of spinning.
I don't know what the hell. What brought you to that conclusion?
With what?
The way you're describing the energy involved.
Well, anytime you look at electricity, that was one of the things that Victor Schauberger was talking about. Electricity is, when water starts to spin to the right, it cools down. That's the natural nature of electricity. Electricity is colder. It flows better in the coldest environment. So as it's cooling down, as it's spinning down to the higher point, trying to get to that higher point, that's the highest point there. It's looking for the highest density. That's the north. North is always the highest density. South, no matter where you are, south is always away from the higher point. When you're talking about universally, not talking about geographically on the earth. North is always seeking a higher position. South is always seeking a lower position. That's based upon the stuff that Walter Russell talked about, based upon the stuff that Victor Schauberger talked about. But it's the problem with the definition of the words, the terms.
But your description of electromagnetic force and magnetism, what is happening that it's bringing you to this conclusion? That you're so specifically saying that something that you literally can't even see with the human eye is happening very clearly.
I'm saying the 4 magnetic fields are pushing in that area.
I don't see magnetic fields. I see those spheres.
Magnetism, what does magnetism do?
But what brings you to that?
When I say radiation, let me
do you know what we think electricity and magnetism?
You think it's the same thing? No. Part of the same force. They got some copies.
Jamie, could I ask you to find a Faraday tensor? Yeah, what I was trying to get to this conclusion, like magnetism and electricity, like what brings you to this definitive conclusion that you can so clearly state that this is what's happening there?
Well, based upon any time there's an electric force acting on something, it causes cavity. Electricity is always pulling in from the inside. It's always trying to tighten the density.
And you assume this energy exists in the flower of life. Why?
Because that's where all those circles, the overlapping circles, they represent the magnetic field. They represent the radiative field that's coming out and coming back. Well, why does a bubble take the shape of a ball? Why not a square or a triangle? What's the why does it expand into a sphere?
An abstraction to be the solution to many different problems. So I asked you to give me the maximum possible volume with the minimum possible area. I'm going to get a sphere. But I asked you, what's the best thing to launch out of an old-style cannon and to stack next to it? You're going to say a sphere. Then you have a question about, is that the same concept of a sphere? You know, if I take the three-dimensional sphere of unit quaternions, is that the same concept of a sphere? You are, in part, freely associated repeatedly between things that remind you of other things. Now, you have an incredible storehouse of things in your ears that you know to associate. And your brain is like, I mean, in part, it's like, if you think about the totality of your brain, it's like a Ferrari engine and a Volkswagen. Volkswagen chassis is not capable of supporting something else that you're doing really well. And so what you're constantly doing, as far as I can tell, the chassis being education.
It's not just that. I mean, it's in part.
People who see many connections are often bad at cleaning up their own stuff. And people who don't see connections are often very rigorous and they don't do shit for their entire life. Right?
That's why I love the geometry, because the geometry demonstrates, even though I've been autodidactic and have learned these things on my own, the geometry is its own proof. Like even in showing that these create an icosahedron, if you remove those just for a second.
Eric, you pulled this up before we get any further away from the electromagnetic. What you see, that F super mu nu is an anti-symmetric 4x4 matrix. That is, there are only 6 independent components, because if you flip that matrix from the northeast to from the northwest to the southeast as the line in which you flip over with the zeros, the things above the zeros determine the things below. So there's 6 independent entries in the top triangle. Now, the top 3 are the electric components in a Cartesian coordinate system of the tensor, and the B fields are the magnetic. Okay? Terence could say something closer to what we understand reality. He could, for example, hold up a cube and say, you know, the 6 faces of the cube remind me of the 6 independent entries in the electromagnetic field strength. And then the idea is there's a duality. And the duality relates the electric field to the magnetic field. And then he might invent something called olive Monton and electromagnetic duality. Right? So, in other words, if I took the top 3, if I hold the cube up like this, and I put electric above and magnetic below, and then I did a transformation, took top faces to bottom faces, he would be doing something that might bring him to recent research on electromagnetic duality. But instead, what's happening is that the spheres are reminding him of waves, like, you know, wavefronts that are expanding spherically. And he's got super cool geometry. The reason that this is so cool is that we haven't seen much. It's not saying that it doesn't exist. I'm not saying he's the inventor.
Well, I am an inventor because I own the patent.
But you can find out that there's prior art later. Everybody's been
love to see that.
Okay.
Like I said, though, I think by the door.
I have no desire to take this way. So far as I know, you're the first person to do this. Now, with that said, you're taking something where he's saying real stuff about geometrical understanding based on a spiritual undertaking. It used to be that spirituality and science were hand in hand. That's what I was trying to say about the Carolist school that figured out almost got calculus coming out of religious verse, like stuff that won out. It's crazy. Terence is coming from an older perspective, drawing tons of inspiration from all these different sources. I can track it, but like, good luck finding people who can track it because the number of people who can do it is very, very small.
But that's the problem.
I agree. Now, then every time he steps on a landmine, my colleagues just start laughing, and that makes me crazy because they could help him figure out what actually he is trying to say. So if we go back to
this electromagnetic tensor, how does this apply to these patterns in the void in between times?
that thing we did not understand until the mid-1970s. Remember I tried to tell you to get Jim Simons on this podcast and he just died? Jim Simons and CNN figured out, and this is going to figure into what Terrence is saying, that everything, all forces are curvature. It's not just gravity, which we've known has been curvature since 1950, actually 1913, for Einstein Boltzmann. It's actually the case that electromagnetism, the weak force and the strong force, are a different form of curvature, which might be called Arrhenius curvature or fiber bundle curvature, which is not necessarily Riemannian intrinsic curvature. Encodes the curvature, it encodes electromagnetism as the components of curvature. To your point about nothing is a straight line.
But this is where I have an issue. You're talking about this is in Cartesian space. And in Cartesian space, curvature is not allowed. There's no curvature that's allowed in Cartesian space.
That's wrong.
Really?
Yeah, because what you have, and by the way, this is a super subtle thing. We've only really known this for 50 years. Thereabouts. There is a weird, mysterious circle that none of us can see at every point in space and time that we can't derive from space. Okay, you can have space-time, and something else put a circle at every point that is obscured from us. And that has a curvature, even if space and time is flat. We call it idealization of flat space-time in custom space. You can slap the curvature tensor of a circle on top of it, generate this. And it wasn't until, this is mind-blowing. Can we get the Aronoff Bohm effect up here?
See, but that's where my biggest issue is. Why go through all of those steps to define curved space with flat plane matrix when you have the definition of it right in front of you? That's why when you get a chance, I'd love for you to lay these out so you can predict every distribution, every wave. There's nothing that this doesn't.
I want you to think about it. You ever played blackjack?
I've never been good at blackjack.
Okay. Well, that's because you're sitting there, you're sitting and you're sitting there on 19 and you say, and all I hear is on 19, going over.
Okay.
All right. Now, this thing here is a proof. This is a gift for you. This says we did not understand classical electromagnetism until the late 1950s. Well after Mr. Maxwell. Now, what happened is we thought electromagnetism was that thing with the electromagnetic field components that we just saw. If you put a wire coming out of this plane of the screen, and you insulate it where it says solenoid, can we just isolate that? What do you say? Yeah. Okay. Now you have this crazy thing, which is like you have a cathode ray tube at A, let's imagine. And you shoot it through a double slit, and you want to know whether or not there's current flowing in this insulated thing that you can't see. Now you think the insulation is going to keep you from being able to tell whether there's current flowing. Turns out that the interference pattern changes whether there's current, even though there's no E and B fields outside of that insulated structure. And that proves that it cannot be the electromagnetic field strength that actually determines electromagnetic phenomena. What's really going on, should we call it the electromagnetic Ford potential? So one of the things is if you want to hang with the cool kids on any of this stuff, don't try to map the electromagnetic field because it's the electromagnetic Ford potential that's got it going on. I'm looking for something that looks like A equals and 4 components. Well, let's you hit that thing. Oh, you just had that. That's good. That that A, we see partial derivative of the A. That thing is called the gauge potential. And the gauge potential, the gauge potential is really where the electromagnetism is happening. This thing over here on the right, the Faraday tensor, is a consequence of the real star of the show. A is the thing that matters. And we thought that A was a convenience product that constructed the electromagnetic field strength until the late 1950s. I think one of these guys who developed this, his name is Yakir Aronov, who's at Chapman University. I think he's still alive. So in other words, we fooled ourselves into thinking we understood electromagnetism until the late 1950s, which is one of the reasons that you listen to your heterodox colleagues as opposed to making fun of them mercilessly, because you're not nearly as smart as you think you are. Now, most of the time, what Neil says is, oh yes, 1 in 10,000 heterodox people have a point. And Neil bets on the 9,999 don't. And so he doesn't listen. This thing here is a proof that you can find elementary omissions very late in the game that change everything. And everybody who pretends that peer review works and that done this since antiquity, all this stuff, they need to understand what the new at the beginning. And he would say, okay, electromagnetism isn't about the electric and magnetic. It's about 4 of these suckers rather than 6 of those.
On a simple level, how would you describe electricity?
Well, I wouldn't know how to do it simply. Electricity is really, electromagnetism is really about rock, paper, scissors. In other words, is rock better than paper? No, it's worse. Then you do it around that thing. The failure of these things to knit together. If I had, I want to put my hand over yours, you
Under, go your right hand under and do jujitsu. Go your right hand under, and your hand, and I'll grab his wrist. There you go.
Who's on top? Okay, electromagnetic field strength. Now make your hand into like a point. Measures the degree of the Escher staircase. The Escherness in that Penrose staircase is measured by that A and B stuff. Okay? That A basically measured is the collection of hands that we have, the plane.
Right, Jimmy, show the Penrose staircase. Just talking about this very bizarre solution.
Yeah. So the key point is the Penrose staircase is not just an optical illusion. It's actually an effect called Holland. Those things are called horizontal subspaces. And the electromagnetic potential, which gives rise to the photon, actually is a series of stairs that appears to be in some kind of a contradiction. The curvature that he keeps talking about is the thing that actually resolves that contradiction. And in a weird way, the photon is a function, the photon is a derivative, and the electron is its function, and you use that derivative to differentiate the function. That's a crazy way of saying it, but at its deepest level, that's really what we are. We're in a geometry in which those 5 planes say derivative equals 0, and you're trying to take the derivative of an electron based on this stuff. Geometrically, this only got worked out in Stony Brook, Massachusetts, in the mid-1970s, except for a guy named Robert Herman, who nobody listened to in Boston, who was off South College.
Well, let's consider one of the things that this is talking about. Again, this is where I have issues because we're talking about 2-dimensional, 3-dimensional space that does not exist. We're still talking about imaginary things instead of talking about real things like math departure from where numbers started representing actual things. Math departed from that to where now math doesn't represent actual things. The numbers don't represent any true thing. So anything can happen inside the mathematics that they built from, but when you have the actual stuff, like what I wanted you to do, if you could lay these out, just for.
So we're not going to break these.
I made these over the last few days. Just lay them out. You have to put those out so you can see. And what I'm talking about, the interesting
I want to
thing,
see a YouTube video of you in your lab putting these things together.
if you shine a light on these,
Yeah.
they end up creating all of the cymatics. So don't even stack them up. I don't even want you to stack them. I just want you to align them like I'm saying. This one out of that out of the way here. And some of those. This will continually predict every harmonic note, every wave function. It will continue on. They overlap on each other to where any size, any crystalline configuration that somebody can hope for occurs. This is the supersymmetry that I'm talking about that defines the entire wavefield. This is one part of, this is the crystalline electric wave. That's not even, that's just one of the crystals.
The problem that you're in right now is everything that you touch in this space, made of spheres and photonic solids and whatever, you can spend your entire life, and I've seen people do it, staring into this and just finding cool thing after cool thing, thinking that you're seeing Jesus. I promise. Okay? I want you to hold this in your hand. It's made by a woman named Bathsheba Grossman. Pleasure to shout her out. She is a mathematical artist par excellence. What is it? That is an 8-dimensional lattice called E8 projected into 3 dimensions, which is one of the craziest sort of sphere packing gadgets. This is ultimately maybe the weirdest object in the universe. It comes from a 248-dimensional group.
That's it. Show you this in real life.
No. Wait. You're gonna bob and riff and all this stuff. Let me keep going. And what I'm trying to get at is, look, I want you to think about this legitimately as a drug. Okay? And if you're not very careful with the mathematics that you're playing with, you are going to get so high, you are going to see everything connect to everything. And there's a reason that this stuff takes place in Islamic art. There's a reason, you know, if I bring up, this is another version of the self-duality of the tetrahedron. I believe in spiritual sacred geometry, they call this the Merkaba, which is like Hebrew for chariot. Everything connects to everything else in this unbelievably beautiful way. And the concern that I have, to be entirely honest, is you have to get disciplined about this as a drug, because otherwise you're going to see everything in everything all the time, and you're going to have the same repetitive conversation where people don't take you seriously. You keep hitting on 19.
But if light passing through these show the same cymatics that we look at when we're looking at natural occurrences of individual frequencies, doesn't that become its own secondary proof beyond the symmetry of what it does?
You say geometry is a proof, and one of the things is you're a equalist.
When I say
you have an equalist, you're your strongest geometry. You're your weakest when you have an equal sign. You say the dumbest stuff about equalities, and you say the coolest stuff about geometry. And I wonder whether you mean something. Like, it took me a long time to figure out what I think you mean when you do this riff on the square root of 2. Jamie, could I trouble you for that portal group / TH? Okay. If you do the square root of 2 challenge, right? So Howard's unbalanced equation. I said, okay, take the square root of 2. You cube it. That's equal to 2 times the square root of 2. That is illogical. It's unbalanced. It is unnatural. Now, at first I had no idea what the hell you were doing. So I came up with something to prove to you that I'm trying to understand you. And I said, take the number of Magi at Jesus' birth. He was born on the 25th day, 12th month. If I raise the 12th root of 3 to the 25th power, and I take the fact that Jesus died in the 9th hour according to the Bible, I see the same Trinity rooted by the number of apostles. Now that seems to be like a profound statement. But the fact is, all I really did is I created an equation based on two numbers, x and y. And your version of it, I put in 1 and square root of 2, and in mine I used 12 and 3. And the reason I got 1225 was that 25 is just 2 times 12 plus 1. So, in other words, the danger of this stuff, right, is that once you start to see patterns and you start to see stuff that looks crazy, you don't realize what you're actually doing. What you're really saying is you're coming from a perspective that is philosophical before it's scientific or mathematical. You have a statement which says everything is in motion. And then you go into a riff about loops, and you say, take out your calculator, turn it to the side, take the square root of 2, cube it, take that
Divided by
2. Then you do this thing where you happen to know the large decimal expansion up to a point, which increases people's confidence. You gotta be worried because that's like the confidence in con man too. But you make a point. We have a name for the thing you call a loop. We call it a fixed point. A fixed point. Now, fixed point, you go to something called a transformation. Transformation. Let me see if Jamie, if we can bring that back. So I'm just trying to standardize your. Let me see. Terence loop. You have a mapping T for Terence from the real numbers to the real numbers given by x cubed divided by 2. If you take the polynomial y cubed minus 2y equals 0, that factors as y minus square root of 2 times y plus square root of 2 times y minus 0. You claim that there's only one number that satisfies the fixed point relationship according to that map, which you call a loop. There are actually 3, 0, negative square root of 2, and square root of 2. You make the correct point that if you iterate that for numbers above the square root of 2, they go off to infinity. Were to go below numbers of square root above 0, it'll go towards 0. 0 will go to 0. And then you have the same thing below negative square root of 2, it'll go off to negative infinity. And above square root of 2, but below 0, I think it'll go off to 0. Okay? That thing is studied under fixed point theory. Look up the Lefschetz fixed point theorem, the Kakutani fixed point theorem, the Brouwer fixed point theorem. All of these are proof that you have to have fixed points. And I thought, why does he keep doing this riff? And then I realized that he's got to think that everything is in motion. So for him, it's unnatural and illogical to use both words. That the square root of 2 would be fixed under this iterated experiment. Now, that is not unnatural. There's something we say. It's called the hairy ball theorem. We bring up the hairy ball.
where you put your hair.
Harry Ball says that you cannot comb the hair on a orangutan without creating a collar. So let's see if we have any cool images. In other words, if you have a map of the wind that is going along the surface of a sphere, there has to be some point which is perfectly still. If you have a map of the sphere to a sphere, there has to be some point that doesn't move. In other words, what you're saying about things can't be still is not only incorrect, it is impossible to avoid stillness. And this is in part what John Nash got his Nobel Award in economics for, because he took work of von Neumann and Morgenstern on two-person games, turned them into multi-person games, the higher dimension of theorem. That a multi-person game is more interesting because that's a market, therefore markets have equilibrium. So you're saying real stuff in a way that fundamentally just doesn't. We don't know how to talk your talk, but we know. Yeah, I know.
I'm learning how to do it. But Jamie, do me a favor. Pull up the calculator. I want you to pull up the calculator. We're going to look at this loop. And you tell me that this loop is a contradiction. And says that the math is
scientific. There we go.
Yep, hit 2 square root. It'll be over. Yep. Cube it. Hit x to the third. No. Go back. cube it up, right up there. Yep. Now divide by 2. It equals. Cube it again. X to the third. Divide by 2. That is a loop. Cube it again. X to the third. That's an unnatural equation. It's a loop. It's a tuck inside of the matrix. Does not allow for math to make sense because of the identity principle.
Okay, Eric, you're trying to say something. What you're saying is wrong.
What I'm saying,
No. What you're saying is fine. I agree that you have a transformation that I call T. You can put those 2 steps together, which is cube and divide by 2. That thing is going to be dead still till the end of time. That's your point. And then you pass judgment on it. You say that is not logical and it's irrational. And I don't know what you mean.
well, because here we're multiplying something basically 3 times, and it's coming up to the same value as if we multiplied it by 2. And you keep doing that.
No, I did that with
That's a
12th root of 3. I have it transformed just like you.
But that 12th root of 3, that hypothetical situation you put up there, does not affect the rest of mathematics. That loop right there,
Is your point that there's something special about the square root of 2?
I'm saying that the square root of 2 is a manufactured number because of the identity principle. If the identity principle was not involved, then we wouldn't have a problem with 1 times 1 equaling 2, or
Why are you offended by 1 times 1 equals?
because action and reaction, the universe, it's the separation of math from science, when math was supposed to define physical things. Have things that doesn't align, we can't make sense. The rest of the audience don't understand. They're like, wait a minute, well,
Okay, objects and motions tend to remain in motion, right?
that was his first line.
Well, what do objects at rest do?
There's no object at rest. There is there are no objects at rest because everything is sitting on something that's in motion. Everything is in motion
So
within
this is like
itself.
there's no straight line in nature. So the idea is you're saying at some level that you don't believe
That anything
I can
feels. Nothing feels because everything in the universe is connected. So if you have one still thing, then everything connected to it also has to be still.
I understand what you're doing. I try to steal with it. You're trying to steal. First of all, the vacuum isn't a vacuum. It's roiling with activity, right? The void isn't a void. Stuff is happening. Virtual particles are coming in and out of existence. There is no vacuum, right? You're very much in tune with modern physics. You really are. Then you have this idea of math is supposed to be about the physical world, not supposed to be unto itself. And if there is no vacuum, then there is nothing at rest, because the vacuum is going to be in constant quantum tumbling. And then you get to the point which is something that is rest, therefore is unphysical, therefore it is unnatural. It took me a long time to figure out what the hell
I'm literally saying there is nothing in the universe that is at rest because everything is moving and communicating through vibration. Vibration requires oscillation. Oscillation requires motion.
So what you're trying to say is that if the universe at its deepest level is a quantum mechanical system in which there is no ability to create vacuum in a naive sense, that the vacuum that we talk about is not the vacuum people naively think. Therefore, any mathematics that references anything that is zero or still or whatever is invalid.
Is imaginary. Talking about an imaginary space.
I don't know what to tell you about this, because it's like if I say something about a sphere, you might say, hey Eric, what is the thickness of your sphere? All points unit distance away from the origin. And I'd say, it has no thickness. You'd say, show me one thing in the universe that doesn't have thickness. And then I'd say, well, wait a second, I'm talking to you about a mathematical structure that
exists as math. I don't want it to hear about math and just immediately reference physics. First of all, that's not how this game goes.
When did math separate from accounting for physical things? Was the beginning of imaginary numbers?
The beginning of imagination. If I have a picture from AI of a woman that doesn't exist, but no, you can't tell the fact that was generated by an AI. Are you going to say that graphics file doesn't exist? No, graphics file exists. Mathematics has a physically independent structure. It is a system of logic. Then you have this very weird thing, which is, Eugene Wigner famously talked about the unreasonable effectiveness of mathematics and science. But David Tong, I think, talked about the unreasonable effectiveness of physics and the mathematical sciences. Many of us have had that since the last 50 years since Simon and Yang. And then there's also this thing which people associate with Max Tegmark, which is older, which is the mathematical universe. That the math is the basis. That there is a point at which the math becomes the territory, to borrow from our friends in psychology. Now, I can hear you, I can understand you, I can track you. But what you were doing when you were lecturing is terrible. It's really, really bad because you have points. And by going over them and saying the super dramatic thing, you are in fact causing people who don't trust Tony Fauci, because Tony Fauci shouldn't be trusted, to say maybe we can't trust mathematics. Now, I have a lot of competitors, enemies, people I really don't like. I have stalkers who actually stalk my family and interfere in my personal life who have PhDs. Okay? My level of disagreement with them about the physical universe and the mathematical universe is essentially 0 to 1973. We don't really start to see a breakdown in the community of science, I think, until the 1980s.
And why is that?
Well, money.
Money.
And power. Ronald Reagan wanted a guy named Eric House at the NSF, and universities stopped expanding. They started playing games. We had a thing called the Mansfield Amendment, which got the military out of science, which was a disaster. A lot of things that happened.
But imagine if science took a wrong turn when it walked down the road of relativity, in abandoning the ether. And now they've walked down this road, and now they realize that it's a potential dead end, but instead of turning around, saying, okay, well, let's use a luciferous ether that all of these equations were built off of. Here, a young man that's outside of the world has come in and said, okay, I have the wave conjugations that make up and prove the etheric nature, the etheric substance. So that's what I want to check out.
The Portal Group page. I can sort of show what Terrence is talking about, what his geometry is, how he relates to the physical world. So we could go up to our unifications. Okay. So you say you've come up with the grand unified field equation. First of all, he's doing something very unusual. He's saying grand unified, which actually is less than unified, because unified would include gravity. He's also drawing from a group, I think, called the electric universe.
No.
Okay.
No. I'm drawing from Lorenz and Heinz when they were deciding. They were trying to find electricity and magnetism. They could derive all of the effects of nature that we see from electricity and magnetism.
All right. So if we go down, hopefully, compare this. By the way, shout out to Dr. Brooke Dallas, who put this together and got her PhD from Cal.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Okay. So all of these four things are how the community that you're trying to unseat thinks about nature at its deepest level. Now let me see, is there anything under there? Maybe not. So go up to, let's do David Tongs, because you brought up David Tongs. Okay? I think I understand this, and I'm able to talk to you about it. Is
this something, so this is my community, how it thinks that everything will work, right?
Right. Do you have
A way of relating to think about in terms of what my community has wrong. Does this mean anything to you?
if you remove gravity outside of the equation, gravity out, because gravity is affected, gravity is actually covered by that strong electrical force.
Without, this is not a gotcha.
No, I'm just saying,
Do you know how to read
best things. We're talking about I as imaginary. You know, to the 4, I don't know what D is.
So that's the volume element from three-dimensional space integral.
And y to a negative G, y to a negative gravity.
The determinant of the metric, which you might have an issue. Okay? So in other words, you're normalizing, you're saying that if rulers look one way or the rulers look another way, according to Einstein, you have to put more weight or less weight on a region of space. Do you know what that R is? That's the foreplay. And in the parentheses is where the stuff gets crazy. That's what's called the scalar curvature. So after Einstein did his big general relativistic field equations, that was like Einstein scaling the shear face of half-dome. Hilbert walked at the backside like a week later. You know, you derive your super complicated equations from the simplest thing in the world, the scalar curvature. When you say everything is curved, that R, scalar curvature of Einstein's pseudo-Riemannian metric. And then, remember F mu nu, that's what we were just working on before. That's saying we don't know what to do with the electromagnetic stuff. So we're going to do the stupidest thing possible. And we're going to figure out how big it is, square that, shove that into this thing, be minimized, which means make this as small as possible. So give me the configuration that gives me the least electromagnetic size. Then, because of 1954, a guy named C.N. Yang and sidekick Mills, who didn't do nearly as much afterwards, said, you know what, the strong and the weak force are exactly the same structure as electromagnetism, and we didn't know that. So nature, in that first line, from the R to the W, takes curvature 4 times, and 3 of those are doubled, like F, F, G, G, W, W, but one of them is C. And that is really sort of the soul of the incompatibility, not what Witten says about you can't quantize gravity. That's not the discrepancy. We've been lied to for a long time, in my opinion. What it is that the curvature that enters as gravitation, the curvature that enters as internal forces, the nuclear forces of electromagnetism, occurs differently. One is Riemannian, one is Erasmite. The line below that, Dirac, in that term psi bar d psi, is telling us the kinetics and the interaction through minimal coupling of the matter with the force that's in the line above. And then the last 3 terms are the fudge factor to Peter Higgs, because we found out in the late 50s, a gal named Madame Wu, the dragon of physics, told us that if you put cobalt-60 and let it go to decay in a strong magnetic field, all the particles come out spun one way. And that left-right asymmetry meant that you couldn't put in masses in a standard way for the matter, which is showing up as psi. So instead what we do is we have this thing, which is a field called the Higgs boson.
Psi is the wave function.
Psi is the fermionic wave function of the matter. That's the quarks, that's the electron, and that's all the neutrinos that are penetrating us all the time. That kinetic term of the DHs tells us how this Higgs field will move. But mostly, you see, imagine that in this room it's 69 degrees Fahrenheit, okay? You think that it's the same everywhere, but maybe where Joe is actually like 68.7. Over there it's 70.
There's a different frequency, a different...
So that H thing said to have a VEV, a very slightly world value, vacuum expectation value, because the vacuum isn't boring. Now that V of H, that is the potential term that you neglect every time you say that all energy in the world comes from kinetics. It's not true. And that V and
there's a portion hidden in those FFGWWs, which is pure potential. That last thing, which is not commented on, is called the Euclid, and that last term is how the illusion of mass to the matter, which was prohibited from having a naked mass because of the efforts of Madame Wu and Yang and Li, which is the same Yang and Yang and Mills. That thing we just went through, which may have been boring to you, is the source of everything we know about the world at its deepest level. Right? This thing right here, which might be called the partition, is a Feynman path of this. If you could understand what this is, we don't know of anything that what you're seeing. It's a whoop. Can I get a whoop?
Can I get it? But now this is having, they've been working on this for damn near 60, 70 years. But they don't have any physical models that represent any of these things. My physical models describe the electric force and the magnetic force and is able to account for all of the actions that take place, the effects that we see, then it should be a better replacement instead of having to go.
You didn't do that.
I did do that. Let me show you. Now it's time to show.
Okay, here we go. I really want a YouTube video of him creating the place. The assembly torch. I want him in glass. I want him in glass. But yeah, somebody needs to make it.
I tried to do that before.
Well, you know, you're the community of mathematical artists. I want you.
Petri, as I say, we can't see entire days. I would call that would be punk. That would be the proton. That would be the beginning for everything.
You have 4 different things you say. One, it's dark matter.
I say
because it's interstitial. So 1, it's dark matter because it's interstitial. 2, you say it's hydrogen.
It becomes
3, you say, well, look, it's got 4 electric and 4 magnetic because you associate the faces with electric and you associate with the vertices with the magnetic. You say, you go back to Walter Russell, who has this whole thing of exhaling and inhaling, expanding and contraction. You know, it's a lot like Ecclesiastes. There's a time and purpose to everything under heaven. Then you say, because it's balanced, this 4 and 4, it must be the weak force because there's no net voodoo on it. Okay? Then when you get to your, if you can bring up what you call the Huntian.
Let's stay on this one. I say that this here, nothing in the universe does nothing for a single moment. Everything has multiple purposes and accomplishes multiple things. Becoming the geometry of hydrogen, the very first visible element, is as a result of all of those forces pushing on it. Got the
It's called explainer juice.
So,
Thank you.
So, if we start with this as electricity, then we want to go to the very first phase from it. The first thing that happens to it is a decay. The first line of decay. And that first line of decay is literally just putting on 2 magnetic fields. There for a second. I've got to get something.
I gotta say, I love this. They're really dope.
Yeah, you need a shelf.
Yes. For sure, I put this in my house, but Terry, I just don't see.
We're not done. So when you put,
You see the box that came in from? What kind of box? No, box of stuff.
so when they line up,
Yeah.
then they begin to create. Lay it down in your thing. Lay them down, and you'll see them align.
What a design a skate park.
Sharp surfaces. It's going to get bumped up.
Anytime you're urinating, this pattern where it's expanding and contracting, expanding and contracting, vibrating behind the bone. Describes that motion from that. But then let's go to the next stage of decay. The next stage of decay will be four sides. Now, what these are.
How you doing, Eric? I got you. This is the hard part. That's the fun part. Okay.
This is the part I've been waiting for. This is the part I've been waiting for.
This is an elaborate.
Yes. Now, I should be putting buttons up so that everybody is out there saying, this is a big shit. But, so when you get to this level of decay, they start to come together and they create this natural process. But do me a favor, they also create these spaces. Lay them out. One on top of the other.
I'm still working on this one.
Well, you're about to see that interact with the other side. Like we came to play with it.
Boy, nothing like these conversations make you understand how different people's brains work. There's just different humans out there.
So, all right.
By the way, I just didn't know what I was doing. I'm putting like some weird tools in case you're going to make weird points. Yeah.
You're starting to see this pattern. But what's interesting, these have chirality. These spin in opposite directions from each other. But they ultimately reform together to make the fully tell that story.
So this is why category theory is so powerful, because you're analogizing. Let's be honest. I want everybody to form without saying anything to each other. What is most similar to DNA? I was going to say the same. Right. And if it was DNA, what would be the interstitial between these two things?
That would be that ladder, each line, it would be the OTCG, the hydrogen.
That would be the hydrogen. Okay.
Phosphorus, oxygen.
Now, if I was a protein scientist, what would I say?
You would say it's a ribosome.
It's an alpha helix. Right? I would say it's just a secondary structure of protein. So my claim is that one of the reasons that Rosalind Franklin didn't actually get to the double helix is that she was a really good scientist, and Watson and Crick were not good scientists. She said, look, I can see right through it. You just found out that Linus Pauling figured out the alpha helix in protein. You wannabes who don't know jack shit about biochemistry want an alpha helix. And you want to do nucleic acid as an alpha helix and look based on the X-ray crystallography of the Maltese cross. You're going to try to shove DNA something so you get to be Linus Pauling all over again. I don't want any part of it. And the problem for her was, helices are ubiquitous at all different levels, right? So in other words, Watson and Crick didn't own the double helix. What happened is that a very common structure that's going to come up over and over again. It's going to come up in viruses. You have heliviruses, you have it in protein, you have it in nucleic acid. That structure is because there's a platonic form which you're finding. You're going to find helices over and over and over again because you can't really have nature stop finding the structure. It doesn't belong to any instantiation of the system. And so everything is going to rhyme. And your big problem is that everything rhymes to you because you know a lot of stuff and you know a lot of similarities. Your brain's very good at that. But your brain is not very good at pruning the amount of rhymes.
Well, what I'm saying is this is defining all motion. Define the motion behind it. But we just define that other aspect. And remember I was saying about the hunting being a massless particle. It only exists as a result of these 4 to 8 tetraons pushing down because of pressure. The moment that these 8 tetraons disappear, that interior space it's no longer there. The moment that disappears,
I don't know how to stop you from doing it.
I hate doing it. When I hate to stop you from doing what I'm
No, I'm so far out over my skis. I promise you at the internet the next day about how higher, blah, 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 blah. Stop reading it.